Chapter 31, Gojo vs. Aboleth Spawn. 11,500 words. I will post again at Sunday since this was the biggest chapter I've ever made. Gojo could feel the relentless pressure of the Aboleth Spawn bearing down on him, its dark, twisted energy threatening to overwhelm even his most potent defenses. The Dharma wheel above his head spun furiously, adapting and shifting in a desperate attempt to counter the overwhelming darkness that the Spawn seemed capable of manipulating at will. Despite the advantage the Dharma wheel provided, Gojo could sense that he was still at a disadvantage. This creature was unlike anything he had ever faced. Realizing that he needed to change the tide of the battle, Gojo gritted his teeth and made a decision. He knew he had one more card to play, one that he had only recently gained access to, thanks to his pact with Mahoraga. With a voice that resonated with both determination and a hint of exhilaration, Gojo declared. Gojo, Domain Expansion, Chimera Shadow Garden. The space around Gojo began to distort as the air grew thick with a palpable, oppressive darkness. The ground beneath his feet liquefied into an inky black pool, spreading out rapidly in all directions. As the darkness expanded, the boundaries of reality seemed to blur, as though the world itself was being swallowed by an abyss. Within this domain, the shadows came alive, writhing and shifting with a malevolent intelligence. The sky above was obscured by swirling, dark clouds that occasionally parted to reveal a chilling sight, twisted, monstrous forms barely visible in the depths, moving like predators just beyond the veil. The trees that sprouted from the blackened ground were gnarled and skeletal, their branches reaching out like the talons of some forgotten beast. The air was thick with a cold, cloying mist that seemed to cling to the skin, whispering secrets of forgotten horrors. But the most menacing aspect of the Chimera Shadow Garden was its very essence. Within this domain, Gojo could manifest any shadow creature he desired, each one more terrifying than the last. These creatures, born of his cursed energy and the depths of his subconscious, moved with a predatory grace, their forms barely distinguishable from the shadows that birthed them. The Dharma wheel above Gojo's head began to spin at an alarming speed, emitting a series of rapid, metallic sounds, clank 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 clank, as it struggled to stabilize the domain, adapting to the sheer power and intensity of the Chimera Shadow Garden. For a moment, Gojo could feel the strain of maintaining such a vast and complex domain. His cursed energy threatened to burn out, the sheer scale of the Chimera Shadow Garden proving to be more than he had anticipated. But just as he felt himself beginning to falter, the Dharma wheel responded. Its rotation became a blur, the rapid spinning creating a vortex of cursed energy that enveloped Gojo, feeding his power back into the domain. Then, Gojo heard a final clank sound, signaling the completion of the adaptation. His eyes widened as the realization hit him, a wild grin spreading across his face despite the situation. Ha 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 ha, so no burnt out time for me every time I pull off a domain, hey. He couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. His pact with Mahoraga had not only given him the power to create this monstrous domain, but it had also granted him the ability to sustain it without the usual cost. The Aboleth Spawn, once so confident in its ability to manipulate the darkness, now found itself surrounded on all sides by Gojo's nightmarish creations. The shadowy forms loomed over it, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light, their mouths twisted into fearsome grins that mirrored Gojo's own. The creature's movements became frantic as it realized the extent of Gojo's power, its once formidable presence now dwarfed by the overwhelming force arrayed against it. But Gojo wasn't done. He created 1,000 clones of himself, each one identical to the original, their combined presence adding to the crushing pressure within the domain. The clones, as real as Gojo himself, moved in perfect synchronization, their eyes locked on the Aboleth Spawn as they prepared to strike, while original Gojo get out of his domain to deal with the dimension he was trapped. With a final command, Gojo set his domain on autopilot, ensuring that it would continue to assault the Spawn even in his absence. Satisfied, he focused his energy, channeling his cursed technique to its maximum potential. Blue, Gojo whispered, the word echoing through the darkness. A brilliant, spiraling vortex of energy erupted from his hands, warping the very fabric of the dark dimension that held him captive. The space around him twisted and contorted as if reality itself was being crushed under the weight of Gojo's power. With a final, forceful push, he shattered the barrier, breaking free of the dark dimension. In an instant, Gojo found himself high in the sky above Mos Espa, the city spread out far below him. He hovered there for a moment, the wind whipping around him as he surveyed the scene. He knew that the Aboleth Spawn, or what remained of it, might escape the domain at any moment. It was only a matter of time before it would try to pursue him. Realizing the potential danger to those below, Gojo made a swift decision. With a burst of speed, he shot toward the blackened sky, heading straight for the largest of Tatooine's moons, Gomrison. The barren, rocky surface of the moon loomed closer as Gojo closed the distance, his mind already calculating the next move in this deadly game. As he landed on Gomrison's surface, Gojo quickly surveyed his surroundings. The desolate landscape was illuminated only by the faint light of Tatooine's twin suns in the distance. The silence was deafening, but Gojo knew it wouldn't last. He had to prepare for whatever was coming next. Standing on the cold, unforgiving surface of Gomrison, Gojo prepared himself for the next phase of the battle. The dark sky above seemed to pulse with energy as if the very universe was holding its breath. Standing on the cold, unforgiving surface of Gomrison, Gojo prepared himself for the next phase of the battle. The dark sky above seemed to pulse with energy as if the very universe was holding its breath in anticipation. Gojo's mind raced, contemplating his next move. The relentless power of the Aboleth Spawn required more than just raw strength, it demanded ingenuity, something truly unexpected. A wild idea began to form in his mind, an idea so reckless that it almost made him laugh. Gojo had faced countless battles and mastered unimaginable powers, but this was something different. With a grin, he began to channel his cursed energy, focusing it with an intensity that caused the very air around him to vibrate. His hands moved with precision, weaving the cursed energy into a tangible form. The object that began to take shape was something both familiar and foreign to him, a Sukuna finger, or rather, something that resembled it. The cursed object, similar to those back in his home world, exuded an aura of malevolence, its presence dark and foreboding. But as Gojo held it, his eyes widened in surprise. This wasn't just a replica. Somehow, inexplicably, it felt real. How the hell did I end up with an actual Sukuna finger, he muttered to himself, incredulous. The object in his hand was unmistakable, radiating the same ominous energy as the cursed relics from his world. He had intended to create a similar object, something powerful enough to aid him in this battle, but what he had in his hands was more than he had bargained for. This was the real deal, a true Sukuna finger, transported across dimensions. The realization sent a shiver down his spine, but there was no time to dwell on it. The battle wasn't over, and Gojo knew he needed every advantage he could get. Without hesitation, Gojo brought the cursed object to his lips. His heart pounded in his chest as he made the reckless decision to consume it. The instant he gulped it down, a surge of cursed energy coursed through his body, unlike anything he had ever felt before. His senses heightened, his strength amplified, and with it, the ominous presence of Sukuna's power intertwined with his own. Gojo's eyes gleamed with a mixture of exhilaration and caution. This was uncharted territory, even for him, but the stakes demanded it. Whatever was coming, Gojo was ready to meet it head-on, armed not just with his own immense power. Gojo had expected a surge of power, perhaps even a temporary loss of control as Sukuna's malevolent energy merged with his own. But what he hadn't anticipated was being pulled into Sukuna's innate domain, a twisted, hellish landscape where cursed energy flowed like rivers of blood, and the sky was an endless expanse of dark, swirling clouds. He found himself standing in the center of this nightmarish realm, his senses still tingling with the overwhelming power coursing through him. But before he could fully take in his surroundings, a figure materialized before him, a monstrous presence that exuded pure malevolence. It was Sukuna. The king of curses stood tall and imposing, his muscular form radiating a terrifying presence. 4 powerful arms crossed over his broad chest, while 4 eyes, set on either side of his fearsome face, gleamed with a mix of curiosity and malevolence. His face split into a wicked grin, revealing sharp, predatory teeth, and the large mouth on his stomach twisted into an equally sinister expression. The 2 eyes on the right side of his face were positioned on a white, flesh-like plate, adding an even more unnatural and intimidating aspect to his appearance. His body was adorned with dark, intricate tattoos that seemed to pulse with cursed energy. One of Sukuna's mouths moved as he spoke, his voice a low, rumbling growl that echoed through the dark expanse. So, this is the body prepared for me, Sukuna mused, his tone dripping with arrogance as he sized up Gojo. You must be one of the sorcerers foolish enough to think they can control me. But before Sukuna could continue his taunting, Gojo, ever the unpredictable force, acted on instinct. With lightning-fast reflexes, he launched a punch straight at Sukuna, his fist connecting with a satisfying crack against the King of Curses' face. The blow sent Sukuna reeling back, more out of surprise than actual pain. He hadn't expected Gojo to attack so boldly, especially in a place where Sukuna held all the cards. But Gojo, who had been a prodigy of strength and tenacity since his youth, wasn't one to back down from a challenge, especially not from someone like Sukuna. Gojo's grin widened, his eyes flashing with unrestrained excitement. You think you're in control here, he said, his voice calm but with an edge that hinted at the chaos he could unleash. Try me. I'm curious to see what happens when you cross paths with Gojo Satoru. Sukuna's initial shock quickly melted into a grin of his own, his 4 eyes narrowing with dark delight. The idea of a challenge excited him, especially from someone who dared to strike first in his own domain. Interesting, Sukuna hissed, his voice laced with anticipation. Let's see if you can back up that arrogance, source. Sukuna, still hissing in anticipation, was cut off mid-sentence as Gojo, ever the strategist, suddenly interjected. Wait, Gojo said, his voice taking on a more calculated tone. I think we need to coexist for a while. Also, do you even know where we are? Sukuna, still reeling from the unexpected punch and Gojo's audacious challenge, began to delve into the memories of the man standing before him. As the memories flooded into his mind, his initial amusement twisted into something darker, a deep, mocking laughter that echoed through the twisted landscape of his domain. His 4 eyes gleamed with malevolent glee as he pieced together the fragmented memories, Gojo's arrival in the Star Wars universe, his overwhelming battles, the alliances he'd formed with unlikely companions, and the relentless destruction he had wrought upon those who dared to oppose him. Sukuna saw it all: Gojo's storming of Lady Valerian's stronghold, his brutal takedown of hundreds of fighters, and his manipulation of the Star Wars galaxy's most notorious figures, including Jabba the Hutt. Sukuna's laughter grew louder, kuka ha 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 ha, more deranged, as he relished the chaos Gojo had unleashed upon this strange new world. So, Sukuna finally said, his voice dripping with sardonic glee, you've been running around in a galaxy far, far away, causing mayhem and playing the hero. You took down crime lords, ripped through armies, and even scared the life out of some worm of a Hutt. And let's not forget you've managed to make a mockery of the so-called Force users, turning their sacred traditions into your personal playground. Sukuna's grin widened, revealing rows of sharp teeth as he continued to sift through Gojo's memories. You've faced third-rate trash, meddled with Jedi, and even managed to summon that pathetic excuse of a Shikigami Nu in front of them all. You've recently managed to use your domain expansion, about to turn their world upside down, and now, you've somehow dragged me into this twisted circus of yours. Gojo, still standing with his characteristic cocky grin, watched as Sukuna reveled in the chaos of his adventures. The King of Curses' laughter was filled with dark amusement, as if he couldn't believe the absurdity of what he was witnessing. And now, Sukuna continued, his tone mocking yet intrigued, you think you can fight me in my own domain, or perhaps you think we can coexist? You truly are something else, Gojo Satoru. But let me be clear, sorcerer, this little alliance of yours is only temporary. Sukuna's mocking speech was abruptly cut off as a violent tremor shook the very fabric of his innate domain. Both he and Gojo instinctively knew what this meant. Something, or rather someone, had reached Gojo's body on the outside. The oppressive, malevolent presence of the Aboleth spawn was now breaching into their space, threatening to tear through the fragile alliance they were attempting to form. Gojo, ever quick on his feet, was the first to break the tense silence that followed. A wild grin spread across his face as he sensed the impending chaos. Looks like my trouble has finally reached here, he said, his voice tinged with a mixture of excitement and seriousness. The grin didn't waver as he turned to Sukuna, whose eyes were now gleaming with both interest and malevolent anticipation. Sukuna's grin mirrored Gojo's, albeit with a far more sinister edge. The King of Curses was clearly intrigued by this turn of events, and he could feel the raw, chaotic energy of the Aboleth spawn seeping into the domain, challenging their very existence. Knowing they were at a critical juncture, Gojo didn't waste any time. He took a step forward, his gaze locking with Sukuna's as he proposed something that only someone with his level of audacity could suggest. Let's make a binding vow, Gojo began, his voice confident and unyielding. He couldn't help but chuckle as he continued, the weight of the previous vow he made with Mahoraga still fresh in his mind. I want your knowledge about your shrine, your domain expansion, and if the rumors are true your open-type domain. Sukuna's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing as he considered the proposal. The idea of sharing his most sacred and dangerous techniques with anyone, even someone as formidable as Gojo, was not something he would entertain lightly. Yet, the situation was dire, and even Sukuna recognized the strategic advantage of combining their powers, if only temporarily. For a moment, the two stood in silence, the tension between them palpable. The ground beneath them continued to tremble, a reminder of the external threat that loomed ever closer. Sukuna's grin slowly returned, darker and more menacing than before. A binding vow, he mused, his voice low and dangerous. You're asking for a lot, sorcerer. My shrine, my domain expansion. Do you even know what you're getting yourself into? Gojo's eyes gleamed with unbridled confidence. I know exactly what I'm getting into. And I also know that without that knowledge, we're both dead. Sukuna let out a low, sinister laugh, his interest piqued by Gojo's boldness. Very well. I'll share my knowledge, but in return, you will let me manifest completely at least once, without interference. I'll have my fun, and you'll have your power. But be warned, Gojo Satoru, this vow binds us both. Break it, and the consequences will be more than you can handle. Gojo's grin didn't falter as he heard Sukuna's terms. Instead, his eyes narrowed thoughtfully, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sly smile. How about I make a counter-offer? Sukuna raised an eyebrow, intrigued but wary. Gojo's voice was calm, almost playful, as he proposed, I'll feed you myself 19 fingers at the same time. All of them. And then, let's wrestle for control. Whoever wins takes over this body. Sukuna's eyes widened slightly, his four pupils narrowing into dangerous slits. The audacity of Gojo's counter-offer was staggering, even for someone like Sukuna. To consume all remaining fingers at once would mean fusing Sukuna's entire essence with Gojo's, creating a cataclysmic battle of wills within one body. The outcome was impossible to predict, and that uncertainty sent a thrill through Sukuna's dark heart. For a moment, the air between them crackled with tension, the weight of the offer hanging heavy. Then, Sukuna's grin returned, more wicked and feral than before. He leaned in closer, his voice a low, rumbling growl. You truly are insane, Gojo Satoru. I accept your counter-offer. But remember, once the deal is sealed, there's no turning back. Gojo matched Sukuna's grin with one of his own, his blue eyes gleaming with a mix of challenge and excitement. Who said anything about turning back? I've never backed down from a fight, and I'm not about to start now. The two forces of nature, bound by their new vow, stood ready to face whatever horrors awaited them. With the binding vow sealed, Gojo felt Sukuna's knowledge flood into him, unlocking the secrets of the shrine, the domain expansion, and the enigmatic open-type domain. But even as he prepared for the battle ahead, a part of Gojo couldn't help but revel in the sheer madness of what he had just agreed to. He had gambled everything on a single, monumental bet, one that could either elevate him to unparalleled power or plunge him into unimaginable chaos. As the tremors intensified, signaling the approach of the Aboleth spawn, Gojo and Sukuna readied themselves for the inevitable clash. The stage was set, and with their pact forged in the fires of madness, they would face whatever came next together, or not at all. Aboleth spawn POV. The Aboleth spawn, despite its limited intelligence, was not completely devoid of awareness. It recognized danger, and the overwhelming sense of it pressed in from all sides as it found itself surrounded by countless versions of the same enemy, the one who had already caused it so much pain. Thousands of Gojo Satorus, each exuding an aura of menace, stood ready to strike, their eyes gleaming with a deadly confidence. Around them, the very shadows seemed alive, twisting and writhing as if waiting for the perfect moment to attack. Dark, monstrous creatures formed from the shadows, each more terrifying than the last, and each one focused solely on the spawn. They were products of this cursed place, a nightmarish domain from which there seemed to be no escape. The Aboleth spawn moved with brute force, its primal instincts driving it to lash out at the encroaching threats. With every swing of its clawed hands, it tore through the shadowy figures and Gojo clones, its strength undeniable. It was a powerhouse, smashing through any illusion of weakness the domain might have projected. Each strike resonated with the raw power of its dark origins, leaving destruction in its wake. But even as it dominated the battlefield, laying waste to the shadow creatures and shattering the clones with ease, the reality of its situation began to dawn on the Aboleth spawn. No matter how many it destroyed, more Gojo clones appeared, and the shadows only seemed to grow thicker, more oppressive. The air itself was heavy with the dark energy that confined it within this cursed domain. The spawn could feel that this was a trap, a place from which there was no escape. Its limited mind struggled to comprehend the situation fully, but the one thing it understood with crystal clarity was that it was imprisoned here, unable to break free. It roared in frustration, its guttural cry echoing through the dark expanse of the domain. But the sound was hollow, pitiful even, as the damage to its throat prevented it from unleashing the full force of its rage. The domain seemed to mock it, the oppressive shadows closing in tighter with every failed attempt to break free. The Aboleth spawn, despite its ferocity and brute strength, found itself trapped in a nightmarish cycle. Every Gojo clone it destroyed was replaced by another, and the shadow creatures seemed to multiply endlessly. It was as if the domain itself was alive, taunting and suffocating her at every turn. The realization of being trapped started to seep into the creature's limited consciousness, driving it to a state of maddened frustration. But then, just as the walls of darkness seemed to close in for the final time, something shifted. The oppressive grip of the domain weakened, the shadows no longer pressing in with the same intensity. The domain was collapsing, unraveling from within as the dark energy that sustained it began to falter. The endless horde of Gojo clones and shadow beasts dissolved into nothingness, leaving the Aboleth spawn standing alone in the crumbling remnants of the Chimera Shadow Garden. With a guttural snarl, the spawn felt the chains of its imprisonment lift. It was free. The dark sky above Tatooine, once clear and oppressive, now mirrored the chaos within. Black clouds swirled ominously, blotting out the suns and casting the desert world into an unnatural twilight. The spawn's instincts kicked in, driving it to seek out its adversary, the silver-haired man who had caused it so much pain. Its senses, though dulled by its own limited intelligence, could still detect the lingering traces of his cursed energy. It latched onto that presence, feeling the pull toward the sky, where the battle had taken an unexpected turn. As the Aboleth spawn gathered its strength, preparing to pursue Gojo across the vastness of space, the ominous energy it exuded began to spread. The sky over Tatooine darkened even further, a reflection of the malevolent force that now roamed free. The creature's rage and frustration fueled its power, driving it to find Gojo and exact its revenge. The hunt was on. The spawn knew that the silver-haired sorcerer was no longer on the surface of Tatooine, but it would find him. The skies darkened with the promise of an impending clash, one that would shake the very stars. The Aboleth spawn, driven by primal instinct and a thirst for revenge, turned its gaze skyward. It could feel the distant pulse of Gojo's cursed energy, now faint but unmistakable, emanating from a nearby moon. Without hesitation, the spawn spread its dark, tendril-like wings and launched itself into the sky, leaving the darkness over Tatooine behind as it surged through the void of space. The journey was swift, propelled by the sheer malevolence of the spawn's will. The stars blurred past as it honed in on its target, crossing the vast distance between Tatooine and Gomrison in mere moments. As it descended onto the moon's barren surface, the spawn's eyes locked onto the silver-haired figure standing alone amidst the desolation. Gojo stood there, seemingly inactive, his once fierce aura subdued. His previous injuries, the gaping wounds that had marred his body, were miraculously healed, leaving no trace of the brutal battle he had endured. Yet, something was different, something about him seemed off. The Aboleth spawn landed with a crash, the ground beneath it shattering from the impact. It prowled forward cautiously, circling Gojo with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. The sorcerer's eyes were half-lidded, his breathing steady but shallow. He appeared almost lifeless, a stark contrast to the relentless force of nature that had fought the spawn so fiercely before. But despite appearances, the spawn's instincts screamed caution. There was a dangerous undercurrent in the air, a tension that belied the sorcerer's seemingly weakened state. The spawn snarled, low and menacing, trying to provoke a reaction from Gojo, but he remained unmoving, almost as if in a trance. The spawn hesitated, unsure of its next move. Its intelligence was limited, its understanding of the situation shallow at best, but it knew better than to rush in blindly. The power it had sensed from Gojo was far too great to be dismissed, even in this seemingly vulnerable state. It circled Gojo once more, wary of any sudden movements, its mind a chaotic mix of rage and confusion. As the Aboleth spawn coiled its dark tendrils, ready to strike, the air around Gojo began to shift, an almost imperceptible hum of energy growing in intensity. The smile on Gojo's face, subtle and knowing, sent an instinctive jolt of dread through the spawn. It hesitated, its primal instincts warning it of the danger that lurked just beneath the surface of this seemingly vulnerable foe. But before the spawn could react, the world around it changed. The barren landscape of the moon twisted and warped, the ground beneath its feet dissolving into inky blackness. It found itself once again ensnared in Gojo's domain expansion, Chimera Shadow Garden. The dark domain materialized around the spawn, but this time it was different, thinner, more fragile, as if it had been hastily constructed. The shadows were less oppressive, the creatures within them less formidable. Sensing the weakness in this new domain, the Aboleth spawn didn't hesitate. With a feral snarl, it unleashed a wave of destructive energy, tearing through the flimsy barriers of the Chimera Shadow Garden. The domain shattered like glass, fragments of darkness scattering into the void as the spawn broke free. But its victory was short-lived. As the remnants of the shattered domain fell away, the spawn was greeted by an ominous sight. Gojo stood before it, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. In his hand, a cursed arrow crackled with fiery energy, the unmistakable signature of Sukuna's power. The arrow, wreathed in red-orange flames, pulsed with malevolent energy, ready to unleash devastation. Gojo's grin widened, his voice filled with dark amusement. Open. With that single word, he released the arrow. It shot forward with terrifying speed, its flames leaving a blazing trail in its wake. The aboleth spawn barely had time to register the attack before it struck, the cursed arrow piercing through its twisted form with unerring precision. An instant later, the arrow detonated. The explosion was cataclysmic, a blinding flash of light followed by a shockwave that tore through the atmosphere of Gomrison. The force of the blast sent debris flying in all directions, and the very ground trembled beneath the sheer power of the attack. The sound of the explosion reverberated across the moon and echoed out into the vacuum of space, reaching all the way to Tatooine. From the distant planet, those who looked up at the sky saw a flash of light, followed by a delayed, earth-shaking boom. The sky seemed to ripple as the shockwave passed, leaving a trail of awe and fear in its wake. As the dust settled on the moon's surface, Gojo stood at the center of the devastation, his eyes scanning the scorched ground where the aboleth spawn had been. The remnants of the creature lay scattered, its once fearsome form reduced to charred fragments. The battle was over, but the echoes of its power still lingered in the air, a reminder of the dark forces that had been unleashed. Gojo's grin faded slightly as he assessed the aftermath. As Gojo stood amidst the destruction, his grin fading into a more serious expression, he could sense that something was off. The remnants of the aboleth spawn didn't sit right with him. There was an unsettling emptiness in the aftermath, a feeling that the battle wasn't truly over. His instincts screamed that this creature, this manifestation of aboleth's power, was not fully vanquished. Drawing on the dark power he had gained from Sukuna, Gojo's eyes narrowed with fierce determination. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a barrage of dismantle, the cursed energy slicing through the air around him in all directions. The energy waves, cutting through the barren landscape like a hot knife through butter. Each slash was precise, devastating, and filled with an overwhelming force that left nothing untouched. The barrage wasn't random, Gojo was deliberate, calculating the angles and ensuring that every possible hiding place was struck. The destructive energy scoured the ground, the rocks, and the very air itself. The sky above seemed to ripple with the aftershocks of the attack, and the moon's surface trembled under the relentless assault. As the waves of dismantle carved through the battlefield, Gojo sensed a disturbance in the flow of cursed energy. There, in the heart of the destruction, something was struggling to hold itself together. The remnants of the aboleth spawn, which had tried to retreat and hide within the shadows, were now fully exposed. The creature was a grotesque shadow of its former self. Half of its face was gone, the skin and flesh seared away, leaving only charred bone and dark, empty sockets where its eye and jaw should have been. Its left arm was completely severed, the stump still sizzling with the energy that had sliced it off. The rest of its body was a patchwork of burnt and twisted flesh, deep cracks running through its torso, seeping with dark, corrupted energy. Despite its severe injuries, the aboleth spawn was not entirely defeated. It clung to its twisted existence, driven by a stubborn, primal hatred. The creature's one remaining eye glowed with a dull, but fierce, malice as it staggered forward, its movements jerky and uncoordinated. Gojo watched the creature struggle, his expression calm but unyielding. He knew that the spawn was reaching its end, its once overwhelming power now reduced to mere embers. The once overwhelming power it had wielded was now little more than dying embers, and Gojo could feel the battle nearing its conclusion. His expression remained calm but unyielding, his sharp gaze fixed on the creature's every move. But then, something changed. A surge of dark energy rippled through the spawn, a desperate flicker of life as it tapped into an emergency reserve of power. The charred remnants of its flesh began to mend, its throat knitting itself back together, and the severe burns that marred its body slowly began to heal, though not completely. Aboleth's spawn was far from fully restored, but the new energy coursing through it allowed it to cling to life a little longer. For the first time, the creature spoke. Its voice was guttural, tinged with a rasp from its still healing throat, but the words were clear and laced with an ominous power. Aboleth spawn, who are you, that dares to challenge some of my spawn? Gojo, ever unfazed, raised an eyebrow at the sudden development. His voice carried a mix of curiosity and mockery as he responded, "Hey, so now you can speak? That's a new trick." The spawn's eyes, still filled with malice and dark energy, locked onto Gojo. It seemed to steady itself, and with a flicker of malevolent pride, it introduced itself this time, with more coherence and a clear intent to intimidate. Aboleth spawn, I am Aboleth, Queen of the Stars. My presence is felt across the galaxy, for my eyes and ears extend far beyond what you can comprehend. This form you face is but a fraction of my true essence. I am everywhere, and yet nowhere, my influence spreads through the dark currents of the Force. I can reach any planet, any star system, but I choose my moments carefully. My power is vast, but so too are the dangers of overextending it. I bide my time, gathering strength, watching, waiting, and when the time is right, I strike. Her voice, though ragged, carried a weight of ancient, unfathomable power, the kind that hinted at the vast, eldritch nature of the entity behind this spawn. The air seemed to thicken with her words, the oppressive darkness she commanded pressing in on all sides. Gojo, however, remained unimpressed, his trademark grin still playing at the corners of his mouth. Queen of the Stars, huh? Sounds like you've got quite the title there, he said, his tone dripping with casual mockery. He tilted his head slightly, his curiosity piqued. So, if you're so powerful, why are you traveling around in this doll? Gojo gestured at the battered, humanoid form of the Aboleth spawn, his eyes gleaming with a mix of amusement and genuine curiosity. Aboleth, now more aware of the strange power that emanated from Gojo, narrowed her eyes. She could sense that the energy within him was unlike anything she had encountered before. It wasn't the Force, and that intrigued her. The tension between them remained palpable, but there was now an undercurrent of mutual interest, a desire to understand the other. Aboleth spawn, this vessel, is merely a fragment of what I can manifest in this galaxy. It serves its purpose, though it is far from ideal. My true form, my true power is far beyond what you see before you. I spread myself across the stars, occupying countless forms and minds, but this one is limited. Her voice, though still tinged with malice, held a note of honesty, a rare moment of openness from such a malevolent being. Gojo's interest deepened, his grin widening. Limited, hey? So there's more to you than just this. That's what I expected. But I've got to ask, this power of mine, it's not part of your little Force game. I can tell you're pretty interested in me, just like everyone else in this galaxy. But what's really got the Queen of the Stars so curious about my power? Aboleth paused, her dark eyes narrowing as she studied him. Your power, it is not of the Force, yet it holds a similar sway over reality. It bends the very fabric of existence, yet it is alien to this galaxy, to everything I know. You wield it with ease, yet it is foreign, untouched by the light or the dark. Gojo chuckled, his eyes glinting with mischief. It's called cursed energy. Where I'm from, it's what makes the world go round, gives us sorcerers our edge. You see, the world is full of negative energy curses, malevolent spirits. But we turn that into strength, into power. And as for me, let's just say I've got a lot of it to go around. Aboleth's intrigue grew. She had encountered many forms of power in her time, from the ancient Sith sorcery to the untamed wilds of the dark side, but this was something entirely new. Cursed energy, a power born from negativity. Fascinating. In this galaxy, the Force flows through all living things, but it is shaped by will, by emotion. Your power, it is darker, more primal. As Aboleth continued to study Gojo, a realization dawned on her, one that made her dark eyes gleam with newfound interest. This cursed energy, as Gojo called it, resonated with something deeply familiar yet entirely foreign. The Force, particularly its dark side, was known to corrupt, to twist the will of those who wielded it, drawing on their emotions fear, anger, hatred to fuel their power. But cursed energy, it was born from the very essence of negativity itself, distilled into something even more potent and raw. Aboleth spawn, cursed energy, it is unlike anything I've encountered, yet it feels like a natural progression of the dark side. The dark side of the Force is powerful, yes, but it is not without its consequences. It corrupts the body, erodes the mind, and enslaves the spirit. Those who wield it, Sith, dark Jedi, others they often succumb to madness, their bodies twisted, their souls consumed by their own power. She paused, her voice taking on a reflective tone. The dark side is seductive, offering power beyond imagination, but it demands a price. It feeds on the user's deepest fears, their darkest desires, and in the end, it takes everything, leaving behind only a shell of what once was. Gojo listened intently, his interest piqued by her words. Aboleth was describing a cycle he had seen before, but through the lens of a different world. This was the curse of power, how it could uplift and destroy in equal measure. Yet, cursed energy was different. It was as if it had evolved past the point of mere corruption, becoming something more stable, more controllable, while still retaining its fearsome potency. Aboleth spawn, but this cursed energy of yours, it is darker, yes, but it does not appear to corrupt as the dark side does. It is as though you have mastered what the dark side only dreams of, becoming a force that bends to your will without the burden of inevitable destruction. She studied Gojo closely, intrigued by the potential she saw in him and in the energy he commanded. You may have unknowingly tapped into the very thing every dark side user desires, the next step in evolution, where power comes without the chains of corruption. Gojo's grin widened, though there was a flicker of seriousness in his eyes. You're not wrong, Aboleth. But don't get too excited. Cursed energy isn't without its own dangers. It's a double-edged sword, and you've got to know how to wield it, or it'll wreck you just the same. But unlike the dark side, it's not about fear or anger, it's about control, about turning the worst parts of life into something you can use. Aboleth nodded slowly, absorbing his words. The idea of a power that could elevate dark side users beyond their inherent limitations, without the inevitable decay, was enticing. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder about the potential costs, about what price such power would ultimately demand. Aboleth spawn, perhaps this is what the dark side has always sought. To transcend its limitations, to evolve beyond mere corruption. In her thoughts, but power like this, it must be understood, mastered. If you truly command this energy, then you have potential to be more dangerous than any Sith Lord I have seen. Aboleth's dark eyes narrowed as she continued to assess Gojo. She could sense more within him, something else lurking beneath the surface, another inhabitant unlike his own. You have another personality inside you, she mused, her voice carrying a mix of curiosity and menace. Shall I? But before she could finish her thought, Gojo cut her off, his tone firm and unwavering. No. That soul is my problem to deal with. He referred, of course, to Sukuna, the malevolent force now intertwined with his own. But even in this tense moment, Gojo couldn't help but let his natural bravado shine through. And besides, aren't fights supposed to be the most awesome battles ever seen? Aboleth paused, taken aback by Gojo's unflinching confidence. Most beings, Jedi or Sith, would have trembled in fear before her. They would have prostrated themselves, cowered before her might, even when facing just a fragment of her power. But this insane, fearless man wanted to pick a fight with her. He wasn't just unafraid, he was excited by the challenge. A twisted smile formed on Aboleth's face as she decided to humor him. Very well, let's finish this, she said, her tone laced with a dark amusement. But before we begin, I must ask, what is your name, your profession, and your title? This might be our last encounter, and I'd like to remember the man who dared to challenge me. I was born in Tokyo, Japan, he said, his voice carrying a mix of pride and nonchalance. A city of chaos and wonder, where I grew up surrounded by the best and the worst this world has to offer. And I'm not just anyone, I'm Gojo Satoru. He paused for a moment, letting the weight of his name sink in, his grin widening as he continued, but more importantly, I'm the strongest. The one who stands at the peak, above all others. As he spoke, Gojo reached up and activated the Dharma wheel once again. The ominous hum of the wheel filled the air, spinning faster and faster, radiating an immense, unstoppable power. The energy around him crackled with anticipation, a tangible force that promised devastation to anyone who dared to challenge him. As the Dharma wheel above Gojo's head spun faster and faster, it unleashed a torrent of cursed energy, intertwining with Gojo's own immense power. The air around him crackled with an electrifying tension, every molecule buzzing with the promise of devastation. Gojo's grin widened, his confidence unshaken even in the face of the monstrous foe before him. With a swift motion, Gojo extended his hand, and the familiar distortion of limitless blue enveloped the Aboleth spawn. The creature was pulled towards him with incredible force, unable to resist the overwhelming gravitational pull of Gojo's technique. As she neared, Gojo moved with blinding speed, jabbing her with a precise strike. In that instant, a black flash occurred, the impact reverberating through the very fabric of reality, amplifying the damage by the sheer synchronization of cursed energy and physical strike. The Aboleth spawn recoiled in pain, her form shuddering as the destructive energy coursed through her. She lashed out instinctively, her clawed hand aiming once again for Gojo's heart, intent on repeating the injury she had inflicted before. But as her talon neared his chest, something within her hesitated, an echo of her previous encounter with Gojo, a memory of the moment when she had stabbed him before. That brief hesitation was all Gojo needed. Taking full advantage of the spawn's momentary pause, Gojo's expression turned deadly serious. With a fluid motion, he unleashed a barrage of dismantle again, his newly acquired curse technique. Blades of cursed energy, sharp and relentless, sliced through the air towards the Aboleth spawn. The attack was devastating, each blade cutting into her twisted form with surgical precision. The air around them was thick with the aftermath of Gojo's relentless assault, the echoes of his dismantle barrage still reverberating through the void. The Aboleth spawn, her once formidable form now reduced to a tattered, flickering shadow of itself, was barely holding together. But even in her weakened state, she managed to summon enough strength to speak, her voice a rasping whisper filled with confusion and something resembling disbelief. Wait, time out, the Aboleth spawn rasped, her words halting as if struggling to find coherence. The sudden request caught Gojo off guard, and for a split second, the relentless sorcerer paused, his grin faltering just slightly. Gojo raised an eyebrow, his expression a mix of amusement and bemusement. Time out, he echoed, almost incredulously. The absurdity of the situation was not lost on him. Here they were, locked in a battle of life and death, and his opponent was asking for a break. The Aboleth spawn, still clutching at the remnants of her form, continued, her tone filled with stubborn insistence. I remember. I managed to stab you before. Gojo's grin returned, wider than before, as he tilted his head in mock contemplation. No, you didn't, he replied smoothly, his voice dripping with playful deceit. But the spawn was persistent. Yes, I remember, she insisted, her voice growing stronger despite her injuries, as if the memory of that moment was enough to give her a brief surge of confidence. Gojo, ever the trickster, raised his hand in a dramatic flourish, as if presenting a grand revelation. That's because. He began, his tone suddenly serious yet laced with his usual irreverence, I'm the upgraded version of you. The words hung in the air for a moment, the sheer absurdity of the claim almost palpable. The Aboleth spawn, already bewildered by the unexpected turn of events, could only stare in disbelief as Gojo delivered his line with absolute conviction, his eyes gleaming with a mischievous spark. For a moment, there was silence and odd, almost surreal pause in the midst of their brutal clash. And then, as if the ridiculousness of the situation had finally caught up with her, the spawn let out a low, guttural laugh. As the tension low laugh in the air thickened, the Aboleth spawn, with a voice tinged with mockery, said, all right, as if conceding to Gojo's earlier claim of being the upgraded version. But it was a ruse, a distraction, and in the blink of an eye, she moved with blinding speed. Her clawed hand struck true, piercing through Gojo's chest and creating a gaping hole where his heart should have been. Gojo's eyes widened in shock as the pain seared through him. Reflexively, he teleported a few meters away, putting some distance between himself and the spawn. Blood began to pool around the wound, but Gojo didn't let it deter him. Drawing on his immense reserves of cursed energy, he quickly reinforced the area around his heart, using the energy to manually pump his heart and prevent the wound from bleeding out further. The Dharma wheel above Gojo's head made its first spin, emitting a sharp clank sound. Rather than initiating the usual regeneration process, the wheel instead began analyzing the Aboleth spawn's abilities, adapting to the new threat in its own way. The Aboleth spawn, watching him with twisted satisfaction, let out a raspy, mocking laugh. You have a barrier the strongest I've ever seen, she taunted, her voice dripping with contempt. But it seems you need to work on your filter, Gojo, despite the pain and the critical situation, managed to grin, though his expression was now laced with both determination, defiance, and mocking. "Ah, so you figured that out, the bird repeater version of you managed to do it on one try, you know," he replied, his voice still carrying that unshakable confidence, even as he fought to keep himself alive. The spawn continued her mocking tone, relishing the brief moment of victory. "All that power, yet you still let me through. A shame, really. You could have been something truly unstoppable." Gojo, now a bit further away but still very much in the fight, chuckled, though there was a dangerous edge to his laughter. "Oh, I'm far from done," he quipped, his eyes narrowing as he focused on his next move. "I've survived worse, and I've taken down stronger." Gojo knew the truth, that was a lie. This opponent, this aboleth vessel or doll, is the worst and strongest I've ever faced. Steeling himself, Gojo reached deep into the well of cursed energy within him, tapping into the vast reservoir that he now shared with Sukuna. Within Madden or Yamahan seal, he activated a technique that was not his own, but one that he had claimed through sheer willpower and the force of his pact with the King of Curses. "Domain expansion, malevolent shrine," Gojo declared, his voice ringing out with authority as the domain began to take shape around them. The shrine itself was a horrific fusion of traditional Japanese architecture and monstrous, organic elements. The roof was adorned with sharp, curved spikes, each one dripping with cursed energy. The entire structure seemed to be alive, pulsating with malevolent energy that resonated with the very core of Sukuna's power. The shrine's walls were lined with massive teeth, forming grotesque, grinning maws that seemed to hunger for the souls of those trapped within. Skulls of various shapes and sizes littered the base of the shrine, arranged in a macabre display that spoke of countless victims who had fallen prey to Sukuna's malevolence. The horns of the skulls curved menacingly, each one imbued with cursed energy that pulsed in sync with the shrine's dark power. At the heart of the shrine was a central chamber, glowing with a sinister, otherworldly light. This chamber was the core of the malevolent shrine, where Sukuna's cursed energy was at its most concentrated. The air within the domain was thick with the stench of decay and death, and the oppressive atmosphere pressed down on all who dared enter. This version of the shrine, however, was far larger and more terrifying than anything Sukuna had ever summoned. It towered like a colossal fortress, its presence overwhelming the battlefield and extending for kilometers in every direction. Gojo had pushed the limits of the technique, expanding it far beyond what even Sukuna himself could have achieved. The domain now stretched out for a full 4 kilometers, a vast territory of cursed energy that was 20 times larger than Sukuna's original creation. The sheer size of the malevolent shrine was a testament to the immense power that Gojo now wielded, a power that he was determined to use to its fullest extent. But the true nature of this domain was even more terrifying. Unlike traditional domain expansions that rewrote reality within their confines, this malevolent shrine was something different. Gojo had learned from Sukuna's concept of an open domain, which did not overwrite reality but rather added an additional layer onto the canvas of existence. This domain was layered on top of the very fabric of space itself, creating a nightmarish realm that enveloped everything within its reach. At the heart of this domain stood the malevolent shrine itself, a towering, grotesque structure that served as the anchor for the entire domain. This shrine stabilized the domain, acting as the center of power from which Gojo could freely activate any of his abilities. The shrine pulsed with cursed energy, radiating an ominous glow that seemed to seep into every corner of the domain, making it an extension of Gojo's will. Here, in this twisted space, Gojo was in complete control, able to unleash the full force of his abilities without restraint. Aboleth, trapped within the domain's overwhelming influence, felt the crushing weight of Gojo's power bearing down on her. For the first time, a flicker of genuine fear crossed her mind. This vessel, she thought bitterly, it's holding me back. I can't even warp reality as I should. This wretched form is a curse. The spawn cursed her weakened state, realizing that she was now at a severe disadvantage. The malevolent shrine's sheer scale and the intensity of Gojo's cursed energy had effectively nullified her ability to warp reality within this space. She was forced to confront the terrifying realization that she was facing an opponent who had mastered not only his own powers but had also harnessed the power of an ancient curse that may rival her own in the near future. As the domain settled into place, Gojo's eyes gleamed with determination. He could sense the hesitation in his opponent, the shift in the balance of power. This was his chance, his one shot at turning the tide of battle. And with the malevolent shrine at his command, he was ready to bring this fight to a decisive end. Aboleth, caught in the web of Gojo's domain, found herself reflecting on the absurdity of the situation. The pool of knowledge, which had always been her source of omniscience, was completely silent on this. There was nothing, no information, no guidance, no knowledge on this man named Gojo Satoru or his abilities. The very notion was laughable. For the first time, something existed that the pool of knowledge couldn't explain or predict. She laughed, a bitter and mirthless sound, at the sheer absurdity of it all. But her brief moment of introspection proved costly. Before she could react, Aboleth was struck by a barrage of Cleave's attacks far more powerful and precise than the dismantle she had faced earlier. She instinctively raised a force barrier, a protective shield she had relied on countless times before. But even with her defenses in place, the Cleaves cut through with devastating force. The pain was overwhelming, and she realized, too late, that within the confines of Gojo's domain, his attacks were guaranteed to hit their mark. The realization hit her as hard as the attacks themselves. In this cursed domain, Gojo had the upper hand, and every strike he delivered would land with unerring precision. Aboleth, once a queen who bent entire realities to her will, was now almost being undone by an enemy who seemed to operate beyond the rules of any reality she had ever known. She create pocket dimension actually similar to any normal domain, albeit it's larger, and besides this is her spawn. As she tried to retreat, to flee from the moon where the battle raged, Gojo's hand shot out, pulling her back with the power of his limitless blue. He yanked her toward him with incredible force, then followed up with a brutal punch that sent shockwaves through her weakened form. She could feel that this Gojo was a battle maniac, a relentless force that thrived in the chaos of combat. In desperation, Aboleth lashed out with her tentacles, aiming to pierce Gojo's body. But this time, they were halted mid-strike. The Dharma wheel above Gojo's head spun rapidly, emitting a series of sharp, ominous sounds clank 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 clank. The wheel's motion signified an upgrade in Gojo's infinity, reinforcing his defenses and ensuring that her attacks would no longer reach him. Gojo countered with another devastating punch, and a black flash erupted from the impact. The sheer force of the attack was overwhelming, leaving Aboleth reeling. In her thoughts, Aboleth, though unfamiliar with the true nature of Gojo's techniques, watched in awe as the black flash erupted from Gojo's punch. In her mind, she dubbed the phenomenon lightning, marveling at how this man could summon such a powerful force with just a simple strike. The towering structure that had formed behind Gojo the malevolent shrine she saw as a tall, menacing castle, an ominous fortress that loomed over the battlefield, symbolizing the dark power that resided within Gojo. The spawn, still reeling from the black flash, tried to regain her composure. Her mind raced as she attempted to understand the nature of this strange new energy and the sorcerer who wielded it. Despite her vast knowledge, Aboleth couldn't fully grasp the concepts of cursed energy or domain expansions, but she had theories. The lightning she witnessed seemed to amplify Gojo's attacks, making them far more devastating than anything she had encountered. And the tall, menacing castle appeared to be the source of Gojo's overwhelming power, anchoring his abilities and giving him complete control over the battlefield. Desperate to turn the tide, Aboleth unleashed one of her most desperate attacks yet. Channeling 40% of her energy, she summoned a surge of dark force lightning, crackling with concentrated power, and hurled it directly at Gojo. The bolts of lightning, sharp and relentless, struck with blinding speed, aiming to breach his defenses. Gojo saw the attack coming, but even with his enhanced senses and immense power, the force lightning managed to breach his barrier, disrupting his filter due to the rapidly changing energy properties. The attack caught him off guard, and for a brief moment, it seemed Aboleth had gained the upper hand. The lightning tore into Gojo's cheek, adding to the injuries he had already sustained in this relentless battle. Flesh and muscle shredded, exposing his teeth in a grisly display. Blood splattered onto the ground, and Aboleth felt a twisted sense of triumph. She had wounded the seemingly invincible Gojo once again, reinforcing the notion that this battle was nearing its conclusion. As the lightning connected, the Dharma wheel above Gojo's head began to spin rapidly, emitting a sudden, sharp clank. The sound echoed ominously as the wheel adapted to the new energy properties of Aboleth's attack, analyzing the force lightning that had struck him. As Gojo reeled from the attack, he began to realize a crucial flaw in his strategy. Even though I have the Dharma wheel to help me adapt to any situation, he thought, it doesn't help if my opponent keeps switching the type of abilities they're using. This is going to be more challenging than I anticipated. Meanwhile, Aboleth, watching Gojo's reaction closely, formulated a theory of her own. That wheel above his head, it seems to be making him stronger, adapting him to my attacks. The more I reveal my hand, the more he adapts, and the more I lose my advantage. I can't keep testing him, better to settle this with one decisive strike. As the battle reached its fever pitch, Aboleth saw an opportunity, a chance to end this cataclysmic clash with one final, devastating strike. She could see the fierce excitement in Gojo's eyes, his thirst for a battle that would be remembered across the stars. And in her own twisted way, she couldn't deny the thrill of facing such a powerful and unpredictable opponent. With a dark grin, the Aboleth spawn hissed her proposal through clenched teeth, although she still got struck by barrage of cleaves. One final attack, Gojo, she spat, her voice dripping with malevolent intent. Let's make it clash, a battle for the ages. Gojo, ever the battle-hungry warrior, returned her grin and stopped his barrage of cleaves, his bloodied face reflecting his undeterred spirit. You know me well, he replied, his voice a mix of pain and exhilaration. Despite the wounds that marred his body, the gaping tear in his cheek and the hole in his heart, Gojo's energy surged undiminished. He was ready to see this battle through to its explosive conclusion. Aboleth began to summon the last of her power, focusing it into a localized force storm. Dark clouds churned above them, and the very fabric of space seemed to tremble under the immense pressure of the energy she was gathering. As the storm built in intensity, she raised her arms, the tendrils of dark energy spiraling around her like a vortex of raw power. I'll show you the wrath of the stars themselves, she bellowed, her voice echoing across the void. Gojo, ever the strategist, couldn't help but marvel at the sheer force she was amassing. But something gnawed at him, a question about the true nature of the attacks he had been using. His thoughts drifted to Sukuna's dismantle, a technique so simple yet devastating. What made it so powerful? And then, as if a light had switched on in his mind, the answer struck him. If dismantle was so powerful in its simplicity, what would happen if he combined it with his limitless technique? The thought was exhilarating, and Gojo knew this would be the final key to ending the battle. Drawing on his limitless space attribute, Gojo tapped into the full extent of his cursed energy, drawing on his limitless technique to its maximum potential. The air around him crackled with raw power, the energy coalescing into something truly unimaginable. With his left hand, he made a precise gesture, as if directing the flow of this immense energy, guiding it toward its target with unerring accuracy, infusing it into his next attack. His voice boomed across the battlefield, resonating with such power that it echoed across the desert landscape of Tatooine far below. Scale of Dragon. Recoil. Twin Meteor. Gojo's chant grew louder, the energy around him spiraling into a frenzy. World Dismantle. As he uttered the final words, the energy surged forward, directed by the motion of his left hand, the fabric of space itself seemed to warp and shatter. A colossal wave of cursed energy, infused with the spatial distortion of Gojo's limitless technique and the raw destructive force of dismantle, surged forward. It was as if reality was being torn apart, every molecule ripped asunder by the sheer might of the attack. The Aboleth spawn, caught in the fury of her own force storm, could only watch in awe and horror as Gojo's attack barreled toward her. The collision of their energies was cataclysmic, a clash so intense it rocked the very foundations of the moon they battled on and sent shockwaves rippling through space. The force of the impact was so immense that it left a scar in the fabric of space near Tatooine, a permanent reminder of the ferocity of the battle that had taken place. The dark void of space bore a jagged, gaping wound, as if something had torn through the very essence of the cosmos itself. As the dust settled, the battlefield lay in ruins. Gojo stood at the epicenter, bloodied but victorious, his breath ragged but his spirit unbroken. The Aboleth spawn, once a fearsome fragment of an even greater evil, was shattered. Her power spent, her last-ditch effort to turn the tide had failed. Yet, Gojo knew this was not the end. This had only been a spawn, a mere shadow of the true Aboleth who lurked in the galaxy. The real battle, the true clash with Aboleth herself, was still on the horizon, a future confrontation that Gojo now anticipated with both excitement and trepidation. But for now, Gojo stood victorious, the echoes of their battle leaving an indelible mark on the galaxy. As Gojo surveyed the aftermath of the battle, the air still heavy with the lingering energy of their clash, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. The tone was dripping with amusement and malice, tinged with the dark humor that Gojo had come to expect. "You crazy warmonger brat," Sukuna's voice rumbled, the words carrying an edge of wicked delight. "She was about to go about her own business, and you just had to provoke her, didn't you?" A grin spread across Gojo's face, the thrill of the fight still buzzing in his veins. He knew Sukuna had been watching the entire battle unfold through his eyes, savoring every chaotic moment just as much as Gojo had. "Wouldn't have it any other way," Gojo mentally replied, his tone smug, almost gleeful. This was where he thrived, on the razor's edge between life and death, in the heat of battle where every move could mean victory or destruction. And now, with Sukuna's power coursing through him, the stakes were even higher. The next encounter with Aboleth, whenever it might come, promised to be even more extraordinary. But then, all of a sudden, Sukuna's tone shifted. The realization of what had just transpired dawned on him, and anger began to simmer beneath the surface of his words. The playful malice gave way to something darker, more insidious. "Brat, are you pitying me?" Sukuna's voice dropped to a low, mocking growl, laced with a dangerous edge. "That bitch almost got rid of me, and you know it. She wasn't bluffing when she said she could do it." Gojo's grin only widened, the excitement of the battle still thrumming in his heart. His eyes gleamed with a dangerous light as he responded, his words carrying the same unyielding confidence that had carried him through countless fights. "Pity you? Nah, you've got it wrong," Gojo shot back, his tone firm and unwavering. "I didn't spare you out of pity. I'll get rid of you in my own way, Sukuna. Besides, the vow we made, the one where our wills will clash at the end of all this, is the ultimate proof. It's not about pity, it's about proving I'm worthy to be the strongest, or I'm not. And you know that's the only way it ends." For a moment, there was silence. And then, Sukuna's laughter filled Gojo's mind, a sinister, almost gleeful sound that resonated with the shared understanding between them. It was the laugh of someone who recognized the challenge, who reveled in the idea of a fight to the death where only one could emerge victorious. "Ha! Now that's the entertainment I want to have," Sukuna hissed, the excitement clear in his voice. "We'll see, brat. We'll see who's left standing in the end." The connection between them buzzed with tension, a shared anticipation for the inevitable clash that awaited them both. Gojo knew that this victory was just the beginning. The King of Curses wouldn't be so easily subdued, and the final battle between them was a storm waiting to break. Suddenly, Gojo felt a sharp pain. He looked down to see that 4 of his fingers were missing, and as he touched his throat, he felt holes like blade wounds cutting through his flesh. The realization of what had happened struck him, but before he could react, Sukuna's mocking voice echoed in his mind again. "Using my chant, and with just 1 mouth and 2 arms? You're lucky it didn't rip you apart," Sukuna sneered. "That's why I have 4 arms and 2 mouths. The mouth I use to chant is the one on my stomach. You can't handle what you don't fully understand, brat." Gojo, ever the cool-headed sorcerer, simply chuckled mentally despite the pain. "Guess I'll have to get more creative then," he replied, his voice steady, even with the wounds. "Good thing I'm not afraid to push the limits." Sukuna's laughter echoed once more, a dark and twisted sound that filled the void within Gojo's mind. The battle may have ended, but the war between them was far from over, and both of them knew it. As the battle over, Gojo began to dismiss his malevolent shrine and the Dharma wheel above his head. The dark energy that had enveloped the battlefield slowly dissipated, leaving behind only the echoes of the fierce struggle. Without wasting any time, Gojo prepared to jump from the moon garrison to Tatooine, his expression calm despite the severe injuries he still carried. Inside Gojo's mind, Sukuna watched in confusion. "Brat, you didn't heal yourself using the wheel? That wound should have killed you," he sneered, his voice laced with disbelief. Gojo simply smiled, the pain from his wounds barely registering in his cool demeanor as he readied himself for the leap back to Tatooine. Sukuna, still trying to comprehend what Gojo was doing, suddenly realized the truth. Gojo had chosen not to heal himself, leaving the battle scars visible as a testament to the fierce fight he had endured. "This is the worst vessel I've ever had," Sukuna muttered mentally, utterly perplexed by Gojo's actions. Yet, as the realization settled in, even Sukuna couldn't help but find the situation absurdly amusing. He laughed darkly within Gojo's mind, recognizing the sheer ridiculousness of his vessel's decision. Gojo's refusal to heal was not out of carelessness but rather a defiant choice to showcase his resilience, no matter how reckless it seemed. As Gojo made his jump towards Tatooine, Sukuna's laughter echoed in the recesses of his mind, both of them fully aware that their twisted partnership was far from ordinary and that was exactly how Gojo liked it. Bonus Aboleth POV. As the unstoppable wave of cursed energy surged toward her, the Aboleth spawn felt an overwhelming sense of finality. The localized force storm she had summoned, powerful though it was, seemed insignificant in the face of Gojo's monstrous attack. The space around her twisted and shattered, the very fabric of reality coming apart under the sheer force of Gojo's world dismantle. In that final moment, as the colossal energies collided with cataclysmic intensity, a thought echoed in the spawn's mind, a fleeting realization that carried with it a sense of both fear and relief. Aboleth spawn, this man, he could finally free me from the curse that has been implanted within me, or kill me. Either way, it will be an end to this torment. The jagged scar left in the fabric of space reflected the finality of the battle, a rift that would forever mark the spot where their powers clashed. As the Aboleth spawn's form began to disintegrate, her thoughts lingered on the one who had brought her to this point. Aboleth spawn, I hope we meet again, Gojo Satoru. With that final thought, a sense of satisfaction washed over her, a strange peace in knowing that her existence, fraught with malevolence and suffering, was drawing to a close. The darkness of the cosmos enveloped her as she faded, leaving behind only the scar in space, a testament to the battle and a promise that the true Aboleth still waited, somewhere in the galaxy. Chapter 32, The Cruel Aftermath. 6,000 words. At next Wednesday I will post again. Obi-Wan's playful demeanor had vanished entirely, replaced by a serious tone as he pressed the stand for more information. Did he leave any clue, Wonder Toru? Anything at all? But Wonder of You's response was grim. No clues. He vanished without a trace. One moment I sensed him, he was still in this. Suddenly, the sky above them darkened. The bright desert sun of Tatooine was blotted out as if a massive, unseen force had cast a shadow over the entire planet. The darkness was absolute, swallowing the world in an eerie silence that was as terrifying as it was unnatural. The group looked up in unison, their eyes wide with shock and confusion. The darkness seemed to pulse, as if alive, and then just as abruptly the sky lit up again, Aboleth trapped into Shadow Garden temporarily, only to plunge back into darkness a second later. The ground beneath them trembled, and a distant, bone-shaking explosion, open flame arrow used by Gojo, echoed through the air, sending a shudder through the entire platform. Padme clutched at her chest, her heart pounding. What's happening? She whispered, her voice trembling with fear. Obi-Wan's eyes were fixed on the sky, his mind racing to make sense of the chaos. Is that, in the sky? Or space? Qui-Gon's voice, usually so calm, was now edged with tension. It's coming from above, something massive is happening out there. Shmai, who had been silent until now, gripped the railing tightly, her knuckles white. The shock of the sudden events was etched on her face, but beneath it was a fierce determination. This isn't normal. It's like the world itself is breaking apart. Suddenly, the sky turned a deep, ominous red, side effect of malevolent shrine due to its range 4 kilometers, as if the very space were bleeding. The entire atmosphere was bathed in the crimson light, casting everything in an eerie, blood-red hue. Padme's eyes widened in horror. Is the sky turning red? Kitster, staring up at the sky in disbelief, nodded slowly. It's like the sky itself is bleeding. What could be causing this? Amy clung to Shmai, her voice trembling with fear. This isn't natural, it can't be. Wald, usually more carefree, was visibly shaken. It's like something's up there, doing this. But what could be powerful enough to change the sky like that? Seek, Anakin's quiet but observant friend, finally spoke up, his voice shaky. Whatever it is, it's not something we should be messing with. This is way beyond anything we've ever seen. Qui-Gon closed his eyes, reaching out with the force. His expression grew more serious as he sensed something malevolent, something evil. There's a darkness up there, something beyond anything we've faced before. The group stood in stunned silence, staring up at the crimson sky, knowing that whatever was happening, it was only the beginning of something far more dangerous and terrifying. Suddenly, a voice boomed through the crimson sky, carrying with it an immense, almost otherworldly power. The words echoed across the landscape with a force that seemed to shake the very fabric of reality itself. Scale of dragons. Recoil. Twin meteor. The world. Dismantle. The group watched in awe and terror as the sky above Tatooine seemed to rip open, a massive scar tearing through the starscape. The voice's command was followed by an intense, blinding flash of light, and then an explosion unlike anything they had ever seen or felt. The shockwave from the blast sent them reeling, struggling to stay on their feet as the very earth beneath them shook. What could do something like that? Suzunami whispered, his voice trembling as he stared up at the sky in disbelief. Yukinami clutched her brother's arm, her eyes wide with fear. That power, it's beyond anything Sensei has shown us. Even Jar Jar, who had been trying to make sense of the events, was now frozen in place, his usual nervousness replaced by sheer terror. Mesa Tinkin, this is big trouble. Big trouble. The sky above Tatooine remained scarred, the permanent mark of the tremendous power Gojo had unleashed. The group continued to stare in disbelief, the sense of awe and fear gripping them as they tried to comprehend the magnitude of what had just occurred. Wonder of You, still hovering near the group, nodded gravely. That was Master Satoru's power. He's engaged in a battle, but with who, and where, I do not know. Padme's gaze remained fixed on the sky, her heart filled with a mix of fear and concern. If that was Gojo, what is he facing? What could make him use such power? The group exchanged looks of disbelief and growing concern. Gojo was out there, somewhere, wielding powers that defied explanation. Whatever he was facing, it was far beyond their comprehension and it might just change everything. Obi-Wan, his voice filled with resolve, spoke up. We need to find him. Whatever he's facing, he shouldn't be alone. Qui-Gon nodded, his expression grim. Agreed. But first, we need to understand what we're dealing with. This. Suddenly, something from outer space landed near the platform with a force that shook the ground, a superhero landing, powerful and commanding. It was Gojo. As he landed, the sky above them darkened once more, due to dismissing malevolent shrine, as if the very space were reacting to his presence. Unlike his usual sudden teleportations, this time he walked toward them with a slow, deliberate pace, his body showing clear signs of a brutal battle. In one hand, Gojo held a small recorder. As he neared, he clicked it on, and the device played back Qui-Gon's recent words, "This is unlike anything we've ever encountered." Then, with a faint, ironic smile on his battered face, another recording played from the device, Gojo's voice rasping out, "I think you need to change your paragraph or sentences, since you already met someone like me." The sight of Gojo sent a wave of shock and horror through the group. He was severely wounded, 4 of his fingers were missing, his cheek was shredded, his throat bore deep, blade-like gashes, and there was a gaping hole where his heart should have been. Blood trickled from his wounds, but the fierce determination in Gojo's eyes remained unbroken. The group could only stare in stunned silence as Gojo stood before them, the weight of his injuries and the battle he had just endured evident in every movement. The power he had unleashed had left its mark not only on the sky but on his own body as well. As Gojo slowly approached the group, the weight of his injuries visible with every step, both Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan found themselves momentarily lost in thought. The sight of someone as powerful as Gojo, suffering such lethal wounds yet still managing to smile and joke, was both inspiring and unsettling. Qui-Gon, always the sage, couldn't help but marvel at Gojo's resilience. A man who can endure so much and still find the strength to smile, he thought. It's both inspiring and utterly insane. But it's also what makes him truly remarkable. He's willing to push beyond the limits, even when those limits would break anyone else. Obi-Wan, on the other hand, was more struck by the sheer audacity of it all. He's standing there, half dead, and he's still got that smirk on his face. It's crazy, but it's also what makes him who he is. The kind of person who won't let anything, pain, injury, or even death slow him down. As Padme looked at Gojo, her thoughts raced. Gojo, what happened to him? Who was he fighting to suffer such wounds? The sight of him, battered and bloodied, filled her with both gratitude and fear. She had witnessed him perform miracles, turning the tide against their enemies with ease, but seeing him like this made the reality of his battle stark and undeniable. Her voice wavered as she stepped closer, unable to keep the concern from her words. You've done so much. You need to rest. Gojo's smile, though weakened, didn't fade. He could see the concern in Padme's eyes, the debt she felt she owed him for everything he had done. But instead of answering directly, he simply played another recording from his device, accompanied by a reassuring hand gesture. The words were simple but clear, "I'm fine." But before anyone could react, Shmai stepped forward, her motherly instincts overriding any hesitation. Despite Gojo's insistence that he was fine, she began to bandage the wounds on his former forefingers, practical, immediate care that she knew was within her ability to provide. Shmai's gentle touch and the care in her eyes spoke volumes, and Gojo, despite his usual bravado, allowed her to tend to him. It's the least I can do, Shmai said quietly as she wrapped the bandages. You've done so much for us. Let me help in the way I know how. Gojo didn't resist, understanding that sometimes, letting others care for him was just as important as being strong. And as Shmai worked, the rest of the group watched, their earlier fear slowly giving way to a deep respect for the man who had fought so hard for them, and who continued to fight despite the odds. Suddenly a message from Jabba the Hutt, translated through a droid, interrupted the tense silence. The droid's mechanical voice carried the urgency of the Hutt's ruler's words. Jabba, through translator droid Gojo, are Tatooine still safe? If not, we can cancel th. Before Jabba could finish, another recording from Gojo played, this one more forceful and determined. No, continue the race. In the remaining 5 minutes that you gave us to prepare, the sky that has gone dark, I shall make it shine bright again. The recording paused briefly, and then Gojo's voice, actually it's just another recording but he is lip-syncing, calm yet commanding, added, but stay silent. The enemy is still out there. The crowd, which had been on edge since the sky turned dark and the Tatooine shook, began to ease. Gojo's words, despite his battered state, brought a sense of reassurance to those who heard them. Yet, a lingering caution remained, for they all knew that whatever had caused this chaos was still at large. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from the spectator seats. It was Watto, the Toydarian junk dealer, who had always had a penchant for causing trouble. He hovered above the crowd, his wings buzzing furiously as he mocked Gojo. Watto, in Hudasya Side, Punyu? Aki Nagapa? Himwara, KSE. English subtitles. Did you see that, everyone? Someone as strong as him can be wounded. I was. Before Watto could finish his sentence, the crowd erupted in anger. Dozens of spectators turned their blasters on him, their faces twisted with fury. Crowd 1, You mock our savior? After all he's done. Crowd 2, Gojo said the enemy is still out there. You should shut up and show some respect. Watto, realizing his mistake, quickly fell silent, his usual bravado vanishing as the blasters were pointed directly at him. He hovered nervously, glancing around at the furious faces surrounding him, and slowly backed away, trying to avoid further trouble. As Gojo stood near the platform, his battered form a stark contrast to his usual confident demeanor, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan exchanged concerned glances. Both Jedi had been prepared to offer first aid, knowing full well the severity of the wounds Gojo had sustained. They each carried a medpack in their bags, a standard first aid kit in the galaxy, and realized that Gojo might not be able to summon his usual healing Shikigami, the round deer, due to the loss of his fingers. Acting quickly, they moved towards Gojo, intent on at least mending some of his wounds. But before they could reach him, Gojo raised both his hand, stopping them in their tracks. With a faint smile, he summoned the Dharma wheel. The familiar sound of its spinning clank-clank echoed through the air, a harbinger of the power it was about to unleash. The moment the wheel began to spin, a surge of cursed energy enveloped Gojo's body. The healing process was nothing short of miraculous, a testament to the adaptive powers of the Dharma wheel. The gaping hole in his chest, where his heart should have been, began to close almost instantly. The shredded flesh of his cheek knitted back together with incredible speed, leaving no trace of the deep gashes that had marred his face. His throat, once bearing deep, blade-like wounds, healed seamlessly, the skin restoring itself to its original, unblemished state. Even the 4 fingers that had been severed began to regenerate, the bones and tendons reconnecting with precision before the skin reformed around them, as if they had never been lost. Within moments, Gojo's body was restored to full health, the only evidence of his earlier injuries being the faintest trace of blood that had already dried on his skin. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, who had been prepared to help, watched the scene unfold with a mixture of awe and relief. The sight of Gojo's near-instantaneous healing left them momentarily speechless, but the presence of the unknown enemy kept them cautious. Qui-Gon, his voice low to avoid drawing attention, murmured, "It's fortunate that Gojo can heal himself. We might not have been able to do much for wounds like those." Obi-Wan, equally quiet but unable to hide his amazement, added with a wry smile, "Looks like there's nothing you can't heal on your own now, Gojo. At this rate, you might not even need that round deer anymore." As Gojo's body finished its rapid healing, he remained standing near the platform, his expression a blend of intensity and purpose. The once ragged and brutal wounds had vanished, leaving him as if untouched by the fierce battle he had just endured. The Dharma wheel above him slowed its spinning, the sound of its final clank echoing softly before fading into the desert air. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, still processing what they had witnessed, exchanged a glance, their relief evident yet tinged with the weight of what lay ahead. They could see that Gojo was back at full strength, but the gravity of the situation had not lessened. Gojo's eyes, sharp and focused, shifted to the 2 Jedi. Despite the seriousness of the moment, there was a hint of a smile on his lips, one that held both reassurance and a warning. His voice, though calm, carried an unmistakable edge of authority. "After all this," Gojo said, his tone leaving no room for doubt, "we have a lot we're going to talk about." The statement hung in the air, heavy with the unspoken implications of what had transpired and what was yet to come. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan nodded in understanding, recognizing that this was not merely a suggestion but an inevitability. As Gojo's gaze shifted, he noticed Anakin standing at a distance, watching everything with wide eyes. The boy's expression was a mix of awe, confusion, and something deeper, something that Gojo could sense but knew wasn't the time to address fully. Anakin's connection to the Force was strong, and his potential was immense, but this was not the moment to delve into those complexities. Gojo raised a hand, making a subtle but firm gesture for silence. Anakin, understanding the unspoken command, nodded slightly, his curiosity momentarily subdued by the intensity in Gojo's eyes. With the immediate danger seemingly past, Gojo's mind was already turning to the next steps. The battle might have ended, but the war both external and internal was far from over. The group around him sensed it too, the quiet before the storm, as they prepared themselves for whatever lay ahead. As Suzunami, who had been watching from the platform, saw the state Gojo was in and sensed the gravity of the situation, he made a decision. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, determined to stand by his sensei. Gojo caught the movement out of the corner of his eye and turned to face Suzunami. His gaze, though calm, carried a weight of concern. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Gojo's voice was firm, the underlying message clear. "This problem is beyond anything you've ever encountered, even for a prodigy like you." Suzunami, undeterred by the warning, met Gojo's eyes with a look of unwavering resolve. His expression was a mirror of the tenacity and courage that had always defined him, qualities that reminded Gojo of another young sorcerer he once knew. "Sensei," Suzunami began, his voice steady despite the tension in the air, "I'm not afraid of facing things beyond my understanding. If there's one thing you've taught me, it's that running away isn't the answer. Besides, I've got your back. We're in this together, right?" There was something about Suzunami's words, the way he delivered them with that characteristic mix of determination and optimism, that struck a chord with Gojo. It was almost as if he was hearing a younger version of himself, or perhaps someone else, someone who had that same fierce drive to protect others, no matter the odds. Gojo's stern expression softened, just slightly. He recognized that fire in Suzunami, and while he knew the dangers that lay ahead, he also knew that trying to stop someone with that kind of spirit was pointless. After all, it was that very same spirit that had carried Gojo through countless battles, both in the world he knew and in this strange new galaxy. "All right, Suzunami," Gojo finally said, a hint of a smile playing at the edges of his lips. But remember, this isn't just about strength. You've got to be smart, too. Stick close, and don't do anything reckless. Suzunami nodded, his grin wide and full of determination. You got it, sensei. Let's show them what we're made of. Gojo gave Suzunami a nod in return, the bond between teacher and student solidified in that moment. They both knew the path ahead was fraught with danger, but with each other's support, they were ready to face whatever came next. Suddenly, Yukinami stepped forward, her usually reserved demeanor replaced by a playful smirk. So, you're giving up on trying to stop him, sensei, she teased, casting a sidelong glance at her brother. Gojo chuckled, shaking his head slightly. You too, Yukinami, he asked, his tone mockingly exasperated. I suppose someone's gotta be around to reverse curse technique him when he inevitably does something reckless, right? Suzunami laughed, unfazed by his sister's jab. Hey, I'm not that reckless, he protested, though the grin on his face betrayed his amusement. Gojo sighed theatrically, looking between the two siblings. All right. But if both of you are coming, you'd better be ready. As Gojo prepared to move forward with Suzunami and Yukinami by his side, he suddenly noticed the rest of his group, the Jedi, Padme, Anakin's friends, all of them stepping forward, clearly intent on joining as well. Gojo raised an eyebrow, then quickly held up a hand. Whoa, hold on there, he said, a teasing grin spreading across his face. This is a teacher-student moment. Not exactly a place for outsiders, don't you think? The group paused, exchanging glances as they registered Gojo's playful yet firm tone. There was a lightness in his words, but also a clear message this was something that he needed to handle with his students, a test of their resolve and strength. Qui-Gon, ever the wise one, gave a small nod of understanding. We'll hold back for now, he said, his voice calm and composed. But if you need us, we won't be far. Obi-Wan, with a smirk, added, we'll give you your moment, Gojo. Just don't go stealing all the glory. Padme smiled, though there was a hint of worry in her eyes. Take care of them and yourself, Gojo. We'll be here if you need us. Gojo waved them off with a casual hand, his grin never fading. I'll do more than that. Just sit tight and watch how it's done. With that, Gojo turned back to his students, the playful mockery gone, replaced by a steely determination. This was their moment, their challenge to face together. And as far as Gojo was concerned, it was going to be one fun trip that they would remember. Suddenly, a dark portal materialized beneath them, its edges swirling with an ominous energy that crackled with the unmistakable presence of the dark side. Before any of them could react, the portal expanded, pulling Gojo, Suzunami, and Yukinami into its depths. They found themselves in a strange, almost surreal space, a place that seemed to exist between dimensions. The air was thick with dark side of the force, but something else was mingled with it, an oppressive, dark force that radiated malevolence. The space around them was filled with pulsating, fleshy tendrils, almost like the womb of a growing abomination. At its center, they could feel the presence of a spawn, not yet fully formed but already emanating a faint, similar to domain expansion. Gojo's eyes narrowed as he assessed their situation. The atmosphere was heavy with the impending threat, but instead of panic, Gojo's mind whirred with ideas. A grin spread across his face as a plan began to take shape. Looks like we've got ourselves a little detour, Gojo said, his voice laced with excitement. But this could be a great opportunity. Suzunami and Yukinami exchanged confused glances, not quite understanding what their sensei was getting at. Gojo turned to them, the grin on his face widening. How about a crash course in domains? I'll teach you the basics while we're here. Consider it a hands-on lesson. We'll fight, and I'll protect you with my domain expansion if things get too dicey. The siblings' eyes widened in surprise and excitement. The idea of learning about domains, one of the most advanced techniques in jujutsu sorcery, was both thrilling and terrifying. But with Gojo by their side, they felt ready to take on the challenge. Domains? Suzunami asked, his voice filled with awe. Here? Now? Gojo nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. Yet. What better place to learn than in the heat of battle? We'll take on whatever's growing in here, and I'll show you how to harness the power of a domain. It's not going to be easy, but I'm confident you two are up for it. Yukinami, though usually more cautious, felt a surge of adrenaline. We're ready, sensei. Show us what to do. Gojo's grin turned fierce. That's the spirit. Stick close to me, and let's turn this twisted place into our training ground. As they prepared to face the unknown threat, Gojo could feel the energy of the malevolent shrine beginning to stir within him. He knew that the real battle would be intense, but he was ready to guide his students through it, teaching them not just how to fight, but how to truly harness the power of a domain. But before he could fully focus on the task at hand, Sukuna's voice echoed in his mind, dripping with dark amusement. Teaching more brats in an enemy's territory, hey. Sukuna chuckled. That's exactly what I would do. Reckless, but oh, so entertaining. Gojo's grin widened, unfazed by Sukuna's mocking tone. Well, it's nice to know we're on the same page for once, he mentally retorted, his voice tinged with playful defiance. Sukuna's laughter reverberated in Gojo's mind, a sinister sound that seemed to resonate with the dark energy around them. Just don't get them killed too quickly, brat. I'm curious to see how they handle a real fight. Gojo rolled his eyes internally but couldn't help the slight smirk that tugged at his lips. Don't worry. They're tougher than they look. And besides, this is the perfect place to see if they've got what it takes. With Sukuna's amused presence lingering in his thoughts, Gojo refocused on the task at hand. This twisted space, teeming with dark energy and the presence of an unborn spawn, was about to become their battlefield and their classroom. All right, you two, Gojo said. As the oppressive energy of the unborn spawn grew stronger, Gojo knew he had to act fast. The malevolent presence was trying to assert its dominance, its nascent domain beginning to form around them. If left unchecked, it could overwhelm them with its guaranteed effects. But Gojo wasn't about to let that happen. Watch closely, Gojo said to Suzunami and Yukinami, his voice steady and confident. I'm going to show you how to turn the tide in your favor, even in enemy territory. With a swift motion, Gojo extended his hand, summoning his simple domain. The familiar energy crackled to life around him, expanding outward as wide as he could make it. The boundaries of his simple domain spread across the twisted space, creating a protective barrier that negated the guaranteed hit effect of the spawn's growing domain. The atmosphere within the domain shifted instantly. The oppressive weight of the enemy's influence was pushed back, leaving a more neutral ground where Gojo's skill and strategy could shine. The air felt different, lighter, yet charged with the anticipation of the battle to come. Suzunami and Yukinami watched in awe as Gojo's simple domain took form. They could feel the difference it made, the way it counteracted the enemy's overwhelming presence. This is a simple domain, Gojo explained, his voice calm and instructive even as the tension mounted. It's not as powerful as a full domain, but it's perfect for situations like this. It nullifies the guaranteed hits of an opponent's domain, giving you a fighting chance. Use it wisely, and you can level the playing field. The siblings nodded, absorbing the lesson with a mixture of excitement and determination. They could feel the protective aura of Gojo's domain, and it gave them the confidence they needed to face whatever was coming. As the simple domain stabilized, Gojo's eyes narrowed, focusing on the center of the twisted space where the spawn's presence was strongest. The malevolent energy of the spawn pulsed, trying to break through the protective barrier that Gojo had erected. But Gojo wasn't just thinking of defense, he saw this as a perfect teaching moment. Now, I want you two to try it, Gojo instructed, his voice firm but encouraging. Even if it's small, creating your own simple domain could make all the difference. Start by focusing on your cursed energy, and let it flow outwards. Visualize it forming a barrier around you, like a shield. Suzunami, ever eager and determined, was the first to attempt it. He closed his eyes, drawing on his cursed energy, his expression one of intense concentration. Slowly, a faint shimmer of energy began to form around him, flickering like a weak flame. It was unstable, but it was there, a small simple domain, barely a few feet in diameter, but enough to show that he was on the right track. Gojo observed with a nod of approval. Good, Suzunami. Keep it steady. Remember, it's not about size right now, it's about control and stability. Yukinami, more cautious by nature, hesitated for a moment before following her brother's lead. She focused her energy, letting it flow outward as Gojo had instructed. Her simple domain began to form, smaller and weaker than Suzunami's, but present nonetheless. The protective barrier flickered uncertainly, but Yukinami's determination kept it from dissipating entirely. That's it, Yukinami, Gojo encouraged, his voice carrying a note of pride. Even the smallest domain can tip the scales in a fight like this. Keep practicing, and you'll be able to expand and strengthen it over time. The siblings exchanged glances, their confidence bolstered by Gojo's guidance. They could feel the difference their efforts were making. The oppressive force of the spawn's domain was now being actively countered by their own growing abilities. But Gojo knew they needed to understand the true danger they were facing. If you ever come across enemies like this, Gojo advised, his tone serious and instructive, you must activate your simple domain immediately. The guaranteed hits within a full domain are extremely dangerous. Yukinami, her curiosity piqued but also tinged with concern, asked, dangerous? What kind of dangerous? Gojo didn't answer right away. Instead, he summoned a white Shikigami dog from the shadows, a familiar presence to his students, but now a tool for demonstration. The dog stood obediently by Gojo's side, its white fur almost glowing against the darkened surroundings. Watch carefully, Gojo instructed as he ordered the dog to step outside the protective barrier of the simple domain. The moment the white dog crossed the boundary, an invisible force seemed to grip it from every direction. The siblings watched in horror as the dog was suddenly crushed by this unseen power, its form twisted and compressed as if caught in a vice. The force was relentless, and within moments, the Shikigami was destroyed, dissolving into nothingness. Like that, Gojo said, his voice cold and matter-of-fact. That's the kind of dangerous I'm talking about. In a full domain, any attack that's aimed at you is guaranteed to hit, no matter what. If you don't have a simple domain to counter it, you're at the mercy of your opponent. Yukinami's eyes widened, the gravity of the situation sinking in. So, as long as we're in the enemy's domain, we'll be hit no matter what we do. Gojo nodded. Exactly. That's why you need to master the simple domain. It won't give you a guaranteed hit, but it will protect you from theirs. It's your best defense when you're outmatched or outnumbered. Suzunami, though shaken by the demonstration, felt a renewed sense of determination. We'll get stronger, sensei. We'll master it. Gojo's smile widened as his usual confidence returned, and he prepared to take the lesson to the next level. Good. Because the next time you face something like this, you won't have the luxury of learning on the fly. You'll need to act fast, and you'll need to be ready. His tone shifted, becoming more intense as he continued, now, I'm going to show you something important. If you're ever stuck inside your opponent's domain but you have a domain expansion of your own, you can make it clash with theirs. But remember, your domain has to be more refined than your enemy's, or you won't stand a chance. Before Suzunami and Yukinami could fully process his words, the unborn spawn, sensing the threat, lashed out at Gojo. Dark tendrils shot toward him with terrifying speed, aiming to overwhelm him before he could act. But just as the tendrils were about to strike, they froze in mid-air, unable to move any closer to Gojo. The air around him grew thick with tension as he slowly raised his hand, his voice dropping to a menacing tone. Domain expansion, malevolent shrine. In an instant, the world around them transformed. The oppressive energy of the spawn's domain was drowned out by a surge of overwhelming power as Gojo unleashed his domain expansion. The space twisted and reshaped itself into a massive, dark fortress towering behind Gojo, malevolent shrine that seemed to stretch out for miles, its ominous presence suffocating everything within its reach. The tendrils that had once threatened Gojo disintegrated in the face of his domain, their power completely nullified. The shrine's influence extended across the entire battlefield, casting everything in a dark, foreboding light. The very air seemed to hum with cursed energy, a stark reminder of the immense power Gojo wielded. This, Gojo said, his voice echoing through the shrine, is the difference between a simple domain and a domain expansion. When two domains clash, the stronger, more refined one wins. And in here, I control everything. The spawn, once so menacing and powerful, now found itself completely overpowered. The energy it had been building up was swallowed by the malevolent shrine, leaving it vulnerable and exposed. Gojo's domain had not just neutralized the threat, it had completely dominated it. Suzunami and Yukinami watched in awe as their sensei's power unfolded before them. The lesson was clear, mastery of domain techniques wasn't just about defense, it was about complete and total control. Remember this, Gojo said, his voice steady and commanding. In a battle of domains, the one with the stronger will, the more refined technique, wins. If you're ever in a situation like this, don't hesitate. Unleash everything you've got, and don't stop until you're the one left standing. Suddenly, Suzunami's eyes widened as a realization dawned on him. Sensei, are you using Sukuna's techniques? Gojo nodded, a slight grin forming on his lips. Yes, I've gained Sukuna's techniques. Without hesitation, Gojo turned his attention to the weakened spawn. Cleave, he declared, his voice resonating with power. A devastating slash of cursed energy shot forth, cleaving the spawn into bits with surgical precision. The creature, once so threatening, was reduced to nothing in the blink of an eye. As the last remnants of the spawn disintegrated, Gojo added with a hint of amusement, aren't you going to introduce yourself, Sukuna? In response, a mouth suddenly opened on Gojo's cheek, grinning wickedly. Sukuna's voice, dripping with arrogance and dark humor, echoed through the space. Well, well, well. What do we have here? More brats to witness my glory? Don't get too comfortable, because if you think I'm here to play nice, you're sorely mistaken. The sudden appearance of Sukuna's mouth startled Suzunami and Yukinami, but they quickly regained their composure, understanding that this was part of the new reality they faced with Gojo. Gojo, still grinning, responded casually, I'd expect nothing less from you, Sukuna. But for now, let's just focus on what's ahead. As Suzunami opened his mouth to respond, Gojo's attention was suddenly drawn to something glimmering amidst the remains of the aboleth spawn. His eyes narrowed as he noticed a strange cup filled with a dark, viscous liquid. Intrigued, he approached it cautiously, sensing that this was no ordinary substance. In his mind, Gojo began forming a theory. This vessel, it looks like the aboleth or at least aboleth first vessel was trying to create a second one, like a clone. This black goo must be some kind of nexus for what they call the dark side of the Force. But I killed it before it could reform. As he thought this through, a grin crept onto his face, and he chuckled inwardly. Maybe I should ask the Jedi what the Force and the dark side of the Force really are. It's about time I learned. Sukuna, never one to miss an opportunity to mock, sneered within Gojo's mind. The strongest, listening to the weak? How the mighty have fallen. Gojo, unfazed, knew that the dark liquid needed to be dealt with. If left alone, the skies above Tatooine would likely remain dark, and the threat could return. He decided to get rid of it in a way that only he could. Time to go, buddy, Gojo muttered, creating a teleportation circle seal around the cup. With a quick movement, the cup, along with the dark liquid, was transported to Gallo Mountain on Naboo, his hidden laboratory, where he could safely experiment without endangering anyone else. As the teleportation completed, Gojo straightened up, his grin returning. Now, let's see what I can learn from this, he mused, already thinking ahead to the possibilities the dark substance could hold. Sukuna, lurking within Gojo, couldn't help but laugh. You're more twisted than I thought. Experimenting with the darkness? You might just be as crazy as me. Gojo simply smiled, his mind already racing with new ideas. The battle might have been over, but the journey was just beginning and he was ready to face whatever came next. Chapter 33, Podrace arc is finished. Yi. 4,200 words. There will be a double chapter if I kind enough. As the unknown dimension began to break apart, signaling their return to Tatooine, Suzunami's curiosity got the better of him. He turned to his sensei, the question burning on his lips, how did Gojo end up with Sukuna inside his body? But before he could even voice his thoughts, Gojo, with his usual perceptiveness, cut him off. Let's just say, Gojo began, his tone carrying a mix of gravity and nonchalance, that fight in space, the one that left that big scar you saw in the sky, it involved some binding vows. The worst binding vow in history, to be exact. Suzunami's eyes widened, the weight of those words sinking in. He didn't need to ask further, the implications were clear. A binding vow with Sukuna was no small matter, and the consequences of such a pact were likely far beyond his understanding. Gojo leaned in slightly, his expression serious. And don't tell anyone about this. If people knew, well, let's just say it wouldn't be pretty. Yukinami, standing nearby, exchanged a look with her brother. Both of them understood the gravity of what their sensei had just revealed, and they nodded in unison. This was something they would keep to themselves, a secret too dangerous to share. Meanwhile, back on the platform where they had first gathered, Qui-Gon, Jinn and Padme, still in her guise as a handmaiden, stood watching the sky, which remained dark and ominous despite Gojo's absence. The air was thick with tension, the remnants of the battle still hanging over them like a storm cloud. Padme, her voice tinged with worry, broke the silence. Has Gojo ever been wounded like that before? Before Qui-Gon could respond, Obi-Wan Kenobi, who had been standing nearby, stepped forward. We've never seen him get touched in battle, Padme. Not like this. Qui-Gon nodded in agreement, his gaze still fixed on the sky. Gojo's abilities are beyond anything we've encountered. But seeing him like this, it's a reminder that even he has limits, and that whatever he faced out there was something truly formidable. Padme frowned, her concern deepening. If Gojo can be hurt like that, what chance do the rest of us have? Obi-Wan placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Gojo isn't invincible, but he's the best chance we have. Whatever he faced, he survived it, and that means we still have hope. Qui-Gon, ever the calm presence, added, we must trust in Gojo's strength, but we also must be prepared for whatever comes next. The darkness in the sky is a sign that this battle is far from over. Shmai, who had been silently watching the exchange, finally spoke up, her voice filled with quiet confidence. Gojo has faced impossible odds before, and he always comes through. I've learned to trust him, no matter how dire the situation seems. The group exchanged glances, taking comfort in Shmai's unwavering faith in Gojo. Her words carried a sense of reassurance that eased some of the tension they all felt. Suddenly, the sky cleared, the oppressive darkness dissipating as if a weight had been lifted from the planet. The crowd that had been holding its breath erupted into cheers, their collective relief palpable. Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan and Padme shared a moment of silent gratitude, their fears momentarily eased by the sudden change. Obi-Wan smiled faintly, the tension in his shoulders relaxing. It looks like Gojo pulled through, as always. Padme, her heart still heavy with concern but lightened by the clearing sky, nodded. He's stronger than any of us, but I can't help but worry. We owe him so much. Qui-Gon placed a reassuring hand on Padme's shoulder. Gojo wouldn't want us to worry, Padme. He'd want us to have faith in him, just as he has faith in us. Shmai nodded in agreement, her gaze returning to the now clear sky. He'll always find a way. That's who he is. The group stood together, their spirits lifted by the change in the sky, but still aware that the battles ahead were far from over. For now, they allowed themselves a moment of relief, trusting that Gojo, wherever he was, would continue to protect them all. Suddenly, Gojo and his students reappeared near the platform view, the once darkened sky above Tatooine now clear and bright, just as Gojo had promised. The crowd erupted into cheers, their relief and gratitude palpable. Gojo's return was met with a wave of applause and shouts of praise, the people of Tatooine rejoicing in the fact that their skies were once again safe. The announcers of the Bunta Eve Classic, Fode and Bede, both spoke up in their characteristic dual voice, expressing their gratitude to Gojo in a mix of Huttese and English subtitles. Fode/Bede, the bringer of light, the savior of Tatooine. We are honored to name Gojo Satoru the Huttese, Tsi Hatkok and Duth Bwa Kansway, Tsi Jilayuna Gojo Satorua. Before they could finish, Gojo clapped his hands loudly, instantly silencing the crowd. All right, that's enough, he said, his tone light but firm, a playful grin on his face. I've got enough titles for one day. Besides, isn't the main event the race? Not me saving your asses. His words brought a wave of embarrassed laughter from the crowd. The reminder of the Bunta Eve Classic and Gojo's casual dismissal of the praise shifted the focus back to the race. The people, realizing they had been swept up in the drama of the moment, started to settle down, their excitement now redirected towards the upcoming event. Padme, standing alongside Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan and Shmai, watched Gojo with a mixture of admiration and relief. His ability to defuse the situation with humor and grace, even after everything he had endured, was nothing short of remarkable. Qui-Gon leaned over to Obi-Wan, a small smile on his face. He certainly knows how to handle a crowd. Obi-Wan nodded, his respect for Gojo growing with each passing moment. He's more than just powerful. He's a leader. Shmai, her voice filled with quiet pride, added, and that's why we trust him. He's not just here to fight, he's here to protect. As the crowd's attention shifted back to the race, the group allowed themselves a moment of calm, knowing that, for now, they were safe under Gojo's watchful eye. EXT Mos Espa, Arena Announcer's Box, Day, FX. Fode/Bede. B, start your engines. The earth-pounding roar of the engines revving is deafening, filling the arena with a thunderous sound that shakes the very ground. EXT Mos Espa, Arena, Royal Box, Day, FX. Jabba bites off the head of a frog and spits it at a gong, signaling the start of the race. The gong's resonant clang echoes across the arena, and the podracers shoot forward in a burst of speed. EXT Mos Espa, Arena, starting grid, Day. While the other racers launch forward with their podracers, Anakin is seen sprinting across the starting grid, his feet pounding against the ground as he runs with everything he has. The crowd murmurs in confusion, wondering why he isn't in his pod. EXT Mos Espa, Arena, Platform View, Day. Up in the platform view, Padme turns to Gojo, her brow furrowed with concern. Gojo, where's Anakin's podracer? She asks, her voice filled with worry. Gojo, ever calm and confident, simply smirks. Just watch, he replies, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Ext Mos Espa, Arena, starting grid, day. As Anakin continues to sprint, he recalls his intense training with Toru. You gotta run first like hell fast, then you put the baton together and break it, and magic shall happen, Toru had instructed him. Determined, Anakin reaches into his pocket, pulling out 2 small batons. He holds them tightly as he runs, his speed increasing with every step. When he reaches the optimal point, he slams the batons together with all his might. In an instant, there is a flash of light, and the batons transform, materializing into his podracer as if by magic. The sleek, futuristic vehicle assembles itself around him, the parts clicking into place with a mechanical hum reminiscent of the vehicles from Tron Legacy. The energy fields between the engines flare to life, and the powerful engines rev with a deafening roar, ready to tear through the course. Ext Mos Espa, Arena, platform view, day. The sudden appearance of Anakin's podracer draws gasps of shock and amazement from the crowd, who had never seen anything like it. Up on the platform, Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, Padme, and Shmi are all taken aback by the spectacle. Qui-Gon, astonished, one surprise after another with this boy. Obi-Wan, shaking his head in disbelief, I'm beginning to think I should expect the unexpected with Anakin. This is remarkable. SHMI, filled with pride but also a hint of concern, Anakin, always so determined. But this, it's beyond anything I've ever imagined. Padme, her tone half joking, half serious, any other surprises I should be aware of, Gojo? Other than the wound on the sky. Padme's words hang in the air, a subtle reference to the massive scar in the sky left by Gojo's world dismantle. Though she doesn't fully understand what she witnessed, the memory of that moment still lingers in her mind. Ext Mos Espa, Arena, starting grid day. With a confident grin, Anakin leaps into his newly materialized podracer, his hands gripping the controls. The moment the vehicle began to materialize around him, Anakin knew that the momentum from his sprint would give him a tremendous advantage. Timing it perfectly, he aligns himself in the cockpit just as the final pieces snap into place. The engines roar to life with a deafening blast, and Anakin is already in motion, capitalizing on the momentum of his sprint. Without missing a beat, he surges forward, his podracer accelerating with explosive speed. The crowd erupts in cheers and gasps of amazement, watching as Anakin seamlessly transitions from a sprint to a full-throttle race, leaving many of his competitors in the dust. Anakin's face is set in determined concentration, his training with Toru paying off as he navigates the course with precision. He knows this race is his to win, and with the momentum he's built, he's ready to take on anything that comes his way. As Anakin's podracer rockets forward, the roaring engines propelling him into the thick of the race, the excitement in the arena reaches a fever pitch. His flawless execution, coupled with the powerful upgrades from Toru, has already set him apart from the competition. Ext Mos Espa, Arena Announcer's Box, Day, FX. Forward/Bead, looks like his sponsor, Gojo Satoru, has given him a guaranteed way to win. Their enthusiastic declaration is met with a wave of cheers from the crowd, who are thoroughly impressed by Anakin's performance. In the spectator seats, Watto's expression darkens as he watches Anakin's podracer outshine the rest. His mind races, the fear of losing his bet and thus his grip on Anakin clawing at him. This is Tatooine, Watto reminds himself, trying to quell his rising panic. Even if Gojo is a hero, there's always a way to turn things in my favor. Ext Mos Espa, Arena, Track, Day. Anakin's focus sharpens as he maneuvers his podracer through the twists and turns of the track. Up ahead, Sebulba, the notoriously dirty racer, takes notice of Anakin's rapid approach. A sly grin spreads across Sebulba's face as he veers his podracer dangerously close to Anakin's, intent on forcing him off the course. Sebulba makes his move, ramming his podracer into Anakin's side, expecting to send the young racer spiraling out of control. But to his surprise, Anakin's podracer barely budges. The energy shield, one of the many enhancements made by Toru, flares to life, absorbing the impact with ease. Sebulba's own podracer jolts from the unexpected resistance, the force of the deflection causing him to momentarily lose control. Sebulba struggles to regain his balance, the brief miscalculation slowing him down just enough for Anakin to surge ahead. The young Skywalker's heart pounds in his chest, but he remains focused, knowing that every second counts in this race. The crowd roars with approval as they witness Anakin's skill and the effectiveness of his podracer's upgrades. Sebulba, still reeling from the encounter, grits his teeth in frustration but pushes forward, determined not to be outdone by a slave boy. Back in the spectator seats, Watto watched the scene unfold with a mix of dread and disbelief. The plan to sabotage Anakin was falling apart before his eyes, and with each passing moment, the realization that Anakin might actually win sank deeper into his gut. Anakin, now with a clear path ahead, accelerated, his podracer a blur of speed and precision. With his training, upgrades, and sheer determination, he knew that victory was within his grasp, and nothing, not even Sebulba's underhanded tactics, would stand in his way. But Sebulba, not one to give up easily, managed to catch up to Anakin, his eyes narrowing with determination. He decided to ram Anakin's podracer once more, intending to knock him off balance and reclaim the lead. However, unbeknownst to Sebulba, Anakin's podracer had a secret weapon, an advanced booster installed by Toru. Anakin's POV. As Sebulba drew closer, Anakin's hand hovered over the booster controls, his mind flashing back to Toru's words during their training. Use this when you need to leave them in the dust, kid. With a confident smirk, Anakin slammed the booster into action. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The podracer's engines roared louder than ever, and a surge of power sent Anakin hurtling forward at a blinding speed. Sebulba, who had been mere inches from ramming him, was left in the dust as Anakin's podracer shot ahead, effortlessly pulling away from the competition. The crowd erupted in astonishment as Anakin blazed through the second lap, the sheer speed of his podracer setting a new record on the course. The excitement was palpable, the cheers echoing through the arena as the young racer maintained his lead. Forward/bead. Incredible. Anakin Skywalker not only finishes the second lap but also sets a new course record. The announcers' voices were filled with disbelief and excitement, their dual tones amplifying the intensity of the moment. Platform view. Everyone's eyes turned to Gojo Satoru, the man responsible for Anakin's mysterious upgrades. Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, Padme, Shmi, and the rest of the group watched him with a mixture of amazement and curiosity. Gojo, ever the picture of calm confidence, merely shrugged and grinned. If I bet, I always guarantee winning, he said with a playful smirk, clearly enjoying the reaction of those around him. The group couldn't help but exchange glances of both amusement and respect. Gojo's confidence in Anakin and the boy's abilities was clearly not misplaced. The race was far from over, but with Gojo's upgrades and Anakin's skill, the odds were now undeniably in their favor. Suddenly, the announcers' voices boomed across the arena, causing everyone to turn their attention back to the race. Forward/bead. Unbelievable. Anakin Skywalker has just finished the race and set a new record, completing the final lap in a staggering 2 minutes. That's the fastest podrace finish in history. The group was momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief. Then, as the realization sank in, they all shouted in unison, Their exclamation of astonishment echoed across the platform, blending with the roar of the crowd as they celebrated Anakin's unprecedented victory. As Anakin crossed the finish line, the crowd erupted into wild cheers. People rushed to greet him, their admiration and pride clear as they celebrated his incredible victory. Anakin's friends, along with his mother Shmi, were among the first to reach him, their faces glowing with pride and happiness. Shmi hugged Anakin tightly, tears of joy streaming down her face as she whispered how proud she was of him. Back on the platform, Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, and Padme exchanged looks that ranged from disbelief to amusement. The sheer ridiculousness of what they had just witnessed, Anakin's astonishing victory and Gojo's seemingly effortless involvement, was almost too much to take in. Jar Jar Binks, standing beside them, was equally overwhelmed. His eyes were wide with amazement, and his jaw practically hit the floor. Messa tinkin dis all be one big dream. Yusa see dat. Anakin be flyin' like a pod racin' wizard. Wowza. Obi-Wan shook his head with a grin. Well, I suppose we should just accept that with Gojo around, we'll be seeing a lot more of the impossible becoming possible. Padme, still in her guise as a handmaiden, couldn't help but laugh. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if Gojo somehow had a hand in orchestrating the entire galaxy. Qui-Gon chuckled, the tension from earlier completely dissolved. Indeed, it seems Gojo has a way of turning the extraordinary into the everyday. I suppose we'll have to get used to it. Gojo, hearing their remarks, couldn't resist adding his own comment. Oh, believe me, he said with a mischievous grin. We've got a lot more surprises in store in the near future. He chuckled, his tone light, yet carrying a promise of the unexpected. As the other racers continued pushing their podracers to their limits, they were utterly stunned when the announcement came through that the race was already over. Anakin Skywalker had won, and they hadn't even completed their second lap. Shock and disbelief rippled through the competitors, their pride stinging at being bested so quickly by a mere boy. Sebulba, in particular, was seething. He had been so confident that he could easily defeat the slave boy, as he had done to so many others in the past. But now, as he glanced at the still unhealed wound on his arm, a stark reminder of Gojo's earlier encounter with him, fear replaced his usual arrogance. The wound, despite his best efforts, hadn't healed, a clear warning to him. With a bitter scowl, he decided it was best to steer clear of Anakin for now. The humiliation of losing was enough, and he knew better than to provoke someone under Gojo Satoru's protection. Back at the finish line, Anakin was surrounded by a jubilant crowd, cheering and celebrating his astonishing victory. But the moment was interrupted when Watto, desperate and enraged, pushed his way through the crowd, shouting at the top of his lungs. It's unfair. It's cheating. Watto's voice cut through the celebrations, his face red with fury as he pointed accusingly at Anakin. This is impossible. He must have cheated. Gojo sighed, stepping forward with a casual demeanor. Well, I guess it's my turn again, he muttered to himself, a hint of annoyance in his voice. He had anticipated something like this from Watto. The crowd quieted down, eyes turning towards Gojo as he approached Watto. Gojo's expression was calm, almost amused, as he addressed the frantic Toydarian. Fat Drake, Fat Drake. When are you going to learn? There's no cheating here. Just skill, a bit of ingenuity, and a lot of hard work. Watto, his face contorted in anger, suddenly swore in Hutus, his words filled with venom and frustration. Toskaje on Jekola, Shakar, he spat, his eyes burning with rage. You've sullied this race with your actions, Outlander. You and that boy cheated. Before Gojo could respond, a figure materialized next to him, Toru. With a wave of his hand, Toru activated a projection screen that appeared above the crowd. The screen began to play a recording, capturing a conversation between Watto and Sebulba. The footage clearly showed Watto bribing Sebulba to cripple Anakin before the race. The crowd gasped in shock, murmurs of outrage spreading through the onlookers. Watto, realizing he had been caught, tried to bluster his way out. This is Tatooine, Outlander. Everything is possible here. It's the way of things, he shouted, his voice betraying his desperation. One of the Tatooine citizens, angered by Watto's actions, suddenly stepped forward, pulling out a blaster with a clear intent to kill the deceitful Toydarian. The tension in the air thickened, the crowd growing more hostile as they turned on Watto. But before the situation could escalate further, Gojo raised his hand, making a subtle gesture for the citizen to stand down. The man hesitated, but after seeing the calm authority in Gojo's eyes, he nodded and lowered his weapon, stepping back into the crowd. Gojo then turned his gaze towards the royal box where Jabba the Hutt sat, watching the events unfold. Stay out of this, Gojo said firmly, his voice carrying across the arena. I'll handle it. Jabba, recognizing the power in Gojo's words, merely nodded, signaling his agreement. Gojo then looked back at Watto, his expression unyielding. Shmai, Anakin, he called out, his tone softer, is there anything you wish to say to your former slaver? This might be the last time he speaks. Shmai stepped forward, her eyes filled with a quiet strength. You've lost, Watto, she said firmly. You've lost more than just a bet today. You've lost everything that made you powerful in this world. Anakin, standing beside his mother, looked up at Watto with a mixture of pity and defiance. You treated us like we were nothing, but look where we are now. Free. And it's because you underestimated us. Gojo nodded in approval. Those are nice words. I expected something more like a mock or a curse, but all right. Then Gojo's expression turned menacing as he looked at Watto. Watto, do you admit your defeat and agree to the terms of the binding vow we made, or not? Think very carefully, because this is not a joke. Watto, still seething with rage, shouted back, you're a hero, right, Outlander? You're supposed to give me something I want, but before he could finish, the binding vow activated. Watto let out a cry of pain as his wings suddenly crumpled, the muscles and bones within them snapping. His mouth twisted unnaturally as if some invisible force had paralyzed his jaw, and his spine seemed to stiffen, leaving him crippled and helpless. Gojo's voice was cold and final as he spoke. You know, I'm not a hero. It's just a title that people give me. I go where the side is interesting, and as I expected, an alien like you can't keep his word, hey? Stay in your place, Watto. You're a disappointment. The crowd fell silent, the weight of Gojo's words and the sight of Watto's downfall leaving a deep impression on everyone present. The once arrogant and cunning Toydarian was now reduced to a pitiable state, and the message was clear: Gojo Satoru was not to be crossed. Shmai and Anakin exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting a mixture of understanding and unease. They both knew Gojo's methods well enough by now. He had a penchant for making binding vows, and they understood that what they had just witnessed was the harsh penalty for breaking such a vow. Though the sight of Watto's twisted and crippled form was terrible, they couldn't help but acknowledge that it was the natural consequence of trying to cheat Gojo Satoru. Shmai and Anakin exchanged a glance, the weight of what they had just witnessed settling in their minds. Shmai's thoughts: this is the way of Tatooine, where strength and cunning are the only real currencies. Promises mean little without power to enforce them. It's harsh, but necessary to survive in this world. Anakin's thoughts: even though I'm free now, I'm starting to understand that freedom here comes with a price. Promises alone can't be trusted, not in a place like this. You need something stronger to back them up. The sight of Watto's twisted form was terrible, but both mother and son knew it was the natural consequence of breaking a vow with someone like Gojo. The reality of Tatooine was harsh, but they couldn't deny its logic. Before they could voice their thoughts, Gojo, ever perceptive, spoke up. Promises on paper or words alone, you can't trust them, he said, his tone pragmatic. It's better to use an external source to ensure things go your way, even if it means winning the game by different rules. Shmai and Anakin silently agreed, understanding the lesson Gojo had imparted. This was a place where trust was earned not through words, but through power and actions. Chapter 25, Anakin's podracer receives significant upgrades thanks to Toru's technology manipulation abilities. Here's a summary of the enhancements. State-of-the-art engines: the podracer's engines are upgraded to the latest models, providing much more thrust and efficiency. This would give Anakin a considerable speed advantage in the race. Reinforced structural frame: the podracer's frame is reinforced with lightweight yet durable materials, improving stability and control, which is crucial for navigating the dangerous Tatooine podracing tracks. Energy shield: a shimmering energy shield is added to the podracer, which would protect Anakin from debris and potential attacks during the race, giving him a significant edge in terms of safety. Advanced navigation systems: Toru integrates advanced navigation systems in a heads-up display, HUD, into the podracer's control panel. This provides Anakin with real-time data on his speed, engine performance, and the positions of other racers, helping him make tactical decisions during the race. Enhanced cooling system: the cooling system is improved to prevent the podracer from overheating during the intense race, ensuring that the engines run at peak performance throughout. Chapter 34, Tatooine Arc finished. End, JANE, goodbye. 7,000 words. I will post again Saturday or Sunday. EXT Mos Espa, outside Watto's shop, day. Gojo, Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, Padme, still in her handmaiden guise. Shmai, Anakin, and the twins stand outside Watto's shop, watching as the parts they had bargained for are being loaded up and prepared for delivery to their ship. The atmosphere is lighter now, with the tension from earlier events starting to fade. Gojo, with his usual mischievous grin, looks at the group and teases, you know, we could just heist the entire shop. It would be interesting, don't you think? The others exchange glances, some rolling their eyes in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Obi-Wan, raising an eyebrow, responds with a dry tone, really, Gojo? Padme, trying to maintain her composure, just shakes her head slightly, a small smile playing on her lips. Qui-Gon, ever the voice of reason, steps forward with a calm but firm expression. Gojo, the Jedi way isn't about taking what we want by force. We must uphold peace and justice, even in the face of adversity. Gojo shrugs, clearly unfazed by the gentle reprimand. Yeah, I know. But you can't say it wouldn't be fun. Qui-Gon's expression softens slightly, though he remains serious. I'm more concerned about your use of binding vows. Is it really necessary to impose such harsh penalties? What if one of us were to break a vow, would the consequences be just as severe? Gojo's grin fades into a more thoughtful expression as he considers the question. Binding vows aren't something to be taken lightly, Qui-Gon. They're a way to ensure that everyone plays by the rules, especially in a place like Tatooine, where words can be as cheap as the sand. The penalties are severe, yes, but that's the point. It makes sure people take their promises seriously. The group falls into a contemplative silence, absorbing Gojo's words. The Jedi, in particular, are left to ponder the balance between their moral code and the harsh realities of the world they find themselves in. Shmai, always practical, breaks the silence. What matters is that we've got what we came for. Let's get these parts to the ship and leave this place behind. Anakin, standing by his mother's side, nods in agreement, his mind still processing everything he's learned from Gojo. He's starting to see the world in a new light, understanding that sometimes, the rules aren't as clear-cut as they seem. The group begins to move towards the ship, leaving Watto's shop behind. As they walk, Gojo gives a final playful remark, but seriously, if you ever want to try that heist idea, you know where to find me. The others chuckle, shaking their heads as they continue on their way, the playful banter lightening the mood once more. The lesson about binding vows lingers in their minds, a reminder of the fine line they walk between their ideals and the realities of the world around them. Ext Mos Espa, streets, day. The group makes their way through the bustling streets of Mos Espa, the mood lightened by Gojo's earlier teasing. As they walk, Gojo suddenly turns to address the group with his usual nonchalance. Gojo, so, anyone want to do more shopping before we head out? Last chance to grab something before we leave the sandpit. The group exchanges glances, most of them shaking their heads. They've already gotten what they came for, and the prospect of finally leaving Tatooine behind is a relief. Padme, however, can't resist a sarcastic quip. With a smirk, she looks at Gojo and says, shouldn't we be asking you if you've had enough fun here? Before we head to Coruscant and you somehow manage to turn that planet upside down too. Her words draw a laugh from the group, even as she gives Gojo a playful, yet pointed, look. Gojo grins, clearly enjoying the banter, and opens his mouth to tease her back. But before he can respond, the sound of shuffling feet and murmurs grows louder. They turn to see a large crowd of Tatooine citizens gathering around them, their faces filled with a mixture of desperation and hope. One by one, the people kneel before Gojo, their voices pleading. Crowd, please, don't leave us, savior. We need you. The sudden display of devotion takes the group by surprise, their earlier amusement quickly fading. Gojo's expression shifts to one of mild irritation, his brows furrowing as he looks down at the kneeling crowd. Gojo, a little pissed? Oi, haven't you all had enough time being slaves? Half your lifetimes, and now you're free. Isn't it your job to start a new life or something? His words cut through the air with blunt force, the sharpness of his tone leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. The people look at him with wide eyes, as if his harsh truth is something they hadn't fully considered until this moment. Gojo, sighing, look, I'm not your savior. I just gave you a chance. What you do with it is up to you. Stop looking to someone else to save you, and start saving yourselves. The crowd murmurs, a mix of fear, confusion, and dawning realization in their expressions. They slowly begin to rise, some looking ashamed, others thoughtful, as Gojo's words sink in. The crowd murmured, their earlier desperation giving way to a growing sense of determination. Gojo's words seemed to ignite something within them, a spark of self-reliance that had long been buried beneath years of oppression. Slowly, they began to rise to their feet, some looking ashamed, others thoughtful, as the weight of Gojo's challenge settled in. Gojo, his tone shifting to something more commanding, however, I want to ask you all something. Since I did save your asses, are you slaves, or are you warriors? The crowd, still finding their voice, hesitated for a moment before answering. Crowd, in unison, but weakly, warriors. Gojo, raising his voice, pushing them, I can't hear you. Louder. Crowd, louder, with more conviction, warriors. Gojo, smirking, now shouting, louder. Louder. Crowd, with everything they have, shouting at the top of their lungs, warriors. The word echoed through the streets of Mos Espa, the collective shout of the crowd reverberating off the buildings. The once desperate people now stood tall, their chests puffed out with newfound pride. Gojo's grin widened as he took in the sight, satisfied that his words had struck the right chord. Gojo, nodding approvingly, that's more like it. Now go out there and live like warriors. Don't make me come back here and find you've slipped back into the same old habits. The crowd, now filled with a sense of purpose, began to disperse, their spirits lifted and their minds set on the future. They were no longer just freed slaves, they were warriors, ready to face whatever came next with courage and determination. As the last of the crowd disappeared into the streets, Gojo turned back to his group, his usual playful demeanor returning. Gojo, with a chuckle, all right, now that we've had our little motivational session, let's get out of here before they start asking for autographs. And the ones who want to ambush us better come out now. Suddenly, from the shadows, a lone figure emerged. Darth Maul, his menacing presence undeniable, walked out of his hiding place. The crowd had dispersed, leaving the area eerily quiet as Maul stepped forward, drawing the hilt of his lightsaber with a slow, deliberate motion. Qui-Gon, suddenly stepping forward, his gaze narrowing as he sees the lightsaber hilt, I'll handle this one. He's armed with a lightsaber. Qui-Gon, unaware of Maul's true identity, moved to intercept the Sith, his calm demeanor masking the readiness of a seasoned Jedi. Gojo, his tone turning serious as he orders, twins, escort the rest of the group to the ship. We'll handle the situation here. Suzunami and Yukinami immediately took charge, ushering Obi-Wan, Padme, Shmi, and Anakin toward the ship. The atmosphere grew tense as the two groups began to separate, one heading for safety, the other preparing for the imminent confrontation with the deadly Sith Lord. POV, the group. As they made their way through the narrow streets of Mos Espa, the group remained on high alert. The tension was palpable, and every shadow seemed to hold a potential threat. Just as they were nearing the outskirts of the city, they were suddenly intercepted by a battalion of B-1 battle droids, their cold, mechanical voices issuing orders as they aimed their blasters at the group. Suzunami, urgently, take cover. Use the nearby buildings. The group quickly ducked into the cover of the surrounding buildings, the blaster fire from the droids peppering the walls and ground around them. They crouched low, hearts pounding as they assessed the situation. The battle droids were advancing, their numbers overwhelming. Yukinami, keeping her voice low but firm, stay close and keep moving. We can't let them pin us down here. Just as they were about to make a break for it, the distinctive rolling sound of two droid-Ekis shielded destroyer droids filled the air. The droid-Ekis rolled swiftly into position, flanking the group and preparing to pinch them from the side. Obi-Wan, gritting his teeth as he saw the droid-Ekis unfold and activate their shields, this just got a lot more complicated. Suddenly, Suzunami smiled, his expression shifting from tension to confidence as he activated his technique. He touched the nearby building, focusing his energy. In an instant, the side of the building gave way, the structure collapsing and crushing the droid-Ekis before they could react. The heavy debris fell with a resounding crash, taking out the droids in an impressive display of power. Obi-Wan, staring blankly at the destruction, I hope we don't have to pay for the damages. Before they could fully process what had just happened, Padme interrupted their moment of relief, her voice sharp with urgency. Padme, hey, what about the battalion of droids right in front of us? The group turned their attention back to the advancing B-1 battle droids, who were still pressing forward despite the destruction of their droideka reinforcements. The situation was still dire, and they needed to act fast if they were going to make it out of Mos Espa in one piece. Obi-Wan then realized that this might be the perfect opportunity to showcase his skills to the twins. A mischievous thought crossed his mind: it would be a good laugh if he could impress them enough to influence them to tease Gojo later on. Obi-Wan, grinning to himself, all right, time to show them what a Jedi can do. With a swift motion, Obi-Wan stepped out of cover and extended his hand, using the force to push a group of the B-1 battle droids back. The droids were thrown through the air like ragdolls, crashing into each other and the surrounding debris. The remaining droids quickly opened fire, their blasters aimed directly at Obi-Wan. But with practiced ease, he ignited his lightsaber and began deflecting the incoming blaster bolts with precision. He moved with the grace and fluidity of a Jedi trained in Form 3, Sorsu, the defensive form designed to handle blaster fire. His blade became a blur of blue light as he skillfully redirected the bolts back at the droids, taking them down one by one. Suzunami and Yukinami, watching in awe as Obi-Wan dispatched the droids with ease. Suzunami, grinning, not bad, maybe we should get him to show us a thing or two later. Yukinami, smirking, I think Sensei might get a kick out of seeing us give him a run for his money. Obi-Wan, still focused on the battle, couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction as the last of the droids fell. He deactivated his lightsaber and turned back to the group, a confident smile on his face. Obi-Wan, well, that takes care of that. Shall we continue? The twins exchanged amused glances, clearly impressed by Obi-Wan's display of skill. The tension of the moment had lifted slightly, replaced by a sense of camaraderie and mutual respect. And they continued to go to Royal Naboo ship as planned. Meanwhile, back on the streets of Mos Espa, the tension between Qui-Gon Jinn and Darth Maul remained thick, both warriors locked in a deadlock as they assessed each other. The air was heavy with anticipation, the silence only broken by the distant sounds of the bustling city. Both combatants waited, muscles coiled, ready to spring into action at the slightest movement. Qui-Gon, thinking to himself, this one is unlike any opponent I've faced before. He's fast, precise, and clearly well trained. Across from him, Maul's yellow eyes glinted with a fierce, predatory focus. He recognized the older Jedi's stance and knew that his opponent was no novice. But that only made the challenge more appealing to him. He was eager to prove himself, to test the limits of his abilities against a seasoned Jedi Knight. Suddenly, the stalemate was broken by the sound of jetpacks roaring to life. Gojo, sensing the new threat, turned his attention to the skies and spotted a group of Mandalorians descending upon them, their jetpacks leaving trails of smoke as they aimed to attack. Gojo, with a bored sigh, really? More distractions. With a flick of his wrist, Gojo summoned his blue technique, manipulating the force of attraction. Two of the Mandalorians were yanked violently toward each other, their bodies colliding midair with a sickening crunch. The impact was lethal, and both Mandalorians fell lifelessly to the ground. Gojo, grinning slightly, and that's that. As Gojo casually dispatched the Mandalorians, the battle between Qui-Gon and Maul finally erupted. Maul ignited his lightsaber, revealing a single red blade, and launched himself at Qui-Gon with a flurry of acrobatic attacks. His movements were a blur of speed and precision, characteristic of Form 4, Ataru, which relied heavily on agility and offense. Qui-Gon met the assault with calm determination, his green blade springing to life as he parried Maul's strikes. The two warriors danced around each other, their lightsabers clashing with a series of sharp, sizzling sounds. Despite his age, Qui-Gon's mastery of Form 4 allowed him to keep up with Maul's relentless onslaught, but he quickly realized that his opponent was more than just an agile fighter, he was also cunning and unpredictable. Qui-Gon, internally assessing the fight, he's fast, and he's using Ataru, but there's something more, something darker. Maul, sensing that his initial attacks weren't enough to overwhelm the Jedi, began to push harder, his strikes growing more aggressive. However, he still held back his second blade, reserving it for when the time was right. For now, he was content to test Qui-Gon, to wear him down and gauge his abilities. The two combatants exchanged a series of rapid strikes and counters, each probing the other's defenses, neither gaining a clear advantage. Qui-Gon noted the fluidity and athleticism of Maul's style, realizing that this was a foe who had been trained to exploit every weakness in an opponent's guard. Qui-Gon, thinking, I'll need to be cautious. He's skilled, but he's also overconfident. That could be his downfall. The battle continued with both warriors locked in a fierce, but controlled, exchange. It was clear that neither was fighting at their full potential yet, each sizing up the other in preparation for the inevitable escalation. As the fierce battle between Qui-Gon and Maul continued, the Sith Lord began to analyze his opponent, realizing that this skirmish might not yield the swift victory he had hoped for. Maul's yellow eyes narrowed as he sensed an opportunity. Drawing upon the dark side of the Force, he suddenly disengaged, using the power that Sidious had carefully instilled in him. A sudden, violent sandstorm erupted over Mos Espa, swirling through the streets with ferocious intensity. The thick wall of sand and dust obscured everything in sight, and within moments, Maul had vanished into the chaos, leaving Qui-Gon alone, his lightsaber still humming in the swirling dust. Gojo, noticing Maul's disappearance, immediately tensed, ready to give chase. His eyes narrowed, and the familiar feeling of annoyance began to rise within him. But before he could act, Qui-Gon quickly intervened, placing a hand on Gojo's arm. Qui-Gon, urgently, we have other pressing matters. We need to get to Coruscant as soon as possible. Gojo paused, his frustration evident in the way his jaw tightened. He wasn't one to let an enemy slip away so easily, especially after the chaos Maul had caused. But he also understood the gravity of the situation, they couldn't afford any more delays. For a moment, Gojo remained silent, wrestling with the urge to pursue Maul. Finally, with a resigned sigh, he relented. But before turning away, he placed a hand on Qui-Gon's shoulder, the gesture both for a moment, Gojo remained silent, wrestling with the urge to pursue Maul. Finally, with a resigned sigh, he relented. But before turning away, he placed a hand on Qui-Gon's shoulder, the gesture both firm and familiar. Qui-Gon, with a wry smile, I still never get used to this. Referring to Gojo's teleportation abilities. Gojo, grinning, well, you'd better get used to it. In the next instant, Gojo and Qui-Gon both vanished from the streets of Mos Espa, reappearing aboard the Royal Naboo starship with a seamless teleportation. Int. Naboo spacecraft, hallway. As Gojo and Qui-Gon materialized aboard the Naboo starship, the sudden shift from the chaotic streets of Mos Espa to the quiet corridors of the ship was jarring. Obi-Wan was the first to approach them, his expression a mix of curiosity and concern. What was that? Who was that dark warrior? Obi-Wan asked, his voice steady but laced with tension. Qui-Gon, still catching his breath from the encounter, shook his head slightly. I don't know, but he was well trained in the Jedi arts. My guess is he was after the Queen. Anakin, who had been lingering nearby, stepped forward, his youthful face creased with worry. Do you think he'll follow us? Before Qui-Gon could respond, Gojo interjected, his tone unusually serious. No, he won't. But it's time we talk about more pressing matters. The weight of Gojo's words silenced the group immediately. There was a tension in his voice that was rarely heard, a stark contrast to his usual carefree demeanor. He turned his gaze to Anakin, acknowledging the boy's potential but knowing that this conversation wasn't for him. Potential man, Gojo said, his voice firm but not unkind. Leave us for a bit. But ask Padme to join us. Anakin hesitated, sensing the gravity of the situation, but nodded obediently. He cast a final glance at the group before hurrying off to find Padme. Once Anakin was out of earshot, Gojo turned back to the others. His expression had hardened, the memories of his recent battle evident in the lines of his face. This was no longer the jovial sorcerer they had come to know, this was a man who had faced something truly formidable and lived to tell the tale. When Padme finally joined them, the atmosphere in the hallway was thick with anticipation. Gojo wasted no time, his eyes narrowing as he focused on Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan. Okay, it's time I interrogate you both, Gojo began, his tone sharp. Can you tell me again what the Force is and what the dark side of the Force entails? And Gojo's voice suddenly rose, filled with a mix of frustration and incredulity. Is there a fucking dark side, crazy bitch, that you didn't tell me about? Obi-Wan blinked, taken aback by Gojo's bluntness, but quickly composed himself. The Force is an energy field created by all living things. It surrounds us, penetrates us, and binds the galaxy together. The dark side is the part of the force that is fueled by negative emotions, anger, hatred, fear. It's seductive and powerful, but ultimately destructive. He paused, glancing at Qui-Gon for support before continuing. The Sith were the most well-known practitioners of the dark side. They were believed to have been destroyed a millennium ago. Gojo's eyes narrowed further, his gaze sharp as a blade. Oh, really? His tone dripped with skepticism. Because from what I just experienced, it seems like the Sith aren't as destroyed as you think. Or maybe it's not a Sith, but a dark side entity. With a wave of his hand, Gojo signaled Toru, who immediately responded by projecting a visual screen in front of them. The screen flickered to life, displaying the memory of Gojo's battle with the Aboleth spawn. The scene played out, showing the chaotic battle, the intense power struggle, and the overwhelming darkness that surrounded the entity. Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon watched in stunned silence, their expressions growing more serious with each passing moment. The entity's power was unmistakable, its malevolence palpable even through the recording. When the projection ended, Gojo turned back to the Jedi, his expression unreadable. So, what do you make of that? He asked, his tone challenging. Because whatever that thing was, it's far from being destroyed. And it sure as hell didn't seem like just any Sith. Gojo leaned back slightly, crossing his arms as he waited for their response. Obi-Wan was the first to speak, his voice measured but tinged with concern. What you encountered, it's something beyond our current understanding of the dark side. The Sith, as dangerous as they were, did not possess power like this. This entity, it could be an ancient force, something that predates even the Sith. Qui-Gon nodded in agreement, his expression grave. There have always been legends, whispers of beings so deeply connected to the dark side that they become something more, something otherworldly. What you fought might be one of those legends made real. Before Gojo could respond, Padme interjected, her voice filled with a mix of frustration and disbelief. Gojo, must you joke even with an enemy that's incredibly stronger than you? She referred to the memory that had just played, where Gojo had mockingly claimed to be the upgraded version of the Aboleth spawn. Gojo turned to Padme, his usual smirk creeping onto his face. Hey, if you're going to fight something that terrifying, you might as well have a little fun with it. Besides, sometimes the best way to throw off your opponent is to keep them guessing. His tone was light, almost casual, but there was an underlying confidence that made it clear he wasn't just joking around. Padme sighed, shaking her head slightly. You're very arrogant. Maybe, Gojo replied with a wink, but I'm also still standing, and that thing isn't. So I'd say the jokes worked out just fine. Obi-Wan exchanged a glance with Qui-Gon, a silent understanding passing between them. They knew that Gojo's approach was unorthodox, but there was no denying his effectiveness. Still, the gravity of what they had just witnessed weighed heavily on them. This changes everything, Obi-Wan finally said, his tone serious. If there are entities like this out there, we need to be prepared. The Jedi have to be informed no one can face something like that alone. He paused, then asked, Gojo, how did you come to possess Sukuna's shrine? As Obi-Wan asked the question, a memory flashed in his mind. He recalled a conversation they had not too long ago. Flashback. Gojo had been explaining the intricacies of Sukuna's techniques. Because it's starting to get very serious, Gojo had said, his tone unusually grave. Your technique is similar to Sukuna's shrine. Sukuna's shrine allows him to cut anything he touches with absolute precision. He has two main techniques, dismantle and cleave. Dismantle is an invincible flying basic slashing attack, while cleave adjusts its power based on the target's toughness, but it needs to touch its target. Your ability has the potential to reach similar heights but will be different since Sukuna is very powerful. You need to refine it further. Suzunami, curious, had asked, you know this guy, Gojo-sensei? Gojo had nodded. Only by legends and books. Sukuna, the king of curses, was a fearsome sorcerer in the past, said to be incredibly powerful and virtually unbeatable. His reputation is that of a monster, both feared and respected in the sorcery society. He was known for his unmatched strength and his terrifying curse techniques. Even now, sorcerers speak of him with a mixture of awe and dread. End flashback. Gojo's playful demeanor shifted as he noticed the seriousness in Obi-Wan's gaze. His expression hardened, reflecting the gravity of the situation. I have my own cards to play, Obi-Wan, Gojo began, his voice calm but resolute. And I know exactly when and how to use them. I'll explain more after we've dealt with this current problem, but for now, just trust that I've got it under control. Obi-Wan nodded, accepting the need for patience, but he couldn't let go of the question that had been nagging at him. That attack you used, World Dismantle, as you called it, weft a scar in space near Tatooine. How is that possible? What kind of power could do something like that? Gojo's eyes flickered with a mix of pride and caution as he considered how to respond. World Dismantle is complicated, he admitted. It's a technique that combines Sukuna's dismantle with my limitless, but on a scale that bends the very fabric of reality. When I unleashed it against Aboleth's spawn, the force was so immense that it didn't just destroy the target, it tore through the space around it. Think of it like slicing through both the enemy and the world they exist in. The scar you saw is the result of that power and echo of the attack's impact on the galaxy itself. Obi-Wan's expression grew even more serious as he processed Gojo's explanation. That's an incredible level of power, Gojo. But it's also dangerous. If the Jedi aren't prepared for something like this. Before Obi-Wan could finish, Gojo raised a hand. Don't tell your group about this just yet, he said firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. In fact, I think you all need to keep this under wraps for a while. Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, and Padme exchanged confused glances. Qui-Gon was the first to speak. Why the secrecy, Gojo? If what you're saying is true, shouldn't the Jedi Council be informed immediately? They need to prepare. Padme nodded in agreement. And if the Republic knew about this, we could mobilize resources, protect other planets. Gojo cut them off with a wave of his hand. That's exactly why I'm telling you to keep it quiet, he said, his voice lowering as he leaned in slightly. Think about it right now, Aboleth is only targeting me. She's drawn to my cursed energy, and that's what's keeping her focused. But what happens if that crazy bitch decides to shift her attention to Coruscant or Naboo? The room fell silent as the implications of Gojo's words sank in. Obi-Wan's eyes widened slightly as he considered the possibility. If Aboleth's power is as vast as you suggest, and if she's drawn to cursed energy, then the last thing we want, Gojo continued, is to give her a reason to go after the heart of the Republic. Right now, she's locked onto me, and I'm more than capable of handling her. But if we start spreading word about what she's capable of, we might inadvertently make her aware of other targets that won't stand a chance against her. Qui-Gon nodded slowly, understanding Gojo's reasoning. So, you're suggesting we keep this contained to prevent any unnecessary attention? Exactly, Gojo confirmed. I can handle this, but I need you all to trust me on this. The fewer people who know, the less chance there is of Aboleth deciding to broaden her focus. Padme still looked concerned, but she sighed and nodded. I don't like it, but I understand. We need to protect the people, and if this is the best way to do it. Obi-Wan hesitated but then finally agreed, we'll keep it under wraps for now. But Gojo, if things start to escalate, you'll be the first to know, Gojo assured him with a serious nod. But for now, let me do what I do best. Trust me, I've got this. Padme crossed her arms, giving Gojo a wry look. You know, Gojo, this crazy dark side lady might have been minding her own business or even thinking about retreating, but no, you just had to pull her back and punch her with your black flash, didn't you? Her tone dripped with sarcasm, mirroring the way Sukuna often mocked Gojo. Gojo couldn't help but chuckle at the remark, catching the playful jab. What can I say? I have a knack for making sure my opponents know who they're dealing with. Besides, if she was thinking of running, it's only because she realized she was outmatched. He flashed a grin, clearly unfazed by the sarcasm. Padme shook her head, a small smile tugging at her lips despite the seriousness of the situation. Just try not to drag us all into your next brawl with an ancient evil, okay? No promises, Gojo shot back, his grin widening. But I'll do my best to keep the fireworks contained. Also, I might need to leave this ship for a bit. I need to train, just in case something like this happens again very soon. Padme, her expression turning more serious, responded, your exclusive broadcast certainly made the Trade Federation scared of you, but the aftermath is still playing out in the Senate debate with Chancellor Valorum. You need to be there when we arrive on Coruscant. Gojo considered this for a moment, then turned to Qui-Gon. How long will it take to travel from Tatooine to Coruscant using this spacecraft? Qui-Gon, sensing the urgency in Gojo's tone, replied, the journey from Tatooine to Coruscant typically takes a few days, depending on hyperspace routes and any potential delays. It's a considerable distance. Gojo nodded thoughtfully. Good to know. I'll make the most of that time. He then flashed a reassuring smile at Padme. Don't worry, I'll be ready for whatever the Senate throws my way and whatever else might come up. Padme sighed, clearly still concerned but trusting Gojo's instincts. Just make sure you're prepared, Gojo. The Senate can be just as dangerous as any battlefield. Gojo's grin softened into something more genuine. I'll be ready, Padme. We'll handle this together. Padme, her expression softening slightly, added, you still need to say something to the twins and Anakin. They admire you, Gojo. You've made quite an impression on them. Gojo's playful grin faded into a more thoughtful expression. Yeah, I suppose I should, he agreed, nodding. They've been through a lot, and if they're looking up to me, I need to make sure I'm setting the right example. He glanced toward the corridor where the twins and Anakin were likely waiting, their minds undoubtedly buzzing with questions and admiration. I'll talk to them before I start my training, Gojo said, his tone a mix of determination and responsibility. They deserve that much, at least. Padme smiled approvingly. They'll appreciate that. You've given them hope, Gojo. Don't underestimate how much that means. Gojo returned her smile, a flicker of warmth in his usually carefree eyes. I won't, Padme. I'll make sure they know they're not alone in all this. With that, Gojo turned and headed toward the area where the twins and Anakin were, ready to share some words of wisdom and encouragement before resuming his training. As he approached, the trio looked up, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern. Kids, Gojo began, his tone gentle yet firm, I'm going to start my training and leave this ship for a bit. Suzunami was the first to respond, his voice laced with worry. Sensei, isn't the binding vow with Sukuna enough? Anakin, still trying to grasp the situation, looked between Gojo and Suzunami, his brow furrowed. What binding vow? I've seen how terrifying they can be, but, who is Sukuna? Gojo sighed, rubbing the back of his neck as he looked at the eager faces in front of him. No, it isn't enough, Suzunami. The binding vow with Sukuna is something I needed to do to gain more power, and it also involves a pretty big task that I need to accomplish. He paused, his expression growing more serious. It's something only I can handle, and even after I train very hard, there's no guarantee I'll make it out alive. Suzunami's eyes filled with determination as he stepped forward. Can I help, sensei? I'm willing to sacrifice my life if it means. Before Suzunami could finish, Gojo shook his head firmly, cutting him off. No, Suzunami. You can't do anything about it. I appreciate your bravery, but this is something I have to deal with on my own. When I fought in space above Tatooine, I realized I'm running out of options. At these words, both Suzunami and Yokonami's eyes welled up with tears. They couldn't hold back their emotions any longer and rushed forward, wrapping their arms around Gojo in a tight embrace. Sensei, they cried in unison, their voices filled with fear and worry. Gojo's expression softened as he placed a hand on each of their heads, gently comforting them. It's okay, you two. I'm not going anywhere permanently. I just need to get stronger so that I can protect all of you and everyone else from what's coming. But I need you to be strong too. Can you do that for me? The twins nodded through their tears, still clinging to Gojo. We will, sensei, Yukinami whispered, her voice trembling. Gojo smiled down at them, his own heart heavy with the responsibility he carried. That's all I ask. Stay strong, and take care of each other while I'm gone. I'll be back before you know it. Anakin watched the scene unfold, his eyes wide with both admiration and a newfound understanding of the weight Gojo carried. We'll be here, waiting, he said quietly, his voice filled with determination. Just, come back safe, Gojo. Gojo looked up at Anakin, a teasing grin spreading across his face. Oh you're not idiot sensei or old man. Since you really like calling me those nicknames, he laughed, his playful tone cutting through the heavy atmosphere. Anakin's serious expression faltered for a moment, and then, despite himself, he began to laugh too. The sound was a mix of relief and lingering worry, and before he knew it, tears were welling up in his eyes as well. You're not that old, and you're not that much of an idiot either, he managed to say through his laughter, wiping at his eyes. Gojo chuckled, ruffling Anakin's hair affectionately. That's more like it, potential man. I'll be back soon, and when I am, we'll see who's really the strongest around here, okay? Anakin nodded, his tears still flowing but a genuine smile on his face now. Okay, Gojo. I'll be waiting. Gojo gave the twins and Anakin one last reassuring nod before stepping back. He knew that leaving them was hard, but it was necessary. The future battles would require everything he had, and he needed to be ready. As Gojo stepped outside, he paused, sensing the presence of others nearby. With a knowing smile, he called out, I know you all were listening. Suddenly, Shmai, Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, and Padme stepped out from the shadows, their expressions a mix of concern and understanding. Padme approached him first, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. What kind of vow did you make, Gojo? She asked softly, her voice trembling slightly. Gojo met her gaze, his usual playful demeanor tempered by the gravity of the situation. It's a binding vow with Sukuna, he began, his tone serious. It's a promise that requires a great deal of power and comes with immense risks. The details, well, let's just say it's something I have to face alone. It's not just about power, it's about survival and the consequences that come with breaking such a vow. Padme's tears finally fell as she looked at him, her voice thick with emotion. You're shouldering so much, Gojo. It's not fair that you have to do this alone. Gojo, seeing the deep concern in her eyes, tried to lighten the mood with a grin. He turned to the Jedi and quipped, Hey, monks, his tone playful despite the dangerous situation, if somehow after all this crisis ended and it's not me who shows up, convince everyone in the galaxy to open fire on me. I mean it. If not, well, there goes your galaxy. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan exchanged a glance, their expressions a mix of seriousness and slight amusement at Gojo's attempt to make light of the situation. Qui-Gon was the first to respond, his voice calm but firm. We'll do what we can, Gojo. But we're hoping it won't come to that. Obi-Wan nodded in agreement. You're strong, Gojo. We believe you'll make it through this. But if things take a turn, we'll be ready. Gojo's grin softened, appreciating their words. Just remember, I'm not planning on losing. But if the worst happens, don't hesitate. It's better for everyone. Padme wiped her tears and tried to muster a smile. You're a damn troublemaker, Gojo. But I suppose that's why we're all counting on you. Gojo gave her a reassuring nod. And I won't let you down. Just keep an eye on things while I'm gone. I've got some training to do. With that, he turned and began to walk away, the weight of his responsibilities pressing down on him, but also the knowledge that he had people who believed in him. As Gojo began to walk away, he paused for a moment, sensing a lingering presence. He turned back to the group, his gaze falling on Shmai, who had remained quiet throughout the conversation. Her eyes met his, and he could see that there was something she wanted to say but hadn't yet found the words. Shmai, Gojo said softly, his tone gentle, is there something you wanted to talk about before I leave? I can tell you've been holding back, but if there's anything on your mind, now's the time. Shmai hesitated for a moment, glancing at the others before taking a deep breath. She stepped forward, her hands clasped together nervously. Gojo, I wanted to thank you, she began, her voice filled with sincerity. You've done so much for Anakin, for all of us. But I'm worried about him. He looks up to you so much, and with everything you're facing. I just want to make sure he stays on the right path. Gojo nodded, understanding the depth of her concern. I get it, Shmai. Anakin's got a lot of potential, but he's still a kid. I'll do my best to guide him, even while I'm dealing with all this. I'm not planning on leaving him in the dark. Shmai smiled, though there was still a hint of worry in her eyes. Thank you, Gojo. I don't want to lose him to something he doesn't fully understand. You won't, Gojo reassured her, his tone firm. I'll keep an eye on him, make sure he knows what's important. You've raised a good kid, Shmai. He's strong, and he's going to do great things. Shmai's eyes softened, and she nodded. I hope so. Just, be careful, Gojo. We're all counting on you, but more than that, we care about you. Gojo smiled warmly at her words, appreciating the genuine concern she had for him. I will, he said, ready to turn and leave when suddenly Obi-Wan spoke up. Wait, Gojo. There's someone I want to talk to you about. Darth Nihilus, Obi-Wan said, his tone serious. Gojo paused, his curiosity piqued. What about him? Obi-Wan took a deep breath before describing Darth Nihilus's powers. Darth Nihilus was a Sith Lord who possessed the ability to drain the life force from entire planets, consuming everything in his path. His hunger was insatiable, and it gave him a kind of power that was both terrifying and uncontrollable. But, he's already dead. Gojo raised an eyebrow, his expression a mix of intrigue and confusion. Why would you describe someone like that to me if he's already dead? Obi-Wan met Gojo's gaze, his voice calm but laden with concern. Because even though he's gone, the kind of power he wielded, a power that feeds on the very essence of life, reminds me of what you described encountering with Ibelith. It's not the same, but it's similar enough that it worries me. If there's another being out there with that kind of destructive potential, we need to be cautious. I wanted to make sure you're aware of the dangers, not just for your sake, but for everyone's. Gojo considered Obi-Wan's words carefully, the weight of the comparison settling in. I see what you're getting at, he finally said, his tone more thoughtful. Nihilus's power was all-consuming, just like Ibelith's could be. It's a warning to be careful with what I'm dealing with. Thanks for the heads up, Obi-Wan. I'll keep it in mind. Obi-Wan nodded, relieved that Gojo understood the gravity of the situation. I know you're powerful, Gojo, but we've seen what happens when that kind of power goes unchecked. Gojo nodded, a serious expression on his face. Yeah, I will. Just then, the group gathered around Qui-Gon, Anakin, the twins, Shmai, Padme, and Obi-Wan, watching Gojo one last time before he left. Gojo looked at each of them, his gaze lingering for a moment, before he smiled and said, now. Jane, his voice carrying a hint of fondness as he spoke in Japanese, meaning see you later. In the next instant, Gojo disappeared, leaving the group with the weight of his words and the hope that he would return safely. Chapter 35, Let's level up, shall we? Author's note. I'm considering introducing a system quest for Gojo due to the current narrative challenges, especially since Gojo can't use Force abilities and finds himself outgunned in the Star Wars universe. If you have any thoughts or feedback, feel free to leave a comment or review. If the system quest doesn't resonate well, I'll remove it by the end of the Phantom Menace. If it works out, thank you for your support. Also 8,000 words this time. There will be a double chapter. After Gojo says his goodbyes to the group, he teleports to the Gallo Mountains outside the veil he created. As he arrives, he notices that the sky above Naples has turned dark and terrifying, an ominous sight that immediately puts him on alert. Confused at first, Gojo quickly realizes that the cause of this unsettling change is the cup filled with goo that he had previously teleported from Tatooine. This action, meant to restore Tatooine's sky, has somehow cast a shadow over Naples. As Gojo processes this realization, his eyes catch sight of the very cup that caused the disturbance, now sitting innocently right beside him. The cup, seemingly ordinary yet filled with the strange goo, serves as a stark reminder of the unintended consequences of his actions. The atmosphere around him is heavy, the once serene sky now replaced by a foreboding darkness, as Gojo contemplates his next move, understanding that this situation may be far more complex than it first appeared. Suddenly, Sukuna's voice echoes in Gojo's mind, dripping with his usual mockery. You know, brat, I couldn't care less about your goodbyes with those fools. But this cup, it's got my attention. Sukuna's interest is palpable, his curiosity piqued by whatever power the cup might hold. Before Sukuna can say more, Gojo raises both his hands, activating the Dharma wheel, his eyes narrowing with resolve. Without warning, he grabs the cup and, with a swift motion, drinks all of the strange goo in one go. Sukuna is momentarily stunned, his mocking tone replaced with genuine shock. You fucking crazy brat. Don't go killing yourself too quickly. I'm still enjoying this new horizon and this strange new place. As the goo flows down his throat, Gojo's mind explodes with a torrent of memories and knowledge. He suddenly realizes what he's consumed, the font of power mixed with the pool of knowledge. The immense flood of information reveals to him something he had long forgotten. Before he was Gojo Satoru, he was a reincarnator, a very big fan of Star Wars, Jujutsu Kaisen, and any other anime. The realization shakes him to his core, but somehow, the knowledge remains locked away from Sukuna, who is left unaware of the memories Gojo now possesses. The Dharma wheel begins to spin faster, emitting a series of loud, metallic clank-clank sounds as it struggles to adapt to the immense power and knowledge surging through Gojo. The noise echoes through the mountains, growing louder and more intense with each passing moment, clank-clank, until, finally, the wheel stabilizes, and Gojo's body adapts to the new power. For a few moments, Gojo stands there, completely silent, as he processes the overwhelming realization of who he truly is and the power he now wields. The weight of it all leaves him speechless, the silence heavy and tense. Sukuna, growing impatient, breaks the silence with a mocking tone. Are your soul dead now, brat? Or did you finally realize you've bitten off more than you can chew? Suddenly, Gojo's face contorts with a mix of fury and disbelief. He lets out the loudest shout he's ever produced, the sound echoing through the mountains. Fuyuk. Fuyuk. Fuckin' fuck. The sheer intensity of Gojo's scream reverberates through the air, a primal, guttural expression of the shock, anger, and sheer insanity of the situation he now finds himself in. Meanwhile, on Aboleth's planet, the atmosphere was heavy with the dark, twisted energy that she wielded so effortlessly. Aboleth, a being of unimaginable power and chaos, was deep in contemplation, her mind reaching out across the galaxy. Suddenly, she felt a disturbance, a familiar presence that made her many eyes narrow with a mix of surprise and expectation. That crazy warmonger, did he just drink the cup I experimented on? She thought, her countless mouths curling into a grimace. The cup was one of her more peculiar creations, an experiment not meant to be truly dangerous but certainly meant to overwhelm the mind of whoever consumed it. It was a concoction of chaotic energies, designed to flood the drinker's consciousness with knowledge and sensations that even she did not fully understand. As she extended her senses, she felt the shift in the force. A piece of the dark side, something she had placed in the cup, was now missing. No, not just missing, consumed, absorbed by someone who had the audacity to turn it into their own power. The realization struck her like a physical blow. He really did it, Aboleth mused, a strange mixture of anger and dark amusement filling her. He drank it. The thought that this might weaken her in some way flitted through her mind, but what struck her more was the audacity of Gojo Satoru, the one being in the galaxy she had come to acknowledge as her possible end. The one she wanted to kill her. You're stronger than I thought, Gojo, she admitted silently, though her lips did not move. But why do you insist on playing this game? A part of her hoped that this latest act of insanity might finally tip the balance, that it might be the thing that either kills him or gives him the strength to kill her. Oh, how I wish you could end this, she thought, the weight of her eternal existence pressing down on her. But another part of her, the part that thrived on chaos and conflict, reveled in the idea that Gojo had just made things infinitely more interesting. Let's see what happens next, Satoru Gojo, she whispered into the darkness. Let's see if you truly have the strength to finish what we've started. Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions, but one thing was clear, the battle between them was far from over, and Aboleth was eager to see how it would unfold. Back in Gojo's mind, the initial shock from the overwhelming flood of memories and power was quickly replaced by his sharp instincts and strategic thinking. No time to panic, he thought, forcing himself to focus. I know this verse. I know it very well. But I'm outgunned here. The Sith and the Jedi must have already sensed the disturbance, especially after my little show with the stand creation. And now, with that exclusive broadcast. I've just painted a bullseye on my forehead. Gojo's mind raced as he considered his options. First things first, I need to assess what I've got going for me. He decided to check on the Lucrehulk fruit, knowing that its properties could be crucial in the challenges ahead. With that in mind, Gojo moved swiftly, heading back inside the veil he had created over the area. As he stepped through the veil, the oppressive atmosphere of Naboo's darkened sky faded slightly, replaced by the more controlled environment within the barrier. His eyes scanned the area quickly, landing on the Lucrehulk trees he had planted earlier. Most of the trees were thriving, their branches heavy with the peculiar fruit, now large and nearly ripe. However, one tree stood out among the rest. It was larger, more imposing, and the fruit it bore was unlike any of the others. This particular Lucrehulk was infused with cursed energy, and the result was a fruit that radiated a terrifying aura. It was darker, almost pulsating with power, and its size dwarfed that of the other fruits. What the hell? Gojo thought, moving closer to examine it. The cursed energy within the fruit was intense, almost alive, and it felt like it was watching him, waiting for something. This fruit wasn't just a product of the Lucrehulk's natural properties, it was something more, something that could tip the scales in the battles to come. This could be useful, or incredibly dangerous, Gojo mused, feeling the weight of the decision before him. He knew the risks involved with cursed energy, especially in something as potent as this fruit. But he also knew that in this galaxy, where he was outnumbered and facing forces beyond anything he had dealt with before, every advantage counted. Sukuna POV. From Sukuna's perspective, the shift in Gojo's behavior was immediately noticeable. This brat, he's undergoing some drastic changes, Sukuna thought, his irritation bubbling just beneath the surface. Both in personality and in action. He's more careful now, more calculated, although he suddenly shout first like a madman, he was very pissed rather than shocked. That damn cup of shit he drank, it's changed him. Normally, whenever Gojo gained something, whether power or knowledge, Sukuna would reap the benefits as well. After all, they shared the same body, their fates intertwined. But this time, something was different. The power and knowledge that Gojo had gained seemed to be solely benefiting the brat's soul, leaving Sukuna with nothing but frustration and confusion. What the hell is going on? Sukuna wondered, his annoyance growing. Normally, what he gets, I get too. But now, it's like I'm being shut out. His irritation turning into mockery, Sukuna sneered in Gojo's mind, "Oi, brat, what's going?" But before he could finish, everything went dark. His connection to Gojo's senses, to the outside world, was suddenly severed. It was as if he had been cut off, not just from Gojo's thoughts, but from everything. What the? Sukuna's confusion quickly morphed into rage as he realized what had happened. That fucking brat. He wasn't just being ignored, he was being actively sealed away, pushed into the deepest recesses of Gojo's soul. The realization hit him like a blow, and the thought of being trapped in this isolation made his fury boil over. You think you can get rid of me that easily, Brat! Sukuna seated, his voice echoing in the darkness of his imprisonment. I will get you for this. Despite his rage, Sukuna knew that for the time being, he was powerless, trapped in the depths of Gojo's soul. But he wasn't one to accept defeat lightly. He would bide his time, and when the moment came, he would make Gojo pay for daring to lock him away. The brat had won this round, but the game was far from over. Enjoy your little victory while it lasts, Satoru Gojo, Sukuna thought with venomous determination. Because when I get out of here, I'll mincemeat you to bits. Gojo POV. After Gojo confirmed that Sukuna had been successfully shut away in a deep part of his mind, temporarily, he turned his attention back to the enormous Lucrehulk tree before him. The sheer size and the intense cursed energy radiating from it immediately reminded him of Sukuna's infamous bath, the ritual he used to suppress Megami's soul and take full control. However, this galaxy had no cursed spirits, at least not in the traditional sense Gojo was familiar with. If Sukuna used that method to dominate Megami, Gojo thought, then maybe I can adapt something similar here to keep Sukuna suppressed and gain an advantage when I talk to him. There were no cursed spirits here, but he had this giant Lucrehulk tree. His mind raced with possibilities as he examined the massive tree, particularly the fruit it bore, which was infused with a terrifying amount of cursed energy. The fruit seemed to pulsate with potential, a living embodiment of power just waiting to be harnessed. What if I cut off some parts of this giant tree and create a pool of cursed liquid? Gojo mused. The idea of immersing himself in such a pool, similar to Sukuna's bath, was tempting. It could provide him with a unique way to strengthen his own cursed energy, refining it further and making him even more formidable in this galaxy where he was already an anomaly. But as his thoughts turned to the cursed Lucrehulk fruit itself, a new realization struck him. With his 6 eyes, he could sense the fruit's deeper potential, its ability to create custom binding vows. The cursed energy within the fruit wasn't just powerful, it was flexible, capable of forming binding vows that were as dangerous as they were rewarding. This fruit could create custom binding vows. Gojo thought, his interest piqued. The more dangerous the vow, the greater the rewards. It's almost like a system quest in a game. The possibilities were endless. He could set up vows that would push him to the brink but offer unimaginable power or abilities in return. Gojo's mind was already working out the details, considering how to best utilize this newfound resource. A pool of cursed liquid to enhance my energy, and binding vows from the cursed Lucrehulk fruit. It was a risk, but one that could give him the edge he needed, especially now that he had made himself a target in this galaxy. I'll have to be careful, he reminded himself, knowing that the rewards of such a system came with equally high risks. But Gojo Satoru was never one to shy away from danger, especially when the potential gains were so great. Determined, Gojo decided to consume the fruit. Using his barrier of infinity, he compressed the large fruit roughly the size of a human into a marble-sized orb. With a resolute expression, he swallowed the compressed fruit and began to formulate a binding vow. As Gojo formulated the binding vow, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, he felt a shift in the atmosphere around him, as if the very fabric of reality had acknowledged the weight of his decision. His eyes widened slightly as ethereal words began to materialize in the air before him, glowing faintly with a strange energy. It was like something out of a video game, akin to the systems he'd seen in stories like Solo Leveling. In large, bold letters, the announcement appeared. Quest initiated. Objective: shut down Sukuna's connection to the outside world permanently within 1 hour. Penalty for failure: immediate death. Reward: to be revealed upon completion. The words floated above his head, visible to him as if they were a part of his own perception, an eerie and surreal reminder of the stakes involved. The countdown began, the system-like interface ticking down the minutes as Gojo felt the pressure of the task weighing on him. So this is what it feels like. Gojo thought, a slight smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. He couldn't help but find a certain thrill in the challenge, the high stakes making every decision crucial. It was a game one where the price of failure was his life, but the potential reward was beyond anything he could imagine. With a deep breath, Gojo focused his energy, feeling the cursed power within him surge as he prepared to tackle the challenge head-on. The ethereal words hovered around him, guiding him forward, and he knew that whatever happened next, he would face it with the full force of his power and determination. Time was ticking, and Gojo was ready to play. With a deep breath, Gojo began constructing the bath. He moved swiftly, using his cursed energy to slice through the enormous Lucrehulk tree. As he cut into the tree, thick, dark liquid began to seep from the wood, almost as if the tree itself was bleeding. The liquid was rich with cursed energy, pulsating with the same terrifying power that had infused the cursed fruit. Gojo carefully collected the liquid, using his blue technique to lift chunks of earth from the ground, creating a massive basin that would serve as the bath. He poured the cursed liquid into the basin, watching as it filled up, the black liquid swirling ominously within the confines of the makeshift bath. The bath itself was a strange and eerie sight, dark, viscous liquid that seemed to absorb all light around it, radiating an intense aura of cursed energy. The bath was ready, but Gojo knew that simply immersing himself wouldn't be enough to completely shut Sukuna off from the outside world. The process would take days of continuous immersion, which was impossible under the circumstances. But then, an idea struck him, a memory of that crazy sumo wrestler who had fought Maki. The sumo had used a non-lethal domain expansion, and within that domain, time operated differently. What felt like days inside the domain might only be minutes or seconds in the outside world. If I can wrestle with Sukuna while submerged in the bath, I might be able to speed up the process, Gojo thought, his mind racing. But there's a guaranteed chance that Sukuna will try to kill me. No, he will definitely try to kill me. A twisted grin spread across Gojo's face as the plan solidified in his mind. Non-lethal domains, especially the one that Sumo created, require both parties to agree on a single purpose, he thought, satisfied with the choice. Which is exactly what I want. With the countdown ticking, Gojo stripped off his student uniform, carefully setting it aside. These clothes are still precious to me, he mused, knowing that he couldn't risk damaging them. Naked, he stepped into the cursed bath, feeling the cold, thick liquid envelop him as he submerged himself completely. The cursed energy within the liquid began to intertwine with his own, amplifying his power and setting the stage for what was to come. As Gojo prepared the domain that would require both parties to agree on a single purpose, he turned his focus inward. He began the ritual to open the cage that had been used to bind Sukuna, the barrier that had kept the King of Curses locked away in the deepest part of his mind. Sukuna, sensing the sudden shift, was immediately on guard. Confusion flickered through his thoughts as he realized what was happening. Then, he heard Gojo's voice, mocking and taunting. Oi, fraud Kuna, Gojo called out, his tone dripping with arrogance. Let's throw hands. Sukuna's confusion turned to blinding rage. This brat, he thought, his fury boiling over. With a roar that echoed through the depths of Gojo's mind, Sukuna's presence surged forward, his voice filled with venom. I'm going to kill you, brat. Right here, right now. The domain solidified around them, the cursed energy of the bath amplifying their confrontation. Both parties had agreed on a single-purpose combat, pure and simple, added one more rule that both parties can't use their domain in the non-lethal domain, which Sukuna didn't know that. The rules were set, and there was no turning back. Gojo grinned, his eyes gleaming with a mix of excitement and determination. The battle between Gojo and Sukuna was about to begin, and this time, the stakes were higher than ever. The domain solidified around them, the cursed energy of the bath amplifying their confrontation. Both parties had agreed on a single-purpose combat, pure and simple. The rules were set, and there was no turning back. Gojo grinned, his eyes gleaming with a mix of excitement and determination. The battle between Gojo and Sukuna was about to begin, and this time, the stakes were higher than ever. As Gojo scanned the domain he had created, he noticed that its size mirrored that of the bath pool, compact, yet potent. This was good, it meant that the cursed energy would be concentrated, heightening the intensity of their clash. Without warning, Sukuna, seething with rage, activated domain amplification and launched a powerful punch at Gojo. However, Gojo's reaction was instantaneous. He easily evaded Sukuna's attack with fluid grace, the corner of his mouth curving into a smirk. In a blur of motion, Gojo countered with a black flash punch, the impact resonating with the full force of his refined cursed energy. The punch connected squarely with Sukuna, sending the King of Curses crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. Gojo stood there, momentarily surprised, his smirk fading as he took in the sight before him. Hey! Gojo blinked, genuinely puzzled. The once unstoppable Sukuna, with his hulking form of 4 arms, 4 eyes and 2 mouths, had been knocked down by a single punch. This Hulk wannabe got knocked out by me? Well, that's good news, I guess. Gojo, still in a state of mild disbelief, turned his attention to the domain's properties. As he continued to scan the area, he noticed that within his own body, the domain appeared like a never-ending ocean, vast, deep, and seemingly infinite. Hey, interesting, Gojo mused, his curiosity piqued. Looks like this domain is more flexible than I thought. An endless ocean, that's a nice touch. Realizing that Sukuna was still down, Gojo decided to wait for his adversary to regain consciousness. After all, the battle wasn't truly over yet. Sukuna was far too resilient to be taken out so easily, and Gojo knew that the real challenge would begin once the King of Curses was back on his feet. As he waited, Gojo took the opportunity to further assess the domain, ensuring that everything was as it should be. The ocean-like expanse within his body intrigued him, and he knew that mastering this new environment could give him an even greater edge in the fight to come. But for now, he would be patient. The game was far from over, and Gojo was ready to see what Sukuna would bring to the table once he woke up. As Gojo waited for Sukuna to regain consciousness, his mind wandered to the possibilities within this newly crafted domain. The endless ocean surrounding him sparked an idea, something unconventional, but fitting for the situation. How about I use some training techniques inspired by Spec from Baki? Gojo mused, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. If I reinforce certain parts of this ocean to make it heavier, and then swim through it in my butterfly form, it should give me some serious muscle gain. After all, Mahito did say that soul and body are alike. Gojo's eyes gleamed with excitement as he focused on manipulating the cursed energy within the domain. With a wave of his hand, he began reinforcing parts of the ocean, making the water denser and heavier in specific areas. The ocean around him responded to his will, the water thickening and the pressure increasing, creating a challenging environment even for someone of his caliber. Alright, let's crank up the intensity, Gojo muttered to himself. He then used his cursed energy to generate powerful currents within the ocean, setting them against him at a staggering speed of 80 kilometers per minute. The currents roared to life, churning the water into a formidable force designed to push Gojo to his limits. Satisfied with the conditions he had created, Gojo shifted into his butterfly form, a technique that allowed him to move with unparalleled agility and grace. With a deep breath, he plunged into the ocean, feeling the resistance of the heavy water and the fierce currents pressing against him. As he swam through the ocean, Gojo could feel the strain on his body, the weight of the water and the force of the currents challenging every muscle. But instead of being overwhelmed, he embraced the challenge, pushing himself harder with every stroke. This is perfect, Gojo thought, a determined smile on his face as he powered through the water. Not only will this strengthen my body and soul, but it's also a great way to pass the time while I wait for Sukuna to wake up. And when he does, I'll be even stronger than before. But as he swam through the heavy waters, another realization began to dawn on him. It had been 12 hours within the domain, and still, Sukuna had not woken up. Gojo paused in his movements, floating in the thick, dark water as the thought hit him. Wait a second. Gojo's eyes narrowed as he mentally reviewed everything he knew about Sukuna's current state. Shit. He's just one finger now. I forgot King of Frauds now rather than King of Curses. Gojo slapped a hand to his forehead, a mixture of frustration and amusement flickering across his face. Of course he's not waking up. With just one finger's worth of cursed energy, he's probably exhausted from that single punch I gave him. Realizing this, Gojo floated in the ocean-like domain, contemplating his next move. He could continue to train, further amplifying his strength and refining his techniques, but now that he understood Sukuna's weakened state, the urgency had lessened. I guess this is what happens when you forget you've reduced your enemy to a fraction of his former self, Gojo thought with a chuckle. King of Frauds, indeed. Suddenly, Gojo sensed a shift in the energy around him. His eyes narrowed as he realized that Sukuna was waking up. But instead of the anticipated aggression, Sukuna merely sat, floating above the water, a contemplative look on his face. His usual menacing demeanor was still there, but something was different this time. Brat, Sukuna began, his voice dripping with disdain, it seems that Shitcup gave you something. And that ableist bitch from the star. His words suddenly get interrupted by Gojo. Gojo, still swimming through the dense water, couldn't help but grin and interrupt Sukuna's words. Hey, that crazy bitch, if she gets released, we're fucked, you know. I know more about her than anyone in this galaxy or in our world. Sukuna's eyes narrowed, and for a moment, there was a flicker of something in his gaze, perhaps respect, or maybe just acknowledgement of the truth in Gojo's words. He floated silently, seemingly processing what Gojo had said. You always have a plan, don't you, brat? Sukuna finally said, his tone less mocking and more measured than usual. But this isn't just about you anymore. That Aboleth, if she's really as dangerous as you say, then this galaxy is in for a hell of a ride. And you think you can handle it? Gojo's grin widened, but there was a seriousness in his eyes as he replied, I don't just think I can handle it, I know I can. But I'm not stupid enough to do it alone. Whether you like it or not, we're stuck in this galaxy together. And trust me, Sukuna, I've got more tricks up my sleeve than you can imagine. Sukuna remained silent for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, he stood up from his floating position, his feet barely disturbing the surface of the water. We'll see, Sukuna said, his tone carrying a hint of challenge. But don't think for a second that I'm going to play nice just because we might share a common enemy. When the time comes, I'll still be coming for your head, brat. Gojo's expression hardened as he stopped swimming, standing on the water's surface to face Sukuna directly. No, that's not possible, he said, his voice firm and resolute. There's only one outcome that will come out of this, I consume you, or you consume me. There's no cooperating when we're up against a crazy bitch like her. When the rest of those 19 fingers are consumed, one shall stand, and one shall fall. Sukuna's eyes widened for a split second before a wide, sinister grin spread across his face. His laughter started low, then grew into a maniacal roar that echoed through the domain. Eh ha 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 ha. The sound was both chilling and exhilarating, a testament to the dark excitement that the prospect of their inevitable confrontation brought to Sukuna. The idea of such a final, decisive battle seemed to delight him to no end. I knew I chose the right brat to take over. Sukuna exclaimed between bouts of laughter. This is going to be more fun than I ever imagined. Gojo didn't flinch, his gaze locked on Sukuna's, unwavering. You're right about one thing, Sukuna, he said, his voice calm yet filled with an unshakable determination. This is going to be fun. But remember, when the time comes, I'll be the one standing. And Sukuna, Gojo added, a slight smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth, I remember you saying I'm the worst vessel you've ever had. That was when I was about to jump from the Tatooine moon, wasn't it? A flashback played in both of their minds. Flashback. Inside Gojo's mind, Sukuna had watched in confusion as Gojo stood on the edge of the Tatooine moon, his body battered and bruised. The wounds were severe, yet Gojo didn't activate the Dharma wheel to heal himself. Sukuna, with his vast knowledge of cursed techniques, knew that those injuries should have killed any ordinary person. Brat, you didn't heal yourself using the wheel? That wound should have killed you, Sukuna sneered, his voice laced with disbelief and irritation. Gojo simply smiled, the pain from his wounds barely registering in his cool demeanor as he prepared to leap back to Tatooine. The wind howled around him, carrying the dust of the moon as if heralding his descent. Sukuna, still trying to comprehend what Gojo was doing, suddenly realized the truth. Gojo had chosen not to heal himself, leaving the battle scars visible as a testament to the fierce fight he had endured. This is the worst vessel I've ever had, Sukuna muttered mentally, utterly perplexed by Gojo's actions. Yet, as the realization settled in, even Sukuna couldn't help but find the situation absurdly amusing. He laughed darkly within Gojo's mind, recognizing the sheer ridiculousness of his vessel's decision. Gojo's refusal to heal was not out of carelessness but rather a defiant choice to showcase his resilience, no matter how reckless it seemed. End of flashback. Back in the present, Sukuna's grin widened even further, if that was possible. Ah, yes, I remember that, he said, his tone dripping with a mixture of amusement and disdain. You are the worst vessel I've ever had, but you're also the most interesting. Gojo chuckled, the memory bringing a strange sense of camaraderie despite the inevitable conflict between them. I guess that's one thing we can agree on, Sukuna. But remember, no matter how interesting you find me, I'm not planning to be your vessel forever. Sukuna's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. Then we'll just have to see which of us is left standing in the end, won't we, Br? Suddenly, he was interrupted by Gojo, who casually cut him off with a dismissive, "Yat, king of frauds." The casual remark hit Sukuna hard, and his eyes flared with fury. Before he could respond, Gojo, with a smirk, suddenly tossed something at him. Sukuna instinctively caught it, and as he glanced down, his rage only intensified. In his hand were 8 of his fingers, each pulsing with cursed energy. "Are you fucking with me?" Sukuna snarled, his voice thick with disbelief. Gojo then taunted him, "Do you want that finger or not, hey?" Blind with rage, Sukuna didn't hesitate. He shoved the remaining fingers into his mouth and swallowed them, feeling the overwhelming surge of cursed energy as the power of his complete form began to return. His aura erupted around him, the domain trembling under the weight of his fury. "You've made a grave mistake, brat!" Sukuna roared, his anger manifesting in a surge of fiery energy. Divine flame open. With a wave of his hand, Sukuna unleashed a torrent of red-hot flames, the sheer intensity of which could incinerate anything in its path. The firestorm rushed toward Gojo, intent on burning him to a crisp. Gojo, however, was unfazed. He stared at the incoming flames with a deadpan expression, as if bored by the display of power. "That won't hurt me," he muttered to himself, his mind already working on a more interesting plan. With a swift motion, Gojo brought both hands together, summoning the Dharma wheel behind him. The wheel spun rapidly, its ancient symbols glowing as it adapted to the cursed flames, neutralizing their heat and fury. But Gojo wasn't done. A more intriguing idea had struck him. "How about I summon Mahoraga and pit him against Sukuna?" he thought, a grin spreading across his face. Without hesitation, Gojo lunged at Sukuna with blue, the technique pulling Sukuna toward him with irresistible force. As Sukuna was pulled in, Gojo jabbed him with a precise punch, sending the King of Curses reeling. Sukuna's flames misfired, scorching the distant horizon instead of their intended target. Gojo, now ready for the next phase of his plan, began to prepare the ritual. With a deep breath, he called out, "With this treasure, I summon the 8-handled sword Divergent Sila Divine General Mahoraga." The domain shook as Gojo completed the ritual, and Mahoraga, the fearsome Shikigami, materialized before them. Its presence was overwhelming, a towering force of destruction. Gojo knew what was coming. As per the ritual's term sand-binding vow, Mahoraga would strike him first during the initial subjugation. He steeled himself, knowing that this was necessary for the battle ahead. With incredible speed and power, Mahoraga's fist collided with Gojo's head. The impact was cataclysmic, sending Gojo hurtling through the air with unimaginable force. He soared over the endless ocean that made up the domain, the vast expanse of dark, churning water stretching out infinitely beneath him. The sheer power of Mahoraga's punch sent shockwaves across the ocean's surface, causing massive waves to ripple outward in every direction. Gojo's body finally crashed into the water, the force of the impact creating a massive explosion of spray and leaving a crater-like depression in the ocean as he sank beneath the surface. For a moment, everything was still, the only sound being the roar of the ocean as it began to settle. Then, slowly, Gojo rose from the depths, his body breaking the surface of the water as he floated there, blood trickling down his face. The grin never left his face, even as he wiped the blood from his brow, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. "This is going to be fun," Gojo muttered to himself, the thrill of the battle igniting something deep within him. The endless ocean around him seemed to pulse with energy, the water alive with the power of the domain. Far in the distance, Mahoraga stood tall, its presence dominating the horizon. Sukuna, now fully aware of the seriousness of the situation, hovered above the water, his eyes locked on both Gojo and the fearsome Shikigami. The domain trembled under the weight of the impending clash, the ocean churning as the three titans prepared for battle. The vast, endless sea that stretched out before them would be their battlefield, the waves themselves witnesses to the epic confrontation that was about to unfold. Gojo, still floating in the water, took a deep breath, his mind focused and his body ready. This battle was unlike any other, and he knew that both Sukuna and Mahoraga, with their relentless aggression and unmatched power, would likely focus on killing each other first. After all, it was in their nature to destroy whatever stood in their path. Realizing this, Gojo decided to take advantage of the situation. "They'll tear each other apart before turning their attention back to me," he thought with a smirk. "Might as well keep training while I wait." Without further hesitation, Gojo resumed his intense spec-inspired training, reinforcing the water around him to increase its density and resistance. He began swimming through the endless ocean once more, his body moving with precision and power as he pushed against the heavy currents he'd created. The sensation of the water pressing against him, the resistance testing every muscle, was exactly what he needed to keep sharpening his abilities. As he swam, time seemed to blur. Hours passed, but Gojo was in his element, his mind focused entirely on his training. It had been 72 hours since he'd summoned Mahoraga, and in the distance, he could still hear the sounds of battle. The clash of Sukuna's laughter mixed with the terrifying roars of Mahoraga echoed across the vast ocean, the two titans locked in a relentless struggle for dominance. "They're really going at it," Gojo mused as he paused for a moment, treading water and glancing toward the distant horizon where flashes of light and energy lit up the domain. He could see the occasional invisible dismantle fired by Sukuna, and even from this distance, he could hear the monstrous shouts as they exchanged blows. But rather than being drawn into their conflict, Gojo simply shrugged and continued his swimming. Let them kill each other off. I've got my own training to do. The endless expanse of water was the perfect environment for his exercises, and Gojo was determined to use every minute to refine his strength. The battle in the distance was nothing more than background noise to him, a reminder that the true test would come later. He pushed himself harder, the resistance of the water increasing as he swam against the powerful currents. Each stroke through the dense liquid felt like swimming through molasses, but Gojo welcomed the challenge. His muscles burned with exertion, his cursed energy humming in sync with his movements as he continued to push the limits of his body and soul. As Gojo continued his relentless training, swimming through the dense waters with increasing intensity, he suddenly sensed a change in the atmosphere. His sharp instincts kicked in, and he paused, treading water as he turned his gaze toward the horizon. There, emerging from the fading echoes of battle, was Sukuna. The King of Curses was walking toward him, his figure battered and wounded. His body showed the signs of a brutal fight. His heart was missing, his left arm gone, yet he was still standing, his third arm on the right side of his body pointing directly at Gojo as he approached. His footsteps were steady, even on the surface of the endless ocean, each step creating small ripples in the water. Sukuna's eyes burned with fury as he locked onto Gojo. You still swimming? He growled, disbelief and annoyance dripping from his voice. Gojo, floating in the water with a deadpan expression, casually responded, Duh, yeah, king of frauds. The nonchalant reply only seemed to fuel Sukuna's anger. He stopped a few meters away from Gojo, his aura flaring as he prepared to unleash a world dismantle. You too arrogant brat. Sukuna snarled. He then began to gather his cursed energy, preparing a series of devastating techniques. Scale of Dragons. Recoil. Twin Meteor. World. But before Sukuna could finish his incantation, Gojo's lips curled into a grin. The expression on his face was one of pure confidence, as if he had been waiting for this exact moment. Too late, Gojo said, his voice low and calm. The bath was successful. Suddenly, the domain around them seemed to shift. Sukuna's eyes widened as he felt an immense force pulling at him from within. The realization hit him like a ton of bricks. He was being sealed, drawn into the deepest recesses of Gojo's mind. No. You fucking brat. Sukuna roared, his voice echoing through the vast ocean. His form began to waver, his body being dragged down into the darkness, unable to resist the powerful seal that Gojo had set in place. Gojo, still grinning, watched as Sukuna struggled. See you later, fraud Kuna, Gojo said with a mocking wave. Hope we can play Monopoly later. Sukuna's form was almost completely submerged now, his final words a furious shout that reverberated through the water. Fucking brat. With that, Sukuna was sealed away, his presence completely vanished from the domain. The ocean around Gojo grew calm, the tension of the battle dissipating as the realization of his success sank in. Gojo floated there for a moment, the silence of the ocean comforting after the chaos. He had done it. He had successfully sealed Sukuna, at least for now. The King of Curses was locked away deep within his mind, unable to cause any further havoc. With a satisfied sigh, Gojo leaned back, floating on the water's surface. Well, that was fun, he muttered to himself, a hint of exhaustion creeping into his voice. But he knew this was only a temporary victory. Sukuna would eventually return, and when he did, the battle would begin anew. For now, though, Gojo could rest, knowing he had won this round. The endless ocean around him was peaceful once more, a stark contrast to the intense battle that had just taken place. He closed his eyes, letting the gentle waves carry him as he prepared for whatever came next. As Gojo floated peacefully in the endless ocean, his eyes closed and his body relaxed, a familiar sensation tugged at his consciousness. He opened his eyes slowly, and to his surprise, a screen materialized in front of him, glowing with ethereal light, much like the ones he had seen in Solo Leveling. Quest completed. Objective. Shut down Sukuna's connection to the outside world permanently within 1 hour. Penalty for failure. Avoided. Reward. Force Bond Breaker, my favorite one. This technique allows the user to sever the connection between a Force user and their ability to call upon the Force, rendering them completely powerless for a duration ranging from 3 to 60 seconds. The duration depends on how deep and strong their connection is. For example, it lasts a minimum of 3 seconds for those with deep bonds with the Force, such as Master Yoda. Activation, through direct contact with the target. Limitations, the bond break is temporary and doesn't work on beings who were created by the Force, e.g., Anakin, Darth Vader, the twins from Acolyte, and Luke Skywalker. Gravitational Alteration Curse, bow down peasants. This technique allows the user to alter the gravitational field around them to counter telekinetic abilities, making it difficult for anyone to lift or move objects. Additionally, this can force individuals to kneel or go face down on the ground. Activation, drawing upon energies from the environment using a ritual, the user changes the gravitational pull. Limitations, the effect is localized and requires significant energy to utilize, making it difficult to sustain for extended periods. Thanks Solar is. Optional/secret reward. Sukuna's 9-finger fight with Mahoraga, make Sukuna fight Mahoraga with only less than 10 fingers to troll him. This challenge has been successfully completed. Last reward. Open system inventory and shop. Gojo's eyes widened slightly as he read through the list of rewards. Force Bond Breaker, a technique that could sever someone's connection to the Force, sounded incredibly useful, especially in a galaxy filled with Force users. The thought of rendering someone like Yoda powerless, even for just a few seconds, brought a smirk to his face. Gravitational Alteration Curse, on the other hand, could make his enemies literally bow down to him. The idea of countering telekinesis and forcing powerful beings to the ground was both amusing and strategic. He could see plenty of applications for this in the battles to come. But the most curious of all was the optional reward: make Sukuna fight Mahoraga with only 9 fingers. The fact that it was a troll reward made it even more satisfying. Gojo couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Sukuna's frustration as he was forced into a fight against Mahoraga in such a weakened state. And then there was the final message: open system inventory and shop. The screen before him blinked, and a new option appeared, prompting him to open the shop. Is this really like solo leveling? Gojo thought, his curiosity piqued. Without hesitation, he mentally selected the option to open the inventory and shop, eager to see what new tools or items he might gain access to. As the shop interface opened, Gojo scanned through the available items and abilities, his mind already racing with possibilities. The system seemed to offer everything from enhancements to new techniques, each with its own unique applications. He could feel the excitement building as he explored the options before him. This is going to be fun, Gojo muttered to himself, his grin widening as he began to make his selections. If Sukuna thought he had problems before, he has no idea what's coming next. The endless ocean around him continued to ripple gently, a stark contrast to the whirlwind of ideas and strategies now forming in Gojo's mind. With these new rewards at his disposal, he was more confident than ever. Curious about how much he had changed and improved, Gojo paused his mental planning and decided to check his current physical state. Gojo's eyes narrowed as he focused inward, feeling the surge of power coursing through his veins. The sensation was overwhelming, yet he remained in perfect control. Slowly, he began to move, each stroke through the dense water allowing him to assess the changes in his body. He could feel the power in every muscle, each one finely tuned and sharpened from his intense training and the battles he had endured. His arms, once powerful and defined, were now bulging with even more pronounced muscle. Every flex, every movement, displayed the raw strength that had been honed to near perfection. The veins that ran across his forearms were more prominent, a testament to the enhanced blood flow and the sheer physical prowess he had gained. His chest was broader, the muscles sculpted like granite, each breath expanding his ribcage with ease, revealing the immense lung capacity he now possessed. His shoulders were rounded and powerful, providing the perfect balance between strength and mobility. Gojo could feel the latent energy coiled within them, ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice. His abdomen, once lean and muscular, had become even more chiseled, each muscle carved into a perfect six-pack that rippled with every movement. The core strength he had developed was evident, providing him with stability and control even in the most chaotic situations. His obliques were more defined, the sides of his torso showcasing the raw physical power that now resided within him. His legs, strong and agile, were even more muscular than before, capable of incredible bursts of speed and power. Every step he took sent a ripple through the ocean, the water parting as if in awe of the sheer force he now wielded. As Gojo moved through the water, he couldn't help but smirk. His body had transformed into a perfect weapon, a testament to the endless hours of training, the intense battles, and the relentless drive to become stronger. The physical improvements were undeniable. Each muscle was now a masterpiece of strength and endurance, perfectly suited for the challenges that lay ahead. The subtle feeling of power surging within him was exhilarating. Every fiber of his being was now enhanced, each muscle group working in perfect harmony to create a physique that was not only aesthetically impressive but also functionally superior. Gojo was no longer just the strongest sorcerer, his body was now a reflection of the immense power he wielded, ready to face whatever came next in this unpredictable galaxy. As Gojo continued to revel in the power and control he felt within his newly enhanced body, he decided to push himself even further, eager to explore the limits of his newfound strength. But just as he prepared to dive deeper into the endless ocean for more training, something unexpected happened. The domain began to tremble, subtle at first, then more violently. Gojo's sharp instincts kicked in, and he immediately realized what was happening. The fabric of the domain, which had served as his training ground, was starting to unravel. Ah, fuck, Gojo muttered under his breath, his frustration evident. Maybe I should have asked Sukuna to play Monopoly instead. Before he could react further, the domain shattered completely, the endless ocean disappearing in an instant. The sensation of falling through space gripped him for a moment, before he abruptly found himself back in his real body. Gojo sat up slowly, still submerged in the bath ritual he had created within the domain. The liquid around him, now thick and dark from the ritual, clung to his skin as he regained consciousness. The domain had been a battlefield for his soul, a place where he had confronted Sukuna and secured his victory, but now he was back in the physical world, still sitting in the cursed bath he had constructed. As the remnants of the domain faded from his mind, he realized that the liquid surrounding him was the cursed substance he had used to create the bath. It was still clinging to his skin, covering him completely. And yes, he was very much naked, having left his clothes behind before entering the ritual. Ah, so I'm back here, Gojo muttered to himself, glancing down at the thick black goo covering his body. And still naked? Well, that's just perfect. Despite the mess, Gojo couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. The ritual had been successful. Sukuna was sealed away till Gojo opened his cage again, and more benefit the outside world is cut off from Sukuna vision and senses, and he had gained new power in the process. The rewards were more than worth the inconvenience of being covered in this cursed liquid. He carefully stood up in the bath, the liquid slowly sliding off his muscular frame, revealing the results of the intense training and battles he had endured. His body was now even more defined, his muscles honed to near perfection, a testament to the power he now wielded. Gojo stepped out of the bath, black goo dripping from his body, and looked around. The environment was still his own creation, but now that he had completed the ritual, it was time to move on. First things first, Gojo said with a smirk, looking down at himself. I need to get cleaned up and find some clothes. Being naked and covered in cursed goo isn't exactly the look I was going for. With a quick burst of cursed energy, he activated his blue technique to lift the goo off his body. As the cursed substance was peeled away, Gojo opened his system inventory, curious about what it might offer him. To his surprise, a set of clothes materialized in front of him, neatly folded and waiting to be worn. Along with the clothes came a brief message, written in an elegant script, "Become the honored one once again, Gojo Satoru." The clothes were a perfect fit for him. The outfit consisted of a black, short-sleeved, tight-fitting shirt that clung to his now even more muscular frame, showcasing the definition in his arms, shoulders, and chest. The shirt was simple but functional, emphasizing his strength without being overly flashy. The pants were loose, white martial arts-style trousers that allowed for maximum mobility. They were tied at the waist with a black sash, ensuring they stayed secure during any intense movement or battle. The fabric was light and breathable, perfect for someone who valued both comfort and practicality in combat. To complete the ensemble, there were a pair of black, sturdy shoes that looked durable yet lightweight, designed to provide stability and grip whether on solid ground or in a more fluid environment. As Gojo put on the new outfit, he couldn't help but admire how well it suited him. The combination of the black shirt and white pants created a striking contrast, emphasizing his presence and authority. The outfit was both stylish and battle-ready, perfectly reflecting his identity as the strongest sorcerer. The message that accompanied the clothes lingered in his mind: become the honored one once again. It was a reminder of his role, his power, and the expectations that came with it. Gojo smirked, feeling the weight of those words, but also the thrill of living up to them. Fully dressed and ready for whatever came next, Gojo gave one last glance at the bath and his student clothes before turning away. The ritual had served its purpose, and now it was time to move forward. Chapter 36, Let's Level Up 2 and Some Twist. 7,500 words. Next Friday maybe I will update. After Gojo donned his new clothes, he wasted no time in getting back to business. With a swift motion, he summoned Wonder of You, the stand that had proven to be an invaluable ally in his journey through this galaxy. Wonder of You, Gojo began, his voice calm but authoritative. Have you made a clone to guard the one on the Royal Naboo starship? Wonder of You materialized beside him, its presence imposing and enigmatic as always. The stand's calm demeanor and aura of control contrasted sharply with Gojo's more animated nature. Wonder of You nodded slightly, indicating that it had indeed taken the necessary precautions. The clone is in place, Wonder of You confirmed, its voice echoing with an eerie calm. It is positioned to ensure the safety of the target on the Royal Naboo starship. Any attempt to approach will be met with appropriate deterrence. Gojo nodded, satisfied with the stand's report. He knew that Wonder of You's abilities were more than sufficient to protect what needed to be guarded. The stand's power to bring calamity to those who pursued its targets was a perfect safeguard against any potential threats. Good, Gojo replied, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Looks like our Lucrehulk experiment finally bore some results. Although, I noticed that one of the trees bore fruit with a very high level of cursed energy. It's much bigger than the rest. Wonder of You turned slightly, its expressionless face somehow conveying understanding. The presence of cursed energy in that fruit is unprecedented. It could be both an asset and a potential risk, depending on how it is handled. Gojo's eyes narrowed thoughtfully as he considered the implications. The fact that one of the Lucrehulk trees had produced a fruit so imbued with cursed energy was intriguing and potentially dangerous. The possibilities it presented were vast, but so were the unknowns. An asset or a risk, Gojo mused, almost to himself. Either way, it's something we need to keep an eye on. I don't want any surprises, especially not from something that powerful. Wonder of You tilted its head slightly, its tone as calm and precise as ever. Master Satoru, did you consume one of the fruits? I've noticed that one of them is missing. Gojo chuckled lightly, his expression a mix of amusement and caution. Yup, I did. A little bit dangerous, actually, but I couldn't resist seeing what it would do. The results were interesting, to say the least. He paused, his mind briefly reflecting on the potential consequences of consuming such a potent fruit. The power it offered was immense, but it came with its own risks that Gojo was more than willing to take, given the stakes. But now, with the looming Senate debate on Coruscant, those risks could complicate things even further. Now, since the Senate debate is going to be a real pain in the ass, I need to know how much time do we have before the Royal Naboo starship reaches Coruscant? Gojo asked, his tone shifting to one of practicality. Wonder of You, ever efficient, responded almost immediately. Approximately 16 hours remain before the Royal Naboo starship reaches Coruscant. The journey is progressing smoothly, and the ship is on schedule. Gojo frowned slightly, realizing the implications. Actually, that's bad news. The parts we got from Watto must be better than expected, so the travel time has sped up. He sighed, feeling the pressure of the shortened timeline. Alright, I need to formulate an exercise with my limitless to make the most of this time. Over the next 2 hours, Gojo focused intensely on refining his limitless technique. By drawing on his vast reserves of cursed energy, he managed to develop a method to control space on a wide scale, similar to the spatial monodomination that Zenin Zagratis used. This technique allowed him to exert influence over a broad area, manipulating space itself to his will. However, there was a significant drawback. In order to fully utilize this ability, he needed a completely closed room, a controlled environment where he could focus his energy without external interference. This is a problem, Gojo muttered to himself, realizing the limitation. The closed room requirement posed a challenge, especially given the current circumstances. But then, an idea sparked in his mind. Should I make an additional layer? Wait, yeah, an additional layer similar to Malevolent Shrine but using a simple domain instead. The thought intrigued him. If he could create a space within a space, using a simple domain as a makeshift closed room, it might just work. A domain that wasn't fully manifested like his regular ones, but something more subtle, more controlled, a curse zone. Curse zone, spatial domination, Gojo thought, a grin spreading across his face. It was a bit funny, but it also felt right. This would allow him to maintain control over a vast area without needing a physically closed environment. He could manipulate space on a large scale while still being able to adapt and react to external threats. Although Curse Zone wouldn't guarantee a direct hit like his usual domains, the real fun came from the ability to spawn any attack within mere centimeters of his target. The idea of trolling his enemies by making attacks appear just a breath away from them amused Gojo to no end. Imagine their faces when an attack spawns 1 centimeter beside them. Shit's going to be hilarious, Gojo thought, his grin widening. The potential for this technique to not only be effective but also to mess with his opponent's minds was too good to pass up. Wonder of you, ever observant and precise, turned slightly toward Gojo and asked, Master Satoru, have you mastered the limitless domain expansion? Gojo's grin faded slightly, replaced by a thoughtful expression. I couldn't bring it to the surface, not like I used to. It's like something is missing, he admitted, his voice tinged with frustration. The shrine and 10 shadows were easy to remaster, though. That was simple enough, especially with Sukuna's deal and the nature of those techniques. He paused, reflecting on the challenges he faced with his limitless domain expansion. It's strange. I can feel the power there, just beneath the surface, but something's holding it back. It's like I've got all the pieces, but they're not fitting together the way they should. Wonder of you nodded slightly, its enigmatic presence unwavering. Perhaps it's a matter of alignment, Master Satoru. The integration of Sukuna's abilities and the 10 shadows may have shifted the balance within you, making it difficult to access the full potential of your limitless domain expansion. Gojo considered this, his mind racing through possibilities. You might be right, he said, his tone more contemplative. The fusion of these techniques has given me a lot of new power, but it's also introduced complexities I didn't anticipate. I need to figure out what's blocking me from fully accessing my limitless domain. The realization of this challenge didn't dampen Gojo's spirits, if anything, it fueled his determination. It's just another puzzle to solve, he said with renewed resolve. And once I figure it out, I'll be even stronger. Until then, I'll keep refining what I've got like the Curse Zone. For the next few minutes, Gojo stood in contemplative silence, his gaze fixed on the sky above Naboo. Despite having consumed the cup of cursed liquid, the sky remained ominously dark, casting a shadow over the once serene landscape. It was an unsettling sight, one that didn't align with what he had expected after ingesting the strange substance. He furrowed his brow, feeling a pang of frustration mixed with curiosity. The cup of shit was supposed to fix this, he muttered to himself, his eyes scanning the inky blackness that loomed overhead. So why is the sky still like this? Gojo's mind raced through the possibilities. Had the dark energy from the cup affected more than just the sky? Was there something else at play, something he hadn't accounted for? The thought nagged at him, the unusual darkness suggesting that perhaps the cup's effects were more far-reaching or perhaps even more dangerous than he had initially realized. Something's off, Gojo murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. He could feel the cursed energy still lingering in the atmosphere, as if the darkness was not just a visual effect but a manifestation of something deeper, something tied to the fabric of the Force and the very planet itself. Suddenly, a familiar sensation washed over Gojo, signaling the appearance of something new. He hadn't initiated any custom binding vow, but the system seemed to have a mind of its own. Before him, ethereal words materialized, glowing faintly against the darkened sky. It was a quest, unexpected and mysterious. The text read. Quest initiated. Objective, make the darkness your own. Penalty for failure, none. Reward, Odin's ability, Arm of Darkness, Final Fantasy 16. Gojo blinked, momentarily taken aback. The reward Odin's ability, Arm of Darkness was something he recognized from stories and games, a power that could be immensely useful, especially in the unpredictable galaxy he found himself in. But the quest itself was unusual. The system was offering him a chance to harness the very darkness that had unsettled him just moments ago. Make the darkness my own, hey. Gojo muttered, a smirk creeping onto his face. The idea was intriguing, and the absence of a penalty for failure made it even more tempting. It was as if the system was nudging him, encouraging him to embrace this unexpected turn of events. He glanced up at the sky once more, the inky blackness now taking on a new meaning. What if this darkness wasn't just a curse or an anomaly? What if it was an opportunity, a power waiting to be claimed? The prospect of wielding such a power, of turning what seemed like a disadvantage into a formidable weapon, was too good to pass up. Gojo had always been one to seize the moment, to take risks when the rewards were worth it. And this was definitely worth it. With a determined nod, Gojo made his decision. Accept. Suddenly, the system screen flickered, a new message appearing as if to give him one last warning, are you sure? You might. I accept, Gojo interrupted, his voice resolute. Without warning, Gojo felt an immense force lift him off the ground. He soared through the air, cutting through the darkened sky at an incredible speed. As he ascended, he scanned the horizon, searching for the conduit or the source of this pervasive darkness. Yet, The higher he flew, the more he realized that there was no singular source, no artifact, no cursed object radiating this gloom. The sky felt natural, almost as if the darkness itself was an intrinsic part of the atmosphere, woven into the very fabric of the planet. So, the blanket over Naboo isn't just some curse or anomaly, Gojo mused as he continued to glide effortlessly through the air. The darkness is the planet itself, or rather, the planet has become one with the darkness. The realization was both awe-inspiring and unsettling. This wasn't something that could be easily dispelled or purified, it was a fundamental change to the world around him. And now, Gojo was tasked with making it his own. Well, if it's part of the planet, then it's part of me now, Gojo declared to the empty sky, his voice echoing across the dark expanse. Let's see what this darkness can really do. He began to focus, drawing upon the cursed energy within him, reaching out with his senses to merge with the darkness around him. The process was unlike anything he had experienced before. It was as though the darkness was alive, pulsating with a raw, untamed power that responded to his touch. It wasn't just cursed energy, it was something deeper, more primal. As he flew through the darkened sky, Gojo felt the darkness begin to resonate with his own energy, slowly but surely bending to his will. He could sense the immense power within the darkness, but he knew that to fully master the arm of darkness, the ability he had been promised, he needed more than just raw strength. The system had hinted at something deeper, a mastery that required the integration of specific techniques. To fully harness the arm of darkness, Gojo would need to master all the techniques that Clive Rochefield, the protagonist of Final Fantasy XVI, wielded when using Odin's powers. These techniques were crucial for making the arm of darkness a formidable weapon in Gojo's arsenal. The techniques he needed to master were as follows. Gungnir. Description: Clive summons Odin's spear, Gungnir, and rapidly thrusts it forward multiple times, dealing damage to all enemies in its path. This technique is known for its incredible reach and speed. Application: in Gojo's hands, Gungnir could be used to create rapid, piercing strikes that could reach enemies from a distance, making it a versatile attack in both close and ranged combat. Arm of Darkness. Description: this is the primary ability Gojo is set to gain. It allows Clive to channel Odin's power, summoning a spectral arm that can unleash powerful strikes, parry attacks, and perform devastating finishers. Application: Gojo would use the arm of darkness to deliver powerful, ethereal blows that could bypass physical defenses, crush through barriers, and overwhelm his opponents with sheer force. Heaven's Cloud. Description: this ability allows Clive to perform a series of fast, slashing attacks with Odin's sword, Zantetsuken. It's a swift and deadly technique that can chain into other attacks for maximum damage. Application: Gojo could integrate Heaven's Cloud to execute rapid, devastating slashes that could slice through multiple enemies or defenses in a single, fluid motion. Rift Slip. Description: Clive uses Odin's power to momentarily phase out of reality, allowing him to dodge incoming attacks and quickly reposition himself. This move grants a brief period of invulnerability. Application: for Gojo, Rift Slip would be a game-changing technique, allowing him to evade attacks with precision and counter with devastating speed. This ability would complement his existing powers of movement and evasion. Zantetsuken. Description: Zantetsuken is Odin's signature move, where Clive channels all of Odin's power into a single, powerful slash that can cleave through anything in its path. The longer the move is charged, the more powerful it becomes. Application: Gojo could unleash Zantetsuken as a finishing move, pouring all of his cursed energy into a single, unstoppable strike that could cut through any enemy or barrier, leaving devastation in its wake. Dancing Steel. Description: this technique allows Clive to extend the reach of his sword strikes and continuously combo them to build up power for Zantetsuken. Application: Gojo could use Dancing Steel to maintain pressure on his opponents, chaining together strikes that build up to a final, devastating attack. As Gojo contemplated the list of techniques, he knew that mastering them would not only unlock the full potential of the Arm of Darkness but also make him an unstoppable force in the galaxy. The thought of wielding such power, of integrating these abilities into his already formidable skill set, filled him with a sense of excitement and anticipation. Looks like I've got some work, Gojo thought with a grin. Suddenly, the darkness he thought had bent to his will turned on him, lashing out with an overwhelming force. It assaulted his mind, flooding him with memories of his previous life, horrifying scenes, moments of deep sorrow, and the weight of all the pain he had endured. The memories struck with brutal intensity, forcing him to relive the most painful moments of his existence. The shock of it all tore through him, and he couldn't help but shout, "Ah!" But just as suddenly as the memories overwhelmed him, Gojo's expression shifted. His scream turned into laughter, wild and defiant. "Ah ha 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 ha," he laughed, the sound echoing through the darkness. "Ha! What a lousy memory I've been through with it all." His laughter grew quieter but no less intense as he stared into the oppressive darkness that enveloped Naboo, now more a conscious entity than a mere environmental effect. "Also, do you want to know something, cheap blanket?" Gojo sneered, referring to the darkness that had dared to attack his mind. "I managed to conquer my world single-handedly, you know? And do you know why I chose to die?" He paused, letting the question hang in the air as the darkness seemed to hesitate, almost as if listening. "Because my previous world was boring," Gojo continued, his voice dripping with confidence and disdain. "I've been through worse than anything you can throw at me, and I came out on top every single time." The darkness around him seemed to waver, as if realizing it had underestimated the strength of the soul it had tried to break. Gojo's laughter died down, replaced by a smirk as he regained control of his mind, standing tall against the oppressive force. "So, thanks for playing," then Gojo said, his voice low but filled with menace. My name is Gojo Satoru, the one who shall take from you and make you mine. Insert Kenobi line. With those words, Gojo raised his hand, his palm facing the swirling darkness around him. The oppressive force that had tried to break him now began to gather, pulled toward his outstretched hand as if drawn by an irresistible force. The darkness, which had once blanketed Nebo, now swirled and condensed, funneling into Gojo's palm with increasing speed. Gojo's expression was one of absolute control and determination. He could feel the raw, untamed power of the darkness as it coiled within his grasp, yet there was no hesitation. Without a second thought, he brought the swirling mass of darkness closer and, with a defiant grin, absorbed it into himself. As the last remnants of the darkness vanished into Gojo's being, the sky above Nebo began to change. The once ominous clouds dissipated, giving way to a clear, bright day. The transformation was swift and absolute, as if the darkness had never been there in the first place. Gojo stood tall, feeling the immense power now coursing through him, a part of him. He had taken the darkness that sought to destroy him and made it his own, bending it to his will. The once oppressive force was now a tool, a weapon that Gojo Satoru controlled completely. Clear skies, Gojo remarked, glancing up at the bright, unmarred sky above. A satisfied smile played on his lips. I think I like this better. With the arm of darkness now fully under his command, Gojo felt more powerful than ever. As Gojo stood beneath the now clear skies of Nebo, relishing the power he had just absorbed, a familiar sensation washed over him. The system had returned, but this time, it wasn't offering a challenge, it was acknowledging his success. Quest completed. Objective, make the darkness your own. Penalty for failure, none. Reward, Odin's ability, Arm of Darkness, Final Fantasy 16. However, instead of the usual rush of power he expected, the system message continued, surprising him. Since you already obtained Arm of Darkness by yourself without the quest's aid and needed to master anything, you are granted an additional reward, the ability to unleash Zantetsuken at levels 1 to 5 whenever you want. Gojo smirked. Zantetsuken, Odin's ultimate attack, was now at his disposal, and he could use it at varying levels of power depending on the situation. The flexibility this offered was immense, making him an even greater force to be reckoned with. But the system wasn't finished. Optional quest completed. You didn't give a shit about the warning that was given. Reward, understanding of the force and the ability to create force techniques depending on your skill. Gojo's eyes widened slightly as he felt a new understanding bloom within him. The force, the mysterious power that permeated this galaxy, was now something he could fully grasp. Not only that, but he could create force techniques, crafting abilities that would blend seamlessly with his already vast arsenal of cursed energy and now the power of darkness. Interesting, Gojo muttered to himself, his mind already racing with possibilities. The combination of cursed energy, the force, and Odin's abilities made him a truly unstoppable force. Looks like things just got a whole lot more fun. With a newfound sense of purpose and power, Gojo decided it was time to take action. The citizens of Nebo were being held in prison camps by the separatists, and it was time to put his abilities to the test. As Gojo soared through the now clear skies of Nebo, his mind was focused on his destination. The prison camps were his immediate concern, but rather than directly rescuing the prisoners, he decided to observe the situation first. After all, dealing with it subtly could save him some trouble. As he approached one of the prison camps, Gojo noticed something unusual. The camp, which should have been heavily guarded, seemed almost deserted. There were no battle droids patrolling the perimeter, no watchtowers manned, and the usual signs of tight security were conspicuously absent. Intrigued, Gojo focused his attention on a particular group within the camp. There, he spotted Governor Co Bibble, who appeared to be organizing an escape route with the remaining prisoners. The scene struck Gojo as odd. Why was there no one stopping them? Then, it hit him. Yes, Gojo muttered to himself with a smirk. I remember now. I just put on a killer show here and broadcasted it on an exclusive channel. The separatists are probably concentrating their forces on Theed Castle, thinking that's where the real threat is. Gojo realized that his earlier actions had inadvertently drawn the enemy's attention away from the camps. The separatists, likely fearing another devastating display of power, had pulled their forces back to defend key strategic locations, leaving the prison camps vulnerable. As Governor Co Bibble whispered urgently to the group, we must act quickly before the droids are alerted. By his words were abruptly cut off as Gojo suddenly teleported right in front of them, his usual confident smirk in place. They won't do anything, Gojo said, his tone calm yet filled with a hint of amusement. Even if you walk out through the front door, they won't lift a finger. My crazy show earlier had a tremendous impact. The prisoners and Governor Bibble stared at Gojo in shock, their initial fear of being caught replaced by confusion at the unexpected arrival of this enigmatic figure. Gojo's nonchalant attitude and the fact that he had seemingly appeared out of nowhere left them all momentarily speechless. Gojo glanced around at the group, his piercing eyes assessing the situation. The separatists are too busy trying to defend Theed Castle to worry about this place, he continued, his voice steady. You've got a clear shot at freedom. Just walk out, and no one will stop you. Governor Bibble, recovering from his surprise, nodded slowly. We were planning an escape, but we didn't expect this, he admitted, still trying to process what was happening. Consider it a stroke of luck, Gojo replied with a shrug. Or maybe just good timing on your part. Either way, you're free to go. Bibble's expression softened into one of relief, and he quickly turned to the others. You heard him, he said, his voice gaining strength. We move now. The group began to gather themselves, preparing to leave the camp. Gojo watched them with a satisfied expression, knowing that his earlier actions had inadvertently created this opportunity for them. As the prisoners started to file out, Governor Bibble paused, turning back to Gojo. "Thank you," he said sincerely. "I don't know who you are, but you've given us a chance." As Governor Bibble expressed his gratitude, Gojo's smirk widened. "Wait a second," Gojo interrupted, raising a hand to stop the group before they left. "Before you go, I need your group and me to take a photo. It's not every day you get a chance like this." Bibble blinked in surprise, not entirely sure if Gojo was serious, but before he could respond, Gojo snapped his fingers. "Wonder of you, hit the camera," he commanded casually. Almost instantly, Wonder of you materialized, its presence as enigmatic as ever. The stand moved with precision, adjusting an ethereal camera that had appeared out of thin air, pointing it toward the group. Toru also appeared, smirking as he joined Gojo's side. "Cheese, everyone!" Gojo called out, his playful tone cutting through the lingering tension. The group, still somewhat bewildered by the turn of events, hesitated for a moment. But as Gojo and Toru grinned, their infectious enthusiasm quickly spread, and soon, everyone was smiling. "Cheese," they all chorused, their voices blending together as the camera's flash captured the moment. The image froze in time, a strange yet memorable snapshot of a moment where prisoners, a governor, and two otherworldly figures shared an unexpected connection in the midst of chaos. As the camera clicked, Gojo chuckled. "Now, wasn't that fun?" He turned to Bibble, who was still processing the surreal situation. "All right, you're all good to go. Stay safe out there." As Governor Bibble expressed his gratitude once more, Gojo's smirk remained in place. "Your queen is safe," Gojo assured him, his tone casual. "She's probably on her way to Coruscant as we speak. The journey should go smoothly." Toru, standing beside Gojo, decided to chime in with a bit more precision. "They'll arrive on Coruscant in about 12 hours, give or take." Gojo sighed, the grin never leaving his face. "Yeah, they'll arrive on time, which is kind of annoying, actually." Bibble couldn't help but chuckle, the absurdity of the situation starting to sink in. It wasn't every day that a group of prisoners, led by a governor, was saved by a powerful figure who seemed to treat the whole situation like a casual outing. But as he looked at Gojo and Toru, something began to click in his mind. There was something familiar about the man before him, something he had heard about in hushed whispers. "Wait," Bibble began, his eyes widening in realization. "Are you Gojo Satoru?" Before he could finish, Gojo and Toru had already vanished, teleporting away in an instant. Bibble was left staring at the empty space where they had just been, his mouth slightly open in disbelief. "Did that man and his companion just disappear?" one of the prisoners asked, equally confused. Bibble shook his head, trying to make sense of what had just happened. "I believe they did," he murmured, still in shock. "And if that was who I think it was, then we've just had a brush with someone extraordinary." The group stood in silence for a moment, processing the bizarre encounter. Finally, with a renewed sense of urgency and wonder, they continued on their way, determined to make the most of the unexpected opportunity that had been given to them. At the foot of the Gallo Mountains. Gojo stood at the base of the towering Gallo Mountains, the clear skies above doing little to ease the storm of thoughts swirling in his mind. The recent events, his newfound powers, and the challenges that lay ahead had left him with one pressing question, one that refused to be ignored. "I really need to eat those 19 fingers, Gojo muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on the rugged peaks before him. "Without them, I won't be able to contend with the strongest beings around here. But the risk is far too great." He knew all too well the power and danger that each of Sukuna's fingers held. Consuming them would undoubtedly elevate his strength to unprecedented levels, but it would also bring him closer to the malevolent curse that had been his greatest adversary. The thought of what could happen if he lost control, if Sukuna managed to seize power, was not something he took lightly. Gojo clenched his fists, the weight of the decision pressing heavily on him. The galaxy was vast, filled with unimaginable threats and beings of incredible power. If he was to protect those he had come to care about, if he was to truly assert his dominance in this new world, he needed every advantage he could get. But the cost could be everything. Suddenly, Gojo felt a familiar sensation, the telltale sign that the system was initiating something new. His thoughts were interrupted as ethereal words began to materialize before him, glowing faintly against the mountain's rugged backdrop. Quest initiated. Objective: consume all 19 of Sukuna's fingers without being overpowered. Penalty: if Sukuna takes control, you will be reduced to Sukuna's current state, powerless and vulnerable. Reward: all fiction 1/10 fragment, Kumagawa Misaji's minus ability. Gojo's eyes narrowed at the sight of the quest details. The stakes were high, but the reward was tantalizing. All fiction was a power that could potentially rewrite reality itself, a formidable ability that could turn any situation in his favor. But the penalty, the thought of being reduced to Sukuna's current state, was a chilling prospect. Before he could fully process the quest, an additional prompt appeared. Optional quest initiated. Objective: consume all 19 fingers immediately. Reward: Sleipnir, the 6-legged horse mount of Barnabas Tharmer. Gojo's brow furrowed in confusion. "I didn't make that optional quest, did I?" he muttered to himself. The optional quest was something new, something that hadn't come from his own thoughts or intentions. The reward Sleipnir was a mythical creature, a mount with unparalleled speed and strength. But the sudden appearance of this quest, without his input, was unnerving. Where did this come from? Gojo wondered aloud, his mind racing with possibilities. It's similar to how I got the Arm of Darkness. I didn't create that either. Looks like there's a higher being than the Force guiding me or playing with me. Either way. With a determined expression, Gojo materialized the 19 fingers of Sukuna. These relics, brought from the world of his original life in Japan, now hovered before him. This was his second lifetime, and the knowledge of his past experiences only strengthened his resolve. The dark energy emanating from the fingers was palpable, a reminder of the monstrous power they contained. Enough thinking, Gojo decided, his resolve hardening. Without further hesitation, Gojo reached for the fingers, one by one, and consumed them. The power within them surged through his body, every fiber of his being flooded with Sukuna's cursed energy. The risk was immense, but Gojo's determination was unwavering. Sukuna's POV. Trapped in the deepest recesses of Gojo's soul, Sukuna had spent countless moments clawing at his cage, trying in vain to break free. The walls of his prison were impenetrable, a testament to Gojo's mastery over his own mind. But as much as Sukuna hated to admit it, his efforts had been futile. He was stuck, a god among curses reduced to little more than a specter. Yet, even in this state, Sukuna's awareness never waned. He could feel the energy fluctuations within Gojo's body, the shifting of power as his own essence intermingled with Gojo's. It was a maddening existence aware, yet powerless to act. Suddenly, something changed. Sukuna's attention snapped to the forefront of his mind as a familiar, almost forgotten sensation coursed through him. His essence, his fingers were being gathered, all at once, inside Gojo's body. The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. The brat was doing it. He was eating the fingers. The fucking brat did it. Sukuna's voice reverberated through the dark void of his prison, a mixture of shock and rage lacing his words. He's doing it right now. I thought he'd wait next year, maybe later, but no. Sukuna's initial shock quickly gave way to a twisted sense of satisfaction. His essence, his power, was reuniting. He could feel the cursed energy growing, filling Gojo's body like a reservoir about to burst. This was his chance, his opportunity to break free, to reclaim what was rightfully his. But as Sukuna reached out to rejoin his essence, something went horribly wrong. A sudden force, like a barrier of immense power, slammed down between him and the gathered fingers. It was as if an unseen hand had wrenched his essence away from him, severing the connection just as quickly as it had begun. What is this? Sukuna snarled, his fury erupting in full force. He could feel the barrier, thick and impenetrable, blocking him from reuniting with his power. The sensation was like having victory snatched from his grasp at the last possible moment. Fucking a brat! Sukuna roared, his voice a cacophony of rage that echoed endlessly within the confines of his prison. The walls of his cage seemed to tremble under the weight of his fury, but they held firm, keeping him trapped and helpless. As Sukuna's rage simmered, a gnawing realization began to creep into his thoughts. Something was very wrong with this brat. This wasn't the Gojo Satoru he had known, the one whose arrogance was matched only by his overwhelming power. The Gojo he had observed from memory was confident, but he wasn't this cunning, this strategic. Sukuna's mind raced as he began analyzing the situation more critically. The brat had somehow shifted my focus entirely on him during their confrontation in the non-lethal domain, preventing him from analyzing what was truly happening. It wasn't just that Gojo had grown stronger, he had become calculating, almost methodical in his actions. And then there was the bath, the ritual that Sukuna had used to suppress another soul and take full control. How did this brat know about it? The only ones who knew were Kenjaku, Yurim, and Sukuna himself. Even if Gojo had somehow learned of it, it should have been through some relic or information passed down within the Zenin clan. It was used for family heirloom and cursed weapons, not through any direct experience to face incarnated being like him, and sure as hell not through Gojo clan. But this was Gojo's first time being born into this world, his first lifetime, so he shouldn't have had any knowledge of such a ritual, especially not the specific method Sukuna used. Sukuna's thoughts churned with suspicion and confusion. How could this brat, in his first birth, know something so deeply hidden and secretive? The idea that Gojo had somehow gained knowledge of the bath, without any prior experience, was not only unsettling, it was deeply alarming. This doesn't make sense, Sukuna muttered, his frustration growing. The brat shouldn't have this kind of knowledge, yet he did, and he was using it to outmaneuver Sukuna at every turn. The implications were far-reaching, and for the first time, Sukuna was forced to consider that there might be something or someone beyond his understanding pulling the strings. The chill of uncertainty crept through Sukuna's mind, a sensation he hadn't felt in eons. The brat had become a far more dangerous opponent than Sukuna had ever anticipated, and the more he tried to understand how, the more questions arose. Sukuna's final review on this current situation as he remembered when a non-lethal domain where Gojo had somehow managed to craft a finger that felt so real. I had eaten it and even felt a surge in power. Did the brat have the capability to create something and then take it away? Since I got sealed again, I never had the powers I consumed? How had he grown so rapidly in power and cunning, so much so that I couldn't even keep up? What else does he know? Sukuna wondered, his mind racing. The brat's unpredictability was becoming a serious threat, one that Sukuna could no longer afford to underestimate. Gojo POV. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before Gojo's eyes, the ethereal words glowing brightly against the backdrop of the Gallo Mountains. Quest completed. Objective: consume all 19 of Sukuna's fingers without being overpowered. Penalty: avoided. Reward: all fiction 1/10 fragment, Kumigawa Misaji's minus ability. Optional quest completed. Objective: consume all 19 fingers immediately. Reward: Sleipnir, the six-legged horse mount of Barnabas Tharmer. As the announcements faded, Gojo felt a surge of power coursing through him. The rewards were immediate and overwhelming, the all-fiction fragment integrating seamlessly with his being. He could feel the new ability beginning to awaken within him, a power that held the potential to rewrite reality itself. The sensation was strange, almost surreal, but undeniably exhilarating. Before he could fully process the changes, a sudden burst of energy rippled through the air. The ground beneath him trembled, and a powerful gust of wind swept across the mountainside. Gojo instinctively braced himself, but what followed was beyond anything he had anticipated. With a thunderous crack, the very fabric of space seemed to tear open, and from it emerged a creature of myth and legend. Sleipnir, the six-legged horse of Odin, materialized before Gojo, its massive form towering over him. The horse was a sight to behold. Its coat was a deep, stormy grey, almost black, and its 6 powerful legs gave it an imposing presence. The size of the creature was enormous, larger than any horse Gojo had ever seen, its form radiating an aura of ancient power and majesty. Sleipnir's eyes, glowing with an ethereal light, met Gojo's, and in that moment, a bond was formed between rider and mount. Gojo could feel the connection, an understanding that transcended words. This was no ordinary horse, it was a steed worthy of the gods, a mount that could traverse worlds and dimensions with ease. Well, aren't you a sight to behold, Gojo muttered, a grin spreading across his face as he took in the sheer size and power of Sleipnir. The horse pawed at the ground, snorting as if acknowledging Gojo's words. Gojo stepped forward, his hand reaching out to touch the sleek, powerful neck of the legendary horse. The moment his fingers made contact, he could feel the raw energy coursing through Sleipnir, a power that resonated with his own. This is going to be fun, Gojo said, his excitement palpable. With a quick, fluid motion, he mounted Sleipnir, feeling the immense strength beneath him. The horse responded instantly, as if it had been waiting for this moment, ready to carry Gojo wherever he needed to go. With a powerful leap, Sleipnir launched into the air, its 6 legs moving with a grace and speed that defied logic. Gojo felt the wind rush past him as they soared through the sky, the world below becoming a blur. He was ready for whatever came next, armed with new powers, a legendary mount, and an indomitable spirit. The galaxy was vast, and the challenges ahead were daunting, but Gojo Satoru was more than prepared to face them head-on. Bonus. In Nebu's royal starship, within the elegant and regal confines of the Queen's chamber, the atmosphere was heavy with unspoken tension. Padme Amidala, dressed in simple attire without her usual Queen Amidala makeup, sat quietly, her thoughts far away despite the grandeur surrounding her. Beside her, Sabe, her loyal handmaiden and decoy, stood in silent contemplation, the weight of recent events pressing down on them both. Sabe, sensing the somber mood, was the first to break the silence. "Where did Gojo Satoru go?" she asked, her voice gentle but laced with concern. Padme, still staring off into the distance, finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. "He's gone for training," she replied, the words carrying a weight that suggested more than just physical preparation. Sabe noticed the glimmer of unshed tears in Padme's eyes, remnants of emotion stirred 12 hours earlier when Gojo had left. She took a step closer, her tone softening even further. "My queen, are you all right?" Padme turned to face Sabe, her expression a mix of sadness and resolve. She took a deep breath, trying to steady her emotions. "I will be, Sabe. It's just, there's so much at stake, and I can't help but worry about what lies ahead." The room fell silent again, the unspoken understanding between the two women heavy in the air. Padme's concern for Gojo lingered, her thoughts clouded with the unknown dangers that lay ahead, both for him and for the fate of their people. Suddenly, Toru materialized in the room, his presence calm yet commanding. "Your people are safe," he reported, his voice steady as he addressed Padme. Padme, instinctively slipping into her role as Queen Amidala, met Toru's gaze with a mix of relief and curiosity. "Can you show me proof of this?" she asked, her tone now more formal, though the underlying hope was clear. Toru nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a projection appeared before them. It showed a group of prisoners, along with Governor Seo Bibble, standing together with Gojo. The image was light-hearted, almost surreal, with everyone smiling as if they were posing for a casual photograph despite the dire circumstances. Padme's eyes softened as she took in the sight. The evidence was undeniable, her people were safe. A sense of relief washed over her, lifting the weight that had been pressing down on her heart. A genuine smile broke across her face, a rare moment of happiness amidst the chaos. "Thank you, Toru," Padme said, her voice filled with gratitude. "This means more to me than you can imagine." Toru simply nodded, his job done. As he disappeared as quickly as he had arrived. As Padme's smile lingered, her thoughts began to drift once more, this time to Gojo and the reckless vow he had made. The weight of his actions and the risks he had taken weighed heavily on her mind. She admired his strength and determination, but the dangers he faced were immense, and the binding vow he had spoken of seemed ominous. He really did change the situation, Padme murmured to herself, the smile fading as a look of concern took its place. "But I wish I could help him more. At least, I wish I could release him from the vow he recklessly made." Sabe, who had been watching Padme closely, stepped forward, her brow furrowed with worry. "A vow?" she asked quietly. "What kind of vow, my queen?" Padme shook her head slowly, the frustration clear in her eyes. "A binding vow, it's something powerful, something dangerous. But I don't fully understand it. And I don't know how to help him, Sabe. I don't know if anyone in this galaxy knows how to deal with a binding vow." Sabe placed a comforting hand on Padme's shoulder. "If anyone can find a way, it's you, my queen. You've already done so much. Maybe there's still something we can do." Padme sighed, the uncertainty gnawing at her. "I hope so, Sabe. I truly do. For now, all we can do is hope that Gojo's strength and determination will carry him through. But if there's any chance I can help him, I'll do whatever it takes. You know, Padme continued, her voice tinged with irony, it's funny. I remember how much we hated Gojo Satoru at first because he suddenly appeared and teased us with his arrogant attitude. Sabe, feeling a mix of annoyance and amusement at the memory, chuckled softly. Funny you mention that, my queen. I've got a great idea. How about we jump scare him when he gets back? Padme's eyes widened in alarm. Please don't do that, Sabe. The last time I tried to pull a prank on him with the others, it didn't go well. Sabe's curiosity was piqued. What happened? Padme's expression darkened slightly as she recalled the sight. When Gojo returned after his battle in space, he was severely wounded. 4 of his fingers were missing, his cheek was shredded, his throat had deep blade-like gashes, and there was a gaping hole where his heart should have been. He was barely standing, from Padme POV, but he still managed to smile and joke with us. Sabe's eyes widened in shock at Padme's description. And yet, he still carried on. Padme nodded, her voice quiet. Yes, somehow, he did. But there's something about that battle, something I can't share with anyone, Sabe. It's a burden I have to carry alone. Sabe, sensing the weight of what Padme wasn't saying, nodded in understanding and didn't press further. She respected her queen's silence, even as it filled her with a sense of unease. Padme's thoughts lingered on the image of Gojo, battered but unyielding, standing in the aftermath of that terrible battle. The scars left on him were not just physical, they were a testament to the unimaginable power he had wielded to protect them, a power that had left a scar on the very fabric of space above Tatooine. Preview for next chapter. As Gojo and Sleipnir traveled through the vastness of space, the journey was interrupted by an unexpected notification from the system. Malevolent Shrine disabled. Chapter 37, Let's level up 3 and hack the system. As Gojo and Sleipnir traveled through the vastness of space, the journey was interrupted by an unexpected notification from the system. Malevolent Shrine disabled. The message caught Gojo off guard, and he quickly commanded Sleipnir to halt. As they came to a stop, Gojo furrowed his brow, trying to make sense of the situation. Disabled, he muttered, perplexed. Curious and a bit concerned, Gojo read further into the message, and the reason became clear: Sukuna was sealed too deep within his soul. The realization hit him like a ton of bricks. The only reason he had been able to use Malevolent Shrine before was because Sukuna had allowed it, or more accurately, Gojo had borrowed it. But now, with Sukuna sealed so deeply within him due to the bath ritual, that connection had been severed. Understanding the situation, Gojo felt a mix of frustration and intrigue. So that's why I could use it, he said to himself, his tone thoughtful. It wasn't fully mine to begin with, it was Sukuna's, and now he's out of reach. With this newfound knowledge, Gojo, now fully aware of the situation with Malevolent Shrine, decided to take a moment to review his other abilities. He focused inward, particularly on the power he had recently acquired, Odin's Arm of Darkness from Final Fantasy XVI. Arm of Darkness. Gojo muttered as he concentrated, trying to gauge his mastery over this new ability. He had seen the system rewards and knew that Zantetsuken, the devastating sword technique associated with Odin, had been unlocked at levels 1 through 5. But he had yet to actually use the technique in battle, and he needed to understand if the full potential of Arm of Darkness was within his grasp. As he delved deeper into his connection with the ability, Gojo realized that while Zantetsuken had been unlocked and was available for use, the broader aspects of Arm of Darkness, its other techniques and potential applications, were still only partially realized. The power was there, dormant and waiting, but it required further mastery and understanding to unlock its full capabilities. So, Zantetsuken is ready whenever I need it, Gojo thought, but the rest of Arm of Darkness, there's still more to uncover. His thoughts then turned to the quest system that had been guiding and challenging him since his arrival in this galaxy. The system had been both a boon and a burden, offering rewards but also imposing penalties and quests that forced his hand. Gojo, however, wasn't one to be led around without his consent. He knew he needed to stay one step ahead, to outmaneuver the very system that sought to control his destiny. I've played by your rules long enough, Gojo murmured, his eyes narrowing as he contemplated his next move. But it's time I started bending those rules to my advantage. With 11 hours left before the Royal Naboo starship arrived on Coruscant, Gojo decided to use this time to further his own agenda. His thoughts turned to Tiberzan, the crime lord who might still be on Tatooine. If there was anyone who could help him gather the resources or information needed to outwit the system, it would be someone like Zan. Maybe I should look for his pub or base, Gojo considered. But this isn't just about finding Zan, it's about outmaneuvering everyone, including the system itself. With that decision made, Gojo desummoned Sleipnir and began teleporting across Tatooine, using his abilities to quickly cover ground. He soon found himself in the bustling city of Mos Espa, the twin suns of Tatooine beating down on the dusty streets as he moved through the crowds. His senses were heightened, searching for any sign of Tiberzan. It wasn't long before Gojo found what he was looking for. In Chamon's Cantina, one of the most famous bars in Mos Espa, known for its lively and often dangerous atmosphere, Gojo spotted Tiberzan sitting at a table, deep in conversation with a group of associates. The bar was bustling with activity, filled with the usual mix of shady characters and questionable deals being made in every corner. But what really caught Gojo's attention was the presence of Jabba the Hutt himself, holding court in a shadowy alcove of the cantina. Surrounded by his usual entourage of guards and sycophants, Jabba's imposing form loomed over the gathering, his deep, rumbling voice carrying over the din of the cantina as he conducted his business. It was clear that the crime lord was in the midst of something important, his bulbous eyes scanning the room as he issued orders and made deals. Well, this will be interesting, Gojo thought, a sly grin forming on his face as he prepared to make his move. With both Tiberzan and Jabba the Hutt in the same place, the potential for chaos was high. And if there was one thing Gojo excelled at, it was turning chaos to his advantage. As Gojo scanned the bustling cantina, preparing to make his move, a sudden, unmistakable sensation washed over him. It was a feeling he had only experienced once before the first time he had encountered Anakin Skywalker. It was the presence of someone with immense potential, someone whose power could potentially rival Gojo's own, someone who, if properly trained, might even have the ability to kill him. Intrigued and slightly unsettled by the realization, Gojo subtly shifted his gaze, searching for the source of this powerful aura. His eyes landed on a red Twi'lek female, gracefully moving through the crowded cantina. She was a dancer, her movements fluid and mesmerizing, captivating the attention of everyone around her. But there was something more to her, something that set her apart from the other performers. As Gojo focused on her, he could sense the midi-chlorians within her in almost overwhelming concentration, possibly enough to make her a force to be reckoned with, perhaps even lethal to someone of his own caliber if she were to be trained in the ways of the Force. Thanks to the reward of understanding the Force from his recent quest, Gojo's 6 eyes had reached a point where he could discern the exact number of midi-chlorians that every individual carried. This ability allowed him to instantly recognize the Twi'lek's extraordinary potential. This realization struck Gojo deeply. He hadn't expected to encounter another being with such potential so soon after meeting Anakin. The thought that someone so seemingly unassuming could hold such power was both thrilling and disconcerting. If she were to fall into the wrong hands, she could become an extraordinary threat, perhaps even a danger to him. Interesting, Gojo thought to himself, his sly grin widening slightly. This could be a game changer. She might even be capable of killing me. As Gojo continued to observe the Twi'lek dancer, the depth of her potential became even clearer to him. Her raw, untapped power was hidden beneath the guise of an ordinary entertainer, unnoticed by the many factions vying for control in the galaxy. She was a wild card, one that could change the balance of power in unexpected ways. As Gojo's thoughts lingered on the potential of the Twi'lek dancer, his attention was drawn to the commotion at a nearby table where Tiberzan and Jabba the Hutt were engaged in a heated dice game. The table was surrounded by their respective entourages, each of them eyeing the dice with intense focus. Jabba's deep, rumbling voice cut through the din of the cantina as he made his call in Huttus, read. Tiberzan, not one to be outdone, responded with a confident smirk, Bluey. The announcer, a nervous-looking Rodian, held the dice above the table, his hands shaking slightly under the pressure. Let's open the D. Before the Rodian could finish, the air in the cantina shifted as Gojo casually strolled over to the table, his presence immediately drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Hey, guys. Gojo called out, his voice light and playful, but with an edge that silenced the room. The tension was palpable as all eyes turned to him. Tiberzan and Jabba the Hutt both recognized him instantly. Tiber's expression tightened as he remembered how Gojo had stormed the Lucky Despot single-handedly, while Jabba's gaze narrowed, recalling the time Gojo had wiped out 600 of his men with ease. Jabba, ever cautious despite his confidence, rumbled in Huttus, Satoru Gojo, JJK Batanaliaya. The translation droid at Jabba's side quickly interpreted, Satoru Gojo, what brings you here? Tiberzan, always the opportunist, leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowing slightly as he addressed Gojo. Gojo Satoru, are you here trying to join me in my conquest since you turned down my previous offer? With you at my... Before Tiber could finish, Gojo interrupted them both. Alright, I've got a new game if you don't mind. How about you pit me against 1,000 people? Most people would think I'm gonna die, right? Jabba and Tiberzan exchanged glances, both clearly unimpressed with the suggestion. Jabba rumbled in Huttus, Chad si ka. Tsitsi de si ta yuba and tsitsi baag yuba power. Chabana si hanwoi chaubas. The translation droid quickly added, are you an idiot? Everyone on Tatooine knows about you and your power. There won't be any challengers. Tiberzan nodded in agreement. Besides, from what I can see, you've just got some new muscle, he said, referring to Gojo's now more imposing physique. It's making people even less likely to take that fight. Gojo, unfazed, leaned in with a sly grin. How about this, I go in disguise, black blindfold, beggar's clothes, black hair. No one will know it's me. What do you say? Tiberzan's eyes gleamed with opportunity. He turned to Jabba, speaking in Huttus, Dislimo wa jaleka. Tsitsi do alonka konki yuba dice game. Dobra picha. The translation droid interpreted, this will be a good opportunity. We can postpone our dice game. Besides, this is a guaranteed winning bet. Jabba, always cautious, rumbled back in Huttus, wa no beta cheed tsitsi shask nahalshia. No beta chad tsitsi, Gojo Satoru, hizi doth kayuna speaksa. The droid translated, what about his power? Everyone knows Gojo Satoru can create giant blue orbs and black lightning. Before the conversation could continue, Gojo surprised them both by speaking in perfect Huttus, tsitsi che koabona ti wangachi. Tsitsi no beta hat. No beta ki no bakake taitun yuba. The droid was momentarily stunned but quickly translated, I've got another skill set, and I can guarantee you, no one will know that Gojo is fighting in the arena. Jabba, clearly impressed and amused, rumbled proudly in Huttus, Boa. Boad CV. Tsitsi totsi koi wa yumba. Ah, Gojo Satoru, no beta baha wa yumo che yuba ki kayakatusan. The droid translated with a sense of pride in its voice, looks like the hero is going down the business path. Welcome to the family, Gojo Satoru. You'll fit right in. Gojo then casually asked, the dancer Chwilak. Paitisa Chi Wangita. The droid translated, the dancer Chwilak. Who owns her? Jabba's expression shifted slightly, a mix of interest and calculation. He responded in Hutus, de Chwilak. She Wangita Motzwa. Moki Che Dubahat CV, Zyro. Tzbaa Mer Lasta. The droid interpreted, that Chwilak belongs to my family. Specifically, to my uncle, Zyro. He would be furious if I wagered her. Jabba's eyes gleamed with the thought of potential payback against his uncle. The rivalry within the Hutt clan was well known, and this could be the perfect opportunity for Jabba to get one over on Zyro. He rumbled again in Hutus, Wa Yuba Chi Bahawa Yumo. Che Yuba Duth Kuko. The droid translated, let's put her on the table. I want payback against him. Gojo simply smiled, thinking to himself, looks like I've got two birds with one stone. With that, Gojo extended his hand, shaking hands first with Jabba, then with Tiberzan, sealing the deal that would soon shake the underworld of Tatooine. As the deal was sealed with a handshake, Gojo felt a surge of anticipation. The plan was set, and soon enough, he found himself in a preparation room, one of the many hidden chambers beneath Chaman's cantina where fighters were prepped before stepping into the arena. The room was dimly lit, the walls lined with various weapons and armor, though none of it was meant for him. Tiberzan, true to his word, had provided Gojo with the necessary disguise. Gojo stood in front of a cracked mirror, now dressed in tattered beggar's clothes, a black blindfold covering his eyes, and his normally white hair dyed a dark, unremarkable black. He looked nothing like the legendary Satoru Gojo, just another down-and-out fighter looking for a chance. As Tiberzan finished adjusting the final details of the disguise, he gave Gojo a stern look. Remember, under no circumstances are you to use your original abilities. If anyone catches on that it's you, the entire plan is blown. Gojo, ever the carefree spirit, simply smirked. All right, boy. Let's get this show on the road. Tiberzan, satisfied but still cautious, turned to leave the room, but Gojo's voice stopped him in his tracks. One last thing, Gojo added, his tone suddenly serious. Tell Jabba I don't want the winning money. All I care about is that Chwilak. That's all. Tiberzan's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. This arrangement meant more winnings for him, with no need to split the profits. He nodded, a grin spreading across his face. Consider it done, he said before leaving the room. As Tiberzan exited the room, leaving Gojo alone, the atmosphere shifted. The air seemed to crackle with a new kind of energy, one that Gojo was all too familiar with. His gaze, hidden behind the black blindfold, sharpened as a new notification from the system appeared before him, the words glowing faintly in the dim light of the room. Quest initiated. Title, Another Chosen One. Objective, recruit the Chwilak as your disciple using any method possible. Penalty for failure, none. Reward, midichlorian manipulation. Grants the ability to raise or lower someone's midichlorian count. Warning, removing all midichlorians will result in death. Optional quest, unknown. Gojo's lips curled into a wicked grin as he read the quest. Gotcha, you son of a bitch, he muttered under his breath, recognizing the game the system was playing. But he wasn't one to be outmaneuvered so easily. With a quick, silent motion, Gojo summoned the Dharma wheel inside his body. This was no ordinary technique, it was a calculated move to target the system itself. By using Sukuna as a burden within the Dharma wheel, Gojo aimed to draw on the cursed energy and adaptation abilities that Sukuna had honed over centuries. The goal was to adapt to and potentially disrupt the system's influence over him. As the Dharma wheel spun silently within him, Gojo felt the energies beginning to intertwine. Sukuna's presence, though trapped deep within Gojo's soul, provided a wellspring of power that Gojo could exploit. The cursed energy from Sukuna began to fuel the adaptation process, allowing Gojo to fine-tune his connection to the system. Gojo could feel the system's influence pushing back, trying to assert control over the situation, but with each rotation of the Dharma wheel, he was steadily gaining ground. The adaptation rewards were working in his favor, allowing him to subtly shift the balance of power within his own body. Let's see how you like it when the tables are turned, Gojo thought, his grin never fading as he prepared to face the upcoming challenge with a new sense of purpose. The system had given him a task, but now it was Gojo who was pulling the strings. As the Dharma wheel continued to spin, silently empowering Gojo from within, he knew that the upcoming fight wasn't just about winning in the arena, it was about outmaneuvering the system, claiming his rewards, and shaping his own destiny, no matter what obstacles stood in his way. In the arena of Mos Espa, the atmosphere was electric with excitement and anticipation. The crowds had gathered in droves, eager to witness the spectacle that was about to unfold. A protocol droid stood at the center, its mechanical voice booming across the arena. The great Jabba welcomes you to this arena and brings you to this glorious event, a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle, one blind beggar versus 1,000 armed men. The crowd erupted in cheers, their bloodlust palpable as they eyed the lone figure standing in the center of the arena. The protocol droid continued, the great Jabba wants to know if there are any more volunteers? The great Jabba will give the 1,000 winners 10,000 credits each, if they can kill this beggar. The cheers grew even louder, the crowd eager to see the beggar meet his end. But behind that unassuming appearance was Gojo Satoru, his mind focused, his senses sharp. Beneath the blindfold, his eyes twinkled with dangerous amusement. He could feel the hostility radiating from the crowd and the bloodlust of the volunteers. Well, This is going to be fun, Gojo thought to himself, a sly smile forming on his lips beneath the blindfold. The odds were stacked against him, or so they thought. In the royal box, Jabba the Hutt sat flanked by Tiber Zan, Zyro the Hutt, and 2 other members of the Hutt clan, Gardola the Hutt and Marlo the Hutt. The atmosphere in the box was one of relaxed confidence, with the Hutts indulging in their usual vices as they watched the proceedings below. Zyro the Hutt leaned over to Jabba, his voice dripping with curiosity as he spoke in Huttis, Kuna Faa Jabba, Koli Yuba Sita Wonki. The translation droid at Jabba's side quickly translated, Who do you favor to win, Jabba? Jabba's deep, rumbling voice responded in Huttis, Ta ne bashi bantha pudu. Mer ct da ta beggar. Si hat ka yuba nu hanak a million credits. Tiber Zan si ne a ta ct da mah. The translation droid added, The beggar, of course. I put 100 million credits on him. And I'm certain Tiber Zan will do the same as me. Suddenly, Tiber Zan leaned forward, speaking in English since Zyro could understand the language. I want the Twi'lek from that cantina. I'll put another 2.5 million credits on the line. Zyro's smile widened, a sinister gleam in his eyes as he responded, Of course, I'll put that Twi'lek up. Shame I need to part with her. But in Zyro's mind, his thoughts were far less agreeable. There's no way I'm letting her out of my grip. She's still a virgin and valuable to me as a slave forever. Besides, that beggar looks weak. Before Zyro could finish his thought, the arena erupted in chaos. 190 of the armed men charging at the beggar suddenly collapsed, their bodies sliced cleanly in two. The crowd gasped in shock, and even the Hutts were momentarily stunned. Jabba and Tiber Zan exchanged a glance, their expressions turning into satisfied grins as they watched the carnage unfold. The beggar in the center of the arena, who had seemed so unassuming moments before, now wielded a dark, ominous sword. The weapon's presence was palpable, its blade cutting through the air with lethal precision. Jabba rumbled in Huttis, Merci dawa yumba. Tsibi tachuna. The translation droid quickly added, Looks like the beggar has some surprises. I knew he'd be worth the bet. Tiber Zan nodded in agreement, his eyes fixed on Gojo as the beggar continued to decimate the ranks of the armed men. The arena was a sea of chaos, but to the seasoned eyes of Jabba and Tiber, it was clear that the beggar Gojo was in complete control. Gojo's POV, beggar disguised. As Gojo observed the carnage unfolding around him, a sly grin tugged at the corners of his lips beneath the beggar's disguise. Looks like Odin's arm of darkness is more lethal than even Sukuna, he thought, an amused chuckle escaping him. The power he wielded with the dark sword in his hand felt exhilarating, a surge of strength that made him feel invincible. The arena was filled with chaos, screams of terror echoing through the space as Gojo cut through the ranks of the armed men with deadly precision. But he wasn't finished yet. Let's see just how far I can push this, Gojo mused. In a fluid motion, Gojo activated another aspect of Odin's arm of darkness dancing blade. The dark sword in his hand split into two, each blade radiating a dark, ominous energy. With a single thought, Gojo launched himself into a spinning whirlwind of death, the twin blades cutting through the air with a high-pitched whistle. The first enemy he encountered didn't even have time to scream as the blade cleaved him in half from head to groin, his body falling in two pieces to the ground with a sickening thud. Gojo spun again, the second blade slicing through another enemy's torso, spraying blood in a wide arc as the man's top half separated from his legs. As Gojo continued to spin, his movements became a blur, the twin blades of dancing blade carving through flesh and bone with terrifying ease. One man's arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder, while another had his head taken off in a single stroke. The fifth enemy fell with a gaping wound across his chest, his ribs exposed as he crumpled to the sand. Gojo's eyes gleamed with dark amusement as he continued his lethal dance. The sixth man screamed as both blades crossed in an X shape, slicing him into 4 bloody pieces. The seventh and eighth men tried to flee, but Gojo was too fast. One was bisected at the waist, his legs running a few more steps before collapsing, and the other had his throat slashed open, blood gushing out like a fountain as he fell to the ground, choking on his own blood. The ninth and final victim was dispatched in the most gruesome manner of all. Gojo, still spinning, plunged both blades into the man's abdomen, then twisted the swords, tearing through flesh and organs as he pulled them apart. The man's entrails spilled out onto the sand, and he fell to his knees, gasping in shock before crumpling lifelessly. As Gojo came to a stop, standing amidst the carnage he had wrought, the arena fell deathly silent. The surviving armed men stared in horror at the scene before them. 200 of their comrades lay dead in a matter of moments, their bodies mutilated beyond recognition. Gojo, still grinning beneath the blindfold, felt the rush of power course through him. Dancing Blade had proven to be devastatingly effective, and the fear it inspired in his enemies was palpable. This is only the beginning, he thought, ready to unleash even more of Odin's terrifying power. Gojo, feeling the adrenaline and power surging through him, decided it was time to push even further. The dark energy of Odin's arm of darkness was intoxicating, and he wanted to see just how much devastation he could unleash. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated Heaven's Cloud, a deadly technique that combined speed with the lethal edge of Zantetsuken. The twin blades in Gojo's hands began to glow with a dark, ethereal light as they merged back into a single, massive sword, the embodiment of Zantetsuken. The blade was heavy in his hands, yet it moved with the grace of a feather, responding to Gojo's every command as if it were an extension of his own will. With a flick of his wrist, Gojo launched into a series of blindingly fast, slashing attacks. His movements were a blur, the sword cutting through the air with a sound like the hiss of 1,000 serpents. The first wave of enemies didn't even have time to react before the blade was upon them. The initial strike cleaved through the first 10 men in a single sweep, their bodies collapsing in a spray of blood and entrails. Gojo didn't stop, he spun and slashed again, each movement perfectly calculated to inflict maximum damage. The sword moved like a scythe through a field of wheat, leaving behind a trail of dismembered limbs and shattered bodies. As Gojo continued to slash through the ranks, the bodies began to pile up. Some men were decapitated in an instant, their heads rolling across the sand as their lifeless bodies crumpled. Others were split in half, their torsos severed cleanly from their legs. The air was thick with the smell of blood and the sound of agonized screams, but to Gojo, it was a symphony of chaos. One particularly unlucky group of men found themselves trapped in the center of Gojo's onslaught. He moved through them with terrifying speed, the sword slicing through their armor and flesh as if it were paper. One man was disemboweled in a single strike, his intestines spilling out onto the sand as he fell to his knees, gasping for breath. Another had his arm severed at the elbow, the limb flying off into the crowd as the man collapsed, screaming in pain. Gojo's movements were relentless, each swing of Zantetsuken sending another wave of men to their gruesome deaths. Blood splattered across the arena, staining the sand red and turning the once lively battlefield into a scene of utter carnage. The screams of the dying filled the air, but Gojo heard none of it. He was lost in the ecstasy of battle, his focus solely on the next target, the next kill. By the time he finished, 300 more men lay dead at his feet, their bodies torn apart by the devastating power of Heaven's cloud. The survivors, those who had not yet met their end at Gojo's hand, stared in horror at the scene before them. The arena was silent once more, save for the sound of blood dripping from Zantetsuken's blade. Gojo stood amidst the carnage, breathing heavily, his grin widening beneath the blindfold. The power of Odin's arm of darkness was exhilarating, and he relished in the fear he had instilled in his enemies. This was only the beginning, and Gojo knew that there were still many more to fall before the day was done. The remaining 500 men in the arena stared in disbelief at the carnage Gojo had wrought. Their confidence, once unshakable, was now replaced by a gnawing fear. The sight of their comrades being slaughtered so effortlessly was enough to make even the bravest among them question their chances. As they stood frozen, their minds raced back to the conversation they had before entering the arena. 500 men's POV, flashback. Just before the battle began, the mood among the group had been one of cocky bravado. They had gathered in a dimly lit room, inspecting their weapons and cracking jokes about the easy money they were about to make. "We'll be rich after this," one of them had boasted, grinning as he inspected his blaster, the most advanced model provided by Lord Zyro himself. "1,000 of us against one blind beggar? This is going to be the easiest job we've ever had." The others had laughed in agreement, their confidence bolstered by the advanced technology at their disposal. "Yeah, this is practically charity work. We're getting paid to kill a beggar. What could be easier?" But not everyone had shared in their enthusiasm. One of the men, a veteran of many battles, had voiced his concerns. "I don't like this," he had muttered, his eyes narrowing as he glanced toward the arena. "That beggar, he smells worse than any Jedi or Dark Jedi I've ever come across. There's something off about him." The others had scoffed at his caution, mocking him for his perceived cowardice. "You're just scared of a little fight. This is a golden opportunity, and you're too afraid to take it." The veteran had shaken his head, frustration evident in his eyes. "You don't understand. There's a feeling I get when I'm around someone truly dangerous, and that beggar gives off that same vibe. I'm telling you, something isn't right about this." But his warnings had fallen on deaf ears. The others had laughed off his concerns, dismissing him as paranoid. "Suit yourself, but when we're swimming in credits, don't say we didn't tell you so." Present. Now, as they stood in the arena, surrounded by the butchered remains of their comrades, those words echoed in their minds. The beggar wasn't just dangerous, he was a force of nature, something beyond anything they had ever encountered. The veteran's warning had been more than just paranoia, it had been a premonition of the nightmare they now faced. 500 men's POV, leader's perspective. The remaining 500 men in the arena were no longer the confident mercenaries they had been just moments ago. The sight of their comrades butchered with such ease had left them shaken, their earlier bravado replaced with a gnawing fear. Among them, one leader, the veteran who had expressed doubts earlier, knew things were about to get worse. As he watched the so-called beggar wreak havoc, his gut feeling that something was terribly wrong was confirmed. "This isn't just some beggar," he thought, his mind racing. "This is a monster." Desperate to regain some semblance of control, the leader raised his hand, signaling his men to stop their chaotic, disorganized attacks. "Everyone, listen up," he shouted, trying to rally his troops. "Forget fighting from a distance, close in on him. Surround him and fire at point-blank range. We have to fill him with holes before he can react." The men hesitated, but the leader's authority pushed them into action. They formed a tighter circle around Gojo, their blasters trained on him, ready to fire at a moment's notice. The leader's heart pounded in his chest as he gave the order. "Now!" In unison, they unleashed a volley of blaster fire, hoping to overwhelm the beggar with sheer firepower. But just as the bolt struck Gojo, something unexpected happened. Gojo POV. Gojo only smiled beneath his blindfold, his thoughts focused on a technique he had yet to fully explore. "There's one ability that's been a bit of a mystery. Rift Slip. If it requires a hit to activate, then this is the perfect opportunity." As the blaster bolts connected with his body, Gojo triggered Rift Slip. In an instant, reality warped around him, and he vanished from sight, leaving behind only a flicker of his form. The leader blinked, trying to comprehend what had just happened. The next thing the leader knew, Gojo was standing right in front of him, as if he had teleported in the blink of an eye. Time seemed to slow down, the world around them moving at a sluggish pace for what felt like an eternity, but was in reality only 5 seconds. In those 5 seconds, Gojo's dark, ominous sword moved with lethal precision. The leader's eyes widened in terror as the blade plunged into his chest, cutting through his body like a hot knife through butter. He felt the searing pain as it sliced through his heart, and then, nothing. Time snapped back to normal, and the leader's body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Gojo stood over the fallen leader, his grin widening as the remaining men in the arena froze in horror. The rift slip had worked perfectly, allowing him to close the distance and strike before anyone could react. The fear in the air was thick, and Gojo reveled in it. Time to up the ante, Gojo thought to himself, his grin growing even wider beneath the blindfold. He had been saving this move, and now seemed like the perfect moment to unleash it. He focused on one of Odin's most devastating techniques, Zantetsuken level 4. Is an expression that means it's time to increase the stakes or escalate a situation. In the context of a game, it refers to raising the bet or making the game more challenging. This technique, Gojo mused, is similar to Malevolent Shrine, but it doesn't need a domain to guarantee a hit. It strikes everyone within my line of sight. He chuckled darkly, the thought of what was about to happen fueling his excitement. In an instant, Gojo's aura surged with immense power, his dark sword glowing with a terrifying light. He raised the blade high, and with a single, swift motion, he unleashed Zantetsuken level 4. The arena was bathed in a blinding flash of light as Gojo's strike tore through the battlefield. The blade's energy extended outwards, slicing through everything in its path. The first 300 men in his line of sight were cut down in a single, devastating blow. The force of the strike was so powerful that it didn't just slice through their bodies, it obliterated them, leaving behind only shredded remains. But Gojo wasn't done. As the light faded and the dust began to settle, he readied himself for another strike. The remaining 200 men, paralyzed with fear, could only watch as Gojo made his move. With a swift, fluid motion, he unleashed another powerful attack, this time targeting the final group. The blade moved with precision, cutting through the air and decapitating every single one of the remaining 200 men. Their heads rolled to the ground, lifeless, as their bodies crumpled in unison. The arena, once filled with the sounds of battle, fell eerily silent. Blood soaked the sand, and the only figure left standing was Gojo, his sword still glowing with dark energy. He let out a satisfied sigh, lowering his sword as he surveyed the carnage he had wrought. Well, that was fun, Gojo thought, his smirk never leaving his face. He had single-handedly decimated 1,000 men, proving once again that he was a force to be reckoned with. As the realization of what had just happened began to sink in for those watching from the royal box, a mixture of shock, awe, and fear spread through the crowd. The legend of the beggar who defeated 1,000 armed men would soon spread like wildfire across Tatooine, and Gojo, ever the showman, would be at the center of it all. As the realization of what had just happened began to sink in for those watching from the royal box, a mixture of shock, awe, and fear spread through the crowd. But then, something unexpected happened. Boos erupted from the spectators. The crowd, unable to comprehend the sheer magnitude of what they had witnessed, began to jeer, their bloodlust unquenched and their expectations shattered. Gojo, unfazed by the boos, casually glanced at the corpses littering the arena. An idea struck him, and with a simple thought, he activated his inventory system. In mere seconds, every corpse, every piece of equipment, and every weapon scattered across the arena floor vanished, stored away in his inventory as if they had never existed. The sudden disappearance left the crowd in stunned silence. What they had just witnessed was beyond anything they could have imagined. A man who not only killed with ease but who also had the power to make the aftermath disappear in an instant. The once boisterous arena now stood in eerie quiet, the spectators grappling with the horrifying reality that Gojo was a man who could do as he pleased, take as he pleased, without any regard for their expectations or desires. Gojo's smirk widened as he sensed the crowd's shift from disbelief to fear. He had made his point, and the silence was proof that they understood he was no mere fighter, he was something far more dangerous. Just then, he heard a faint clink inside his body, a sound that resonated deep within his soul. It was a subtle but unmistakable sign that something within him was changing, evolving. Aha, looks like some good news, Gojo thought, his amusement growing. The process of adaptation is slow, but it's definitely beneficial. He could feel it the more he used the systems within him, whether it was the inventory or the quest system, the more his body and soul adapted to them. They were becoming an integral part of him, something he could manipulate, control, and eventually outmaneuver. Looks like the more I use these systems, the more they'll become a part of me, Gojo mused, his confidence soaring. And when that happens, I'll have the upper hand not just over my enemies, but over the very mechanisms that try to control me. The silence in the arena persisted, the crowd still grappling with the sheer dominance Gojo had displayed. But in Gojo's mind, the real victory was the one happening inside him, the slow but steady adaptation that would soon make him unstoppable, even against the forces that had brought him to this galaxy. Meanwhile, in the royal box, tension crackled in the air as Zyro the Hutt glared furiously at Jabba and Tiberzan. His frustration was palpable, and his voice trembled with anger. You cheated. Zyro spat in Huttus, his bulbous eyes narrowing as he pointed an accusatory finger at Jabba and Tiber. You taunted me into putting 300 million credits on the line and that slave, and no one told me this blind beggar was this strong. Before Jabba could respond, Tiberzan leaned in, his expression calm but carrying a hint of amusement. You're on Tatooine, Zyro, he said smoothly in Huttus. And there's actually one person here who can make you fulfill the deal whether you like it or not. Zyro's eyes widened as the realization dawned on him. His gaze nervously scanned the arena, his mind racing. He didn't know exactly where Gojo Satoru was at that moment, but the sense of being watched by someone so powerful made him deeply uneasy. The thought that Gojo could be observing from some hidden vantage point, silently assessing everything, sent a chill down his spine. The full weight of the situation hit him. He was under the watchful eye of a man who had just demonstrated his overwhelming power, a man who could easily enforce the deal, no matter how much Zyro protested. Zyro swallowed hard, his anger dissipating into a cold fear. The paranoia gnawed at him, knowing that Gojo Satoru was somewhere out there, possibly watching his every move. Resisting or reneging on the deal was not an option. Gojo Satoru was dangerous, far more than Zyro had ever anticipated. And now, Zyro was caught in a trap he had unwittingly helped set, with no way out. Chapter 38, Level Up arc is finished. The blind beggar exited the arena, his steps echoing in the quiet waiting area where a servant stood ready. Master Jabba would like to invite you for lunch in the cantina, the servant announced. Lead the way, the blind beggar replied, following the servant through the winding corridors of the arena until they emerged into the bustling chaos of Chamon's cantina. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of strong drinks and the murmur of shady conversations. Before the blind beggar could reach Jabba's table, Zyro the Hutt slithered into his path, his enormous, gleaming eyes filled with a sinister glint. He leaned closer, his voice oozing with oily charm. How about you work for me instead? Zyro offered, his grin widening. I'll give you more money than those winnings. All you have to do is kill Gojo Satoru. Chuckles erupted from behind the blind beggar. Jabba and Tiberzan, both seated comfortably at their table, exchanged amused glances. They were fully aware of the irony. Zyro was trying to bribe the very person he wanted dead, Gojo Satoru, who was disguised as the blind beggar. Keeping his expression neutral, the blind beggar looked directly at Zyro. I've come here for the Twi'lek. Nothing more than that. As the blind beggar moved past Zyro, his attention was drawn to the Twi'lek standing at the edge of the room. She was a vision of exotic beauty, her skin a striking shade of red, adorned with black tiger-like stripes. Her outfit was barely more than a few strips of white fabric, revealing an ample chest and a curvaceous figure. Her vibrant appearance contrasted sharply with the drab surroundings, making her stand out even more. A protocol droid nearby spoke up as the blind beggar approached her. She doesn't have a name since she has no right to have one. The blind beggar simply nodded, his expression unreadable. Hey, okay, he murmured, taking in the situation. His gaze lingered on the Twi'lek, thoughts swirling in his mind as he prepared for the next steps in his plan. The protocol droid then added, she is still a virgin and ready to be as. Before it could finish, Jabba made a warning gesture, silencing the droid instantly. The Twi'lek, sensing the attention on her, lowered her head in a submissive gesture, her hands clasped together in a silent prayer. Her heart pounded in her chest, a mixture of fear and hope swirling within her. She prayed that her new master would be different from Zyro, who had treated her as nothing more than a valuable possession. She wished desperately for a future where she wouldn't be abused, where she wouldn't have to live in fear. Suddenly, the blind beggar stepped closer. Once in front of her, he gently placed his thumb on top of her chin and his index finger under her chin, lifting her head up. He looked into her beautiful purple eyes, and she stared at his blindfold. In her gaze, he could see the fear of what would become of her, but also, deep down, there was a flicker of anger and sadness. He could sense her resentment toward the world for making her a slave and the deep sadness that came with the belief that she would never be free again. His voice was calm but filled with quiet strength as he spoke. Do you want to change your fate? He asked, his gaze unwavering. Do you want to break free from the chains of slavery? The Twi'lek hesitated, her eyes widening as she looked up at him, unsure of what to say. Do you want the power to choose your own path? The blind beggar continued, his tone now more resolute. The power to ensure no one ever enslaves you again. The power to protect yourself and those you care about. To change and shatter your current destiny in life forever. As she listened to his words, a flashback played in her mind. She remembered how the blind beggar had ruthlessly cut down his enemies in the arena, his movements precise and deadly, his power undeniable. There was something about him, something powerful, something that gave weight to his words. She suddenly found herself shouting, I want to be powerful. I don't want to be a slave again. The blind beggar smiled, clearly pleased with her response. That's very good. Yes, I like that. However, there are some conditions. The Twi'lek's thoughts raced. Conditions? What could they be? Her mind immediately jumped to the worst possibilities. Would she become a sex slave? A guinea pig for some cruel experiment? But before she could spiral further into her fears, the blind beggar interrupted her thoughts. I want you to be my disciple and my future wife. She was taken aback, her emotions overwhelming her. Tears welled up in her eyes as she cried out, why would you want me? I'm just a slave, worthless. The blind beggar chuckled softly. Because I like you. And to me, those under my wing or my multiple wives, actually are more valuable than any pile of credits or even the Lucky Despot's vault itself, he said with a grin, recalling how he had already robbed the vault. Then, with a slight shrug, he added, though, I'm still trying to figure out if I even want multiple wives or not. It's a bit of a dilemma, really. And secondly, you have the potential to kill me. Kill you, she repeated, bewildered. The blind beggar nodded. I'll explain that later. So, are you accepting the offer or not? Without hesitation, with the most happiness she had ever felt, the Twi'lek declared, even if I become a concubine or a slave again, as long as it's under you, I will accept the offer. Her shout echoed in the room, filled with gratitude and determination. The blind beggar smiled, knowing he had just secured not just a disciple, but someone who might one day become much more. As the Twi'lek's joyful acceptance echoed in the room, the blind beggar felt a familiar sensation as an ethereal screen appeared before his eyes, its translucent letters glowing softly in the dim light. Quest completed. Title, Another Chosen One. Objective, recruit the Twi'lek as your disciple using any method possible. Penalty for failure, none. Reward, midichlorian manipulation. Grants the ability to raise or lower someone's midichlorian count. Warning, removing all midichlorians will result in death. Optional quest, completed. You convinced her with the words of Shattered Chains of Destiny. As a result, you will be rewarded with 100,000 midichlorian counts and an unknown power, 1/3 fragment. The screen shimmered for a moment before fading away, leaving the blind beggar standing there with a satisfied grin. The power of midichlorian manipulation coursed through him, a new tool in his ever-growing arsenal. But what intrigued him most was the mention of an unknown power, a fragment of something greater yet to be fully realized. Well, that's a nice bonus, the blind beggar thought, feeling the energy from the midichlorian increase surging within him. The possibilities of what he could do with this newfound ability were endless, and the fragment of unknown power only added to the mystery. He turned his attention back to the Twi'lek, who had been silently watching him, her emotions a mixture of relief and newfound hope. The blind beggar smiled gently. Do you have an original name or something like? Before he could finish, the Twi'lek interrupted, her voice pleading. Please, I don't want to remember my old name. Please, give me a new one. He thought for a moment, considering a name that would suit her newfound strength and the fierce potential he saw in her. After a brief pause, he spoke. How about Reka? It means power of the soul in Japanese. It's a name for someone fierce, someone who's destined to fight on the front lines. The Twi'lek, now Reka, looked up at him with wide eyes, her expression a mixture of surprise and gratitude. Reka. She repeated softly, testing the name on her tongue. A small smile appeared on her face, and she nodded. Thank you, Master. I will cherish this name. The blind beggar nodded in approval. Good. Reka it is, then. Now, let's get you out. Suddenly, the cantina doors burst open as a group of armed men stormed in, led by none other than Zyro the Hutt himself. His large form slithered forward, eyes gleaming with malice as he glared at the blind beggar. I don't want to give up that slave. That slave is mine and still valuable to me. Zyro hissed, his voice dripping with greed and entitlement. Reka, fear flashing in her eyes, instinctively stepped closer to her new master. Master, if it means protecting you, I'm willing to sacrifice myself. Before she could finish, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the cantina, cutting through the tension like a knife. It was Jabba the Hutt, his gaze fixed on Zyro with an icy glare. Zyro, Jiko. Yuba Vott Conchi Meh Jabba commanded in Huttus. Zyro, stand down. You have no idea what you are doing. But Zyro, ever defiant, puffed out his chest and responded in Huttus, Wadesi Hutt clan. Yuba Vott Bao Chi Yama Yuba. We are Hutt clan. We shouldn't bow to anyone. Jabba's eyes narrowed dangerously, but he took a deep breath, clearly restraining his temper. He knew what was at stake. Turning to the blind beggar, Jabba spoke again, his tone now more measured. Tsi hat ka Yubaji, Gojo Satoru. Do as you wish, Gojo Satoru. Jabba paused for a moment, then added, Bat, Whe Don Ponsaa, no beta Tzi uncle. Tsi Vot Kochun. T Yuba spare Woy Yuba hat Eba Ungai, Tsi Yuba 3 favors. But if possible, spare my uncle. He is still my flesh and blood. If you spare that stupid slug, I will grant you 3 favors. The translation droid quickly relayed the message in English, the cantina falling into a tense silence as all eyes turned to the blind beggar, waiting for his response. Gojo let out a dramatic sigh, his voice dripping with mock disappointment. Ah, the costume party is over. What a shame. With a casual snap of his fingers, the rags and blindfold that had disguised him vanished, replaced by his sleek and imposing Shinjuku showdown outfit. The sudden transformation was striking, his white hair flowed freely, and his eyes, now visible, gleamed with an icy blue intensity that could pierce through anyone's soul. Reka, standing beside him, felt her breath catch in her throat. My master is Gojo Satoru, she thought, her heart pounding with a mix of awe and disbelief. I prayed for someone like him to save me, but I never thought it would actually happen. As her eyes roamed over Gojo, she couldn't help but take in every detail of his appearance. His Shinjuku showdown outfit clung perfectly to his well-defined physique, accentuating the powerful muscles that rippled beneath his skin. The contrast of his sharp, tailored clothing against the raw strength of his body was mesmerizing. Reka's gaze lingered on his broad shoulders and chiseled chest, her mind struggling to process just how incredibly attractive he was. And then there were his eyes, those piercing blue eyes that seemed to hold the secrets of the universe. They were both terrifying and beautiful, a perfect reflection of the man himself. The combination of his handsome features, the aura of confidence and power he exuded, and the way he had effortlessly taken control of the situation made him the most beautiful person Reka had ever seen. Her heart swelled with admiration, and she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude that someone as extraordinary as Gojo Satoru had chosen to protect her. He's not just strong, he's perfect, Reka thought, her cheeks flushing slightly as she realized just how deeply she was beginning to admire him. I've never seen anyone like him before. Suddenly, Gojo leaned in and, without warning, kissed her gently on the cheek. The unexpected gesture sent a jolt of surprise and warmth through Reka, leaving her momentarily stunned and embarrassed. Hey, don't lose sight of my exhibition, Gojo teased, his playful tone making Rika's heart race even faster. Also, can you call me sensei? I've already got 2 disciples. The mention of other disciples made Rika's heart sink slightly. Does one of them happen to be a woman? She wondered, her thoughts tinged with anxiety. Yup, Gojo replied casually, reading the question in her expression. After all, they're twins, a man and a woman. Rika's resolve hardened at his words. I must not lose my place in Gojo's heart, she vowed silently, determined to prove herself worthy of the man who had not only saved her but had also become someone she deeply admired and cared for. Zyro, his eyes wide with disbelief, stammered, impossible. Gojo Satoru? Someone like him wouldn't dress like that. He didn't look so rip. Before Zyro could finish his sentence, Gojo moved with blinding speed. In an instant, one of Zyro's hands was severed cleanly from his body, and the next moment, Gojo had already decapitated all of men that Zyro brought. The deadly precision and sheer speed of the attack left Zyro stunned and speechless. Impressed? Gojo asked, his voice laced with dark amusement. He leaned in closer to Zyro, his tone turning cold and menacing. Now, can you please fuck off? The words hung in the air, heavy with the threat of further violence. Zyro, now trembling and clutching his severed arm, realized the gravity of his mistake. Zyro, now trembling and clutching his severed arm, desperately shouted, Jabba. Help. His voice was filled with panic and pain, his eyes darting around the room for any sign of rescue. But when Zyro glanced over, he saw Jabba and Tiberzan seemingly unfazed by the situation, casually playing dice as if nothing out of the ordinary was happening. The stark contrast between the intense situation he was in and their nonchalance made Zyro's heart sink even further. Gojo, noticing Zyro's frantic plea, smirked. You know, he began, his tone almost conversational, wait a minute. He checked the time, realizing there were still 6 hours left before the Royal Naboo starship was due to arrive on Coruscant. I haven't slept in a while, Gojo continued, stretching slightly as if preparing for a workout. His eyes gleamed with a mixture of exhaustion and anticipation. So, how about you be my punching bag for a bit? Sound good? Without waiting for an answer, Gojo started his merciless assault. He delivered a series of brutal kicks and punches, each one calculated to inflict maximum pain without killing Zyro. The hut writhed and screamed in agony, completely at the mercy of Gojo's sadistic game. The room, once filled with tension, now echoed with the sounds of Zyro's pained cries. Gojo continued to torture him, taking out his frustration and exhaustion on the hut, all the while maintaining that same, chilling smile. For Gojo, this was not just punishment, it was a way to pass the time, to let out his pent-up energy before the next phase of his plan unfolded. Zyro, barely conscious from the pain, whimpered, have mercy, savior. Gojo paused for a moment, tilting his head as if considering the plea. Then, with a dark chuckle, he replied, mercy. There are no saviors, no gods. And even if there were gods, I'd skin them alive and take their goddesses for my harem. He laughed, clearly enjoying the joke at Zyro's expense. He then leaned closer, his voice dripping with mock curiosity. You know, a slug like you. I wonder what would happen if I gave you a drum of salt. After all, you and worms are practically family, right? Gojo laughed again, the sound cold and menacing. Zyro's eyes widened in terror at the thought, and with one last scream of pain and fear, he passed out, his body slumping lifelessly to the floor. As Zyro's unconscious body slumped to the floor, Gojo stood over him with a satisfied smile, savoring the moment. But before he could turn away, Jabba the Hutt's deep voice rumbled through the room, this time speaking in perfect, unaccented English, a surprise to everyone present. As per our deal, you spare my uncle, and I will grant you 3 favors, Jabba said, his voice calm and measured. The sudden shift in language caught Gojo off guard. Shit, you can talk our language, he blurted out, a mix of amusement and disbelief in his tone. Jabba let out a low chuckle, his large eyes gleaming with a hint of amusement. I may be lazy, but I'm not dumb, he replied, his voice dripping with smug satisfaction. The translation droid, now redundant, word in confusion, its role momentarily usurped by the crime lord himself. Gojo couldn't help but grin at the unexpected twist. Well, that makes things a lot more interesting, he said, his mind already spinning with the possibilities those 3 favors could bring. The day was turning out to be far more entertaining than he had anticipated. From Rika's POV. As Rika watched the brutal scene unfold before her, her mind raced with a torrent of thoughts and emotions, each one more intense than the last. He's ruthless, she thought, a shiver running down her spine as she witnessed Gojo's casual cruelty. But that's exactly what makes him so powerful, so captivating. The idea of him being her master, of him guiding her and protecting her, filled her with a strange sense of security. If someone like him wants me by his side, then I must be worth something more than I ever imagined. To think that I was praying for someone to save me, and here he is. Her heart swelled with gratitude and something more, a deep admiration that bordered on adoration. Being with him, learning from him, even giving myself to him, it would be an honor. As she saw Zyro being reduced to a whimpering mess, a twisted satisfaction bloomed within her. He deserves this. After everything he's done to me, to others, watching him suffer like this is justice. Her gaze shifted back to Gojo, taking in every detail of his imposing figure, his powerful presence. He's terrifying, but in the best way possible. To be with someone like him, to be wanted by him. I would do anything to prove my loyalty. Rika's thoughts solidified into a single, unshakable resolve. I will follow him, no matter where he leads. I'll become stronger, worthy of standing by his side. And whatever role he chooses for me in his life, I'll cherish it. Because being with Gojo Satoru, it's more than I ever dared to dream. He mentioned wanting to make a harem, to have multiple wives, she mused, a hint of excitement stirring within her. That means I have a chance to be inside his heart, to be part of his life even if I'm second or third. It doesn't matter. Being close to him, being wanted by him in any way, it's more than I could have ever hoped for. Rika felt a surge of determination. I'll prove myself to him. I'll make sure that I'm not just another wife, but someone special to him. I'll earn my place in his heart, no matter what it is. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed from outside, cutting through her thoughts. Startled, Rika turned her attention to the noise, only to see Gojo standing outside, casually mounted on the majestic Sleipnir. Yo, you coming or not? Gojo called out, his tone as casual as ever. Rika, a bit dumbfounded at the sight, realized that she was no longer just a forgotten slave. She mattered now, and Gojo had made her feel valuable. A warm feeling spread through her chest as she responded, yes, sensei. Without hesitation, she climbed onto the back of Sleipnir, holding on tightly as the horse took off, soaring into the stars. The sensation of flying through space was surreal, and Rika couldn't help but feel a mixture of awe and excitement. Back in Chamon's cantina, Tiberzan and Jabba watched the spectacle unfold. Tiberzan, shaking his head in disbelief, muttered, well, I'm more surprised you speak our language rather than a horse flying to space. Jabba, unfazed by the strange events, rumbled in agreement in English, now, where were we? Our game of dice was halted, but the situation is much calmer now. The two crime lords returned to their dice game, their focus shifting back to their familiar world of bets and wagers, as if the extraordinary events that had just transpired were nothing more than a brief distraction. As Gojo and Rika rode Sleipnir through the vastness of space, the stars twinkling around them, Rika couldn't help but reflect on everything that had just happened. She hesitated for a moment before speaking up, her voice tinged with curiosity and a hint of lingering uncertainty. Sensei, what did you mean when you said I have the potential to kill you? Rika asked, her tone more serious than before. Without warning, Gojo suddenly jumped off Sleipnir, leaving Rika gasping in shock. Sensei, she shouted, panic rising as she realized they were in the middle of space. Gojo, as usual, floated effortlessly beside her, a mischievous grin on his face. Relax, I can fly, you know, he replied, clearly amused by her reaction. Rika pouted, her earlier worry turning into mild irritation. Don't scare me like that, sensei. Gojo chuckled, his expression softening as he returned to the subject at hand. Now, about your potential. You might not realize it, but you have a very high midichlorian count, maybe second only to the Chosen One himself, or at least close. That means you have a deep connection with the Force, something that can make you incredibly powerful if trained properly. Rika's eyes widened at the revelation, the weight of Gojo's words sinking in. So, I have a connection with the Force? Like the Jedi, she asked, trying to wrap her mind around the concept. Gojo nodded. Exactly. With the right training and guidance, you could become one of the most powerful beings in the galaxy. That's why I said you have the potential to kill me, because if you unlock that power, you could be a force to be reckoned with. Rika's admiration for Gojo had grown to such an extent that she felt a deep sense of loyalty and devotion toward him. She looked at him with unwavering determination and said, Sensei, even if you ordered me to kill myself because I have the potential to kill you, I would. Before she could finish, Gojo's expression darkened slightly, and his usual playful demeanor gave way to something more serious. Hey, he interrupted, his voice carrying a stern edge. Don't ever say something like that. Even if someone wearing my face were to give you that order, you should kill them instead. Understand? Rika blinked, taken aback by the sudden shift in his tone. But, why, she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Gojo sighed, his gaze softening as he floated closer to her. The reason I want to take you under my wing, Rika, is because I don't want to be alone when I reach the top. Power can be a very lonely place, and I've seen what it can do to people. I'm not interested in being on the top if it means being isolated. Rika looked at him with wide eyes, trying to comprehend the weight of his words. What do you mean, sensei? What peak are you talking about? Gojo smiled, though there was a hint of melancholy in his expression. You know what I'm talking about, my famous title. Rika thought for a moment, searching her memory for what he could mean. And then it hit her. The title that people rarely spoke of, but that was whispered with a mix of awe and respect, the strongest. The strongest. She murmured, the realization settling in. Gojo wasn't just aiming to be powerful, he was already seen as the pinnacle of strength, the one who stood above all others. The weight of that title suddenly made sense, and so did his desire to not be alone at the top. Gojo nodded, sensing her understanding. Exactly. It's a title that comes with a lot of expectations and a lot of burdens. But it's also why I need people like you with me. Not to follow blindly, but to stand beside me. To remind me of what's important. Rika's resolve deepened. I understand, sensei. I won't let you be alone. I'll become stronger, not just to protect you, but to stand by your side, no matter what. He then leaned back slightly, his playful grin returning. Hey, you want to train? Maybe I can help unlock some of your force abilities. But remember, both parties must agree to exert a non-lethal domain. Rika's eyes sparkled with excitement and pride. It would be an honor, sensei, she said confidently. In an instant, the space around them transformed as they were enveloped by a non-lethal domain. The atmosphere shifted, and the stars around them blurred, replaced by a familiar yet surreal landscape. Gojo glanced around, a look of nostalgia crossing his face. "Hey, looks like Tokyo," he commented, laughing lightly. "Must be because I always loved mochi." Rika glanced around, taking in the details of the strange yet familiar cityscape that had materialized around them on the back of Sleipnir. It was a curious mixture of old and new, blending the urban sprawl of Tokyo with the surreal atmosphere of a domain. She felt a strange connection to this place, perhaps a reflection of her own growing potential. As Gojo handed Rika the new outfit, he smiled, his voice carrying both authority and warmth. "From now on, you are Rika. Wear this with pride." Rika, feeling the weight of her new name and the significance of the moment, took the outfit with trembling hands. Without hesitation, she stripped off her old, tattered clothing, letting it fall to the ground. As she stood there, naked and vulnerable, she felt a strange sense of empowerment, knowing that she was shedding her old life and stepping into something new. The outfit Gojo had given her was unlike anything she had ever worn before. The primary color was a deep, crimson red, with black accents that added an air of mystery and power. The bodice was tight and form-fitting, accentuating her curves while still allowing for freedom of movement. It plunged daringly at the neckline, drawing attention to her ample chest, yet maintaining an air of elegance. The outfit's skirt was long and flowing, made of a sheer material that revealed glimpses of her legs as she moved, the fabric swirling around her with every step. The high boots that completed the ensemble reached just above her knees, made of sleek black leather that hugged her legs like a second skin. They were both practical and stylish, with a slight heel that added to her height and gave her an imposing presence. Her arms were partially covered by long, black gloves that extended past her elbows, adding a touch of sophistication to the fierce ensemble. The final piece was a belt around her waist, adorned with various clips and pouches that suggested utility and readiness for battle. As she put on the outfit, Rika felt a surge of confidence. This wasn't just clothing, it was armor, an outward expression of her newfound identity and purpose. She looked down at herself, taking in the transformation, and felt a deep sense of pride and power. When she finally looked up at Gojo, her eyes were filled with determination. She was no longer the frightened slave she had been moments ago. Now, she was Rika, a name that held power, strength, and a future filled with endless possibilities. Gojo observed her with an approving nod. "Perfect. You wear it well, Rika." Gojo watched as Rika adjusted to her new outfit, her confidence visibly growing. He then looked at her with a smirk, as if considering how much to reveal. "Rika, I'm not a force user. I'm something more, or at least that's what a crazy bitch once hinted to me." He chuckled, remembering the twisted encounter with Aboleth, who had suggested that his cursed energy might be an evolution of the dark side itself. Rika's eyes widened in astonishment. "You're this powerful, and you're not even a Jedi? Oh yeah, now that I think about it." Her voice trailed off as the realization hit her, her mind racing with questions. "How did you become something stronger than a Jedi?" Gojo's smirk deepened, his eyes glinting with a mix of amusement and something more profound. "It's a long story, but let's just say that what I possess, cursed energy, isn't something you can learn through training with the Force. It's a different kind of power, one that's born from the negative emotions of people and the very essence of life itself. Where the Force is about balance, cursed energy thrives on imbalance." Rika stared at him, awestruck by the idea. The concept of a power that existed outside the Force, something that could rival or even surpass the might of the Jedi, was almost too much to comprehend. And yet, here was Gojo, living proof of that power, standing right in front of her. "But how did you get this power?" she pressed, her curiosity insatiable. "How did you become something stronger than a Jedi?" Gojo shrugged, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. "It's just how I was born, I suppose. My family has a long history with cursed energy, and I was lucky or unlucky, depending on how you see it, to inherit the strongest of it. It's not something I sought out, it's just who I am." He paused, his gaze turning slightly more serious. "But being strong isn't just about having power, Rika. It's about what you do with it. That's why I'm taking you under my wing, not to just make you powerful, but to help you understand the responsibility that comes with it. The galaxy is a dangerous place, and the more power you have, the more dangerous it becomes for you and for those around you." Rika nodded, absorbing his words, but Gojo's thoughts drifted back to the moment that had changed everything for him, the moment he drank that strange, goo-filled cup. It was only after that drink that he started to remember things, to understand the true nature of his existence in this galaxy. The rush of memories, the sudden understanding of the galaxy's complex power structures, and the knowledge that had eluded him before, it all made sense now. He realized the implications of his cursed energy in the context of the Force and why Aboleth had been so intrigued by him. He laughed bitterly to himself, recalling the chaos that had followed, how the Jedi and Sith had sensed a disturbance, how Aboleth had marked him, and how the galaxy seemed to cry out in response to his trouble. "Man, I was an idiot before I drank that cup of goo," he muttered under his breath, the memory of his own ignorance making him shake his head. Rika, noticing the shift in his demeanor, asked, "Sensei, what do you mean?" Gojo snapped out of his thoughts, flashing her a grin. "It's nothing. Just remember, Rika, the more powerful you become, the more careful you need to be. Power can be a curse as much as it's a blessing. And trust me, you don't want to be dealing with the kind of shit that comes after you when you're as strong as I am or stronger." He then looked at her with a teasing glint in his eye. "But if you do reach my level or surpass it, you can pretty much do whatever you want. Just be ready for the trouble that comes with it." Rika, inspired by his words, nodded with determination. I'll be ready, sensei. Whatever comes, I'll be by your side. Bonus. As they soared through the vastness of space on Sleipnir's back, Rika couldn't help but notice something odd. Sensei, she began, curiosity lacing her voice, why can't I breathe in space? We're on the back of a horse, without any equipment, and yet. I'm fine. Gojo glanced over his shoulder at her, a playful grin spreading across his face. Maybe Sleipnir suddenly decided to produce air and oxygen, he said with a laugh, clearly amused by the absurdity of his own explanation. Rika stared at him for a moment, processing his words. She couldn't help but chuckle softly to herself, realizing something important about her master. Gojo was powerful, strong, and undeniably heroic, but sometimes, he could be a bit of an idiot. She smiled, a warmth filling her heart. Even with all his power and strength, there was something endearing about his occasional moments of silliness. And it was in those moments that she felt even closer to him, knowing that beneath the overwhelming power, there was someone who could still make her laugh. Chapter 40, Coruscant Arc, Let's Jump Scare the Monk's Council. Gojo and Rika sat together in the serene, yet bustling atmosphere of the non-lethal domain that Gojo had created. The surroundings resembled a peaceful Tokyo cityscape, with neon lights flickering and the distant hum of life filling the air. It was a surreal place in odd contrast to the vastness of space they had just been traversing. Gojo leaned back against a bench, his demeanor relaxed yet serious. What I'm about to tell you, he began, his voice steady, is going to change your perception of the Force and its users. Rika, sensing the gravity of his words, remained silent, her eyes fixed on him as she prepared herself for whatever revelation was coming. There are Jedi and Sith, Gojo continued, each with their own rigid philosophies and dogmas. The Jedi believe in peace and selflessness, using the light side of the Force. The Sith, on the other hand, thrive on passion, power, and the dark side. They're like two sides of the same coin, forever locked in a struggle for dominance. He paused, letting the words sink in before continuing. But there's more to it than just that. There are those who don't fit neatly into those categories, those who walk the line between light and dark. Some call them Grey Jedi, but frankly, I find that title pathetic. They're just as bound by their own rules as the Jedi and Sith are. Rika's brow furrowed in thought. She had heard stories of the Jedi and Sith, but the concept of a middle path, or those who rejected both extremes, was new to her. Gojo shifted his gaze to the cityscape around them, as if gathering his thoughts. I don't intend to train you as a Jedi or a Sith, he said, his tone resolute. No, I'll train you as something else, a sorcerer, someone who uses the Force but isn't bound by the constraints of either side. You'll learn to harness power from both light and dark, but more importantly, you'll learn to use the Force as a tool, not as a master. Rika absorbed his words, feeling a thrill of excitement mixed with a sense of trepidation. The idea of becoming something entirely new, something not confined by the traditional paths of the Force, was both exhilarating and daunting. Why do you reject the title of Grey Jedi? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Gojo smirked, leaning forward slightly. Because those who call themselves Grey Jedi still live in the shadow of the Jedi and Sith. They cling to the idea that they're somehow better because they don't fully commit to one side. But in doing so, they're just as trapped by their own need to define themselves in relation to the others. I don't want you to be defined by anyone's standards but your own. That's why I'll train you as a sorcerer, someone who forges their own path, takes what they need from both sides, and becomes something entirely new. Rika nodded, her resolve hardening. She could feel the weight of the responsibility Gojo was placing on her, but she also felt the freedom it offered, the chance to become something greater than she had ever imagined. I'm ready, sensei, she said, her voice firm. Teach me everything. Gojo's smirk widened. Good. Then let's begin. Gojo's smirk widened as he observed Rika's determination. Good. Then let's begin. He gestured toward a small cup on a nearby food stand within the Tokyo-like domain. You see that cup over there? He asked. Rika nodded, her eyes locking onto the cup. Now, Gojo instructed, think of a feeling that you can reach out and take it. Focus on it, feel the Force, or rather, the energy within you extend toward that cup. Rika took a deep breath, her mind concentrating on the cup. She reached out with her hand, visualizing an invisible Force extending from her fingers and wrapping around the cup. To her amazement, the cup began to tremble, then slowly lifted off the stand. But before she could fully control it, the cup shot toward Gojo at a surprising speed. Just as it seemed like the cup would crash into him, it came to an abrupt stop, hovering inches from Gojo's face. Rika's eyes widened in shock, realizing what had happened. Gojo's infinity, the technique that allowed him to stop anything from touching him, had activated effortlessly, creating a barrier that made the cup float harmlessly in the air. Rika started to apologize, but Gojo waved his hand dismissively. No need to apologize, he said, his tone calm and encouraging. You did well for your first try. But remember, control is just as important as power. Don't get distracted by what's happening around you. Focus and try again, but this time, aim for precision. Rika nodded, her determination returning. She focused once more on the cup, this time concentrating not just on lifting it but on guiding it smoothly and accurately. The cup lifted from where it had hovered and gently floated back to the food stand, landing with a soft clink. Gojo nodded in approval. Much better. Keep practicing that control, Rika. The more you master it, the more powerful you'll become. Rika beamed at the praise, her confidence growing with each successful attempt. She could feel the power within her starting to take shape, guided by Gojo's teachings. Gojo, momentarily lost in thought, considered the implications of a new ability that had recently surfaced in his system, a hidden, innate power that had always been within him but had only now been brought to his attention. This ability, known as name bestowal, allowed him to grant power to someone simply by giving them a name. It was an ancient power, one that had been lying dormant inside him, waiting for the right moment to be recognized. Without the system, Gojo realized he might never have uncovered this ability. It had always been a part of him, tied intrinsically to his identity and power, but he had never fully grasped its potential. Normally, this power would drain a significant amount of energy from him, something that might have limited its use. However, here in this galaxy, where cursed energy seemed limitless, the potential of name bestowal was staggering. The ability had remained hidden, not because it was weak, but because Gojo had never needed to rely on it before. His overwhelming strength and mastery of cursed energy had been more than enough to handle any challenge thrown his way. But now, with the system's help, he had become aware of this ability, realizing its significance and the possibilities it opened up. Gojo smirked at the thought. The idea of bestowing power upon someone with just a name was both profound and amusing. He could elevate those around him, turning them into formidable allies or giving them the strength to stand on their own. It was a power that, in the right hands, could change the course of destiny. As Gojo reflected on this, he recalled the names he had already bestowed upon the twins, Yukinami and Suzunami. Their progress had been astonishing. Yukinami had mastered reverse curse technique in a matter of moments, while Suzunami had already developed her own curse technique, alter, and had even performed a black flash. Now, with Reka, it was no different. Despite being a novice, she had already achieved a force pull without the need for the first step of meditation. Fascinating, Gojo mused, watching Reka effortlessly manipulate the force. It's no wonder their progress has been so accelerated. Name bestowal isn't just a power boost, it's a catalyst for exponential growth. But even as he marveled at the potential he was unlocking in those around him, Gojo's thoughts drifted back to a more pressing concern: the Dharma Wheel adaptation. The ability had remained dormant, not making the familiar clink sound that signaled its integration with his quest system. Something was holding it back, and that troubled him. Why hasn't it adapted yet? Gojo wondered, his mind racing through possibilities. The Dharma Wheel was supposed to be an all-encompassing tool, one that would adapt to any situation, any power. Yet, it remained silent, unresponsive. The thought of pulling more insane binding vows crossed his mind. His previous vows with Mahoraga and Sukuna had pushed him to the brink, testing his limits in ways that few could survive. Those binding vows had left him in the worst possible spots, yet he had come out stronger each time. Should I risk it again? Gojo thought, considering the possibility of creating a new binding vow to force the Dharma Wheel to adapt to the quest system inside his body. The idea was both tempting and dangerous. Binding vows were powerful, but they always came with a cost. The deeper the vow, the greater the risk. Gojo's mind was a whirlwind of calculations, weighing the potential gains against the possible dangers. He knew that forcing the Dharma Wheel to adapt could grant him unparalleled control over the quest system, but at what price? The last thing he wanted was to end up in another situation like he had with Mahoraga or Sukuna, where the consequences of his actions had nearly overwhelmed him. Gojo's internal debate came to a conclusion as he decided to take the next step, even if it meant pushing himself to the brink once more. The potential rewards were too significant to ignore, and he knew that if he could force the Dharma Wheel to adapt, it would grant him a level of control over the quest system that could change everything. Turning to Reka, his expression serious, Gojo spoke up. Reka, I need to move a bit farther away. Please don't approach me, no matter what. I'm very serious about this. Reka, sensing the gravity of the situation, nodded, though a hint of concern flickered in her eyes. I understand, Sensei. I'll stay back. Gojo gave her a reassuring smile before turning away, his mind already focused on what he needed to do. As he walked further from Reka, his thoughts shifted to the task at hand. Looks like I'll need to pull off a few more black flashes to increase my output, he thought, his grin widening. The intensity of the black flash, a technique that dramatically amplifies the power of cursed energy, would be essential for what he was about to attempt. But it wasn't just about raw power. Gojo had something far more dangerous in mind. I'll make a binding vow, he decided, to temporarily cut off my infinite cursed energy while I have as much stored within my body as possible. It was a risky move, one that would leave him vulnerable in ways he hadn't experienced in a long time. Without the constant flow of cursed energy, he would be forced to rely on his reserves that would deplete quickly if he wasn't careful. But the potential gains were worth it. By pushing himself to such an extreme, he hoped to trigger the adaptation of the Dharma Wheel, forcing it to synchronize with the quest system inside him. Gojo took a deep breath, gathering his energy. His body began to hum with power as he prepared to unleash the black flashes, his mind focused on the binding vow he was about to create. The air around him crackled with intensity as he readied himself for the challenge ahead. Here we go, Gojo muttered, his voice barely a whisper as he began to channel his cursed energy, the familiar rush of power coursing through him. Time to up the stakes. Gojo's resolve was firm as he channeled his cursed energy, the air around him crackling with intensity. He knew that triggering the adaptation of the Dharma Wheel would require pushing his limits, and the best way to do that was by unleashing one of his most powerful techniques, the black flash. With unwavering focus, Gojo began to unleash a series of black flashes. Each punch reverberated with a thunderous sound, the sheer force of the technique creating shockwaves that tore through the domain. 10 black flashes in total, each one more powerful than the last, as Gojo poured his energy into them, testing the very limits of his reserves. From a distance, Rekka watched in awe and trepidation. She had always known that Gojo Satoru was powerful. Stories of his abilities had spread far and wide. She had heard of the giant blue orbs that could consume everything and the terrifying black lightning that could strike down anything in its path. But witnessing the black flash firsthand was an entirely different experience. The sound of each punch was deafening, far louder than she had ever imagined, and the sheer force of the technique was enough to shake the ground beneath her feet. She could see the environment around Gojo being obliterated by the sheer power of his attacks. It was a display of strength unlike anything she had ever witnessed, and it left her both amazed and humbled. Rekka's thoughts raced as she took in the spectacle. I knew Gojo Satoru was powerful, she thought to herself, her eyes wide with awe. But I never imagined the black lightning he could create could be this loud, this destructive. As Gojo continued to unleash his power, Rekka couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and respect. She knew that she was witnessing something extraordinary, something that few in the galaxy had ever seen. And as the dust began to settle, she felt a deep sense of pride in being chosen by someone as powerful and unique as Gojo Satoru. As Gojo delivered the final, devastating blow of his 10th black flash, the sheer power of the technique reverberated through his body and the environment around him. The ground trembled, and the air crackled with residual energy. With a triumphant, yet exhausted shout, he exclaimed, "Fuck, my first 10th black flash." But the exhilaration was short-lived. Gojo quickly refocused, knowing the real challenge had only just begun. I sealed off my infinite cursed energy until the adaptation is completed, he muttered, steeling himself for what was to come. Almost immediately, a series of sharp, distinct clink sounds echoed in his mind, like pieces of a complex mechanism falling into place. Clink, 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 clink. The sound resonated within his consciousness, signaling that the adaptation of the Dharma wheel had finally begun. He could feel his cursed energy reserves surging, now at a staggering 500% capacity. But with that surge came an unexpected consequence. Gojo's eyes widened as he felt a shift deep within his body, something he hadn't anticipated. Oh no, he realized, a cold dread settling over him. The barrier within his soul, the one created by the bath to separate Sukuna from his remaining 19 fingers, had weakened significantly. The bath had been meant to act as an impenetrable seal, keeping Sukuna's full power at bay by using the continuous flow of Gojo's infinite cursed energy. But now, with his infinite cursed energy temporarily sealed off, the barrier had to rely solely on the cursed energy stored within Gojo's reserves. As his reserves surged, the strain on the barrier increased, causing it to weaken dangerously. Thinking quickly, Gojo knew he had no choice but to act immediately. I need to reinforce the barrier, he thought, his mind racing. The consequences of letting Sukuna regain even a fraction of his full power were too dangerous to ignore. Without hesitation, Gojo made a second binding vow. I sacrifice 1/5 of my cursed energy reserves to reinforce the bath barrier, he declared, his voice resolute. That sacrifice amounted to 100% of his cursed energy, leaving him with 400% still within his reserves. As soon as the vow was spoken, Gojo felt the energy drain from his body, the necessary portion of his reserves being funneled into the weakened barrier. The process was taxing, but it was essential. He could feel the barrier within his soul stabilizing, fortifying itself against the dangerous force of Sukuna's malevolence, keeping the ancient curse contained for now. Sukuna POV. Inside the deepest recesses of Gojo's soul, Sukuna could sense the turmoil and the desperation coursing through Gojo's mind. The ancient curse's malevolent grin widened as he savored the tension. He could feel the fluctuations in the barrier that separated him from his remaining 19 fingers, the energy ebbing and flowing like the tide. The barrier had weakened, just as he had hoped. Kukiku. Ha. Sukuna's laughter echoed through the dark void of Gojo's soul. Brat, looks like you've finally reaped the karma of playing with forces you barely understand, he taunted, his voice dripping with malice. Using my own bath formula to seal me away. You thought you were so clever. He could almost taste freedom as the barrier wavered, sensing the cracks forming within it. But just as quickly as that hope had risen, it was dashed. The barrier, once weak and fragile, suddenly began to strengthen again, solidifying before his eyes. Sukuna's amusement faded, replaced by a simmering frustration. Another insane binding vow, is it? Sukuna growled, his eyes narrowing as he watched the barrier reassert itself. He knew Gojo well enough to understand that the brat wouldn't go down easily. You may have bought yourself some time, but this is far from over. The malevolent curse's mind churned with dark thoughts, plotting his next move. He knew Gojo's resolve was strong, but every time the brat pulled one of these desperate moves, he chipped away at his own defenses. And Sukuna was nothing if not patient. I'll be waiting, brat, Sukuna murmured to himself, his voice low and dangerous. I'll be waiting for the day when your precious binding vows won't be enough. And when that day comes, I'll make sure you pay the price for every single one of your mistakes. Gojo POV. Gojo clenched his fists, frustration boiling just beneath the surface. Shit. I can start to hear his rambling now, hey, he muttered under his breath. The voice of Sukuna, that malevolent presence, was becoming more audible within his mind. It was a clear sign that the struggle for control was far from over. He quickly glanced at his cursed energy reserves, now stabilized at 400%. It was a substantial amount, but not nearly as comforting as the infinite flow he was used to. The thought of having to constantly monitor his energy levels and maintain the reinforced barrier was not something he relished. Before he could dwell too much on the situation, Rekka approached him, concern etched on her face. Sensei, are you all right? Gojo forced a smile, though it was clear he was dealing with something serious. Yeah, I'm all right, Rekka, but we need to postpone our training for now. I'm in some pretty serious trouble. Rika's eyes widened in concern, but she nodded, trusting her sensei's judgment. What do you need me to do, sensei? Gojo took a deep breath, trying to maintain his composure. I'm about to cancel this domain. When I do, don't forget to quickly sit on Sleipnir, all right. Rika's resolve hardened, and she gave a determined nod. Yes, sensei. Gojo appreciated her quick response and loyalty, but his mind was already racing, calculating his next moves. He knew that with Sukuna stirring and the unstable situation within his soul, he couldn't afford to let his guard down not even for a moment. With a deep breath, Gojo cancelled the non-lethal domain, and the serene Tokyo-like cityscape dissolved around them, giving way to the vast expanse of space. In an instant, they were back on Sleipnir, the massive horse galloping through the stars as if it were solid ground. Rika, now seated securely behind Gojo, clung to him as they returned to the real world. She glanced around, still awestruck by the sheer power and wonder of what they had just experienced. Where do we go now, sensei? She asked, her voice filled with anticipation and a touch of curiosity. Gojo, his gaze focused forward, smirked as he considered their next destination. We're heading to the city with the most rich people and scumbags. Coruscant. Rika's eyes widened at the mention of the galactic capital, a place of immense wealth, power, and corruption. She had heard stories of Coruscant, a planet covered entirely by a sprawling city, where the elite lived in luxury while the underworld thrived in its shadows. The idea of going there with Gojo filled her with both excitement and apprehension. Gojo, sensing her mixed emotions, simply grinned. Don't worry, Rika. We're going to have a lot of fun. And who knows, we might even change the fate of a few people along the way. EXT Coruscant, Senate Landing Platform, Day. The sleek Naboo spacecraft descended gracefully onto the Senate Landing Platform, perched high above the bustling streets of Coruscant, the galactic capital. As the ramp lowered, the anticipation was palpable. Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon, Jar Jar, and Anakin, Shmi, Suzunami, and Yukinami were the first to emerge, descending the ramp with measured steps. Upon reaching the platform, they respectfully bowed before Supreme Chancellor Valorum and Senator Palpatine, who stood flanked by several guards. Captain Panika followed, leading the way for Queen Amidala, who was accompanied by Padme, Rabi, Irti, and more guards, forming a protective entourage. The Queen paused before the group, her regal presence commanding attention. To the side, Anakin and Jar Jar, and Shmi, Yukinami and Suzunami gazed in awe at the vast cityscape of Coruscant, their wide eyes reflecting the wonder of the metropolis. Padme caught Anakin's gaze and offered him a reassuring smile, a small gesture of comfort amidst the grandeur. Senator Palpatine stepped forward, his voice warm and welcoming as he bowed before Queen Amidala. It is a great gift to see you alive, Your Majesty. May I present Supreme Chancellor Valorum? Valorum, maintaining a dignified composure, returned the gesture with a slight bow of his own. Welcome, Your Highness. It is an honor to finally meet you in person. I must relay to you how distressed everyone is over the current situation. I have called for a special session of the Senate to hear your position. Queen Amidala met his gaze with a composed expression, her voice calm and measured. I am grateful for your concern, Chancellor. Before the conversation could continue, Valorum glanced around, his brow furrowing slightly. And where is the person who made the exclusive broadcast? Padme, standing close to Queen Amidala, subtly signaled to Sabe, who was in her guise as the Queen. Sabe understood the signal and responded with poise. Gojo will arrive on time. We will wait. Senator Palpatine, sensing the urgency of the situation, stepped forward with a slight frown. Your Majesty, we need to proceed to the special session of the Senate now. The longer we delay, the more precarious our position becomes. However, Sabe, maintaining her role as Queen Amidala, remained resolute. We will wait for him, Senator. His presence is crucial to our cause. As the tension grew on the Senate landing platform, Senator Palpatine, ever the manipulator, stepped closer to Sabe, who was in her guise as Queen Amidala. His tone became more insistent, laced with a veneer of concern. Your Majesty, that person cannot be trusted. I've encountered individuals like him before. But before Palpatine could finish, a sudden, thunderous sound echoed from the sky, causing everyone to look up. A majestic figure descended from above a six-legged horse, massive and powerful, its mane flowing like a river of silver. It was Sleipnir, and upon its back rode Gojo and Rika. Gojo, clad in his sleek Shinjuku showdown outfit, looked every bit the enigma he was. His white hair contrasted sharply with his dark attire, and his well-defined muscles were clearly visible, a testament to the intense training he had undergone in just 17 hours. The sheer power he radiated was undeniable. Rika sat behind him, her presence almost overshadowed by the spectacle that was Gojo and Sleipnir. The sight was nothing short of awe-inspiring, leaving the onlookers speechless. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan exchanged glances, both of them equally stunned by what they were witnessing. Qui-Gon, always in tune with the Force, could sense the immense power emanating from Gojo, but it was the physical transformation that left him speechless. He has changed, Qui-Gon muttered, his eyes fixed on Gojo's muscular form. To build such strength in mere hours, it's astonishing. Obi-Wan, too, was in awe. It's as if he's a completely different person, he whispered, unable to take his eyes off Gojo. The young Jedi had always been impressed by Gojo's abilities, but seeing him now riding a mythical creature with a physique that defied explanation was something else entirely. Anakin, standing nearby, was equally shocked. His eyes widened as he took in the sight of Sleipnir. He has a flying horse, and it's huge. And it has 6 legs. Anakin's voice was filled with amazement, his youthful excitement bubbling over. He had seen many strange things since meeting Gojo, but this was on another level entirely. Jar Jar, being Jar Jar, could only gape in wide-eyed wonder. Mesa Tinkin Disbombad Wizard is full of surprises, he exclaimed, his Gungan accent thick with disbelief. Shmi Skywalker, watching from a distance, couldn't help but smile. That's Gojo, he always manages to surprise us at every turn, she said softly, her tone filled with admiration and a touch of amusement. Padme and Yukinami, standing close together, were similarly captivated. Padme found herself admiring Gojo's physique and the way his outfit highlighted his powerful form. He looks incredible, she thought, her cheeks flushing slightly. There's something about him, so strong, yet so enigmatic. Yukinami, beside her, shared the sentiment. Her eyes followed the lines of Gojo's muscles, and she couldn't help but think, he's not just strong, he's hot. The combination of Gojo's strength, his attire, and the sheer presence he exuded was almost overwhelming. As Sleipnir landed gracefully on the platform, Gojo dismounted with an effortless leap, his every movement exuding confidence. Rika followed suit, landing lightly beside him. Gojo's piercing blue eyes scanned the group, his expression calm yet commanding. He nodded to Sabe, still in her role as Queen Amidala. Apologies for the delay, he said, his voice car as Gojo dismounted Sleipnir with an effortless leap, his presence immediately commanded the attention of everyone on the platform. Rika followed gracefully, her gaze sweeping over the gathered dignitaries and Jedi. He said, his voice carrying effortlessly over the assembled group. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long. Before anyone could respond, Suzunami, who had been observing everything with wide eyes, couldn't contain her curiosity. Sensei, who is that behind you? She asked, her tone a mix of curiosity and confusion. Gojo turned slightly, gesturing to Rika with a casual wave. This is my disciple, a Force disciple, he replied, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. But before anyone could react, Rika, clearly emboldened by the situation, stepped forward and declared, I am his future wife. The statement hit like a thunderbolt. The shock rippled through the gathered group, their eyes widening in disbelief. Someone like Gojo, known for his narcissistic and arrogant demeanor, capable of finding love? The very idea seemed almost impossible. For a moment, there was stunned silence, but it was Yukinami who broke it with an explosive reaction. Her face twisted in a mix of jealousy and shock as she shouted, Wei-a-it. The sudden outburst echoed across the platform, and everyone turned their attention to Yukinami, who was clearly struggling to process what she had just heard. Her expression was a mix of confusion and anger, unable to comprehend that Gojo, the man who seemed untouchable, could possibly have chosen someone else for such a role in his life. Yukinami's face twisted in a mix of jealousy and rage, her voice rising as she shouted, Did you snitch my sensei? The one I devoted my life to, away from everything? I didn't approach him because I understand him better than anyone. You think you, a filthy Twi'lek, can just waltz in and steal him from me? Her words were laced with venom, her contempt for Rika's race adding a sharp edge to her insult. Yukinami, knowing all too well how Gojo could be powerful, unpredictable, and seemingly unattainable. Rika, unfazed by the outburst, crossed her arms and smirked. You lack the guts to declare your love, she taunted, her tone challenging and dismissive. Yukinami's eyes narrowed dangerously. It's war then. A very fucking war. And don't you dare cry when I win, you damn Twi'lek. Rika simply shrugged, her confidence unwavering. Nat, I'm the one who will be winning. Nat ID married moment. As the tension between the two women reached a boiling point, Anakin and Shmi, standing nearby, exchanged uneasy glances. Did we just see some demons appear beside each of them? Anakin whispered, half joking, but unable to shake the sense of an impending storm. Shmi nodded, her expression a mix of concern and amusement. It certainly feels that way. Let's hope this doesn't get out of hand. A short distance away, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan observed the unfolding drama with quiet interest. Obi-Wan leaned slightly toward his master, his voice low. Master, should we intervene? This seems volatile. Qui-Gon, ever the calm and collected mentor, shook his head slightly. No, Obi-Wan. Let them work it out. Sometimes, people need to confront their emotions head-on. Besides, he added with a slight smile, I don't think there's much we could do to stop this anyway. Padme, watching the heated exchange between the women, muttered to herself, her voice tinged with a note of resignation. I hope I still have my chance to talk with Gojo. She felt a pang of regret for not having the courage to speak up sooner, knowing full well that Gojo's attention was a rare and valuable thing. She remembered the exclusive broadcast where Gojo had humiliated the Trade Federation, his playful yet confident demeanor as he fearlessly addressed the galaxy. There was something about him, something captivating, she thought. That magnetism, it drew me in, didn't it? At the time, she had dismissed it as mere intrigue, a passing fascination. But it was more than that, wasn't it? Then came the moment when Gojo returned from a battle in space, his cheek shredded, a gaping hole in his chest where his heart should be, 4 of his fingers missing. Yet somehow, he was still smiling. That smile, she reflected, it shook me. Why did he smile, even in such pain? She felt a pang in her chest, a concern she hadn't dared to acknowledge. Why did I feel worried? Why did I care? Padme heard Suzunami conversation with Gojo that Gojo had made a binding vow. Padme didn't quite understand the specifics, but she knew enough about the concept to grasp that the penalties could be severe. A binding vow, one with severe consequences. Why didn't I try to understand it more? Why did I keep my distance? If only I'd known that he could be reached, that he could feel. Her thoughts trailed off, regret flooding her mind, a bitter realization taking root. If I had known Gojo could be this human, I would have approached him sooner. I would have shown him that I cared. Padme's gaze sharpened, her hands clenching slightly at her sides. But now I've let an unknown Twi'lek declare herself his future wife? How could I have been so blind? She bit her lip, her resolve hardening. No. It's not too late. I'll make sure I have my chance. She straightened her posture, a determined glint in her eye. If there was a competition now, she was not about to lose. Not to anyone. Suddenly, Senator Palpatine, trying to restore some semblance of order, interjected, "Ladies, we are pressed for time, and the Senate." But before he could finish, Padme, Yukinami, and Rika turned to him in unison, their voices sharp and synchronized. "Shut up, old man, and get lost." The force of their collective dismissal was so strong that Palpatine was momentarily taken aback, his attempt to assert authority completely dismantled. Suddenly, Gojo stepped forward, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "All right, we'll settle this problem later," he said with his usual carefree tone, a grin on his face. "Right now, we've got a planet to save." His happy demeanor seemed to shatter the heated atmosphere, his lightheartedness diffusing the intensity between the women. Rika, still brimming with determination, simply crossed her arms and muttered, "Postpone." Yukinami, equally resolute, nodded in agreement. "Yeah, postpone. But this isn't over." The declaration hung in the air, but before the tension could rise again, Padme suddenly found herself swept up in the moment. Her competitive spirit surged, and she surprised everyone by shouting, "I'm not gonna lose." Her unexpected outburst echoed across the platform, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The fiery determination in her voice caught them all off guard, especially considering Padme's usually composed demeanor. Even Palpatine, who had just been dismissed by the trio of women, looked on in surprise, his previous frustration momentarily forgotten. For a brief moment, the platform was silent, everyone processing the unexpected turn of events. Then, slowly, smiles began to spread across the faces of those gathered. The intensity had been broken, and while the underlying rivalries remained, Gojo's intervention had reminded them all of the larger mission at hand. Gojo chuckled, his amusement evident. "Well, this is going to be interesting," he said, glancing around at the group. "But first things first, let's save Nebo, shall we?" As the group began to refocus on the mission, Gojo turned his attention to Qui-Gon. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed something toward the Jedi Master, a small hollow pad. "Oh, and Qui-Gon," Gojo said with a grin, "you're going to need this. Just in case the monks on the council don't believe your proof." Qui-Gon caught the hollow pad with ease, recognizing the significance of the gesture. He chuckled, a knowing smile on his face. "I know the council as well as anyone, Gojo. They can be as unyielding as rock, but this should help. Thank you." Int. Palpatine's quarters, living area, day. Palpatine paced back and forth in his quarters, his movements betraying a sense of unease as Captain Panika entered, followed by Gojo, Yukinami, Suzunami, and Rika. Irti and Rabi stood silently to one side, their expressions carefully neutral as they observed the unfolding conversation. "The Republic is not what it once was," Palpatine began, his tone heavy with frustration. "The Senate is full of greedy, squabbling delegates who are only looking out for themselves and their home systems. There is no interest in the common good, no civility, only politics. It's disgusting." He paused for a moment, his gaze shifting to Amidala, who was deep in thought. "I must be frank, Your Majesty, there is little chance the Senate will act on the invasion." Amidala frowned, her concern evident. "Chancellor Valorum seems to think there is hope," she replied, though there was a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Palpatine sighed, shaking his head slightly. "If I may say so, Your Majesty, the Chancellor has little real power, he is mired down by baseless accusations of corruption. A manufactured scandal surrounds him. The bureaucrats are in charge now." His voice was laced with bitterness as he spoke, clearly disillusioned by the current state of the Republic. Amidala's expression grew more troubled. "What options do we have?" she asked, her voice betraying her desperation. Palpatine didn't hesitate. "Our best choice would be to push for the election of a stronger Supreme Chancellor. One who will take control of the bureaucrats, enforce the laws, and give us justice." He paused, letting his words sink in before continuing. "You could call for a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum." Amidala looked conflicted, her loyalty to the Chancellor at odds with the harsh reality they faced. "He has been our strongest supporter. Is there any other way?" she asked, almost pleading for an alternative. Palpatine shook his head, his expression grim. "Our only other choice would be to submit a plea to the courts." Amidala's frustration was palpable. "There's no time for that. The courts take even longer to decide things than the Senate. Our people are dying, Senator, more and more each day. We must do something quickly to stop the Federation." Palpatine's tone became more pragmatic, though it carried a note of resignation. "To be realistic, Your Highness, I'd say we're going to have to accept Federation control for the time being." He paused for a moment, then added, "Even with Gojo's achievements, we're still going to have a lot of problems. His power and influence can only do so much against the entrenched corruption and bureaucracy that plagues the Republic." Queen Amidala's face hardened with resolve, though her eyes betrayed the weight of the decision she was about to make. She turned to Palpatine, her voice steady but firm. I need a private room. I need to speak with Gojo. Palpatine, though still wary of Gojo's unpredictable nature, nodded in understanding. Suit yourself, Your Majesty, he said, his tone cautious but respectful. He stepped aside, signaling to one of his aides to prepare a private chamber for their discussion. As the group began to disperse, Gojo exchanged a glance with Yukinami, Suzunami, and Rika. Each of them sensed the gravity of the situation, understanding that whatever discussion was about to unfold between Gojo and Amidala could have significant implications for the future of Naboo and perhaps the galaxy itself. Palpatine watched as they moved toward the private chamber, his mind racing with thoughts of how this unpredictable element, Gojo, could impact his carefully laid plans. Yet, he knew better than to interfere, at least for now. The wheels of his scheme were already in motion, and he would adapt as needed. Queen Amidala entered the private room, her steps measured and purposeful. Gojo followed behind her, his usual carefree demeanor replaced by a rare moment of seriousness. As the door closed behind them, they were alone, away from the prying eyes and ears of the others. As the door closed behind them, sealing them in the privacy of the chamber, the atmosphere shifted. Padme, now as the true Queen Amidala, let her regal composure falter slightly, revealing the burden she carried. She turned to Gojo, her voice laced with uncertainty. Gojo, what do you think? Should I call for a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum? Gojo's usually playful demeanor was gone, replaced by a stern, focused expression. He didn't hesitate in his response. No, he said firmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. That old man, Palpatine, is very cunning. Something about him sets off all my alarms, and I've got this nagging urge to blow his head off. Makes me wonder if his current master is already dead, he added with a wry grin, half joking but deadly serious. Padme blinked in surprise at his bluntness, but before she could respond, Gojo raised his hand, revealing a small, neutralized device in his palm. By the way, I found this little bugger planted in the room, he said casually, tossing the now useless listener device onto the table between them. Neutralized it, of course. Padme's eyes widened as she recognized the implications. Gojo's keen blue eyes had seen through the deception, and she knew he wasn't the type to lie to those he considered allies. He was unpredictable, yes, but also brutally honest. What about the Republic, Gojo? She asked, her voice tinged with desperation. Will they support us? Gojo sighed, crossing his arms as he leaned against the wall. As much as I hate that old man, Palpatine, he's right about one thing: the Republic is rotting from the inside out. Corruption, greed, self-interest, it's all there, festering in the upper echelons. If you think the Senate will move swiftly or decisively to help Naboo, you're in for a rude awakening. He met her gaze, his expression softening slightly. Look, Padme, the Republic might be able to provide some assistance, but don't put all your trust in them. They're too bogged down in politics to act quickly enough. From my point of view, you have 3 choices. Gojo held up a finger, ticking off each option as he spoke. First, you can follow Palpatine's advice and call for a vote of no confidence. It's a risky move, and it might not get the results you're hoping for. Second, he continued, holding up another finger, you can forget the vote of no confidence. I have this holopad with proof that the Trade Federation is attacking Naboo. Maybe, just maybe, it'll be enough to give Valorum the courage he needs to act. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in before raising a third finger. And then there's the third option, one that would shake the entire Republic to its core, and one you probably already know deep down. Padme's breath caught in her throat as she realized what Gojo was hinting at. The third option, the most drastic and unthinkable of them all, was to declare Naboo's independence from the Republic. It was a move that would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the galaxy, but it might be the only way to save her people. Gojo watched as the realization dawned on her, his expression neutral but observant. It's your decision, Padme. Whatever you choose, just know that I'll back you up. But you need to be sure, because once you choose, there's no turning back. Padme's eyes widened with a mixture of shock and realization as Gojo laid out her options. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on her. Padme hesitated for a moment, then asked, Gojo, how did you become so human? You usually show this bravado, narcissistic behavior, or arrogant demeanor. Now you've suddenly changed, and also gotten buff, she added, glancing at the muscles visible through his Shinjuku showdown outfit. And now, you're capable of having feelings towards someone? That's not the Gojo I know. Her voice trembled, and tears welled up in her eyes. Gojo's face softened, and for a moment, there was a look of genuine sadness in his eyes. Because when I was training, I realized that even if I reached the top of the mountain, I'd be alone, he said quietly. I would be the strongest, it's a fact, and it will be reality, but I would be surrounded by my own loneliness at the top. Something unexpected stirred within her, a sudden, bold impulse she couldn't ignore. She took a step closer to Gojo, her heart pounding in her chest. Gojo, she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. And before he could react, she leaned in and kissed him, her lips brushing against his in a brief but intense moment of connection. Gojo, completely taken aback, blinked in surprise as Padme pulled back, a small, playful smile on her lips. Know this, she said, her tone lighter, almost teasing, I'm entering the competition. She let out a soft laugh, her earlier tension momentarily forgotten. Gojo, still processing what had just happened, raised an eyebrow. The competition, hey? Well, that's a first. He smirked, clearly amused by her sudden boldness. What about the potential man you were supposed to love? You know, the one everyone thinks you are destined to be with. Padme's laughter filled the room, a melodic sound that eased the tension between them. A kid marrying an older woman? It's practically a fairy tale in the making. She laughed again, this time with more genuine amusement, as if the weight of her responsibilities had been lifted, if only for a moment. Gojo chuckled, shaking his head. You're something else, Padme. But don't think a little kiss and some playful banter will get you out of making this decision. Padme's expression sobered, but the twinkle in her eyes remained. I know, she replied, her tone more serious now. But I wanted you to know that I'm not just the Queen of Naboo. I'm also a woman who's willing to fight for what she wants even if it means shaking up the entire galaxy. Gojo nodded, a newfound respect for her determination growing within him. I can see that. And for what it's worth, I'm glad you are willing to take risks. Just remember, whatever choice you make, I've got your back. Without warning, Padme moved closer, wrapping her arms around Gojo in a tight embrace. Tears began to well up in her eyes, and she whispered, her voice breaking with emotion, I feel so helpless. I can't help you with anything. In fact, I just realized you're the one helping me, the people of Naboo, and me. I can't offer you anything in return, even against someone like Aboleth, whom you fought in space. Her grip tightened around him as her tears fell freely. And you've taken on this burden, a binding vow against someone named Sukuna. At least before anything terrible happens to you, or before you reach the top and become the strongest, I want to fill that empty heart of yours. Gojo's expression softened, the usual playfulness in his eyes replaced by a gentle warmth. He placed a reassuring hand on her back, holding her close. Padme, he murmured softly, you don't need to worry about giving me something in return. Your concern, your courage, and even this moment, they mean more than you know. He pulled back slightly, just enough to look into her eyes, his gaze sincere. I've been alone for a long time, thinking that was the way it had to be. But maybe, just maybe, I don't have to be. His voice grew softer, more vulnerable. And if anyone could fill that emptiness, I think it could be you. Padme's tears continued to flow, but now there was a smile on her face. Then let me, she whispered, her voice filled with determination. Let me be there for you, even if it means facing the unknown, even if it means challenging everything I've believed in. Gojo smiled back, his heart feeling a rare lightness. Deal, he said gently. And for the record, I think you're already doing more for me than you realize. As Padme and Gojo shared their moment, Sabe suddenly entered the room, her expression a mix of concern and duty. My queen, Anakin wishes to see you, she announced, her voice soft yet insistent. Gojo smirked, taking a step back to give Padme some space. Well, looks like that's your wake-up call. Padme nodded, her playful demeanor giving way to the seriousness of her role once more and fix her makeup as quickly as she can. She moved toward the doorway, where Anakin stood, his small frame a stark contrast to the grandiosity of the room. The young boy bowed respectfully, his eyes briefly flicking up to meet the queen's gaze before quickly lowering again. I've sent Padme on an errand, the queen stated, maintaining her composed, regal facade. Anakin shifted nervously, his voice filled with a mix of hope and uncertainty. I'm going to the Jedi Temple to start my training, I hope. The queen simply stared at him, her expression unreadable, as if weighing the significance of his words. After a moment, Anakin continued, his tone more earnest, I may not see her again, and I just wanted to say goodbye. He hesitated, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a small pendant or rock-like charm that had been carefully split into 2 pieces. He held it out to the queen with a shy smile. This is for you and Gojo. You both will always be my best sensei and best older sister. The queen's eyes softened slightly as she accepted the pendant, touched by Anakin's gesture. She glanced at Gojo, who gave a small nod of approval, before returning her gaze to the young boy. Though Anakin didn't know the full truth of who Padme really was, his sincerity and affection were clear. Thank you, Anakin, the queen said, her voice gentle. This means a lot to me, and to Gojo as well. As Anakin handed over the pendant, his gaze lingered on the queen, a flicker of realization dawning in his eyes. He had spent enough time with Padme to recognize the subtle details, her voice, her mannerisms, even the way she held herself. The connection clicked in his mind, and his eyes widened slightly as he finally understood the truth. The queen, you're Padme, he whispered, the words slipping out before he could stop them. The queen, knowing the secret was out, offered him a small, reassuring smile. Yes, Anakin. But it was important for me to keep that hidden for a time. Before the moment could grow too heavy, Gojo popped up beside Anakin, his usual playful demeanor breaking the tension. Take care, potential man. And when you're at the Jedi Temple, make sure you find a safe spot. There's going to be an earthquake when I show up, he added with a laugh, his teasing tone making it hard to tell whether he was joking or serious. Anakin couldn't help but grin at Gojo's words, the unease of his earlier realization fading away. I'll remember that, he said, a mix of excitement and nerves bubbling within him. Good, Gojo replied, ruffling Anakin's hair playfully. I will keep that pendant safe after all. It's a connection between us, no matter where we are. As Gojo and Padme turned to leave, Gojo glanced back at Anakin with a confident smirk. See you at the top of the galaxy, Anakin. I'll be waiting to see who will win you, with the potential to kill me, or me, Gojo Satoru, the invincible sorcerer. Anakin's grin widened, his earlier shyness replaced by a fierce determination. I'll beat you from your throne, idiot sensei, he declared, his voice brimming with youthful confidence. Gojo chuckled, clearly enjoying the challenge. We'll see about that, kid. Just make sure you're ready when the time comes. With that, Gojo and Padme left the room, leaving Anakin behind with a heart full of dreams. Int. Jedi Council Chamber, Day. Qui-Gon Jinn stood in the middle of the tall, stately room, his presence calm but commanding. Surrounding him were the 12 Jedi Masters, seated in a semicircle, their expressions ranging from thoughtful to concerned. Behind Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan Kenobi stood silently, his gaze steady as his master spoke. My only conclusion can be that the assailant was a Sith Lord, Qui-Gon stated, his voice unwavering. A Sith Lord. Mace Windu's voice rang out, incredulity lacing his words. Impossible. Qui-Gon exclaimed. The Sith have been extinct for a millennium. The very Republic is threatened, if involved the Sith are, Yoda intoned, his speech pattern as distinctive as ever. I do not believe they could have returned without us knowing, Mace Windu added, his tone skeptical. But Master Windu, I have proof, Qui-Gon responded, his resolve evident as he held up a video chip. The room fell silent as the Jedi Masters focused on the holographic display. The video played, showing the fight in vivid detail. The dark figure, unmistakably a Sith, wielded his weapon with deadly precision. The energy of the dark side was palpable, even through the recording. Hard to see, the dark side is, Yoda remarked, his eyes narrowing as he watched the display. Discover who this assassin is, we must. I sense he will reveal himself again, Qui-Gon said, though his voice carried an edge of doubt. As the video ended, the tension in the room escalated. Mace Windu, who had remained quiet during the playback, finally spoke. This Gojo Satoru, when he killed his enemies in that broadcast and in the video you've shown, he was ruthless. He must be detained. Qui-Gon's eyes flashed with anger, a rare display of emotion from the composed Jedi Master. Master Windu, Gojo Satoru is not a Sith. His methods may be unconventional, but he fights against the darkness, not for it. Detaining him would be a grave mistake. Mace Windu met Qui-Gon's gaze, unyielding. He exhibits power beyond that of any Jedi, and his actions are concerning. We cannot allow someone like him to operate unchecked. Qui-Gon stepped forward, his voice firm. I've fought beside him. I've seen his strength, but also his purpose. He seeks to protect, not to destroy. We should be cautious, yes, but we must not act out of fear. Master Yoda, ever the voice of wisdom, interjected before the tension could escalate further. Calm yourself, you must, Master Windu, Yoda said, his tone gentle but authoritative. His large eyes shifted from Mace Windu to Qui-Gon, contemplating the situation with the depth of centuries of wisdom. Meet with Gojo Satoru, we must. Strange, his power is. Force it is not, yet powerful, he is. Mace Windu, though still troubled, took a deep breath and nodded. If what you say is true, Master Yoda, then understanding his power and his intentions must be our priority. Yoda nodded sagely. See him with our own eyes, we must. Dangerous he may be, but judge him fairly, we will. The council members exchanged glances, the tension in the room easing slightly as Yoda's calm voice brought a sense of clarity to the situation. They knew that the path ahead was uncertain, but meeting Gojo Satoru, understanding who he truly was, would be the first step in addressing the mystery of his power and his role in the galaxy. Master Qui-Gon, more to say, have you? Asked Yoda, his voice calm and inquisitive. With your permission, my master, replied Qui-Gon, bowing slightly. I have encountered a vergence in the Force. A vergence, you say? Yoda's interest was clearly piqued, his large eyes narrowing slightly. Located around a person, inquired Mace Windu, leaning forward in his seat, his tone cautious but intrigued. Yes, a boy, his cells have the highest concentration of midi-chlorians I have seen in a life form, Qui-Gon explained. It is possible he was conceived by the midi-chlorians. Mace Windu exchanged a glance with the other Jedi Masters, his expression growing more serious. You're referring to the prophecy of the one who will bring balance to the Force. You believe it's this boy? Qui-Gon hesitated for a moment, carefully choosing his words. I don't presume. But you do. Yoda interjected, his tone gentle yet firm. Revealed, your opinion is. Qui-Gon nodded, acknowledging Yoda's insight. I request the boy be tested. His midi-chlorian count is over 20,000. The 12 Jedi Masters exchanged glances, the gravity of Qui-Gon's revelation sinking in. After a moment, they nodded in agreement, their decision unanimous. Trained as a Jedi, you request for him? Yoda asked, his gaze fixed on Qui-Gon. Yes, Master, Qui-Gon confirmed. It was with the help of the mysterious Force user's guidance that I was able to find him, so I believe it was the will of the Force through the Force user that guided us to the boy. Mace Windu sighed, acknowledging the weight of the situation. Bring him before us. Tested he will be, Yoda agreed, his voice calm but decisive. Thank you very much, Masters, Qui-Gon said, bowing respectfully. Also, Masters, before I came to seek your counsel, Gojo says there might be conflict between you and him, also he will be ready. Balcony. Obi-Wan's voice was laced with concern as he addressed his master, the boy will not pass the council's tests, Master. And you know it. He is far too old to become a Padawan. Qui-Gon, ever resolute, responded with a quiet determination, Anakin will become a Jedi. I promise you that it will happen. Don't defy the council, Master, Obi-Wan urged, a note of desperation creeping into his voice. Not again. But Qui-Gon remained steadfast, his voice calm and assured. I will do what I must. Obi-Wan's frustration was evident as he pressed further, Master, you could be sitting on the council by now if you would just follow the code and the will of the council. They will not go along with you this time. A small, knowing smile played on Qui-Gon's lips as he replied, you still have much to learn, my young apprentice. With that, Qui-Gon turned and walked back into the Jedi Temple, leaving Obi-Wan standing alone on the balcony, his thoughts conflicted and his heart heavy with worry. Int. Jedi Council Chamber, Day. Anakin Skywalker stands in the center of the room, surrounded by the 12 Jedi Masters seated in a semicircle. The sun streams through the tall windows, casting long shadows across the chamber floor. Mace Windu holds a small handheld viewing screen, displaying various images in rapid succession. A ship, a cup, a speeder, Anakin says, accurately identifying each image as it appears on the screen. Mace Windu gives a slight nod of acknowledgement, then deactivates the screen. He exchanges a glance with Yoda, who leans forward slightly, his expression thoughtful. Good, good, young one, Yoda says, his voice calm yet probing. How feel you? Anakin shifts slightly on his feet, his young face reflecting his uncertainty. A little cold, sir, he replies, trying to maintain his composure. Afraid, are you? Yoda asks, his eyes narrowing as he studies the boy's response. Anakin shakes his head quickly. No, sir, he responds, trying to hide his unease. Afraid to give up your life? Mace Windu inquires, his tone stern. Anakin hesitates before replying, the weight of the question pressing on him. I don't think so, he finally says, though his voice lacks the certainty he wants to project. See through you, we can, Yoda remarks, his voice carrying a hint of sadness. Be mindful of your feelings, young one. Mace Windu leans forward, his gaze piercing. Your thoughts dwell on your mother. Anakin nods slightly, his concern evident. I am worried about her. I worry if she will be alright without me. Afraid to lose her, I think, Yoda observes, his tone gentle yet firm. What's that got to do with anything? Anakin retorts, a flash of anger crossing his face. Everything. Fear is the path to the dark side. Fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate leads to suffering, Yoda explains, his words resonating with a deep wisdom. Anakin shakes his head defiantly. I am not afraid. Yoda's gaze softens, though his words remain firm. A Jedi must have the deepest commitment, the most serious mind. Much fear in you, I sense. Anakin lowers his voice, his earlier defiance fading. I am not afraid. Yoda nods slightly, acknowledging the boy's determination. Then continue, we will. The room is silent for a moment, the tension palpable. As the test concludes, the Jedi Masters exchange glances, each considering what they have just observed. The atmosphere is heavy with the unspoken concerns of the Council, even as they prepare to move forward with Anakin's evaluation. Inside the Council chambers of the Jedi Temple, the atmosphere was tense as Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Qui-Gon stood before the 12 Jedi Masters of the Council. Correct you were, Qui-Gon, Yoda said, his voice tinged with concern. His cells contain a very high concentration of midi-chlorians, Mace Windu added, his expression serious. And the force is strong with him, commented Ki-Adi-Mundi, his tone reflecting the weight of the situation. He's to be trained, then? Qui-Gon asked, his voice filled with hope. The Jedi Council members exchanged glances before Yoda finally spoke, his words heavy with decision. No. Trained, he will not be. Anakin's heart sank, his face falling as tears began to form in his eyes. The hope that had filled him moments ago was quickly slipping away. No. Qui-Gon exclaimed, his voice a mix of shock and disbelief. Beside him, Obi-Wan couldn't help but smile at the Council's decision, feeling relief that Anakin would not be trained. He is too old to be trained, Mace Windu explained. There is already too much anger in him, which could lead him to the dark side. He is the chosen one. Qui-Gon cried out desperately. You must see it. Clouded, this boy's future is, Yoda said, his tone grave. Masked by his youth. I will train him, then, Qui-Gon declared with determination. I will take Anakin as my Padawan learner. Obi-Wan was taken aback by his master's resolve. At the same time, Anakin's tears stopped, and he looked up at Qui-Gon with a glimmer of hope, touched by the Jedi Master's belief in him. Allow, we cannot, Yoda replied firmly. Too much fear and anger, he has. We forbid it, Mace Windu stated, his voice leaving no room for argument. But masters, Anakin is clearly the chosen one, Qui-Gon pleaded. I believe he is the one who will bring balance to the Force. Chosen one, he may be, Yoda acknowledged. Too risky to be trained, he is. The Council will not allow you to train the boy, Mace Windu commanded, his tone final. If you try to train him, the Council will have no choice but to exile you from the Jedi Order. We have been lenient with your past actions, but we cannot allow you to continue defying the rules of the Jedi Order. Obi-Wan was shocked that his master might be exiled, and Qui-Gon stood with a determined expression, ready to defy the Council for what he believed in. Suddenly, all the Jedi Council members, along with Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, felt a disturbance in the Force. Behind Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, and Anakin, a black hole in the shape of a door materialized, its edges crackling with dark energy. From this ominous portal stepped Gojo Satoru, flanked by Yukinami, Suzunami, and Rika. Gojo's eyes gleamed with mischief as he surveyed the room. In his thoughts, he marveled at the hidden ability of Odin's arm of darkness, which had created the portal. Looks like I just discovered another hidden ability, he mused, pleased with himself. It's nice to meet me, you all, Gojo announced, his voice light and playful, yet carrying an undeniable power. But what kind of welcome is this, with your flashlights ready to attack? Mace Windu, ever the vigilant guardian, immediately ignited his lightsaber, the purple blade casting a menacing glow as he stared at Gojo. We don't take kindly to intruders in this sacred place, Mace said, his voice hard and unyielding. Gojo raised an eyebrow, clearly unbothered by the hostility. Intruders? Now that's just rude, he replied, his tone still light but with a hint of underlying menace. I'm just here to have a little chat with you all. No need for violence, unless, of course, you insist. Master Yoda's voice, usually calm and measured, suddenly rang out with an uncharacteristic sharpness that caught everyone off guard. Stand down, Master Windu. The command was delivered in perfect grammar, a stark departure from Yoda's usual speech pattern. The unexpected clarity in his words stunned the room into silence. Mace Windu, though visibly tense, hesitated and then deactivated his lightsaber, stepping back but keeping a wary eye on Gojo. The room remained tense, but the immediate threat of violence had subsided. The Jedi Masters exchanged uneasy glances, clearly taken aback not only by the presence of Gojo and his companions but also by Yoda's sudden shift in tone. Yoda, now reverting to his usual way of speaking, stepped forward slightly, his wise eyes locking onto Gojo. Gojo Satoru, meet you I have wanted, Yoda said, his voice once again carrying its familiar cadence. His expression was unreadable, but the weight of his words conveyed the seriousness of the situation. Gojo, ever confident and unfazed by the tense atmosphere, offered a slight bow, his eyes twinkling with amusement. The pleasure is mine, Master Yoda, he replied, his tone respectful yet casual, as if he were greeting an old friend. Yoda observed Gojo carefully, his eyes narrowing slightly. How know my name, you do? First time meet, this is, Yoda inquired, his tone curious but cautious. Gojo, with a confident smile, raised his hand and pointed at his eye, the blue Rikugan shimmering brightly. Let's just say I have good eyes, Gojo replied, tapping his temple lightly. The other members of the council remained on edge, their eyes shifting between Yoda and Gojo, uncertain of what to expect from this unexpected encounter. Yoda, however, seemed calm, as if he had anticipated this moment for some time. Your power, great it is, Yoda continued, his voice thoughtful. But of the Force, it is not. Understand this, we must. Gojo's smile widened. Oh, I'm more than happy to help you understand, Master Yoda. But I'm curious what makes you so sure I'm not using the Force. His question was posed with genuine interest, as if he were challenging the council to question their own perceptions. Yoda's gaze didn't waver. Sense the Force, we can. Within you, it is not. Yet strong, your power is. Dangerous, it could be. Gojo chuckled, clearly enjoying the conversation. Dangerous? Only if you make it so. I'm here to help, not to cause trouble. But I won't deny that I've got my own way of doing things. Gojo's casual demeanor didn't waver, but Yoda's eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed something deeper, something far more complex within the man standing before him. It wasn't just the raw power emanating from Gojo, it was the nature of that power, a strange amalgamation that defied simple categorization. Yoda could feel the dark power, an ominous energy that hinted at something ancient and formidable, something that Gojo himself might not fully understand. This dark force was intertwined with a deep connection to the Force, a connection so potent that it rivaled the greatest Jedi and Sith in history. The sheer number of midi-chlorians within Gojo was staggering, far beyond what Yoda had ever encountered, suggesting a potential that could tip the balance of the galaxy. But there was more, a third, unknown force. It was unlike anything Yoda had ever felt before, an energy that pulsed with both life and death, creation and destruction. It was neither light nor dark, yet it held the potential for both. Yoda recognized this as Gojo's cursed energy, though its exact nature eluded him. It was an enigmatic power that seemed to exist outside the Force, something entirely new and yet terrifyingly familiar. Yoda's surprise was evident, though he quickly masked it with his usual calm composure. He tilted his head slightly, his curiosity piqued. How can you keep them all in balance, Gojo Satoru? He asked, his voice tinged with genuine curiosity. Such power, rarely seen it is. Balance, difficult it must be. Gojo's smile remained, but there was a glint of something deeper in his eyes, something that spoke of the immense burden he carried. Balance? Hey, he mused, almost to himself. It's not about keeping everything in balance, Master Yoda. It's about understanding that the chaos inside me isn't something to be feared. It's something to be embraced. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. I don't try to keep these powers separate or balanced. I let them coexist, feed off each other. The darkness, the Force, the unknown energy, they're all just parts of me. And together, they make me who I am. Yoda's wise gaze remained fixed on Gojo as the question lingered in the air. This third, unknown power, what is it called? Yoda asked, his voice carrying the weight of centuries of knowledge and curiosity. Gojo glanced at Qui-Gon, a look of mild annoyance crossing his face. You didn't tell them, did you? He said, his tone half joking, half exasperated. Qui-Gon gave a slightly sheepish smile, clearly aware that he had left Gojo to handle this particular revelation on his own. Sorry about that, Qui-Gon replied, his tone apologetic but with a hint of amusement. Gojo let out a long sigh, running a hand through his white hair. Ha ha ha, all right then, Looks like it's history lesson time. He turned back to the assembled Jedi Council, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. This third power, the one you can't quite place, is called cursed energy. It's something that comes from the negative emotions of people, their fear, their anger, their sorrow. It's a power that thrives on imbalance, on chaos. Gojo paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. Cursed energy isn't like the Force. It doesn't seek balance or harmony. It's raw, unfiltered power that's tied to the very essence of life and death. In my world, it's what sorcerers use to exorcise curses, malevolent spirits born from humanity's darker side. But in my hands, it's more than just a tool for exorcism. It's become a part of who I am, just like the Force is a part of you. Yoda nodded slowly, absorbing this new information. Understand now, I do. Complex, your power is. Dangerous, it could be. Gojo smiled, though there was a shadow behind it. Dangerous, yes. But also necessary. I'm not here to tell you that cursed energy is good or bad, it's just what it is. And I've learned to use it, to control it, so it doesn't control me. Yoda listened intently to Gojo's explanation, his wise eyes reflecting the depth of his understanding. The more he learned about this cursed energy, the more he realized its complexity and potential. It was a power unlike anything the Jedi had ever encountered, a force that existed outside the dichotomy of light and dark, yet capable of both. After a moment of contemplation, Yoda looked up at Gojo and made a request that surprised everyone in the room. May we shake hands, Gojo Satoru? Yoda asked, his tone respectful but curious. To know more, I wish. About your third power, also. Your third power, it is your original power, yes. Gojo raised an eyebrow, impressed by Yoda's perceptiveness. You got me, he replied, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Yeah, it's my original power. The other stuff, the Force connection and that dark energy, those came later. With a nod of agreement, Gojo extended his hand towards Yoda. The two figures, one the wisest of the Jedi, the other an enigmatic warrior from another world, stood face to face as they clasped hands. As their hands connected, Yoda closed his eyes and reached out with the Force, allowing himself to sense the flow of Gojo's cursed energy. Immediately, he was struck by the sheer rawness of it, the way it pulsed with life and death, creation and destruction. It was chaotic, unrefined, and yet, there was an undeniable order within that chaos, a balance that Gojo had somehow mastered. What truly amazed Yoda, however, was the realization that cursed energy was, in a way, a natural progression of the dark side of the Force. It was as if the dark side had evolved, taking on a new form that was even more potent, yet equally dangerous. But in Gojo's hands, it was controlled, directed with precision and purpose. As Yoda probed deeper, attempting to understand the very essence of Gojo Satoru, he felt something shift, something he hadn't expected. It was as if he had reached the edge of an abyss, a boundary that stretched endlessly, like a black hole devouring all light and thought. Yoda's eyes widened slightly. This was not something he could simply read or understand. He realized he had encountered a barrier, Gojo's innate domain, a formidable force that stopped him from delving any further. It was as if the domain allowed only what Gojo had consciously chosen to reveal, blocking all else with an unyielding force. The sensation was both foreign and fascinating. A veil, there is, Yoda thought, feeling a mix of awe and caution. Beyond what is shown, nothing allowed. The experience was like standing at the edge of a vast unknown, staring into the depths of an endless void that refused to give up its secrets. Suddenly, Gojo's voice echoed in Yoda's mind, teasing and light-hearted. Sorry, Master Yoda, but my firewall is up, and my incognito history is blocked. You shall not pass. Gojo laughed out loud, clearly enjoying his own joke. Yoda, rather than being frustrated, found himself smiling at Gojo's playful spirit. A challenge, mental communication is rare, it is, for one to speak so freely, so joyously. Gojo's voice echoed. Oh, come on, Master Yoda. I can't let you peek behind every curtain. Gotta keep some secrets, right? Yoda released Gojo's hand, his eyes opening slowly. There was a newfound respect in his gaze, mingled with a hint of awe. Impressed, I am, Yoda said, his voice soft but carrying the weight of his admiration. Your power, a natural progression of the dark side, it is. Yet control it, you do. Dangerous, it may be, but in balance, you keep it. Gojo nodded, understanding the significance of Yoda's words. It's not easy, but it's what I've had to learn to survive. And now, it's what I use to protect those I care about. Yoda gave a slight nod, the faintest hint of a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Much to learn, we still have, he said, his tone almost affectionate. But learn from you, we can. And you, from us. Gojo looked at Yoda, a hint of something deeper in his eyes as he considered the Jedi Master's words. You know, you're the second person who's told me that cursed energy is a natural progression, Gojo said, his tone contemplative. Yoda's ears perked up in curiosity, his eyes narrowing slightly. Surprised, I am. Another, who knows of this power? Where is this person, then? Gojo hesitated for a moment, the weight of his next words clearly heavy on him. She's dead, or at least, I have some reason to believe she is, he replied, his voice tinged with an uncharacteristic seriousness. Yoda's gaze remained steady, waiting for Gojo to elaborate. Gojo sighed, realizing that it was time to reveal something he hadn't planned on sharing. With a flick of his wrist, a large ethereal projector materialized in front of him. The image it displayed was haunting, an enormous scar in the fabric of space, a tear that seemed to pulsate with dark energy. This, Gojo said, gesturing to the image, is what's left of the place where I encountered her. It's on Tatooine, where the fabric of reality itself was ripped apart. This scar is the aftermath of my battle with her. The room fell silent as the Jedi Council members studied the image, the weight of what they were seeing pressing down on them. The scar in space was unlike anything they had ever encountered, a physical manifestation of the immense power that had been unleashed during the battle. It was a reminder of the destructive potential of cursed energy when pushed to its limits. Gojo's expression darkened as he continued, his voice steady but carrying an undercurrent of tension. I don't want to tell you who my opponent was, he admitted, his gaze shifting between the members of the Jedi Council. Because, trust me, you don't want her after you. She's after my ass, and I don't need anyone else getting chased down because of me. The room remained heavy with the weight of his words, the ominous scar in the fabric of space serving as a silent testament to the dangers he had faced. The Jedi Masters exchanged uneasy glances, their collective concern growing as they processed the implications of Gojo's statement. Yoda, however, remained calm, his wise eyes narrowing as he studied Gojo. A burden, heavy it must be, he said quietly. But share, we must, to understand the threat fully. Alone, face it you should not. The tension in the room was palpable as the Jedi Masters exchanged concerned glances, but it was Master Yiddle who finally stepped forward, her expression thoughtful. She approached Gojo with a calm yet curious demeanor, her presence gentle but commanding. May I shake hands with you too? Yiddle asked, her voice soft but firm. I am curious, and if the one who chases you is the one I fear, then we must know more. Gojo raised an eyebrow, his usual playful demeanor returning for a brief moment. So, it's shake hands time, hey, he said with a sigh, though there was a hint of amusement in his voice. With a slight shrug, Gojo extended his hand towards Yiddle. She took it without hesitation, and as their hands clasped, Yiddle closed her eyes, reaching out with the force to sense the energy within him. For a moment, the room was silent, the air thick with anticipation. Yiddle's expression remained serene, but her brow furrowed slightly as she delved deeper into the currents of power that coursed through Gojo. She could feel the dark energy, the cursed power that was unlike anything she had ever encountered. It was wild, untamed, yet somehow controlled, held in balance by Gojo's will. But there was something else, something that made Yiddle's eyes snap open with a hint of alarm. She released Gojo's hand and stepped back, her gaze meeting his with newfound understanding and a touch of fear. So, it is as I feared, Yiddle murmured, her voice barely audible. The one who chases you, a being of such darkness, such ancient power. We must tread carefully. She hesitated for a moment before speaking again, her tone laced with concern. Master Yoda, did you not sense it? There is another presence, someone inside his body, buried very deep. Yoda's eyes narrowed thoughtfully as he considered her words. Sensed it, I did. Thought it was part of his power, I did. Yiddle, her concern evident, looked back at Gojo with gentle kindness. May we cleanse it off you, Gojo? It seems you've been holding onto this burden for far too long. But Gojo's expression darkened, his tone becoming serious. No, you can't. I've got problems I need to fulfill, ones that hinge on keeping that presence where it is. If you cleanse that soul, I die. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. The binding vow with Sukuna wasn't something he could simply discard. It was a dangerous pact, one that kept Sukuna's malevolent power in check but also bound Gojo to a life of constant vigilance. The room fell into a heavy silence, the gravity of Gojo's situation becoming all too clear. Yiddle's eyes softened, her concern deepening. Then, burden alone, you must not bear. Aid you, we will, in other ways. Gojo appreciated the sentiment, but he knew that this was his fight. Thanks, but this is something I have to deal with myself. Just keep an eye on the bigger threats, and we'll be fine. Sensing an opportunity, Yoda stepped forward, his wise gaze locked onto Gojo. Gojo, join the Jedi Order, you can. Help us understand, you will with cursed energy, you may bring balance in ways we have not seen. Before Gojo could respond, Mace Windu interjected, his voice stern and filled with caution. This man is dangerous. He holds within him the dark side and an unknown energy. He might be a danger to us all. Gojo's expression remained calm, but inside, his mind was racing as he suddenly received an emergency quest from his system. The words flashed across his vision. Emergency quest. Someone with huge killing intent is targeting you. Objective. Kill Mace Windu within 1 hour. Penalty, death. Reward, unknown power, 2/3 fragment, a hint, 9 years to recover my strength. Gojo inwardly sighed, his irritation barely concealed. I knew this damn system was going to be a pain in the ass, he thought, a small, almost imperceptible grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. The thought of having to kill Mace Windu, a respected Jedi Master, was both troublesome and intriguing. But Gojo was more annoyed by the system's demands than anything else. As the last part of the quest appeared in his mind, he heard a distinct clink sound, a familiar noise that signaled the system will be adapted by the Dharma wheel. 2 more clinks, and I'm going to kick your ass, system, he muttered to himself, the grin on his face widening slightly. The Jedi Council members noticed the slight change in Gojo's demeanor, but only Yoda seemed to pick up on the subtle tension brewing within him. Yoda's eyes narrowed, sensing that something had shifted in Gojo, though he couldn't quite place what it was. Mace Windu, still tense and wary, stepped closer, his presence imposing. Is there something amusing, Gojo? He asked, his tone sharp and filled with suspicion. Gojo chuckled lightly, more to himself than in response to Mace's question. I know this ability. 9 years to recover my power. Looks like I'm gonna be a king, he mused, half joking but with a hint of seriousness that only he could fully understand. Qui-Gon, standing nearby, noticed the subtle changes in Gojo's demeanor and couldn't help but ask, Are you alright, Gojo? You seem different. It almost seems like you haven't slept in days. Gojo looked at Qui-Gon, the faintest flicker of appreciation crossing his eyes. You're not wrong, Qui-Gon, he admitted, still wearing that small, almost cryptic smile. I've been dealing with a lot. But sleep is overrated anyway. Bonus. Before the emergency quest triggered, the atmosphere in the Jedi Council chamber remained thick with curiosity and unease. Yoda, his wise gaze never leaving Gojo, asked a question that had been on the minds of many since they first saw the enigmatic warrior. When your broadcast we saw, and the video of your fight against the bounty hunters, Yoda began, his tone calm but inquisitive, this muscular before, you were not. Gojo couldn't help but laugh, the sound echoing through the chamber. Ah, yeah, I guess I did bulk up a bit, didn't I, he replied, amusement clear in his voice. Obi-Wan, who had been quietly observing the conversation, couldn't resist chiming in. Yeah, Gojo, what kind of training did you do to get those muscles? His tone was curious but also carried a hint of disbelief. Qui-Gon, standing beside his apprentice, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Gojo. Your physical transformation is remarkable. What sort of regimen did you undertake? Gojo's grin widened, and he shrugged nonchalantly, a hint of sarcasm in his voice as he replied, Oh, you know, just a little something I like to call spec training intense, no breaks, and absolutely no rest. He emphasized the last part with a playful smirk, clearly enjoying the bewildered expressions on the Jedi's faces. The Jedi Masters exchanged puzzled glances, not entirely sure if Gojo was serious or just messing with them. The idea of gaining such muscle mass in such a short time seemed impossible by their standards, but then again, everything about Gojo defied the normal rules of the galaxy. Before they could press further, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as Gojo suddenly received the emergency quest from his system, and the conversation took a far more serious turn. Chapter 41, Coruscant Arc, Showdown at Jedi Temple and the Truth of the System. 14,000 words. Wow. In one day I. The Jedi Council members noticed the slight change in Gojo's demeanor, but only Yoda seemed to pick up on the subtle tension brewing within him. Yoda's eyes narrowed, sensing that something had shifted in Gojo, though he couldn't quite place what it was. Mace Windu, still tense and wary, stepped closer, his presence imposing. Is there something amusing, Gojo? He asked, his tone sharp and filled with suspicion. Gojo chuckled lightly, more to himself than in response to Mace's question. I know this ability. 9 years to recover my power. Looks like I'm gonna be a king, he mused, half joking but with a hint of seriousness that only he could fully understand. Qui-Gon, standing nearby, noticed the subtle changes in Gojo's demeanor and couldn't help but ask, Are you alright, Gojo? You seem different. It almost seems like you haven't slept in days. Gojo looked at Qui-Gon, the faintest flicker of appreciation crossing his eyes. You're not wrong, Qui-Gon, he admitted, still wearing that small, almost cryptic smile. I've been dealing with a lot. But sleep is overrated anyway. Before Mace Windu could respond, Yoda intervened, his wise eyes observing the 3 younglings standing near Gojo. He gestured toward them, his voice calm but curious. These younglings, Introduce themselves, they should. Rika, Yukinami, and Suzunami stepped forward, their postures confident as they introduced themselves in unison. I am Rika, began the Twi'lek, her voice filled with pride. I am Yukinami, the shy but determined girl followed. And I am Suzunami, the more assertive of the 2 twins declared. They exchanged glances before adding with almost mischievous smiles, and we are Sensei's disciples. The room seemed to tense even further as Rika and Yukinami, their expressions unyielding, added, and we are the future wives of Sensei. Mace Windu's eyes widened with fury, his demeanor shifting from wary to outright indignant. Blasphemy, he exclaimed, his voice laced with disdain. What you have spoken is unholy. Not only are you forming attachments, but to suggest a romantic relationship between a master and his apprentices? It is sickening, a violation of all that we stand for. His voice was as cold as durasteel, carrying the weight of his deep-seated convictions. The tension in the room reached its peak as Gojo's grin widened ever so slightly, his eyes flickering with a dangerous light. The atmosphere crackled with the unspoken threat, and all eyes turned to him, waiting for his response. The room was already tense, but the atmosphere became electric as Gojo's grin widened into something almost feral, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. The Jedi Masters could feel the shift, the crackling energy that seemed to pulse around him as if the very air was charged with an unspoken threat. Everyone's attention was locked on Gojo, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. And then, breaking the silence, Gojo began to chuckle. It was a low, almost mocking sound at first, but it quickly escalated into full-blown laughter. Kukikiku. Ah ha 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 ha. The sound echoed through the chamber, unnerving those present. His laughter was loud, unrestrained, and full of something that bordered on madness. Oh, what a divine comedy this is. Gojo finally managed, wiping a tear from his eye as his laughter subsided. The grin remained on his face, but there was a sharp edge to it now, something that made even the most stoic of the Jedi Masters uneasy. I swear, if Sukuna were here right now, he wouldn't bother trying to take over. I'd let him loose just to watch the chaos. The name Sukuna sent a ripple of confusion and concern through the council. Most of them didn't know who or what Gojo was referring to, but the malevolent energy that seemed to cling to the name was enough to set them on edge. Before they could press for answers, Gojo's attention shifted, and his gaze zeroed in on Qui-Gon, who stiffened under the sudden scrutiny. "You there, Qui-Gon," Gojo said, his voice laced with a teasing smirk. Qui-Gon's eyes widened slightly in surprise that Gojo knew his name. "Wait, hold up, so you've got multiple wives? What the actual fuck is going on with the council's logic?" Mace Windu immediately interjected, his tone firm and defensive. "The situation with Qui-Gon is an exception, Gojo. The Syrian people have a low birth rate, and as one of the few male Syrians, Qui-Gon was granted special dispensation by the council to take multiple wives for the sake of his species' survival. It is not a matter of personal desire but a matter of responsibility." Qui-Gon, slightly flustered by the directness of Gojo's question, added, "My situation is unique and deeply rooted in the cultural and biological needs of my people. It is not something taken lightly or done for personal gain. The Jedi Code still stands firm against attachments that could lead to the dark side." Gojo's grin only widened as he listened to their explanations, clearly entertained by the justifications presented. "All right, I get it, for the sake of the species, for the greater good. You're giving off some serious Danzo and Dumbledore vibes with that whole greater good shtick." Then, turning to Yoda, Gojo continued, "Master Yoda, let me make this clear, I refuse. And secondly, you guys in this council are all about removing attachments, right? No disrespect to you, Yoda, but someone like Bald Windu here, well, he might just be the downfall of your entire order. Oh, and one more thing, I'm going to keep doing what I enjoy." Mace Windu's expression darkened with fury, his hand instinctively moving to ignite his lightsaber. The violet blade hummed to life, casting an ominous glow across the chamber. The tension in the room escalated rapidly, with the other Jedi Masters shifting uncomfortably in their seats, sensing the confrontation brewing. Before Yoda could intervene and calm Mace Windu down, Gojo raised a hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement rather than fear. "Hold on, Yoda," he said, his tone casual but carrying an undercurrent of challenge. "Is there an arena around here where we can settle this? You know, kill each other or just fight it out depending on the circumstances." The room fell into a stunned silence, the audacity of Gojo's suggestion hanging heavily in the air. Mace Windu's grip on his lightsaber tightened, the anger in his eyes clearly visible. Yoda, however, remained composed, his wise eyes narrowing as he assessed the situation. Suddenly, Mace Windu stepped forward, his voice cold and unyielding. "We can do it right here, you dark side user." Gojo's grin only widened as he looked around the room, then casually called out, "Yo, potential man." Anakin, who had been watching the scene with wide eyes, looked up at Gojo, confused and a little nervous. "Looks like it's gonna be worse than an earthquake," Gojo laughed, the tension in the room thickening. "Yo, Toru." Gojo called out, his tone more commanding now. "Guide Reka, Suzunami, Yukinami, and potential man out of this temple or maybe to a safe place." He chuckled, clearly relishing the chaos he was causing. To the shock of everyone in the council chamber, Toru materialized beside Gojo, its presence ominous and commanding. The Jedi Masters tensed, their hands instinctively reaching for their lightsabers, but Toru's calm, almost eerie demeanor held them at bay. "It will be done," Toru responded, its presence steady and resolute. Without hesitation, it began guiding Reka, Suzunami, Yukinami, and Anakin towards the exit, its movements smooth and efficient, as if it had anticipated this moment all along. The Jedi Council members watched in stunned silence as Toru led the group out of the chamber, the tension in the room now palpable. Mace Windu's grip on his lightsaber tightened further, his gaze locked on Gojo, who remained unfazed, his grin never wavering. Gojo then turned his attention to Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon. "Yo, monks that I know," he called out, his voice laced with a mix of mockery and genuine concern, "shouldn't you get out of here too? This might get messy." Qui-Gon, sensing the imminent danger, stepped forward in an attempt to defuse the situation. "Gojo, please," Qui-Gon urged, his tone calm but pleading. "Don't kill them. They are still my friends." Gojo's expression softened slightly at Qui-Gon's words, a faint hint of respect flickering in his eyes. "Don't worry, Qui-Gon," Gojo replied, his tone reassuring, though still carrying an edge of unpredictability. "I'm not here to wipe out the Jedi, just to teach them a lesson about their precious rules. But you might want to step back, just in case." With a sudden shift in tone, Gojo's voice grew commanding as he called out, "Answer my call, Arm of Darkness." In an instant, the air around Gojo seemed to darken, a swirling vortex of shadow forming around his outstretched hand. From this vortex, a dark sword began to materialize, its blade ominous and pulsating with a malevolent energy. The sword, a creation of Odin's Arm of Darkness from a faraway realm, radiated an aura of power that sent a shiver through the room. Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon's eyes widened in shock as they witnessed this new ability, something they had never seen Gojo use before. "What is this?" Obi-Wan thought, his mind racing as he tried to process the sudden appearance of the dark sword. "I've seen him wield incredible power, but this is something else entirely." Qui-Gon, usually calm and composed, felt a momentary unease as he took in the sight of the weapon. "Gojo's abilities seem limitless," Qui-Gon mused, "but this Arm of Darkness, it feels different, more dangerous. Could this be tied to the darkness he battles within himself?" As the dark sword fully materialized, Gojo swung it effortlessly, the blade cutting through the air with a menacing hum. The other Jedi in the room could feel the oppressive energy emanating from the weapon, a tangible reminder of the unknown depths of Gojo's power. Master Yoda's eyes narrowed as he took in the scene. Careful, you must be, Yoda warned, his voice carrying the weight of centuries of wisdom. Mace Windu, still holding his ignited lightsaber, responded confidently, don't worry, Master Yoda. I will only detain him. But Yoda's gaze remained fixed on Gojo, his tone more urgent as he shifted to his distinct speech pattern. Talking to you, I am, Mace Windu. This, not the curse energy he usually wields, it seems. More dangerous, it may be. Undeterred, Mace Windu lunged forward, his lightsaber blazing as he initiated a strike using Vapad, the seventh form of lightsaber combat. Vapad was an aggressive and fast-paced style, one that allowed the user to channel their own inner darkness and tap into the fury of their opponent, turning it back against them. Mace Windu was a master of this form, using its intensity to push his enemies to the brink, balancing on the edge of the dark side without falling. Mace's attack was swift and precise, his violet blade arcing towards Gojo with lethal intent. But Gojo was quicker. With a single, effortless motion, Gojo's dark sword slashed through the air, meeting Mace's lightsaber with a resonating crank. In an instant, Gojo's sword sliced clean through the hilt of Mace Windu's lightsaber, cutting it in half and extinguishing the blade. Mace stared in disbelief as the pieces of his lightsaber fell to the floor, the room silent except for the faint hum of Gojo's dark sword. Gojo chuckled, his voice mocking as he addressed the now disarmed Jedi Master. Do you have a spare, Mace Windu? Or is your rage bigger than your brain? Mace Windu's face tightened with fury, but before he could react, Yoda stepped forward, his voice calm but authoritative. Master Windu, repair your lightsaber, you should. Continue the duel later, we will. Gojo smirked and added, no problem. Repair it right now, I don't mind waiting. As Mace Windu reluctantly retrieved the broken pieces of his lightsaber, Gojo's expression subtly shifted. Inside his mind, the Dharma wheel that controlled Sukuna's binding silently turned again. Gojo knew he had a time limit 45 minutes on his emergency quest, and his current curse energy was at 380%. He had already used 20% to reinforce the bath inside his body, ensuring that Sukuna stayed silent and the total 19 fingers were fully integrated with him. Now, Gojo decided to make a binding vow. I use 300% of my curse energy for the Dharma wheel to act, he thought, focusing intensely. Suddenly, he heard a distinct clink as the binding vow took effect, but then a second it was supposed to be followed but this one faint and out of sync. Gojo's eyes widened slightly, a rare expression of concern crossing his face as he muttered under his breath, shit. Without further ado, Gojo casually sat down on the floor, as if he owned the place, legs crossed and completely unbothered by the formal setting. The action, so nonchalant and at odds with the tension in the room, caught the attention of everyone present. Qui-Gon, ever the voice of reason, approached Gojo and softly reminded him, Gojo, there's a chair available. It's a common courtesy. Gojo glanced up at Qui-Gon, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. I don't mind sitting on the floor for a while. It's comfy enough for me, he replied, clearly enjoying the casual disregard for the council's decorum. Then, Gojo's gaze shifted to Yoda, his tone growing more contemplative as he asked, that Vapad. It's like using a faint touch of the dark side, isn't it, Master Yoda? Yoda, wise and ever vigilant, observed Gojo with a steady gaze. A fine line, Vapad walks. The dark side, it flirts with, but resist it, one must. Gojo chuckled lightly, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Interesting. So, you Jedi tap into the dark side when it suits you, hey? Yet you preach so much about avoiding it. His words were laced with a playful challenge, but there was an underlying seriousness in his tone. Yoda, unfazed by Gojo's probing, simply nodded. A tool, Vapad is. Control, essential it is. Fall, one can, if careful, they are not. Gojo leaned back slightly, resting his hands behind him as he sat, looking almost relaxed despite the tension in the room. Guess it's all about balance, right? Just like everything else. Yoda's ears twitched slightly, his eyes narrowing with a hint of surprise. Lightsaber forms, how know you of them? He asked, curiosity piqued. Gojo's smile widened, a playful glint in his eyes. Let's just say I've had some horrifying encounters during my training enough to pick up a thing or two. Yoda, now more intrigued, leaned in slightly. How many forms, know you do? Gojo took a moment, his gaze turning inward as if recalling distant memories. Well, he began, there are 7 primary lightsaber forms, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. He raised a finger. Form I, Shiicho, is the most basic, focused on disarming opponents rather than killing. It's the foundation for every Jedi. A second finger. Form 2, Makashi, is all about precision and finesse. It's a duelist's form, perfect for one-on-one combat, particularly against other lightsaber users. A third finger. Form 3, Sorsu, is the ultimate defensive form. It's designed to protect and deflect, especially against blaster fire. It's what you'd use if you wanted to outlast an opponent. A fourth finger. Form 4, Ataru, is acrobatic and aggressive. Lots of flips, spins, and strikes, ideal for wide open spaces but a bit risky in confined areas. A fifth finger. Form V, Cheyenne/Gemso, is about using your opponent's attacks against them. Cheyenne is more about deflecting blaster bolts, while Gemso focuses on counterattacks and overpowering your opponent. A sixth finger. Form 6, Neiman, is a jack of all trades form. It blends all the previous forms and incorporates force techniques. It's versatile but doesn't excel in any one area. Finally, a seventh finger. And then there's Form 7, Juyo/Vapad. The most aggressive and unpredictable form. It's all about harnessing your inner darkness, walking right on the edge of the dark side. But, like I said earlier, you've got to be careful or it'll consume you. Gojo lowered his hand, his expression shifting back to its usual playful demeanor. There you go, the 7 forms in a nutshell. The Jedi in the room exchanged glances, clearly surprised by Gojo's extensive knowledge. Yoda, his curiosity now fully engaged, asked, "Training, where received you did, to know these forms?" Gojo simply smiled, a mysterious glint in his eyes. "Let's just say, I've had some horrifying encounters against an enemy that Yodel probably suspects, given that she shook my hand earlier. And my training, well, it made me realize that the power scaling in this world is very strong. Obi-Wan, ever the one to playfully challenge, couldn't resist chiming in. So, the strongest now tries to learn from us, the weak Jedi? I told you, Gojo, the Force is very powerful." Gojo chuckled, the amusement clear in his voice. "Oh, I'm not denying that, Obi-Wan. The Force is powerful, and this galaxy has its own unique strengths. I've just had to adjust my perspective a bit after realizing how different the power dynamics are here. Let's just say, I'm not the only one with a few tricks up my sleeve." As Gojo spoke, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, the Force itself seemed to envelop him, surrounding him like an invisible yet palpable presence. The sensation was overwhelming, almost as if the Force were embracing him like a long-lost child finally found. The room grew still, the atmosphere charged with a powerful energy that even the most seasoned Jedi had never felt before. The reaction among the Jedi Council was immediate and profound. Yoda's eyes widened, his usual calm demeanor giving way to an expression of deep contemplation. Strong, this one is, and the Force itself, connected to him, it seems, he thought, amazed by the intensity of the connection. Qui-Gon Jinn, who had always believed in the living Force, was both awed and puzzled. The Force is reacting to him in a way I've never seen before, he mused, a mix of curiosity and concern in his mind. Obi-Wan's playful demeanor faltered, replaced by a serious, almost reverent expression. What is this? He wondered, his mind racing. The Force, it's like it's welcoming him, like he belongs to it in a way none of us ever could. Even Plo-kun, who often remained silent in such discussions, couldn't help but lean forward, his normally stoic presence now marked by a rare display of surprise. This connection, it's unprecedented. How could someone outside the Order have such a bond? Ki-Adi-Mundi, who had been skeptical of Gojo's knowledge and power, found himself speechless, unable to rationalize what he was witnessing. This defies everything we know about the Force and its connection to sentient beings. Yiddle, who had suspected something unique about Gojo, felt her suspicions confirmed, but even she hadn't anticipated this. The Force is reacting to him as if he is its own, but how? Depa Billba's usual calmness was momentarily broken, her eyes widening as she felt the profound connection. I've never felt the Force respond like this, not even with Master Yoda. As all eyes remained fixed on Gojo, the energy surrounding him intensified for a moment before gradually receding, leaving behind a stunned silence. The only one who didn't seem surprised was Gojo himself, who merely smiled, though there was a hint of something deeper in his expression. "Well," Gojo said, breaking the silence, "that was unexpected. But aren't children who have already grown big supposed to grow on their own?" As he spoke, Gojo's hand twitched, a familiar energy beginning to gather. He was preparing to use his limitless technique, specifically lapse, blue. Yiddle, sensing what he was about to do, quickly interjected, "Wait, Gojo. Why do you reject this? All of us here would be honored to be embraced by the Force like that, to be loved by it as you just were." Gojo paused, his gaze shifting toward Yiddle. His expression softened, but there was a profound sadness in his eyes. "I've been elevated in my world as a prodigy, the world's balancer. But no one ever understood my feelings. I've never had someone who was my equal, someone capable of understanding me or even fighting me. I've been alone at the top of the mountain, and I'm bored of it. I'm bored of all of it." The room was silent, the weight of Gojo's words settling over the council like a heavy blanket. His confession was raw, exposing a deep loneliness that none of them had expected. The Force had reached out to him, but in his heart, Gojo knew that even this connection couldn't fill the void he felt. Then, his gaze hardened slightly, and he spoke again, his voice carrying a mix of defiance and a strange, almost bitter wisdom. "You Sith and Jedi both seek enlightenment, striving for something beyond your reach. But me? The one who gives no shit about it, I get handed the golden spoon. It's ironic, really." His eyes drifted upwards, toward the sky, as if addressing the Force itself. "If you truly love me," Gojo continued, his tone almost challenging, "then why not envelop them as well? Most of them have spent their entire lives searching for what I just received without even trying, especially him," he said, his gaze flicking toward Yoda. "He's spent 7, maybe 8 lifetimes of normal human in pursuit of this connection. Who gives a shit about how many midichlorians one person has? Everyone should have the privilege, or at least a taste of it." As Gojo's words hung in the air, a palpable silence fell over the room. The Jedi Council, seasoned warriors and sages, were left speechless by his plea. Then, something extraordinary happened. The Force, as if heeding Gojo's command, began to move. It was subtle at first, like a soft breeze, but quickly grew into something far more powerful. The energy in the room thickened, expanding outward in waves that touched every Jedi present. It was as if the Force had responded to Gojo's request, embracing each of them in a way they had never felt before. Yoda's eyes closed, his expression one of deep peace as the Force flowed through him with an intensity he had only glimpsed in his long life. So this is what it feels like, he thought, humbled by the experience. Qui-Gon felt the living Force intertwine with his very being, a profound connection that deepened his understanding beyond anything he had ever known. Gojo, what have you done? He wondered, awestruck by the experience. Obi-Wan, too, was enveloped by the Force, feeling its warmth and strength wrap around him like a protective cloak. For a moment, he felt completely at one with the galaxy, his doubts and fears melting away. This is what it means to be truly connected, he realized, his respect for Gojo deepening. Even the usually stoic Plo-kun allowed himself a rare smile beneath his mask, feeling the Force's embrace as it coursed through him. A gift, he thought, marveling at the sensation. Yiddle, who had suspected Gojo's uniqueness, felt a sense of vindication as the Force enveloped her. He's right, she mused, this is what we've all been seeking. Depa Billaba, often the embodiment of preservation, wisdom, and patience, found herself overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the Force's presence. To feel this, it's beyond words. Ki-Adi-Mundi, ever the skeptic, was left in stunned silence as the Force washed over him, breaking through his logical defenses and touching his very soul. As the Force continued to envelop the Jedi, Gojo simply sat there, watching as they experienced the connection he had known all too well. His expression was unreadable, a mix of satisfaction and melancholy. Even Mace Windu, who had been focused on repairing his lightsaber, couldn't ignore the profound sensation. Despite his earlier focus and skepticism, Mace felt the Force envelop him as well, wrapping him in an energy that was both familiar and more intimate than he had ever known. Mace Windu, known for his discipline and unwavering adherence to the Jedi Code, found himself momentarily humbled. He mocked me, mocked the Order. Mace thought, his mind racing. But the truth is undeniable, the Force did envelop me, just as it did the others. His words were real. Finally finishing the repairs on his lightsaber, Mace rose to his feet, his expression stern but with a newfound respect beneath the surface. Gojo Satoru, he called out, his voice carrying across the room. I don't like you. You are the opposite of what the Jedi Order stands for. But I cannot deny what you've shown us today. Mace's eyes narrowed as he continued, for this gift, as much as I may dislike you, I must thank you. The Force has enveloped me as well, and for that, I am grateful. But gratitude aside, I still intend to teach you defeat, Gojo Satoru, the strongest cursed energy user. Fight me, the second strongest in this Jedi Council. Gojo looked up, a flicker of interest in his eyes as he considered Mace Windu's challenge. His usual playful demeanor returned, and he smirked. Hey. All right. Let's see what you've got, Master Windu. Suddenly, Qui-Gon Jinn approached Gojo, his voice low and filled with concern as he whispered, Gojo, I've known you long enough to see your condition after every fight. Your current cursed energy reserve is very depleted, isn't it? Gojo glanced at Qui-Gon, his expression unreadable for a moment before a grin spread across his face. He summoned the Arm of Darkness, the dark sword materializing in his hand. You'd best back away, Qui-Gon. Things are about to get interesting or maybe disappointing. All right, I'll let you have the... Before Gojo could finish his sentence, he suddenly sensed a powerful surge in the Force. His eyes widened as he realized what was coming. Mace Windu, not waiting for formalities, had launched a concentrated Force wave directly at Gojo. The wave wasn't omnidirectional but focused entirely on Gojo, its intensity far greater than anything Gojo had expected. The Force wave hit Gojo with incredible power, lifting him off his feet and sending him hurtling through the air. The impact was so strong that it blasted Gojo out of the Jedi Council chamber, smashing him through the wall and sending him flying out of the building. As Gojo was thrown from the building, his laughter echoed through the air, wild and unrestrained. Kukikiku. Ah ha 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 ha. His voice trailed off as he disappeared from view, still laughing even as he was thrown into the distance. The remaining Jedi in the chamber were left in stunned silence, Mace Windu standing firm, his eyes fixed on the spot where Gojo had been moments before. The tension in the room was palpable as they all waited to see how Gojo would respond to such an overwhelming display of power. Mace Windu finally exhaled, a slight smirk forming on his lips. Hey. How's that for a first strike, he muttered, his tone carrying a mix of confidence and anticipation. But before anyone could respond, Yiddle's voice cut through the silence, her tone laced with disapproval. That was too much, Master Windu, she critiqued, her eyes narrowing slightly as she regarded him. We are Jedi, not aggressors. Such force should not have been necessary. Mace's smirk faded slightly as he considered Yiddle's words, though his stance remained firm. Gojo is no ordinary opponent, Yiddle. I needed to test his limits and ours. Before the discussion could continue, the sound of laughter once again filled the air, echoing through the chamber with a manic intensity. Ah ha 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 ha. It was unmistakably Gojo, and it seemed to be growing louder, as if he was somehow getting closer. The realization hit the council members all at once, and they exchanged glances, a shared understanding forming between them. There was only one conclusion they could draw, he's a battle maniac, they thought, almost in unison. He enjoys the unexpected, thrives on the chaos of combat. Yoda's expression remained neutral, though there was a slight furrow in his brow as he listened to Gojo's laughter. Enjoys the fight, he does, Yoda mused quietly. But more to learn about him, we still have. Qui-Gon Jinn nodded in agreement, his earlier concerns about Gojo's energy reserves resurfacing. He's far from ordinary, that much is clear. But this is something else entirely. Obi-Wan, who had been silently observing the exchange, couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. I should have known. Leave it to Gojo to find excitement in being thrown off a building. Plo-kun, still seated, remarked calmly, this battle will not end with a simple exchange of blows. Gojo thrives on unpredictability. We must be prepared for anything. As the laughter grew louder, the Jedi steeled themselves, knowing that Gojo would soon return likely with an even greater display of his own power. The chamber buzzed with anticipation, each member of the council ready for the next phase of the confrontation. Meanwhile, in the training grounds of the Jedi Temple, the younger trainees were having their own exchange. Ahsoka Tano, still new to the order, was deep in conversation with Anakin Skywalker. Nearby, Suzunami, Yukinami, and Raika watched the interaction with interest. Anakin, always the one to push boundaries, turned to Ahsoka with a grin. Your name's Ahsoka, hey? Can I call you Snips? Ahsoka's expression immediately shifted to one of mild irritation. Hey, Sky Guy, you seem to need a lesson in how to call someone by their proper name, hey? Anakin just laughed, seemingly unbothered by her retort, while Ahsoka folded her arms, clearly not impressed by his nickname. Yukinami, observing the exchange, couldn't help but comment. So this is how we fight from a third point of view, hey? Raika, always the competitive one, smirked and replied, yup, but don't think this little spat will save you from getting your ass kicked. I will claim Sensei's heart. Yukinami, usually more reserved, felt a surge of determination at Raika's words. Oh, is that so? Don't underestimate me, Raika. I won't lose to you. Raika's smirk only grew wider as she teased, we'll see about that, Yukinami. Just remember, in love and war, all's fair. Suzunami, the male twin and usually the one to maintain balance, sighed and shook his head. You two, can't we just enjoy the training without turning everything into a competition? But his words fell on deaf ears as Yukinami and Raika continued their playful rivalry, each more determined than ever to outdo the other. Ahsoka, catching bits of their conversation, raised an eyebrow at Anakin. Do they always argue like this? Anakin shrugged, a small smile tugging at his lips. You get used to it. Just wait until they start showing off. Ahsoka smirked, crossing her arms. I think I might enjoy that. After all. Before she could finish her sentence, there was a sudden, thunderous crash as the roof of the training room gave way. The impact was so strong that everyone in the room was momentarily stunned. Dust and debris filled the air as a figure landed in the center of the room with a force that cracked the floor beneath him. As the dust began to settle, it was Yukinami who broke the shocked silence. Sensei? Are you all right? She called out, her voice filled with concern. Gojo, now visible through the settling dust, stood up and dusted himself off, a wide grin spreading across his face. I'm very excited, he said, his voice tinged with exhilaration. Whew, what a ride. Suzunami, still processing what had just happened, could only stare in disbelief. Sensei, you just fell through the roof. Ignoring the shocked expressions around him, Gojo looked around the room, his grin never fading. Where's Toru, hey? Shouldn't that lazy stand have evacuated you all by now? Almost on cue, Toru materialized beside Gojo, their presence nonchalant as usual. I was bored waiting for them to finish chatting, Toru said flatly, clearly unimpressed by the situation. Gojo just shook his head, his excitement undimmed. Haha, all right then he muttered, but before anyone could respond, Gojo suddenly disappeared, vanishing from sight as if he had never been there. Raika blinked in surprise, her eyes wide as she turned to the others. Did our sensei just disappear and reappear all of a sudden? Yukinami, seizing the opportunity to assert her seniority, crossed her arms and replied with a slight air of arrogance, that's why you need to learn more about sensei's behavior, Raika. After all, I'm still the senior disciple here. Raika rolled her eyes, but a small grin tugged at her lips. Sure, Yukinami. Keep telling yourself that. Suzunami, trying to keep the peace, sighed and added, it's just another day with sensei, I suppose. You both know how unpredictable he can be. Yukinami nodded, though she couldn't help but feel a little satisfaction at having the upper hand in the exchange. Raika, meanwhile, was already plotting her next move, determined not to let Yukinami get too comfortable in her role as the senior disciple. As the dust continued to settle, the trainees were left to wonder just what kind of antics their sensei would get up to next, knowing that with Gojo Satoru, anything was possible. The training ground, once a place of routine practice, had become a stage for the unexpected, and none of them could wait to see what would happen next. Back in the Jedi Council chamber, the tension was still thick in the air. Mace Windu, his mind sharp and focused, was the first to speak. Shouldn't he have arrived by now? He can reappear all of a sudden, right? Qui-Gon Jinn, ever the voice of caution, glanced at Mace. Master Windu, you must not let your guard down when you fight against Go. Before Qui-Gon could finish his warning, Gojo suddenly appeared behind Mace Windu. Reacting instinctively, Mace whirled around and slashed at Gojo with his lightsaber, but the blade passed harmlessly through the air. It was only a clone and illusion. Realizing his mistake, Mace Windu's eyes widened as he sensed the real Gojo standing directly in front of him. Gojo, wearing his signature grin, simply said, that first strike was impressive. Without hesitation, Gojo activated his technique, Lapse, Blue, using it to pull Mace Windu toward him with a sudden force. Before Mace could react, Gojo delivered a powerful punch directly to his midsection. The impact was immediate and overwhelming. Mace Windu felt the air rush out of his lungs as the force of the punch rippled through his body, almost making him lose his balance. The combination of being pulled by the lapse, blue technique and the power behind Gojo's punch was unlike anything Mace had ever experienced. For a moment, he had to fight the intense nausea that rose within him, the sensation so strong it almost made him puke. Mace staggered slightly but quickly regained his footing, his expression now a mix of pain and determination. He realized just how dangerous Gojo truly was, not only for his sheer power but for his ability to deceive and overwhelm even the most seasoned Jedi. Gojo, seeing Mace's struggle, chuckled lightly. You're tough, Master Windu. I'll give you that. But don't get too comfortable, I'm just getting started. The rest of the Jedi Council watched in stunned silence, their earlier underestimation of Gojo now replaced with a deep respect for his abilities. This was not a battle of mere strength, it was a contest of strategy, skill, and willpower, and the outcome was anything but certain. Mace Windu, his expression hardening with determination, began to gather the force for another attack. As he prepared to unleash another powerful force wave, Gojo casually raised a hand, his playful grin never leaving his face. You know, using the same attack twice could be dangerous, Gojo warned, his tone almost mocking as he summoned the arm of darkness, the dark sword materializing in his hand. But I suppose you're not one to back down. Mace Windu, undeterred, focused all his energy into the force wave and launched it at Gojo with tremendous power. The air crackled with energy as the wave surged forward, aimed directly at Gojo. Gojo's grin widened as he tightened his grip on the arm of darkness. With a swift, fluid motion, he slashed through the air, cutting the force wave cleanly in two. The sheer force of the split caused the energy to disperse in opposite directions, shattering the walls behind both Mace Windu and Gojo with a deafening crash. The room fell into stunned silence as debris from the broken walls settled around them. The Jedi Council members, seasoned warriors and masters of the Force, were visibly shocked by what they had just witnessed. Master Yoda, usually the calmest and most composed among them, was taken aback. His eyes widened, and for a moment, he allowed himself to feel the astonishment that rippled through the room. He can see the trajectory of the Force, and cut through it as if it were nothing, Yoda thought, his mind racing to comprehend the full extent of Gojo's abilities. Mace Windu, breathing heavily from the exertion, stared at Gojo with a mix of disbelief and grudging admiration. He had never encountered anyone who could so effortlessly counter his most powerful techniques. Gojo, sensing the shock in the room, let out a soft chuckle. Impressive, isn't it? But don't worry, Master Windu, he said, his voice carrying a hint of mockery, I'm not here to destroy the place, unless you make me. The tension in the chamber was now palpable, the air thick with the realization that Gojo Satoru was an opponent unlike any they had ever faced. The Jedi, though powerful in their own right, were up against someone who not only matched them in strength but also possessed an unpredictable and dangerous mastery over his abilities. Yoda, recovering from his initial shock, stepped forward slightly, his wise eyes narrowing as he studied Gojo. Dangerous, you are, Gojo Satoru. Underestimate you, we must not. Gojo's grin remained as he met Yoda's gaze. Glad to see you're catching on, Master Yoda. But the real question is, what are you going to do about it? The tension in the chamber was thick, the air practically humming with the energy of the confrontation. Gojo, still grinning, turned his gaze to Mace Windu. You're using your Shatterpoint perception to find my weakness, aren't you? He said casually. This revelation sent a ripple of shock through the room. Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon, standing nearby, exchanged startled glances. How does he know about that? Obi-Wan thought, astonished. Shatterpoint is one of Master Windu's most unique and advanced abilities, and this is his first time meeting him, right? Qui-Gon, equally surprised, considered the implications. Gojo's insight is far beyond what we anticipated. He's playing a game that none of us fully understand. Yoda, always composed, remained silent, his expression thoughtful. Know much, this one does. Dangerous, his knowledge is. Prepare ourselves, we must. Gojo, sensing the unease in the room, chuckled. Relax, Master Yoda. There's no need for all that tension. He raised a hand, summoning his cursed energy. Let's make things a bit more interesting, shall we? I'll use a binding vow and reveal one of my cards. The room went silent as Gojo's cursed energy flared, his aura becoming visible to those sensitive to the Force. My cursed technique is called Limitless, Gojo announced, his voice calm but powerful. He continued with a brief explanation, making sure everyone understood. Limitless allows me to control the space between myself and anything else. It can slow things down, stop them entirely, or even accelerate them. And I can manipulate it on a molecular level, making it nearly impossible for anything to hit me directly. Gojo paused, letting the information sink in before adding, however, I haven't yet mastered all its forms, like red or purple. The Jedi Council members exchanged uneasy glances as they processed the implications of Gojo's technique. And as for my cursed energy reserve, Gojo continued, his tone shifting slightly, it's currently at 75%. Mace Windu's eyes narrowed as he processed this information. Are you sure you want to reveal that to someone like me? I might just claim the title of the Jedi who defeated Gojo Satoru, he said, his tone both challenging and confident. Gojo threw his head back and laughed, the sound echoing through the chamber. Ah ha 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 ha. Oh, Master Windu, you're welcome to try. But here's the thing, you're missing the point. I'm telling you this because even with less than that, before I run out of cursed energy, you'll be stomped. Mace Windu's expression darkened, his eyes burning with determination. He was both grinning and furious, a rare combination of emotions for the usually composed Jedi Master. You're underestimating me, Gojo. That will be your downfall. The rest of the Jedi Council watched intense anticipation, the room charged with the knowledge that the battle was far from over. Each member understood that Gojo's confidence wasn't born from arrogance but from a deep understanding of his own capabilities and perhaps, something more. Yoda, his wise eyes narrowing, addressed Gojo once more. Revealed much, you have. Cautious, we must be. Underestimate you, we do not. Gojo met Yoda's gaze, his grin unwavering. Good. Then let's see if you can handle what comes next. In an instant, Gojo disappeared from sight, moving at a speed that seemed impossible to track. Mace Windu's instincts kicked in just in time, allowing him to barely dodge the incoming strike. Gojo's fist slammed into the wall behind Mace, and a surge of black lightning erupted as the wall cracked under the impact. A black flash had occurred, a devastating phenomenon where cursed energy and physical strikes synchronize perfectly, amplifying the power exponentially. Yes, my black flash has no problem, Gojo declared with a manic grin, the aftermath of the strike still crackling in the air. Obi-Wan, witnessing the raw power on display, shouted in alarm, Gojo, don't use black flash. You might kill. Wait, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Mace Windu, still on edge from narrowly avoiding the attack, shot Obi-Wan a warning glance. Don't you dare let him make those black lightning strikes again. His cursed energy reserve is increasing. Gojo's laughter filled the chamber, his voice tinged with exhilaration. Ah ha ha ha. That's right, Master Windu. Today's a special day. I've hit 150% of my cursed energy, thanks to the binding vow and the black flash. And guess what? I'm just getting warmed up. The realization that Gojo's power was not only maintaining itself but actually growing sent a wave of dread through the Jedi Council. The situation had escalated beyond anything they had prepared for. Yoda's expression hardened, understanding that Gojo was pushing his limits to heights they hadn't anticipated. He spoke calmly, yet with authority, then shall we continue this at the training ground? The council room, strong it may be, cannot withstand strikes from you, Gojo. Gojo tilted his head, his grin widening. All right then, he replied with a hint of amusement. With a quick motion, Gojo traced a teleportation circle on the floor, intricate symbols glowing as the circle formed beneath him. The energy it emitted was palpable, a testament to the immense power behind the technique. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, recognizing the circle's significance, immediately stepped onto it, their expressions a mix of readiness and anticipation. Gojo looked around, his grin turning playful. Anyone else want to join? While we're at it, I might as well advertise my best teleportation circle to all of the galaxy. Yoda, always one to appreciate both practicality and novelty, gave a rare chuckle. A first, this might be an instant trip, impressive indeed. With that, Yoda stepped into the circle, followed by Idol, who joined without hesitation, intrigued by the opportunity. Mace Windu, still determined and focused, nodded as he stepped into the circle, prepared to continue the battle in a more appropriate setting. Let's see what you've got, Gojo. With the key members of the council now in the circle, Gojo glanced around one last time, ensuring everyone was ready. All right, hold on tight. Next stop, the training ground. With a flash of light, the teleportation circle activated, and in an instant, they were transported out of the council chamber. The transition was seamless, the world around them shifting as they reappeared in the expansive training grounds of the Jedi Temple. Yoda, who had never experienced such a form of travel, looked around, impressed. Instant it was. Efficient, you are, Gojo. As the group materialized in the expansive training grounds of the Jedi Temple, Gojo immediately noticed Ahsoka, Anakin, Suzunami, Yukinami, and Rika standing nearby, this time accompanied by Toru. Gojo's grin widened as he called out, Hey Ei. What happened to the bunker plan? Toru, ever composed, responded flatly, they didn't want to move from this training ground. Gojo raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by the defiance. All right, I'll handle this, he said, beginning to draw another teleportation circle on the ground. But before he could finish, Qui-Gon stepped forward, his calm demeanor as steady as ever. It seems the kids want to stay here, Gojo. Isn't that right, he said, looking over at the group with a knowing glance. The kids all nodded in unison, clearly determined. This, of course, was part of a subtle plan to keep Gojo from causing further damage within the temple, a way to contain his boundless energy and unpredictability by keeping him in a controlled environment. Gojo paused, looking between the kids and Qui-Gon, his grin fading slightly as he considered their resolve. Hey. So that's how it is, he mused, the wheels turning in his mind. Obi-Wan, sensing an opportunity, stepped forward. I'd like to talk to them for a moment, Gojo, he said, his tone calm yet firm. Gojo gave a casual nod, stepping back slightly to allow Obi-Wan to address the group. Obi-Wan turned to the kids, his expression serious. I need you to convince Gojo not to pull off any black flashes. Yukinami, always observant, gave Obi-Wan a questioning look. Really, she asked, her tone laced with skepticism. You just want to weaken Sensei's cards, don't you? Obi-Wan, known for his honesty, didn't hesitate. Yes, that's part of it. Besides, this temple can't withstand many black flashes that Gojo can pull off. For him, it might just be a simple jab, but for us, it's a potential disaster. Suzunami, considering Obi-Wan's words carefully, eventually nodded. I trust you, Obi-Wan. Alright, I'll convince Sensei. However, his eyes narrowed slightly, his tone carrying a clear warning, if somehow he's detained, this Jedi Temple will be split into 4 pieces. My alter technique is as dangerous as Sukuna's, and I won't hesitate to use it. Obi-Wan met Suzunami's gaze with a calm but serious expression. You can trust me, Suzunami. We're not looking to detain Gojo, we just want to minimize the damage and keep everyone safe. Suzunami stared at Obi-Wan for a moment longer, then nodded, seemingly satisfied with the answer. Alright. I'll talk to him. Obi-Wan sighed in relief, appreciating the trust Suzunami was placing in him. He knew the risks involved, but he also understood the importance of keeping the situation under control. The balance was delicate, and one wrong move could escalate things beyond repair. With the plan in place, Suzunami took a deep breath and approached Gojo, his expression serious. Sensei, can you not pull off any more of those black flashes? This temple won't hold if you do it again. Gojo turned to Suzunami, his grin widening. Oh? And who put you up to this? Suzunami hesitated for a moment but then gestured subtly toward Obi-Wan. Gojo's eyes followed the gesture, and he locked onto Obi-Wan, his grin taking on a more mischievous edge. You did this on purpose? Obi-Wan, standing his ground, nodded proudly. Of course. We need to keep the damage to a minimum. And besides, it's only fair to level the playing field, isn't it? Before Gojo could respond, Mace Windu decided to add fuel to the fire, his tone deliberately provocative. Isn't the strongest supposed to have more cards up his sleeve? If you can't fight without using Black Flash, maybe you're not as strong as you think. Maybe you're just a fake strongest. Gojo's eyes narrowed, his grin fading as he turned to face Mace Windu. The room seemed to hold its breath, waiting for Gojo's response. Then, with a slow, deliberate tone, Gojo said, looks like your bald head is going to have a lot of hairs when I'm done with you. The tension in the room ratcheted up another notch. The playful banter had taken on a sharper edge, and everyone could feel the impending clash. Gojo's expression was a mix of amusement and challenge, clearly enjoying the confrontation but also taking it seriously. Gojo's grin faded slightly as he glanced at his system, revealing a sour expression as he noticed the remaining time on his emergency quest, 10 minutes to kill Master Windu. The realization brought a hint of stress to his otherwise confident demeanor. Mace Windu, ever perceptive, noticed the change in Gojo's expression. Where are you looking, Gojo? Your opponent is right here, Mace said, his voice sharp and commanding, trying to draw Gojo's attention back to the fight. Suddenly, Gojo's focus snapped back, and he made a quick decision. I sacrifice 100% of my cursed energy to my Dharma wheel, he shouted, the declaration echoing through the training grounds. The Jedi around him felt a surge of energy as Gojo made his vow, but then, just as quickly, the energy seemed to wane. Gojo felt his cursed energy reserve drop drastically, leaving him with only 45% remaining. The 5% he had already used to teleport the Jedi to the training grounds accounted for the sudden decrease. As Gojo felt his cursed energy drop, his thoughts raced. My wheel started to turn. I can feel it. Just one more clink, and the quest that's been playing me will be fucked, he thought, his resolve hardening despite the immense pressure. Yoda, always observant, noticed the slight tension in Gojo's demeanor. The small Jedi Master tilted his head, his voice calm but filled with concern. Are you all right, Gojo? Stressful, this seems for you. Gojo's expression shifted again, this time to a manic grin as he threw his head back and laughed, the sound reverberating around them. Ha 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 ha. No, Master Yoda, I'm not stressed, just excited. In the next 10 minutes, either I die, or I gain another ability at my disposal. The declaration sent a wave of unease through the Jedi present. They could feel the gravity of Gojo's words, understanding that the stakes had just been raised even higher. This wasn't just a battle anymore, it was a gamble with life and death consequences. Mace Windu's eyes narrowed, sensing the intensity of the situation. So that's it, you're gambling everything on this moment? Gojo nodded, still grinning wildly. That's right, Mace Windu. I'm putting everything on the line. Now, let's see if I die in the next 10 minutes or if I'll outlast everything. Gojo's grin widened as he turned to Suzunami. Suzunami, can you go join the group? You've been beside me long enough. Suzunami nodded, understanding the implicit trust in Gojo's request. He quickly moved back to join the others, giving Gojo the space he needed. Gojo then shifted his attention back to Mace Windu, his grin taking on a more challenging edge. Hey, bald head, let's throw hands. Mace Windu, provoked by Gojo's taunt, felt a surge of determination. His expression hardened into a grin of his own as he activated his Vapad technique, the 7th form of lightsaber combat known for its aggressive and unpredictable nature. With a burst of speed, Mace lunged at Gojo, his lightsaber blazing with intensity. But Gojo was ready. In a move faster than anyone could track, Gojo managed to grab Mace Windu's hand mid-strike. The impact was like a shockwave, but what happened next was even more unexpected. Gojo activated his newly developed technique Force Bond Breaker. As he made direct contact with Mace Windu, the Jedi Master felt a sudden, jarring disconnect. His connection to the Force was severed, leaving him powerless. It was as if a part of him had been abruptly cut off, and for a brief, disorienting moment, Mace Windu was completely vulnerable. With a powerful motion, Gojo threw Mace Windu, who instinctively stabilized himself with the remaining force inside his body to ensure a smooth landing. But just as Mace was about to retaliate, he realized something was wrong. His connection to the Force was gone. Mace Windu's eyes widened in shock, but he quickly masked his surprise with a provocation. So, we're throwing people now, hey? Gojo, unfazed, simply shrugged. No, but as the strongest, I have many cards to prepare against Force users like you. Mace Windu could feel the seconds ticking by, knowing that his connection to the Force would eventually return, but the realization of how vulnerable he had just been shook him. He had never faced anything like this before, a technique that could temporarily strip away his very essence as a Jedi. The Jedi Council, watching from a distance, were stunned. They could feel the void where Mace Windu's presence in the Force had been, and the implications of Gojo's new ability sent a ripple of unease through them. Yoda's eyes narrowed, recognizing the danger of Gojo's newfound power. Dangerous, this is. Prepared, we must be. Mace Windu, regaining his composure, knew he had to act quickly before Gojo could use that ability again. You've got some tricks, Gojo, but this fight isn't over. Gojo's grin remained, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Oh, I know. And by the way, it'll take another 20 seconds for you to recover. I suggest you sit down for a while, he added with a mocking laugh. Mace Windu, understanding the temporary nature of his situation, reluctantly took Gojo's suggestion and sat down, his expression unreadable. But as he settled, Gojo's voice cut through the tension with a taunt that made the Jedi Master's blood boil. Good, sit like a good dog, Gojo quipped, his tone dripping with mockery. The Jedi Council members, witnessing the exchange, couldn't help but feel a mix of shock and irritation. Gojo's provocations were relentless, and they were quickly realizing just how infuriating he could be in the heat of battle. Yoda's expression tightened slightly as he observed Gojo's antics. Annoying, he is. A challenge, this will be, Yoda thought, understanding the psychological warfare that Gojo was employing. Qui-Gon Jinn, standing beside Obi-Wan, shook his head with a small, knowing smile. You'll get used to it, he remarked, his tone one of resigned amusement. Obi-Wan, having already experienced Gojo's unique personality, simply nodded. He has a way of getting under your skin, but there's always a method to his madness. The rest of the council members exchanged glances, some of them bristling at Gojo's words, while others tried to maintain their composure. They knew that Gojo's provocations were designed to unsettle his opponents, but the effectiveness of his tactics was undeniable. As Mace Windu counted down the seconds, his connection to the Force slowly began to return. He focused inward, regaining his composure and preparing for the next round of the fight. Despite Gojo's taunts, Mace was determined not to let the sorcerer's words affect him. Gojo, sensing the return of Mace's connection to the Force, leaned forward slightly, his grin widening. Feeling better, Master Windu? Ready for round 2. Mace Windu stood up, his expression hardened with resolve. You won't catch me off guard again, Gojo. Let's finish this. As the tension between Gojo and Mace Windu reached its peak, Gojo's grin widened in anticipation. Let's finish this. But before he could complete his sentence, a sudden, sharp pain shot through his back. Gojo's eyes widened in surprise as he looked down to see a blue lightsaber piercing through his chest. The blade hummed ominously as it withdrew, leaving Gojo momentarily stunned. Everyone in the training ground turned to see the assailant, Pong Krell, his expression dark and menacing, holding the ignited lightsaber. The betrayal was as shocking as it was swift. The Dark Lord of the Sith sends his regards, Krell sneered, his voice dripping with malice. As Gojo attempted to react, his hand was severed with a swift strike from Krell's second lightsaber. The dismemberment left Gojo reeling, his usually composed demeanor shattered by the sudden and brutal attack. The Jedi Council members were stunned into silence, the unexpected betrayal leaving them momentarily frozen. Mace Windu, who had just regained his connection to the Force, was paralyzed by the sheer audacity of the attack. But amidst the shock, Suzunami's expression remained calm, though his eyes burned with fury. The sight of his sensei being stabbed and maimed ignited something deep within him, a rage that had been simmering just beneath the surface. All right, now die, Suzunami muttered under his breath, his voice cold and devoid of any emotion. Without warning, Suzunami launched himself at Pong Krell, his movements fluid and precise. As he closed the distance, a black flash ignited around his fist, a manifestation of the cursed energy synchronized with his strike, amplifying its power exponentially. Krell barely had time to react as Suzunami's fist connected with his side, the black flash tearing through his defenses with a force that sent shockwaves across the training ground. The impact was devastating, and Krell was thrown backward, crashing into the ground with a sickening thud. As Suzunami stood over the defeated Pong Krell, the situation took an even darker turn. Gojo, still reeling from the brutal attack, suddenly fell to the ground, his body convulsing as dark, ominous tattoos began to spread across his skin. Suzunami's eyes widened in recognition. He knew exactly what this was. Sukuna, the malevolent curse spirit, was trying to take over Gojo's body. The sight filled him with dread, knowing how dire the situation had just become. Rika, Yukinami, and Anakin, who had been watching in horror, were now crying uncontrollably. Sensei, he's going to die. Rika cried out, her voice breaking with despair. Yukinami, usually so reserved, was shaking as tears streamed down her face. We can't lose him, we can't. Anakin, still young but already aware of the gravity of the situation, looked on in shock, his tears falling freely. Sensei, no. Suzunami, despite his own fear and grief, knew they didn't have time to waste. There was no room for hesitation. No time to cry, he shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. Listen to me. We need to get out now. The urgency in Suzunami's voice snapped the others out of their grief. He could feel the overwhelming presence of Sukuna growing stronger by the second. If they didn't move quickly, they'd all be caught in the storm of Sukuna's emergence. With no time to spare, Suzunami turned and yelled with all his might, "Everyone, away from this temple." No. As Suzunami urgently tried to lead everyone out of the temple, the atmosphere around them shifted abruptly. The room plunged into darkness, a suffocating and oppressive energy filling the space. Suzunami's heart sank as he realized, we're too late. From the depths of that darkness, a sinister laugh echoed deep, malevolent, and filled with triumph. In Sukuna's mind, the ancient curse reveled in his newfound freedom. Ah ha 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 ha. The bath barrier has crumbled. As Sukuna relished his emergence, 3 more of his fingers, drawn by the dark energy, flew toward him, merging seamlessly with his form. The cursed energy within him surged, and he laughed even louder, the sound reverberating through the darkness. Now I have 4 fingers. This galaxy will soon tremble before me. As Sukuna reveled in his newfound power, a sudden, sharp clink echoed in his mind, disrupting his sinister glee. The sound was faint but unmistakable, a crack in the seemingly unbreakable dominance he thought he had achieved. What? What is this? Sukuna muttered, his voice tinged with confusion and irritation. He could feel something resisting, something within Gojo's mind pushing back against his control. Before Sukuna could fully grasp the situation, Gojo suddenly reappeared within the darkness of Sukuna's mental realm. With a grin plastered on his face, Gojo swung his fist, landing a solid punch on Sukuna's cheek. We're gonna play Monopoly later. Gojo laughed, his voice brimming with his usual playful energy. Sukuna staggered back, more surprised than hurt, and quickly regained his composure. He sneered at Gojo, his arrogance unshaken. Don't forget, brat, I already have 4 fingers total. You can't. But before Sukuna could finish, an unknown force pressed down on him, as if the very air around him had turned against him. His movements became sluggish, and he felt a strange pressure constricting his body, preventing him from asserting full control. Gojo, clearly satisfied with the turn of events, mockingly grinned at Sukuna. Even if you have 10 fingers, you still remain weak. And those remaining fingers? Yeah, they're in different parts of my body. It'll take you a very long time to sync them up. And as for that barrier on the finger and yourselves you thought had cracked, it's been restored. Bye bye, fraud Kuna. Hope you enjoy playing Monopoly later. Sukuna's face twisted in fury, his voice erupting with rage again. Fucking a brat. As Sukuna's voice echoed through the mental realm, Gojo's focus shifted back to his system, where a series of messages flashed before his eyes. Almighty 2/3. The quest is being hacked. Error. 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 I've gained the Almighty. Gojo murmured, his laughter bubbling up from within, resonating with an air of triumphant vindication. The sound echoed through the mental realm, filled with an electric energy that crackled like lightning in a storm. Ah ha 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 ha. Gojo's laughter was both a release and a proclamation, the final puzzle pieces of his manipulated existence sliding neatly into place. Now my memory is returning, he continued, his tone shifting into one of thoughtful certainty. I knew the system had hidden motives, and it looks like my guess was spot on. Flashback. It had occurred at the foot of the Gallo Mountains, near the cursed Lokakaka tree. Gojo had consumed the fruit, a compacted, spherical form teeming with concentrated cursed energy. As the fruit's essence coursed through his body, Gojo's consciousness was violently yanked from his physical form and thrown into a dimension that resembled the Soul King's palace. The space was grand, illuminated by an eerie, otherworldly light that radiated both splendor and a quiet menace. In the center of this realm stood an imposing figure dressed in a regal white uniform with dark accents, his presence further emphasized by a flowing cape that moved as if it had a will of its own. His long, jet black hair and thick beard framed a face that exuded both cold authority and an almost divine detachment. But it was his eyes that truly marked him. Each eye contained 3 distinct pupils, arranged in a triangular pattern that glowed with the light of omniscience and overwhelming power. You will be the next Soul King, the figure declared, his voice echoing through the vastness of the realm, bending the very essence of space around them. And my next vessel. The figure moved with a speed that defied comprehension, his hand clamping around Gojo's neck with the force of a vice. Gojo's vision blurred, his consciousness overwhelmed by an alien, suffocating power that sought to override his own essence. The man's 3-pupiled gaze burned into Gojo's soul, attempting to assert dominance. But then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the encounter ceased. Gojo was flung back into the real world, disoriented but undeterred. The event was forgotten, locked deep inside his memory, solidified as the system initiated his first quest, to shut Sukuna off from the outside world. End of flashback. Gojo found himself once more in the same ethereal space, face to face with the same formidable figure Wiwak, the progenitor of the Quincy, and a once candidate for the Soul King. But this time, Gojo stood unflinching, his own eyes reflecting the same tri-pupiled gaze as Wiwaka's. The tension between them was a palpable clash of past ambitions and current defiance. Wiwaka's voice was steady, though laced with a subtle undercurrent of challenge. You realize that the Almighty is not merely an ability to foresee the future, it is the guarantor of victory, the power that ensures all futures align with your desire. Gojo's smirk remained, his eyes glittering with mischievous defiance. Yeah, I know, he said with his trademark nonchalance. But I gotta ask, how did you end up stuck here? And that Lokakaka seed, it was tucked away under Wonder of You's pocket, wasn't it? Even if it was a cursed energy Lokakaka tree, there was still some spiritual power mixed in. That big fruit that resulted was unique, but only one fruit, that's me, the outcome. And yet, I'm confused. You were killed by Ichigo, weren't you? Even if you had survived, you'd have been destined to become the next linchpin for the three worlds, much like your father. Waiwaka's expression flickered with a mix of recognition and something deeper as Gojo spoke. The Almighty allowed fragments of my power to escape, seeding them into unknown universes beyond my own, Waiwaka explained calmly. It was a contingency plan, should my ambitions in my original world fail. And they did. By sending out my essence, I ensured my existence could continue, a seed waiting for fertile ground. Gojo tilted his head slightly, intrigued by the explanation. So you found the gaps between realities and slipped through. That's clever. But you were banking on finding a suitable vessel, someone capable of bearing the power of the Soul King without collapsing. Waiwaka chuckled darkly. You hacked the impossible using your own universe's power, integrating a downgraded version of the Almighty with that adapted wheel, Dharma wheel. How ironic, considering it's part of the Almighty's power, including its immunity to other powers. Gojo shrugged, undeterred. So, I know you want to return and... Waiwaka's gaze sharpened, a sudden intensity flaring in his eyes. You broke the rules, Gojo Satoru. This deviation was never part of my design. My goal was to forge you into my successor, my vessel. Gojo interrupted with a wave of his hand, dismissing Waiwaka's claim with a lazy grin. Yet, let's cut the monologue. Let's settle this. With a fluid movement, Gojo summoned the Arm of Darkness, the sword of Odin materializing in his grasp, a weapon of boundless destructive potential. Waiwaka responded by summoning his Reishi broadsword, the air around it shimmering with spiritual energy. The current you is not more powerful than me, Waiwaka stated coldly, his eyes fixed on Gojo. Do you think you can actually harm me? Fighting me is a futile endeavor. You lack the strength to overcome the will of the Almighty. Gojo's grin never faltered. Maybe, he responded, his tone light yet underpinned with a dangerous edge. But let's see if I can make this more interesting. With a swift motion, Gojo slashed his sword, calling out, World Dismantle. The attack was not just a mere strike, it was a cleaving force that transcended physical limitations, cutting through Waiwaka's left arm and creating a visible scar in the very fabric of space itself. Waiwaka winced, his left arm severed and hanging loosely as the wound pulsed with destabilizing energy. The space around the cut rippled, a testament to the power of Gojo's strike. Waiwaka's expression tightened, a mix of pain and reluctant acknowledgement of Gojo's prowess. You can't use the Almighty against another Almighty, Gojo remarked calmly, his eyes locked onto Waiwaka's. You can't read my future, and I can't read yours. We're at a stalemate when it comes to that. Waiwaka grinned, the defiance in his eyes burning brightly. Damn brat, he muttered, frustration mingled with a grudging respect. For the first time, Waiwaka faced an opponent who not only matched him in power but rendered his ultimate ability, the Almighty, ineffective. It was a battle of equals, each wielding the same cosmic force that had once made Waiwaka invincible. Gojo's smirk widened further, filled with the familiar mix of arrogance and excitement. Looks like you've met your match, old man, he taunted, raising his sword once more, ready to push the battle to its ultimate conclusion. Waiwaka, refusing to back down, narrowed his eyes and declared, Then I shall take that power, the dark sword you possess. With a shout, Waiwaka activated Sanct Altar, summoning 5 orbs of Reishi above his fingers. The orbs shot into the air around Gojo, forming a large Quincy's icon with Gojo at the center. Beams of energy fired from the orbs, converging to steal the power from Gojo's Arm of Darkness, Odin's sword, and transferring it to Waiwaka. Gojo watched as the dark sword drained away, materializing in Waiwaka's hand. Waiwaka grinned triumphantly, believing the battle had turned in his favor. I have claimed your power, Gojo Satoru, Waiwaka proclaimed, his voice echoing with the authority of a conqueror. However, Waiwaka's glee was short-lived. Suddenly, Odin from Final Fantasy XVI, a towering figure clad in dark armor with large horns and glowing blue eyes, manifested behind Waiwaka, his form radiating an imposing presence. Odin's sword, imbued with a golden glow at the edges of his dark cape, pierced through Waiwaka's body, cutting him in two with a swift, decisive slash eerily reminiscent of how Waiwaka had met his end in his original universe. Waiwaka's eyes widened in shock and realization as he fell. The Arm of Darkness, loyal only to Gojo Satoru, had rejected Waiwaka. The sentient power had acknowledged Gojo as its rightful wielder after Gojo had absorbed the darkness of the sky, proving his worth. Waiwaka, a mere pretender, could not command its allegiance. Gojo approached Waiwaka with his hands in his pockets, his expression casual yet tinged with a faint smirk. You were just a manager, Waiwaka, Gojo said, his tone almost dismissive. Don't get so cocky, all right? Just like the architect from Solo Leveling, you're not the power source itself, you're just part of the management. And secondly, you're not even the real Waiwaka, just a manifested version of his almighty power. The real him is destined to be the next linchpin. Waiwaka chuckled weakly, his form fading. Ah ha ha ha. I lost to a boy twice. And you're right, I am just a manifestation of Waiwaka's almighty, 1/3 of it. My plan was to mold you into my next vessel and use your body to rescue my original self. Gojo's eyes narrowed slightly, still intrigued by the layers of Waiwaka's scheme. So, the other 2/3 of the almighty, who do they belong to? Waiwaka's expression became serious as he pondered. I don't know, he admitted, his voice carrying a rare note of humility. But I am certain that they are more powerful than the original Waiwaka, and even more formidable than me. Gojo nodded, absorbing the information. Any last words? He asked, his voice steady, allowing Waiwaka a final moment of dignity. Waiwaka, now speaking with the gravity and respect of his true self, gazed at Gojo with a lingering sense of purpose. You've bested me here, Gojo Satoru. But remember, power without understanding leads to ruin. Guard the balance, for even the mightiest fall when they forget what they stand for. As Gojo watched Waiwaka's form dissolve into wisps of Reishi, his expression was one of mixed contemplation and satisfaction. The encounter had confirmed many of his suspicions, but it also left lingering questions about the full scope of the Almighty's power. Suddenly, a message appeared above his head. Almighty 3/3 unknown version mixed with Waiwaka's version, including all abilities as the Quincy King. Gojo glanced at the notification, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Looks like I'm really gonna be the Soul King for real, he muttered, almost to himself. And it seems I need to adapt my quest, since the source of all this manipulation is definitely the Soul King himself. With a casual flick of his wrist, Gojo began to turn away, intending to return to the outside world, where he had last been at the Jedi Temple, embroiled in conflict with Ponkrell. But before leaving, he cast a final glance at the imposing structure of the Soul King's palace, a monolithic edifice built not just as a seat of power, but as a grand tomb for the one who would be the linchpin of all realities. I hate this tomb, Gojo said with a dismissive shake of his head. This place was made to imprison, to control, not for freedom. His eyes sharpened with resolve as he activated the Almighty, his intent clear and unyielding. Darkness began to swirl around the palace, an ominous, almost sentient void that absorbed the very light of the realm. Thousand upon thousand of eyes began to open within the darkness, each glowing with a sinister intent, their gaze fixated on the palace. These eyes, born from the Almighty's limitless perception, embodied Gojo's will to dismantle the shackles that had been set by the Soul King's legacy. The eyes pulsed, radiating beams of destructive energy that lanced through the palace walls. The structure, once seemingly indestructible, began to crack and shatter under the relentless onslaught. Walls crumbled, majestic spires toppled, and the grand throne of the Soul King was obliterated in a cascade of rubble and light. The darkness consumed the palace like a voracious beast, tearing it apart piece by piece until nothing but a void remained where it once stood. The palace's destruction was not just a physical collapse but a symbolic dismantling of the control it represented. The thousand eyes blinked in unison, each one reflecting Gojo's resolve to forge his own path, unbound by the manipulations of those who sought to control the balance of worlds. As the last fragments of the palace disintegrated into the darkness, Gojo stood amidst the ruins, the power of the Almighty radiating from him like a storm barely contained. With one final glance into the abyss, Gojo smirked and said, "Good riddance." The eyes vanished, leaving behind only the void, a blank slate, free of the constraints and expectations that had been laid upon it by the Soul King. Gojo turned away, ready to rejoin the living, his newfound power blazing within him, and the echoes of a shattered legacy fading into silence. As the oppressive darkness in the temple began to manifest externally, the once dim shadows suddenly swelled and writhed, forming countless eyes that opened wide, staring in every direction. The eerie, glowing eyes filled the room, casting an unsettling light that seemed to pierce through the souls of everyone present. The sheer number of eyes was overwhelming, and a deep, primal fear began to settle over the temple. Yoda, ever vigilant, remained calm but cautious, his small form radiating a quiet strength. "Dangerous, this is." "Prepared, we must be," he murmured, his voice steady despite the creeping dread that filled the room. Mace Windu, his lightsaber already ignited, took a defensive stance, ready to strike at the first sign of danger. "Whatever this is, we stand ready," he declared, his voice firm, though the unease was clear in his eyes as they darted between the countless, watching orbs. Suzunami, though composed, prepared his stance for his altar technique, positioning himself protectively in front of Rika, Anakin, and Yukinami. His resolve was clear: no harm would come to them under his watch. But as the eyes passed over the group, something unexpected happened. The eyes ignored them, moving past as if they were insignificant. Their focus was solely on one target, the source of the darkness, Gojo. Obi-Wan, sensing the gravity of the situation, glanced at Qui-Gon, his voice low but tinged with urgency. "Master, what could this be?" Qui-Gon's gaze remained fixed on the unfolding scene, his expression serious. This is beyond anything we've encountered. A force unlike any we've seen." Yiddle, her eyes wide with both sorrow and concern, couldn't tear her gaze away from Gojo. "Gojo Satoru, what burden do you hide in your body?" she asked, her voice soft yet laden with sadness. She had sensed the tremendous power within him before, but this was different. This was something darker, more twisted, a force that threatened to consume everything around it. As the eyes converged on Gojo, they seemed to merge into a single, massive entity, all of them focused intently on him. The darkness pulsed with a life of its own, a tangible presence that loomed over the temple, casting everything else into shadow. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the darkness vanished, taking Gojo with it. Suzunami, realizing what had happened, felt a surge of panic. "Where are they? Where did they take my sensei?" he shouted, his voice filled with desperation. But before the others could respond, a familiar voice cut through the air, calm and commanding. "Don't shout." Suzunami's eyes widened in recognition. "Sensei? Is that you?" "Yeah, it's me," Gojo's voice responded, slightly strained but still carrying its usual confidence. "Just give me some time, all right?" But before anyone could react, Gojo's voice took on a more intense, almost ominous tone as he began to monologue. 900 years to make my heart beat. 90 years to recover my senses. And last 9 years to recover my strength." The cryptic declaration left Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon exchanging bewildered glances. What could he possibly mean by that? Obi-Wan muttered, his usually sharp mind unable to grasp the meaning behind Gojo's words. Qui-Gon, equally perplexed, could only shake his head. I've never encountered anything like this before. It's as if he's speaking in riddles, but there's a deeper meaning we're missing. Across the room, Yoda, Mace Windu, Yiddle, Plo-kun, Qui-Gon and Depa Billaba were equally confused. They had faced countless dangers in their time, but Gojo's strange monologue, combined with the eerie manifestation of eyes and darkness, was unlike anything they had ever encountered. Then, without warning, the darkness that had taken Gojo began to shift and converge on a single point. The liquid-like shadow, swirling with countless eyes, seemed to solidify as it took form in the center of the room. The atmosphere grew thick with tension as the Jedi watched in stunned silence. Suddenly, with a flash, Gojo reappeared, standing in the midst of the swirling darkness. His body was whole once again, his wounds completely healed. But there was something different about him, his eyes. Instead of the usual one, there were now 3 pupils in each eye, each one glowing with a strange, otherworldly power. The sight was unnerving, even to the seasoned Jedi. The room fell silent as they tried to comprehend what they were witnessing. Gojo's monologue, which had initially seemed like the ramblings of a madman, now took on a chilling significance. What? What kind of power is this? Qui-Gon whispered, his usually composed voice betraying a hint of fear. Plo-kun, his stoic mask hiding any visible reaction, could only stare in awe. This is beyond anything we know. He's become something else entirely. Yiddle, who had been watching with a mixture of concern and sorrow, felt her heart sink. Gojo Satoru. What have you done to yourself? She murmured, sensing the tremendous weight of the power that now coursed through him. Gojo, his 3-pupil gaze sweeping over the room, seemed to relish the shock and confusion of the Jedi. With a slight smirk, he answered the unspoken question, a crazy monologue, you say? Maybe, but for me, it's just part of the plan. As Gojo stood amidst the swirling darkness, his ominous monologue hanging in the air, a sudden shift occurred within him. The quest system, which had previously been tampered with, now aligned itself completely with his will, becoming his alone, just as it was supposed to be. He could feel a powerful change within him, a transformation that went deeper than any before. My heart, it's been replaced by a cursed heart, Gojo muttered to himself, a manic grin spreading across his face as the realization sank in. Ah ha 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 ha. Now, even my infinite energy is returning. I will no longer fear moving to another universe. Cursed energy is me, and I have a reactor. Half awakened. If only it were full awakening, I could use reverse red and purple to their fullest potential. His words were spoken aloud, though they seemed directed more at himself than at the Jedi around him. The cryptic nature of his statements only added to the confusion of those present. The Jedi, who had witnessed countless extraordinary events in their lives, were now faced with something that defied their understanding of power and the Force. Yoda, always the first to seek clarity, observed Gojo with a mixture of caution and intrigue. Cursed heart, reactor half awakened, you say? Speak, what do these words mean? Gojo, still caught up in the thrill of his transformation, didn't immediately respond. He was too consumed by the power surging within him, by the realization that his potential was still growing, that he was on the brink of something even greater. Obi-Wan, sensing the growing tension, tried to make sense of Gojo's cryptic self-dialogue. Master, whatever is happening to Gojo, it's altering him in ways we can't yet comprehend. He's talking about energy and abilities that don't align with the Force as we know it. Qui-Gon nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed on Gojo. This isn't just an increase in power, it's a fundamental change in his being. We need to understand what this means for all of us. Gojo's eyes, now sporting 3 glowing pupils in each, scanned the room. He could see the confusion and wariness in the Jedi, but instead of explaining, he simply relished the power coursing through his veins. You're all trying to understand, aren't you? Well, let's just say. I'm evolving. This is just the beginning. The room was thick with tension, the Jedi unsure whether Gojo was still an ally or something more dangerous. The ominous energy surrounding him was unlike anything they had faced, and his newfound abilities seemed to push the boundaries of their understanding of power. Yiddle, her voice tinged with sorrow, spoke up once more. Gojo Satoru, are you still the same person, or has this power changed you into something else? Gojo, still riding the high of his transformation, chuckled softly. I'm still me, just a better, stronger version. And don't worry, I'm not planning on going anywhere just yet. After all, we still have so much to do, don't we? The room's thick tension seemed to momentarily dissipate as Suzunami, Yukinami, Reka, and Anakin rushed forward, embracing Gojo tightly. Tears streamed down their faces, a mixture of relief, gratitude, and lingering fear evident in their expressions. Sensei, you're still here, Suzunami whispered, his voice trembling with emotion. We thought we lost you. Yukinami clung to Gojo, her tears soaking into his robe. Thank you, Sensei. Thank you for coming back to us. Reka, her usual competitive demeanor shattered by the overwhelming relief, cried openly as she hugged Gojo. I'm so glad you're okay, Sensei. We were so scared. Anakin, who had been trying to hold back his tears, finally let them fall as he buried his face in Gojo's chest. I don't want to lose you, Sensei. You're too important to us, to me. Gojo, feeling the warmth and sincerity of their emotions, let out a soft, genuine laugh as he gently patted their heads. Hey, hey. I'm not going anywhere, remember? I've still got a lot of work to do, and I wouldn't leave you all hanging. As the 4 of them held onto him, their tears gradually subsiding, it was Reka who finally broke the emotional silence with a question that had been nagging at her. She looked up at Gojo, her eyes still wet but now filled with curiosity. Sensei, why do your eyes have 3 pupils? Gojo chuckled, his playful grin returning. Ah, you noticed, hey? Well, let's just say it's part of the package that comes with leveling up. He paused, considering how best to explain it to them. These eyes, they're a sign of my new power. Each pupil represents a different perspective, a deeper layer of vision and understanding. It's like I can see more of the world now more than anyone else. Suzunami, Yukinami, and Rika exchanged glances, still not entirely sure what to make of Gojo's transformation, but they could sense that their sensei was still the same person they admired and trusted. Anakin, always the curious one, wiped his tears and asked, does that mean you're even stronger now, sensei? Gojo's grin widened, and he ruffled Anakin's hair affectionately. Gojo's grin only grew as he noticed Pong Krell struggling to stand, clearly weakened but not entirely out of the fight. With his usual playful tone, Gojo mocked him, shouldn't you be showing up in the Clone Wars? You're popping up here like some kind of spoiler alert. Everyone in the room was confused by Gojo's words, not understanding the reference. But before anyone could ask, Pong Krell, sensing his life hanging by a thread, tried to bargain. Wait. I have information about the Dark Lord of the Sith. Mace Windu, who had been watching the exchange closely, quickly interjected, Gojo, hold on. This information could be crucial for understanding our enemies. But before Mace could finish, Gojo's hand suddenly clenched around Krell's throat. In an instant, Gojo had used the Almighty to foresee a future where he was gripping Pong Krell in his hand, making that future an inevitable reality. The speed and precision with which he acted left everyone stunned. I'll be back in a few minutes. Bye. Gojo said with a gleeful tone, his words echoing as he suddenly launched himself into the air, gripping Krell tightly. The sheer force of his takeoff shattered the roof above them, leaving the Jedi Council members staring in shock at the hole Gojo had created.